From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Count it. It's window dressing. It's a final. Tennessee beats Louisiana 58-55.
Hey, good morning, Metroplex. We made it to a Friday. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy in his Tennessee Volunteer sweatshirt. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're absolutely loaded again here on DFW Sports Station. You wanted it to be a blowout so you could go to sleep a little bit early. That did not happen, but you still got the win to advance.
Yeah, they were up 18 with like 7 to go. And they decided they wanted to stop scoring. It was 48-30, and they scored 10 points in the last 8 or 9 minutes of the game. They just decided that because I was ready to go to sleep. I was like, look, it's 18 points. Let's get this into 20-25, and I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah.
Nah, it didn't happen. I had to sit there and kind of sweat it out. Gutsy maneuver on myself. This is the only hoodie. I stayed at Sarah's during the week, and I bring clothes. It's the only hoodie I brought. If they lost, I'm in here with this stupid thing on, looking like a fool.
Yeah.
It's like, you only pack, Jordan, you only pack one suit. Only packing one suit for Utah. So that's kind of what this was.
So the Tennessee Volunteers win in advance by 3. The other story last night, what happened to underseeded Texas A&M as Penn State, the Nittany Lions, smacked down the Aggies?
And the Penn State Nittany Lions, for the first time since 2001, have an NCAA tournament win. They doused Texas A&M 76-59, and the Nittany Lions will face the Longhorns on Saturday in Des Moines.
And, of course, the joke from Bobby Belt and that fan base, the Aggies will do anything to avoid playing the Longhorns. The Aggies will do anything to avoid.
Yeah, they did not hold up their end of the bargain. What a disaster of a game that was for A&M. I thought they got job. They did get job. They should have played about a 12 or 13 seed instead of a 10 seed. And a 10 seed, mind you, that probably shouldn't even have been in the tournament. They made the tournament on the final weekend by making it to the Big Ten championship game and having a close showing against Purdue. But this was a destruction. There were some...
This was 16 at half.
Yeah, there were some blowouts yesterday that you wouldn't expect. You didn't expect necessarily Missouri or Arkansas to win by double digits over Illinois, or Missouri to win by double digits over Utah State. And I don't think a lot of people expected, obviously, this game to end up this way. Or I know I didn't expect the Oral Roberts to get word. I had in the Elite Eight. I had to make an upset somewhere. Boy, I picked a bad day for some upsets.
All right,
I had a lot of upsets in my bracket, and I've already lost.
Let's go through the early damage. Duke beating Oral Roberts by 23 last night. So let's check out the early damage for the bet payoff. Whoever finishes in last place has to work the entire day here for the bosses. So an assistant and intern for Gavin Spittle and Tim Collins.
Hey!
Gavin has now made 2 comments. We didn't clear this with him. And he kept asking us, how is this actually a win for us? So maybe he's a little bit annoyed, but the loser will be up here all day long, probably sitting here for an hour on each show for whoever finishes in 4th place. How's the early damage looking so far? Before I get to you, you haven't updated things publicly. Peyton, how are you feeling? Bobby feels terrible. It sounds like RJ doesn't feel great. How are you feeling?
So my Final Four is still good. That's all I can be happy about right now. Arizona, I had in the Elite Eight. That one hurt. That one hurt a lot. But I do feel really good about Duke. I have them going to the Sweet 16. They're taking on Choppy's Tennessee Volunteers next round. But Duke looked unstoppable yesterday.
What was the biggest shot that you took? Shot to the heart.
Arizona for sure.
Arizona.
I mean, I was confident in Virginia too. I mean, Furman, I was back and forth with picking them in the first round. But I was just like, Virginia, there's no way they lose to a double-digit seed 2 times in the last 4 years.
What was that, 5 years apart?
Yeah, 5 years.
Well, yeah. So like the stat is that Virginia's got 6 wins in the tournament, and they've been in the tournament every year, right? They've been in the tournament every year for the last several years. But in that time, they have the only wins they have in the last 6 seasons in the tournament. They've got 6 of them. They all came in the year they won it all.
And it was exactly 5 years ago that they got eliminated in round 1. So it was 5 years ago to the day when the same exact thing happened. So how are we looking right now amongst the 4 of us?
All right, so all of us, except for Bobby, have the Final Four intact.
Who did Bobby lose?
Arizona.
Oh.
He lost to Arizona.
He sent us a text message yesterday. I may as well. I'll be shining Spittle shoes by Wednesday.
So he lost to Arizona. That's a big loss. Everybody has 1 Elite 8 gone, except for me. I have 3.
You have 3 of the Elite 8 gone.
I mean, I took upsets. I've got Arizona gone. I've got A&M gone, and I've got Oral Roberts out.
Okay.
I really wanted Oral.
And you were a huge Aggie supporter.
Look, they had a great season. Outside of the start, I think they started the year like 7-6 or something like that, or 6-4. They had a great second half of their season. They played a tremendous brand of basketball, but they had a bad showing last night. A terrible showing. And then, Oral Roberts. There's a couple teams everybody jumps on, right? Everybody jumped on Louisiana. They jumped on Oral Roberts. They jumped on Furman. Furman's the only one that won.
People jumped on Furman?
Oh, yeah. They were an easy, chic pick. They great offense, or can play good offense if their shooters are hot. And everyone jumped on them. Virginia's a up and down inconsistent team. So defense first. Defense travels, but sometimes your offense goes stagnant. And that's kind of what happened in that game for them.
So is there someone early leader in the clubhouse? Is Bobby in absolute trouble? Or are you in absolute trouble? Like who's in the danger zone if there is anyone?
So the good news for me, if you're looking at it from my perspective, is only me and Peyton. Oh no, it's not. Never mind. Because all the 3 of us have Bama winning. Bobby's got Texas winning and all.
Did you have Bama winning?
The whole thing, yeah. So, like, you and I, our brackets are so similar that I don't really have a chance to beat you already because I picked too many upsets. But I'm only 2 points behind. Bobby and you have 12. All right, so we each in the first round, every game is worth 1 point. Starting tomorrow, every game's worth 2, and then next week every game's worth 3, and then 4. So I have 10. I got 10 picks right. You guys got 12. Peyton got 11. So you and Bobby have 12. Peyton has 11. I've got 10.
All right. So we'll see how Roberto is feeling.
Dogfight.
I was not feeling good that Brandon Miller went scoreless. 0 points for my eventual national champion.
Sharpshooter.
With Brandon Miller.
Wow.
With Brandon Miller, yes, the excellent shooter on the floor. going scoreless. He's being escorted around this tournament by armed security because of apparently serious threats that were made towards him with the whole controversy with the poor young lady who lost her life. So Brandon Miller 0 for 5. Alabama still ends up blowing out A&M Corpus Christi. So let us know how your brackets are doing. What was the big shot? What was the big death blow to your bracket, if indeed that is the case, at 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. The Dallas Stars go up against the Phenom last night. Michael Jordan has absolutely failed at something, and he's getting ready to leave the NBA. And did everyone survive the hail and the storm last night? It's a Friday edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started. We got a Dave Matthews giveaway during the Expressway. We have Dak Prescott bidding adieu to Zeke Elliott. Stefan Gilmore talking about the Cowboys as his favorite team. It's all coming up on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
McDavid fires and scores! 57 and a 3-1 lead.
Man, Connor McDavid on Oilers TV as the Stars get smoked 4-1 last night.
You know, Edmonton's they're a good team. They're a solid hockey team, and they've got the best player on the ice every single night that they play. If you want to say maybe there's one or two nights where they don't, if you don't think that Connor McDavid's the best player in the sport, then they don't have the best player on the ice every night. But for me,
leading the league in goals with 57.
It's every year he leads the league in points. It's like it's remarkable what he has done. But and they're a good home team. They're 18-12 at home. They got a good record. They got more wins than the Stars do on the year. So this was a tough opponent for them. A tough matchup for anybody when you go and play Edmonton on the road.
How did everyone survive the storms last night? You were in the stairwell on queso night.
Yes, Thursday's queso night. Shout out Maria's. We did make it there eventually.
Oh, you did?
We did make it there eventually. We don't, neither. We're like the post office. Neither rain nor sleet nor dark of night or tornadoes. But we.
So what happened? Like, first off, I don't remember us yesterday morning talking about this, getting a heads up.
The storm?
Yeah.
I know. Thanks, Brunoff. So all of a sudden, we're watching one of the games. I can't remember which game it is. And Sarah goes, mute that. And I mute it. And we hear the siren. And I'm like, no. So we go outside on our patio, our porch at the apartment. And to the right is south on 35. And it's clear. To the left, it looks like I died. It looks like I was dying. Like I could see it coming. And then look up, you see the clouds going north, but then over here, you see the clouds going east, and you're like, oh, crap, that's how it starts. That's how it starts. Here's the rotation. And then, there's touchdown over here or whatever. So we were kind of like, okay, it's time. She flips over to one of the other channels because the tournament was on CBS, but they didn't break in with any kind of weather. So she flips over
Interesting call. Like, G-Bag was at the Eagles Nest, and Scooter, our sales guy, he was sending me a bunch of photos, and I was like, let me see one of the games on the screen, on the TV. And I guess they had switched it over to one of the news channels because CBS did not break in. Interesting dilemma. Do you break in quickly locally versus the tournament?
I'm trying to think what game that was. To me, it depends. Is it if Texas is playing or Texas A&M? Then no.
It was not A&M. It was much earlier.
It was definitely earlier. I don't remember which game it was. But flipped over and it was the guy was like, "Hey, if you live here and she lives here, okay?" He says, "Get your shoes on and get to shelter."
Get your shoes on.
Yeah.
You're supposed to shelter in place.
Yeah, I know, but I guess they want you to put your shoes on in case you got to run.
Oh.
That's what going to outrun the tornado. So we put the shoes on, went in her stairwell. She's like right next to the stairs. So went in the stairwell, and we just,
Were
hung
there
out.
other people there?
No, this was about the time, I guess it was about the time people were coming home from work still. There was a lot of people. When we were like out on the patio, we saw like the parking lot was still kind of empty, so people must have been coming home from work. But no, there was not many other people in there. Maybe one other person. We just hunkered down there for a few minutes and then went back up. Nothing major.
Nothing major.
No, we didn't. Nothing really happened. There was no tornado that hit. Then the hail started coming, and we are talking golf ball size hail. These were massive.
The hail that they showed in Irving, bombing this one pool. It was a car dealership that got destroyed by the hail.
Yeah.
I mean, annihilated. And it was the largest hail I've ever gotten. Because normally I kind of luck out. They always just talk about Rockwall. They kind of skip over the ghetto that I'm in. But they're sitting there talking about Rockwall. And then all of a sudden I see the huge splashes in the pool. And then the window, it may as well have been someone outside, probably about 20 yards away, throwing hail right at the window. It just felt like it was coming sideways.
Yep. I mean, I'll make an insurance claim. Get that car fixed. Get the hail damage on the car fixed.
Yeah, I gotta look at the car when the sun's up today.
Yep. So that's
And then for me, I was like, okay, this passed. I'm in East Dallas. This passed, and then the rain came, and then it went away, and then it came back with the hail, and then it went away, And then it came back with the rain, like back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
And then the wind. Oh, man, the wind picked up really hard last night. About 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock. What ended up in your pool other than the hail? What furniture ended up in your pool? Anything?
I didn't even look.
You didn't look?
I assume nothing. I don't know if the wind was that bad for me. Did you get something else blowing in?
Just my umbrella again.
You gotta keep that in mind with where you're gonna put it.
I know.
You just put it in a spot. Are you putting the umbrella in the ground every day?
No, it's got the base, like that weighted base.
But the umbrella's sticking up.
It's not open.
Yeah.
It's not like a sail.
But it's sticking up closed.
It's sticking up closed.
Is it sticking up?
Yes.
Can you just pull it out?
I can pull it out, put it in like.
That's what you got to do.
Yeah.
Because one day you're gonna see that thing freaking just snap in half.
Yeah.
So just pick it up out of the ground until it's time for the season. Just throw it on a table, put it in a chair, and you're good to go. What are these idiots smiling at us? We're talking about pool life. Peyton and Bobby are sitting
So
here.
does now Luka have to go back in and
No, my nephew Nick already got it. He texted because I was at home. He texted me last night. He goes. He was outside, and
I just can't believe you're sending people in the water to get it. Just take the skimmer, dip it underneath, drag it to you, and then pull it out while standing up. I've never, not one time in 8 years, gotten in my pool to get something. I get the long skimmer and I go ahead and I fish it out.
Yeah,
it
I don't
may
think
take a while. It's heavy because the water weight. You drag it on over, but you're sending people in 40-degree water.
I don't think he went in. I think it was like it was sticking out of the pool the way it was. So he was able just to grab it.
Yeah.
I just my 13-year-old he just needed an ice bath.
That's right.
That's all he needed.
Peyton in the Rock.
So everything apparently starts in Fort Worth and ends in Rockwall. Yeah. So I mean,
it's where the West, Fort Worth's where the West begins. So that's why.
Yeah. Except your dating life never ends in Rockwall.
No, it's always in Fort Worth.
She always ends.
It always ends in Fort Worth.
It always ends.
It starts there too.
It starts and ends there.
So RJ's saying he's taking shelter, and I look outside and I got nothing, just little clouds and stuff, and then nothing really hit until like 5:45. But then it came down hard, really hard, and then the tornado warning started to happen. On my TV screens, I was watching the games. They actually had the graphic at the bottom that was saying like in these counties, tornado warning, tornado watch, and stuff. And then it gave me like a beep every 10 minutes or so.
How's the Stang? How's the
Camaro?
Oh, sorry. How's the Camaro? Do you put a what's the cloth that they put over? I know it's a car cover. Is it called something in particular?
Just a car cover.
Well, when you have a 5-car garage, one of them fit inside. So mine's in the left wing. So it did not get no wet.
Bobby, how was it for you over there? I never remember where you were.
Flower Mound.
Flower Mound.
Yeah, Flower Mound. First off, Choppy is right, and I've never realized it.
Why are you taking photos of me already?
Because what I was trying to do is I was trying to pick up video for social media because I realized Choppy was right about something that I hadn't realized before because I was at my headphones on. You, I think, are deaf. Your headphones are very loud. I hear every single word that Peyton says all the way over here through your headphones.
Well, you're also hearing it because I don't have my other headphone on.
It's still very loud.
Right now,
Peyton, start talking.
I'm talking. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
I still hear it.
Oh my goodness.
That's very loud, dude.
He does keep it.
I was in Irving.
But why would you take a picture of it?
I was going to take a video so that people could see if you could pick it up off my phone.
I thought you were getting my Dak Zeke
what a simp.
tribute with
what a simp.
214 sweatshirt today. Shout out Zeke. I love you, man.
I was in Irving yesterday as the tornado warning hit Fort Worth. And I needed to get to Flower Mound as quick as I could. So I got out of Irving about 15 minutes before that blew through Irving. And then by the time I got up to Flower Mound, we had rain, but it wasn't bad at all.
Yeah, Irving looked like he got wrecked.
Anything along 30 or 183 was just north of 30 to 183 was just a disaster zone.
Michael Jordan is selling a majority stake in his NBA team. The biggest thing that Michael has ever failed at, being an NBA owner. Now, he's going to win financially, but never was his basketball team any type of factor.
No, they weren't. But, as the positive people will say, he didn't fail. He just found a way not to succeed.
He found a way.
I'm glad he's going to be done with this.
Well, he's still going to have a minority stake, but anyway. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean the primary ownership thing. I would love.
Why?
And I said this in my prep meeting. I'd love to see him do after seeing The Last Dance and everything else. I'd love to see him get more involved with media stuff. I'd love to see him do come to some sort of agreement, do a Manning cast type thing.
That'll never happen.
It probably won't. But I mean, the other thing is when you talk about getting big guests, who is telling Michael Jordan no if he's doing that and he wants somebody on? Everybody is going to go.
Nobody.
Everybody would go on that.
Nobody.
And so I wish he'd get more involved in media after The Last Dance.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Happy Friday. Going to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Dak Prescott talks about the departure of his best friend. What is the market looking like for Zeke? And Stefan Gilmore on always loving the Dallas Cowboys. Plus an Odell update, and the Cowboys are interested in this CeeDee Lamb partnership. That's all next inside the Star. Then back to the tourney on the Fan.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, we'll get back to your brackets at 6:20. How many perfect ones remain? Is it a battle between Bobby and RJ to be the intern for the bosses? That's coming up in 20 minutes. Our final Dave Matthews ticket giveaway at 7:20. But right now, let's get you updated with the Cowboys and the rest of NFL free agency. Yesterday, Dak Prescott was at an event. The media caught up with him. And I never envy the media who has to go to North Park Mall and stand outside of an AMC or waiting for Dak to shoot a commercial at 7-Eleven to just sit out there and wait to get 6 minutes of audio from him.
Dude, in Combine, I float. I go around, I set up meetings and things like that, but just about the rest of the beat, because they had no clue when Jerry was going to show up that day that he spoke at Combine. They just sat in the lobby of the Marriott for 12 hours, just waiting for it. And I mean, they did stuff. They were working, but they just basically had to sit there and wait for when he showed up.
And where was this yesterday with Dak?
I don't know.
He was with Laufenberg. He was with Aikman.
It was an Aikman cancer charity event. I don't know where it was.
In the Dak yard?
He's been working in the Dak yard. He has. There were pictures that went up on Instagram the other day, him working with Cavante Turpin and Jake Ferguson and Sean McEwen.
Why did Turpin even get invited? They're not going to throw
He invites everybody. He tells everybody, come get work.
Hang on.
No, I was making
the biggest pass of the year was thrown to Cavante Turpin.
Surest sign.
Which pass?
What, the one at the end of the
Oh, yeah. The one where Zeke snapped the ball.
Yeah.
Hey, they're lucky that was Zeke's final play. If he would have actually gotten a touch, it would have been a loss in yards. So he ends out neutral. No, the surest sign Dalton Schultz has gone to me is the fact that he was not at those workouts. Yeah. Dalton has never missed those with Dak.
Little Charger interest with the Kellen Moore tie-in supposedly early on with Dalton Schultz. But here is Dak on the loss of his Cowboys' best friend.
Yeah, it really is. It's tough. A brother, playing the game with a brother, being able to start this NFL career and share so many memories and grow up as men with this organization. I really can't imagine taking the field without him. Something I don't know if it's completely hit me yet. Obviously, I've talked to him. I'm hurt. I'm sure he is, but it's more important for me just to be able to support him. I know he's got more opportunities coming his way, and love that guy, proud of him. Number one supporter in here for him no matter what.
So yesterday, Florio on ProFootballTalk.com wrote this headline, Zeke return to Cowboys is slim. And I was like, what? We're already starting with the return talk?
Yeah, look, if he goes out there, looks at the market, discovers there is nothing, there is absolutely nothing for him other than what the Cowboys said his value is, and that he can't find a job that is similar to the one that the Cowboys were offering him, then yeah, I think he'd come back hat in hand and say, hey, let's work something out. And I think the Cowboys will go, okay, all right, we'll do this. The problem is that I think somebody will give him an opportunity to play more than Dallas would here, and I think somebody will give him a little more money. When they say the chances are slim, I think they're saying the chances are slim that there won't be at least one team that will offer him more money and more playing time than what the Cowboys were.
Everything that you point to that's been pointed to yesterday was Chicago, Chiefs, Chargers.
For Zeke?
Yeah. Chargers, obviously, with Kellen. Chiefs.
Although I heard Bassick saying yesterday on KMC that Kellen, he remembered being a huge proponent of drafting Pollard. So I don't know if that's true. Maybe he wanted Pollard to get even more touches than Zeke, and it was Jerry and McCarthy hammering this down our throats.
Maybe.
Oh, Kellen was one of the one. I've referenced it before where I said there are people in that building who would like to see more work for Pollard. Kellen was one of the ones 2 years ago who was lobbying for more for Pollard. Not anti-Zeke, just definitely wanted to see more Pollard. I think Tampa Bay is still the team to watch. Tampa is a team that still believes in power running backs. They liked Fournette. They believe in power running backs. They believe in intangibles. They believe, and Skip Pete is over there now. He's the running backs coach in Tampa.
I mean, like Chicago would like I could totally see Kansas City. I agree with Tampa too. Like, Kansas City could use them as like a goal line threat.
All right,
that's really it.
So see if you can guess this. And RJ sent a stat about Dak that blew my mind the other day. It really speaks to NFL quarterbacking in general. See if y'all can guess this on the fan text. How many Cowboys are still on the team since the end of 2019? What number would you guess that at?
End of 19.
End of 2019. How many?
I know the number. I don't know the players. Like off the top, I could guess them, but I don't know who they are from the list.
How many you guess, Choppy?
Was Pollard there yet?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Pollard, Dak, obviously.
Zach, Tyron, Tank.
Yep, that's 5. Can I say what the number is as we try to guess who the players are? Or do you want me to wait?
I mean, that's the process of what he's doing.
Van Der Esch.
Yes.
6. Was Gifford? Oh, Gifford's gone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have the names?
Let's say there's
just wait a second.
I'm just curious.
I'll get you the name. Just let the man go through his exercise. Just breathe.
Because I had a name I was going to guess, and I want to know if you could confirm it or not. That's it.
I do not have the name.
Okay.
Are we counting Jordan Lewis?
CJ Goodwin?
CJ Goodwin had to have been there.
I think I can't remember if he got here in 2020 or 2019. Jordan Lewis, yes, that's 1.
Just guess a number.
I'll say 9.
10. Here's Dak. He was just waiting
for all of that.
But before we play the clip, what did you send about Dak? And
Machota had this that now that Aaron Rodgers,
this is crazy,
is headed to the Jets. Maybe Dak is now the longest tenured quarterback in the NFL
with his team.
With his current team.
The longest tenured quarterback. That blew my mind.
Yeah, longest
NFL?
Yes.
It would have been Carr. Right?
Right.
It would have been Carr, but he switched. So Dak how is Dak Prescott the longest tenured quarterback in the National Football League?
2016.
You know what is the end of an era yesterday or 2 days ago too, when they finally ripped up the Tyron Smith contract and now he's going to be playing on a new deal. Jason Fitzgerald over at Over the Cap had the note that was the longest continuous running contract in the NFL by far because it had started in 2014. The second oldest contract active on the books in the NFL behind Tyron's 2014 deal was from 2018. So Tyron's deal had outlasted every deal written in 14, 15, 16, 17.
Then let's throw in this final clip. Here is Dak speaking about Mike McCarthy taking over the play calling.
I mean, I'm excited for it. Tough to give you that answer right now, but I can tell you I'm excited, and I know he will bring something to add and bring something to the table for me to add to my game and make me more comfortable at this position, whatever it may be. Maybe it's the play calling, maybe it's the way that things are handled throughout the week between our relationship, whatever it may be. I know there's good to come and change is going to happen for sure.
All right, so Dak's previous comment was I'm paraphrasing, I'm not necessarily saying I'm thrilled that we needed change from Kellen, right? Wasn't that his previous comment?
Well, they asked him if he needed a new voice. He said he was excited, but they said, do you need a new voice? And he said, that is not accurate. That he would say that that's not an accurate statement to say he needed a new voice because the voices that he had there coaching him were really good. I do think it's interesting that he's had 3 weeks, and when they ask him about playing for him, he goes, I can't really come up with the words. Okay. Interesting. Can't come up with the words yet. I find that interesting.
Interesting. Okay. Let's get a little wide receiver update. Jordan Schultz, who I reached out to, but I guess he's too much of a big dog not to respond.
I'll reach out to him.
I texted him. I thought I had a number, and I shot him the DM. If I see that he read the DM on Twitter,
oh my gosh, you're going to lose your damn mind.
It's going to be a war. It's going to be a war. Jordan Schultz says that Odell Beckham is still looking at 15 to 20 per year, and the Kansas City Chiefs, Baltimore Ravens, and Dallas Cowboys remain interested. And then Jerry Jeudy cannot stay off of my timeline. It's just Jerry Jeudy nonstop. And Benjamin Albright reported that New England, Cleveland, and Dallas interested in Jerry Jeudy, that the Cowboys were actually interested in the deadline last year, and the price remains a first or a high second?
I'm out on a front. I don't think I would go on a 1 on Jerry Jeudy. Just too inconsistent for me to give up a 1. I love the age. I love the upside. I love the talent. If they said 2, or a 3 and a 5, whatever, something like that, I'm not going to go with a 1. But you're talking about like there is I believe a value in even going to a 2. I'm not sure I would do it, but I think there is a value just because of the age.
Bobby, pop quiz now off the top of your head.
Mm-hmm.
Give me that wide receiver class in order then in your mind, and then we're going to redo it.
And this was 2020, right?
This was CD's class, right?
Yeah. So this would have been 2020. So the first receiver off the board, who I had, I had Jeudy, Lamb, and
who else was there?
Ruggs was there.
Jefferson,
yeah,
Ruggs.
it was
Jalen Reagor.
I loved Reagor, so I was wrong about that.
You just like TCU.
I had Jeudy, Lamb.
You're a homer for TCU.
I think it was Jeudy, Lamb, Reagor, Jefferson, Ruggs is what I had.
Jefferson, Ruggs.
And the order they went was Ruggs.
Yeah, don't care about the order.
No,
Give me the order now.
Lamb, Jefferson's
Lamb.
included there. I was thinking of the top 3. Jefferson, Lamb, Jeudy, Reagor, Ruggs.
So the purpose of the exercise,
since Ruggs is in jail.
Yeah. So the purpose of the exercise, Jeudy still there at 3. Like now today, there's potential. If you traded a second and you hit on this, now you got to be willing to pay, right? Your 2 receivers, a ton of money. But you hit on that, and you're set up like Philadelphia is with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, you might be better off. You might be. You might be better. That's hard to say. I might take that back. But you got 2 young studs to play receiver for you with your quarterback. I mean, the ceiling on that is enormous.
The ceiling's the roof.
Yeah,
the ceiling's the roof. Look, I like it. I like the idea. I love getting younger at the position. Getting high upside guys, and he is a high upside guy. It's definitely something to think about. Obviously, Philadelphia's in a different spot because AJ Brown's a proven, stud. He's much more proven, and he's a legit player. Judy's not there yet. He might be. He might get there eventually.
I think they absolutely called on at the deadline about Jeudy. They may have interest. I don't know that they've actually interacted with Denver yet. I don't know that Albright's right about that.
The numbers are in, by the way, for Darius Slay. Going back to filthy, 2 for 42. 2 for 42. Now compare that to the Gilmore deal. Are you definitely taking Stefan Gilmore over Darius Slay if it was 2 for 42?
10 times out of 10.
Absolutely.
If you just tell me in a vacuum, no money or anything else, I'm taking Gilmore over Slay.
Okay, I think that's a little. I disagree with that.
Gilmore's really good. I think you're going to change your mind.
Gilmore was the best defensive player in football for a second, but Darius Slay had a hell of a year. You keep overrating all these Eagles secondary members.
No, I think they do have some really good players in that secondary. I think Marcus Epps was good. I think Avonte Maddox was really good. I just think that the credit has gone to the wrong guys. Bradbury, I think, is good, and I think Slay is good. I think they're overrated. I don't think Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is that good.
Stefan Gilmore talking to the Cowboys media for the first time yesterday. He says he's excited.
I've been a Dallas fan my whole life. My uncles, my dad, they grew up Dallas fans. And once I heard the news, I was excited, knowing because we played them this previous year, the season they had before. Just adding someone like myself, the potential is there, so we just got to put the work in. Obviously, it starts over every year. So I'm just looking forward to, adding my piece to the puzzle and, doing what I do best.
There was that shot after the Colts game of Micah and Diggs fighting for Stefan Gilmore's jersey that shows you the respect that they have for him. Here's Gilmore on now playing with the 2 guys who were showing him all that respect.
It'll be great, both of those guys, great players. There's a lot of great players on this team in general. But, I told them, both of them, that I wanted their jersey after the game. We was texting back and forth before the game even started, like a week before. And I got mad at one of my teammates because he took Diggs' jersey. So I still got to get that now that I'm here.
All right, so there it is. Stefan Gilmore talking to the media for the first time.
It's interesting. I think that right now, as long as Bland continues to grow the way that you think he can, I think you probably have to say secondary is the best position on the team right now for the Cowboys.
By the way, one more Philly note. Marcus Mariota goes there. 1 year, $5 million deal. 8 years ago, was it only 8? Chip Kelly was trying to get him there. He is finally a Philadelphia Eagle to back up Jalen Hurts, running type style. Mariota, 1 year, $5 million for Filthy. How are your brackets looking? If you went to sleep early last night, don't listen if you're an Aggies fan. Is Bobby on his way to the boss's office already? This is the fastest elimination of an NCAA bracket pool that we have going on. I can't say the word, I guess. We're not allowed to. Yeah. The NCAA, can you say it? Just not in commercials?
Yeah, just not in commercials. Yeah, you could say, yeah. Why can't you say it?
A recap of the 2023 NCAA men's tournament.
There you go.
Action last night, the games that took place. Next. But let me go ahead. Westwood won. The heave from the point guard.
I know.
With a timeout left, throws it up, barely gets it past half court, and Furman comes down the floor and hits the killer three to knock out the number 4 seed Virginia Cavaliers, our first wow moment of the madness.
The Purple Paladins of Furman.
Is that what they're called?
The Paladins.
The Paladins?
Paladins.
They don't deserve to win.
Yeah.
What is that?
I don't know. What is a Paladin?
You just said they don't deserve to win.
Yeah,
so
because that's so stupid.
Yeah.
I don't actually know what it is.
Oh, okay.
The fact that any of the 12 peers of Charlemagne's court, of whom the Count Palatine was the chief.
Oh, yeah. So it's a knight. It's a knight of sorts.
Okay.
Call yourself the Knights then.
It's used. It's been done.
Taken.
But so Furman gets the victory over, was it?
I said Furman.
Yep,
It's a Chappelle line.
Over Virginia. Virginia has not, they've got, in the last 6 NCAA tournaments, they have 6 wins. All of them came in 1 year, the year they won the title, 2019. Other than that, they've been knocked out by a 16 seed and now a 13 seed in Furman. So bad performance from Virginia. That was the starting upset. The first game of the tournament, though, was one that we were very frustrated by. I have not seen.
I was not frustrated. I was rooting for Maryland because I can't stand my sister-in-law. She's from West Virginia. This was my dislike bracket. It's my brother with Maryland and my sister-in-law, and I despise her so much. I definitely wanted her to lose.
Right.
So that's why I picked against West Virginia.
Gotcha.
So I was very interested in this game.
This is an interesting game, and it was one of the most poorly played games I have seen from West Virginia's standpoint. I mean, how many loose balls did they lose? Bad passes, dumb play. I put this on social media. It's like Jason Kidd was coach of this team. I have not seen anything this poor, but Maryland winds up getting the victory.
And the call.
I don't know how they did not overturn that call. You're right. It was a foul.
Yeah. So I thought, going back on it, right, but you can't replay that.
Right.
It looked like he was fouled, and then you're judging 3 different things. Did the ball touch someone's whose hand did it go off of? Did it touch someone's hair? Did it touch someone's finger afterwards? So they decided that there was not enough evidence to overturn it. I didn't think it was 100% clear cut. I was 90% sure that it was going to go the other way.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be West Virginia ball.
Virginia ball.
I thought it should have been. I thought it was a bad call. They showed the view from like in front of the guy where it looked like there was like about a foot gap between him and the ball.
Yeah.
And then they showed the other one from the side where the ball did not move.
Yep.
So like there was no change in rotation on the ball. I don't believe hair should count.
Okay.
You saw clear evidence, you think, that ball? Because I didn't.
About what?
That ball went off of Maryland.
That the Maryland passer was the last one to touch it.
Yeah, you saw that. You thought that was clear?
I thought so. But then again, I was focusing mainly on the shoulder.
I think it probably was last off the Maryland player. I don't think they could say with any certainty.
Wouldn't it be awesome if we could just get a sensor on the ball to see as it travels, if it lights up, right? You see the replay?
Like a heat map.
A heat map. We always take it to tennis, and the ball's traveling out of bounds, and you just wait to see if it lights up whatsoever if a player makes contact.
Or the ball changes color if another team touches it. There you go. Let's really get into it. I like that. You know,
NBA Jam.
So I thought that was a bad call, but that was a really, really good finish. And then, you know, obviously the upset of the day was Princeton over Arizona.
Pella Larson the rebound. The horn is going to sound. The Princeton Magic is alive and well. The Princeton Tigers upset Arizona. 15 over a 2. 59-55 is the final score. The Tigers will advance to the second round.
Jason Garrett.
Yeah, baby. Mitch Henderson's the coach there. He was on that Princeton team that beat UCLA when UCLA was the defending champs in '96. This brought back so many memories. I grew up in Princeton. I went to their basketball camp. I love the back door.
Whoa.
It's just.
I bet you do.
I do. It's.
Was that Pete Carell?
Pete Carell, yeah.
Princeton offense?
The offense we ran in high school. It was so boring to run, but it was so fun because, I mean, it was like you could.
It was so boring but so fun.
It was fun because you were like.
Was that your pervy coach that installed that system?
Yes.
Out the
wow.
backdoor
It
cuts.
was the Purdy coach installed the back door. He absolutely did. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed playing with it. It was just boring because you were just kind of sitting there with the basketball with no shot clock. But it's brought back some memories, man. This was a lot of fun to watch this game.
All right,
I don't know what happens now. They got Missouri, I think.
All right, Roberto, take us through your Arizona experience.
You know, when I first started texting you guys, I was texting it more in the sense of like, isn't this so stupid that Princeton kept this game close? Like, surely Arizona's going to finish this and win, but it's dumb that they've kept it this close. And then as it continued to progress in the final minute, it became very real that, oh no, Arizona's going to completely blow this. And as soon as
Someone's dying.
As soon as I tweeted, I'm dying. I am dying. As soon as I tweeted out that Arizona lost and I had them in the Final Four, and I got inundated. And Chop, this was not in your notes, so I don't know if you agree with this, but I got inundated with people that went, Arizona, historic underachiever, historic, breaks your heart in the tournament, should have known better, dummy. Screw Lute Olson, screw Mike Bibby, John McCain, you're awful. Arizona, the whole state, I want nothing to do with you.
There's a lot of that. I mean, them and Kansas have always disappointed until, Kansas.
And Virginia now, yeah.
And now Virginia. But didn't Arizona lose to Santa Clara, like with Steve Nash? That was Arizona.
Ooh, was that an Arizona team?
I think it was Arizona. They've always had these kind of games. They've had their runs. They've definitely had their runs of success, but they were always that team from out west that just kind of disappointed you in the first.
I think
round.
the whole reason I picked them is I think when I was researching, I think I saw they were 9-1 against the top 25 this year. So I was like, oh, they play up to big competition. All right.
That's the problem. You did your own research. If you listen to the RJ Choppy cheat sheet, I was not going to advance Arizona. Why? Because they were on the wrong side of the clock.
They have their own time zone though. They don't have West Coast time zone. That's why I picked them.
Well,
but they are. They're still in the mountain.
I put them in the other time zone. I'm like, if you play on the left side of it, you're out. You're not going very, very far. So I don't think I had them too far, but that was the biggest loss of the day for the morning show.
Yeah,
Bobby,
basically anything west of Amarillo doesn't win.
What is that? I mean, that's the worst single loss, but did I have the worst collection of losses? Because I feel like 3 Elite Eight teams is worse.
Oh, yeah, I definitely had the worst collection of losses. There's no doubt about it. I had 3 Elite Eights gone.
Who'd you lose?
Oral Roberts,
A&M,
and Arizona. Yeah, I bet on Oral. I thought
you thought you were gonna get good Oral. You got bad Oral.
I should have gone back door.
I should have gone
instead of Oral.
Yeah, you should have bet. You should have bet on the back door over the Oral.
I did. I know.
Yes.
What a mistake. What a mistake.
Do you feel? Are you panicked, RJ? You're in the worst position right now after day one?
I'm in such a bad position because I went and looked. Most of us from here on out have basically the same teams.
Oh, really?
Basically, you get to the Final Four. Bobby has a little bit different of a Final Four. In fact, me and Bobby don't have any of the same Final Four teams at all.
Ooh, that's interesting.
So that's very interesting.
That's what you need.
Yeah, because then that means one of us is definitely the intern for the day.
The rest of it, Peyton and I have, we share 2 Final Four teams, and we share the same champion. With you and me, we share 1 Final Four and the same champion. So there's the difference. The only difference is the Final Four. The rest of it, to get there, we're all pretty close to the same.
It'll be a wash, basically, at that point.
Who did not pick Alabama to win it all?
I did not.
Who did you pick?
Texas.
So what was your feeling? Were you on edge last night as you were waiting for this game and a potential matchup with the Aggies?
The Texas Longhorns, winners of the Big 12 tournament, have stormed into Des Moines and taken out Colgate. 81-61 the final score. Texas is moving on to the round of 32.
Let's slow down with stormed into Iowa and took out 15 seed Colgate, who had it under double digits with 5 minutes left. So
were you freaking out at all?
I had learned my lesson earlier in the day from Arizona that 9-point lead with 6 minutes left. I was like, well, I don't feel great about this. And Marcus Carr did not play very well and turned the ball over a ton. And so for me, that was where I was a little uneasy. But then they came out of that timeout after they called the timeout when they cut it to 9 and they finished them off. And so, but there were some runs there where they played poor basketball, where they would get up by 15, 16, and then Colgate would cut it to 7. And so was a little worried. Basically, my PTSD from Arizona.
Yesterday was just such a reminder how freaking this thing is it's so great.
Yeah,
It's amazing. I'm comparing the effort level. Like, RJ's always liked college basketball more than the NBA, and I've been totally opposite because the quality of play and lack of scoring at times, I'm like, I don't care.
Brutal.
But the effort level now, like, really jumps out and makes me like college basketball more when you watch the crap that goes on in the NBA. Obviously, the elimination type setup. I was trying to think of a way to incorporate this in the NBA. It's never going to happen because of revenue and all that. But man, if you could sit here and do this at like
a single elimination tournament in the middle of the season,
and you're done, like you're done. And I was trying to factor that into salaries and having guys play more and get rid of this back-to-back garbage. Like, you're out, or you stagger it like once a month. You do this, and you're just done for the whole year. You get regulation. Is that what they call it in soccer?
Relegation.
You get relegation. You get do or die. It'll be increased effort. You put their money at stake. I just wish there was some way to incorporate it because I love this crap. I don't give a rip about 1 second of college basketball during the regular season. I don't care. But when you set up stakes and you flash to the crowd and the people breaking down and the big shots and the bench reactions and Kevin Harlan, it's awesome. It never disappoints.
And you left out Jim Nance too. Jim Nance, great part of that. I do want to quickly complain before we go. Charleston screwed me, but it wasn't just Charleston against San Diego State. That was my 12 seed I had winning. It was that awful foul call on the three-pointer with it being a 3-point game with 30 seconds left.
He touched him. It was a foul.
No, that was not a foul. Where they didn't touch him on the shot. They said it was the follow-through and not give him enough room to land, but he barely touched him. Should not have been a foul. Charleston should have gotten a shot.
So, and real, real quick to that point, there are some of these plays, and this is what's weird about this. Like that play in the Virginia-Furman game. That only happens in March. Like that play does not happen in a regular season college basketball game in January.
This is March.
It just could. Well, I don't know.
I think that you're romanticizing that
for sure. But like
we had like 4 buzzer beaters one Saturday morning that we came in and talked about.
Yeah, you have buzzer beaters. Yeah, you have buzzer beaters and such. But like the random turnovers and then this wild play, the half court heaves.
But that's nothing but romanticizing.
Maybe. But I'm a romantic.
There you go.
That's why I like the Revolutionary War.
Deion's socks, Dan Orlovsky's towel, and Paul Pierce's poop. Next on the Fan. But look, starting from my first line here is supposed to be starting from a foundation of mutual respect. I got to do a different line after that tease. Trajan Wealth. They have a fee-based model, no surprise charges for you, no commission salespeople, no limitations on the products that they can offer. They focus on your specific situation financially. The Trajan Wealth team wants to meet with you to assess your evolving financial goals. Give them a call today. There was a period of time in this room with certain members of the station, we would all log into the 401ks and just hold our breath. You kind of like side-eye it. You move away from the computer or your cell phone. You don't have to have that feeling anymore, even in the current economic times that we're living in, if you become a member of Trajan Wealth. TRAJAN Wealth.com. They have offices. Set up your appointment today for next week in Frisco, Arlington, or Southlake. Tell them Sean for the Fan sent you and that you're a Tolo by calling 469-579-3500. 469-579-3500 at Trajan Wealth today. Financial advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Coming up in the next G.
Headlines at 7, our final Dave Matthews ticket giveaway of the week, 7:20 during the Expressway. Just in case you didn't know, KNC will be at RJ Duke Sports today, 400 North Central Expressway in McKinney. All right, so that's going to be KNC, RJ Duke Sports today in McKinney. And tonight, the Get Right, along with the Nosebleeds, Chiafalo and Wolchuk will be watching the games with you from the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth on Boat Club Road.
Ooh.
It's a nice spot, that Eagles Nest.
Yesterday it was blowing up. I saw all the different wings. I saw the 163-inch television as the G-Bag Nation was doing it up, and they're expanding. They're about to double the size out there at the spot of RJ Choppy's pool victory over me. Very impressive pool tournament display that you put on.
Oh, I appreciate that. I'm very good at games that can make me absolutely no money.
All right.
Darts, pool.
Pool can make you some money.
Yeah, I'm not that good, though.
What do you want? Deion socks, Orlovsky towel?
Orlovsky towel. I don't even know what the third one is.
All right, it was Paul Pierce
the
poop.
boys from 105.3.
But I'm glad that you said Orlovsky over a subject I don't care to talk about that much. Let's start with the towel.
Look, I have defended Dan.
Foolishly.
I cannot watch him on TV anymore the same way. That whole experience ruined everything for me. The fake interest look that he gives.
What?
Okay, so like the cameras, he spins around as they're talking and looks at everyone like this.
Does this a lot.
Yeah, I'm so interested in what you're saying.
Begins every sentence with,
So, I have defended this man. I feel like I have to change that. I may be out on Dan Orlovsky. He put on the Twitters because he was responding to a Marlon Humphrey tweet. Now, Marlon said, I want to be able to shower and then have a full body blower drive me off. Boom, no towel.
Hey, now.
How has someone not created this? And then he also responded and said, does anyone really like towels? And Dan goes, question is, how many times do you use a towel post-shower till you throw it in the laundry? I'm 30 times or so till it goes in.
30?
30.
3-0 on the towel?
30. And then
he's got to use the towel 30 times a day. He has to shower after every segment where he lies.
Now, Marlon said 30 times with a laughing emoji. I honestly don't know, but not that many.
Oh, my God.
To which
That's gross.
Dan Orlovsky responded and said, 100%. Most days I shower 2 times a day, and I probably throw my towel in the laundry every 2 weeks. So that's 25 to 30 showers per towel. I don't know if Dan's aware of how long.
Hang on a second. Let's do the math. Is he saying 30 days or 30 showers?
He's saying 30 showers.
30 showers. Okay.
So
how many a day is he taking?
2.
He says 2 a day. So he throws it in the laundry every 2 weeks. So that's 28.
Yeah.
Right? It's 28 showers. Still.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Still, the amount of bacteria that has to be on that towel. This is, without question, one of the most repulsive things I've ever seen. This is hideous. Like 3 days and my towel smells like mildew. I could smell a difference after 3 days.
Yes.
And when I was with my parents, I mean, I just assumed my mom did laundry every day. I threw that towel right in the laundry. I use it right in the laundry. Yeah. I treated her like a housekeeper. Okay.
And still do.
On my own, when I do laundry at my house, it's just 3 days, whatever, 4 days maybe. But you do the smell test on it.
Yes.
That's the first thing you do, the smell test.
First thing.
And I'm sorry. I know it's clean. But you can only dry your butt off 3 times before it's just too dirty down
And
there.
if you're showering twice a day, I'm not grabbing that towel for the second time if it's wet. If it's like damp.
Yeah?
And that's what he's saying. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't mind the damp towel. Whatever.
What's
it's
the
gonna
point?
It's going to get wet anyway, I guess. But
no, you wanted to put it on your body dry.
You can't dry off if it's already wet.
No, but I'm blow drying now, baby.
That's true.
I'm blow drying now. Cool setting on that blow dryer.
He's got a lot of weird takes. His food takes are horrific.
Yeah.
And now this one.
His quarterback takes, not even mentioning those. His flat lies consistently.
Yeah.
his religious grandstanding.
Whoa.
Wow.
You know.
Berto. All right. So there's Dan Orlovsky with the towel. How many times, y'all, before the reuse, before the second one, before you throw it out, before you put it in the hamper? 877-881-1053. Just light up the fan text with a number. Our number, I would say 3. 3 showers, new towel, maybe 4.
1.
1 and done.
1 and it gets washed. And it drives Krista nuts because she thinks it should be 2 uses and then in the laundry. But I'm 1 and then it's done.
Now, my dad has always had 2 towels. He's got the
hair towel.
He's got the face and hair towel.
1 for the plug and 1 for the load of laundry.
And then
Kevin Gates.
And then he's got the body towel, which makes sense. You don't use the whole. I use 1 towel, but if you think about it, it is kind of gross and disgusting, right?
Mm-hmm.
All the cracks and the crevices. Yeah, they're gonna get rubbed on. What if someone like marked their towel? Like you do a halfway point.
Oh, what are you talking about here?
You mark the towel like this is the bottom half and this for the top half. Just use 2 towels. My dad gets a towel, dry his face, dry his hair, and then the second one is the body towel. Right? That makes sense.
That's very clean.
Sure. I don't mind doing that. Now, does he recycle those 2? Like, does he use them again, or does he wash?
I have no idea. My dad, he probably, I don't know. I'd have to ask my mom.
Does your dad know how to turn the washer on?
That's the thing.
Does he know?
That's the thing. I gotta ask my mom, like, what his recycle use is.
We got 469 1 week or 6 to 7 showers. 903 2 uses. 469 2 uses. 972 2 showers. Can't be same day because of dampness.
Yep.
214 30 showers.
That's
Goodness. 903 5. 214 6. A lot of 3 to 4 days in here.
That's it. It's 5 days tops.
Pepe.
So I have 2 towels.
No, I like it.
I do go 7 days though. 7 showers. 7 days. And but I've never had like mildew or anything. I think it's fine.
How many? I guarantee you, Ryan's is less than 7. Ryan, how many?
What he says about a week.
A week.
Wow.
Okay. I thought Ryan was cleaner than that.
This era of children.
Very dirty. Oh, no, not my kid. My kids take a shower. They just leave the towel where it sits on the carpet. Doesn't matter where it is. Then, someone's got to go get it.
Now, aren't you clean, though, when you use the towel, though? So how does it, after...
It gets mildewy.
That's the thing. It's mildewy to me.
I'm not assuming that your rear end is still like...
Oh, I scrub it.
Yeah, I scrub it.
I bet you do, Peyton.
That bar of soap gets put into use.
Bar of soap?
Yeah, I'm starting to think about the loofah.
Whoa, wait.
I'm starting to think about
We've already had this conversation about bar of soap.
No, but hold on. Are you bar of soap to the hand and then application, or are you saying you bar of soap directly there?
That's a good question.
You know what you do. Don't lie.
Exactly what
I think it's direct. Yeah.
Oh, don't ever use the soap at Peyton's house if we go over there. That's disgusting.
Well, it's soap, though. It cleans itself.
No, it doesn't.
You got to get yourself a loofah, some body wash, sandalwood scent, whatever.
How's Peyton single? I don't get it.
Well, how many people? Okay,
Jack.
we're going to have to do this
now? I don't
now?
tell them that part.
So were you assuming that Peyton rubs the soap on the right hand and then takes the hand to the rear end?
I figured must have done that. That's better than the soap directly there.
Is it?
Yes.
Then you got to think about his fingernails and his hands and
I'll go washcloth.
Ask how many people, all right, with no washcloth and no loofah, are y'all taking the soap directly to the butt crack, or is it the soap on your hand and you're taking the hand to the crack?
Mix of water and soap.
If I've been
soap or hands?
If I've been without a washcloth before, you crank up the hot water, you apply soap to both hands, you use one to wash, and then you come up and wash off that hand. That's what you do.
Yeah, I haven't used. Outside. When I'm in a hotel, that's
washcloth. I feel like I'm like 6. I feel like I should have a rubber ducky in the back.
The washcloth. The only time I use a washcloth is in a hotel. If they don't provide, like if I forget a loofah. But a lot of these hotels now have body wash in there. Have you noticed that? They had body wash, the 3 things, the 3 tubes, and then...
All right.
I'm always so thrown off by the 3 different soaps they tell me are in there. This is your face soap. I'm like, which one do I use in the shower?
It's really not that hard.
No, I don't know which
one. I'll explain it for you. One says shampoo, one says conditioner, and one says body wash.
The ones that don't say body wash, though, I'm talking about the ones where they just give you bars and they have there's none in the shower, and you come out and there are 3 soap bars there, and they are described as different things.
Just pick one.
All right, do we take this then to Paul Pierce or Deion Sanders? What's the more natural segue?
We did just talk about butts.
We did.
Yeah, so
right,
that's Paul Pierce, I guess.
Let's talk about Paul Pierce. Set this up. He was with Jaylen Brown and Kevin Garnett.
Yes, and they were doing this sort of video, this podcast, videocast, vodcast, and Brown asked him, what really happened with you getting wheeled off in a wheelchair in the NBA Finals?
I want to know what happened when it was the playoffs when you had to get in the wheelchair. You had to come.
I sprained my MCL.
It was your MCL?
It was my MCL, yeah. I don't believe all them rumors. I had to go to the bathroom.
What rumors?
You was there. What happened there?
I don't know. I'm asking what rumors you talking about.
Everybody talking about I had to take a shit. Get the out of here.
You sprained your MCL?
Yeah, I turned my MCL, dog. You act like you can't play on the MCL? You ain't never did that?
Oh, Lord, I'm asking you what were you talking
about? I told it. I just everybody know this, but now that we got social media and everybody make their own narrative. So I sprained my MCL. What you think I'm holding my knee for? Come on, dog. You gonna make me put hands up in a minute, dog.
Hey, man, we go right in the bathroom and get some town business right quick. You know what I'm saying?
Man, so they aren't buying it. They are not buying Paul Pierce's explanation. The rumor is that he had an accident on the floor. He trusted one that should not have been trusted, and they were wearing their white home jerseys, and you could see it very clearly. It was like me at the gym the other day with my hemorrhoid.
Gross. This is him flip-flopping again, because in 2019 he told ESPN, he was on set, he said, I have a confession to make. I just had to go to the bathroom. That was the exact quote he gave them as to why he left the floor in a wheelchair. So he didn't specify whether he actually had the accident, but he did say it was bathroom related and not his knee.
Give me the one word to describe Paul Pierce's personality. It's not a positive one for me. I'm trying to come up with a negative one.
Defensive.
Defensive, okay.
Ooh, that's a really good word.
Thank you. It's a very PTI question.
Man, one word.
Do you agree it's not, no one loves Paul Pierce outside of Boston.
Loser.
Oh,
No, I mean, honestly, he's got the mentality of somebody who never made it and who lost all the time, and he didn't. And it's like, dude, you won your title. Why are you being weird?
He was crapping on Richard Jefferson the other day. Richard Jefferson responding online. All right, let's get to headlines, and then our Dave Matthews ticket giveaway is coming up at 7:20. We will recap all the madness from day one. Stefan Gilmore speaks about being a Cowboy. Mavs, Lakers tonight, and Troy Aikman on how much the Cowboys will miss Zeke Elliott. Next on The Fan. But look, it's the same exact message every single Friday from the Tolo team of attorneys, Frankel and Frankel. Mark, Scott, and Gene want you to have a great but safe weekend. Don't be the distracted driver causing an accident. Don't be the drunk driver tonight or tomorrow. But if you or a loved one were the victim of a car or truck accident involving a driver under the influence of alcohol, illegal or prescription drugs, marijuana, there's a greater likelihood that punitive damages are going to be imposed, which can increase the value of your claim. During an investigation of a DUI or DWI, often found liability is going to extend beyond just the drunk driver, right? Think about that. How many times you get in an accident, you're just like, give me your insurance and then I'll deal with you. What about the restaurant? What about the bar? What about any other vendor? These are the tricks of the trade that Mark, Scott, and Gene have perfected at Frankel and Frankel. The number is 214, all threes. 214-333-3333. Have a great and safe weekend from Frankel and Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
The latest from the Star. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thank you, announcer man. Those are the people on the show. This is the Friday edition, and we have a Dave Matthews ticket giveaway, final one of the week during the Expressway starting at 7:20. Yesterday, at a fancy function, Troy Aikman was giving his thoughts on the Cowboys' release of Ezekiel Elliott and how he thinks the team may miss 21.
Yeah, those decisions, and Jerry commented on it, it's hard. And these players, their time, now he's not retiring, but it seems like just a couple of years ago he joined the team. You know, I remember when he came in as a rookie and all the expectations of what he might do. I'm a big fan of Zeke's, and I think that regardless of whatever anyone's opinion is of him as far as what he was able to do as a running back, I think they're going to really miss one of their real core players in that locker room. And I always felt when I was playing that there are guys that you just don't replace, and they have a big impact regardless of whatever they're doing on the field. with the continuity and the success of the football team. And I really believe that Zeke is one of those guys. And I'm not alone. I think the Cowboys understand that as well. I think that's what made this decision so gut-wrenching.
Was he a top 3 leader in the locker room voice? How would you describe it with and without the media, Bobby? You were in there every day. And who do you think possibly replaces that role?
He was. It's tough. So in terms of being
he's
vocal,
always aloof when we were in there.
Being vocal and leading and things like that, he is not. But in terms of setting an example for practicing hard and taking that seriously and playing through pain and setting that sort of an example, he was near the top. Now, when you're talking about vocally holding guys accountable, the guys that everybody just kind of shut down and stop and listen to, that's going to be more Dak. That's going to be J-Ron Curse. Zeke is more the leader in the way that Donovan Wilson is. Like, he sets a physical tone and shows guys good practice habits.
Leadership aside, I'm sure that Zeke had his area of the team that really, really looked up to him. I don't think there's any doubt in that. At least, from like Zeke in the NFL world, people are like, man, like that guy, that dude was the guy for a couple of years. He just isn't that player anymore. You can't manage, you can't general manage with your heart.
Yep.
You just can't. You've got to do it. You've got to be proactive about when guys get old. They were not with Zeke. They were not proactive about him getting older. They waited too long.
New Cowboys Stefan Gilmore on how much fun it'll be teaming up with Trayvon Diggs and making that quarterback pick between one side or the other.
It's going to be fun, when the season get here. They got to throw it somewhere. So one of us is going to get tested. Just got to be able to make the play when they come our way. So hopefully we can make plays, and they got to throw it. So one of us will be making plays. So I'm just looking forward to, knowing that the ball coming to someone and being ready to be in a position to make the play.
Bet the over on Trayvon Diggs interceptions next year, because I think reputation across the league, teams are going to challenge Diggs more than they are Gilmore. He's right. They are going to throw one way. But I think that you're going to have teams trying to test Diggs more than Gilmore.
Wow.
I think Diggs is a better player at this point in his career. Gilmore did have a nice bounce back year. And when Gilmore's in man coverage, he is still one of the best, savviest, smart, high IQ corners in the league. And so I think the guys will go, there's going to be less separation on a snap-by-snap basis going to Gilmore than there will be Diggs.
By the way, Jalen Ramsey was asked by the Miami media about a drop in play, and he said, just go watch the tape. Ramsey allowed the second most touchdowns as the nearest defender in the NFL last year. But he matched his career high with 4 picks. He's 28. He said, watch the tape. You don't become this successful without actually doing good things on that field and having the respect from your peers in the media. But people are going to talk. Once we get out on the field, we'll see. And he pronounced himself and Xavier Howard as the new best cornerback tandem in the National Football League.
Really?
Interesting.
Michael Lombardi was saying that people were running by Xavier Howard last year. When we were talking about, he was kind of crapping on Bobby Wagner when he was on with us. He didn't seem in love with Jalen Ramsey, but it sounds like both of them have definitely lost a step.
Ramsey and Howard are not the same players they once were.
Right.
If we're going based off just reputation, like we just talked about with Gilmore, they absolutely would be 2 of the more prominent players. But I think what you're looking at this point is 2 guys who are still good, but are vulnerable. And so I would take Dallas's tandem right now over Miami's. I would take Diggs.
Really?
I'd take Diggs and Gilmore over Howard and Ramsey.
Because Ramsey's the worst of the 4?
I think Howard is not as good as Ramsey anymore. Like, I think Howard's
the worst of the 4?
Yeah,
Howard would be the. I would probably go Diggs, Gilmore, Ramsey are right there, I think, still as players.
Man,
and then Howard.
I just have this feeling you're overhyping Stefan Gilmore. You were on G-Bag. Like,
that's going to be below the belt Monday. Below the belt Monday, I'll do a breakdown of Gilmore for you.
Okay, because You were on G-Bag kind of poo-pooing it a little bit, and now you're sitting here saying he's the best of the four, like second of the four.
The only thing I poo-pooed about Gilmore was the idea that should preclude you from potentially taking a corner in the first round. I don't, because it's not a long-term solution.
It should never preclude
He has a year left on his deal, and even though he's playing well.
What a 33-year-old corner.
He's playing. So that's the biggest question is when you head into this year, where's the cliff? Because with corners, it's usually a cliff when they hit an age. They hit an age and then it's dropped.
It is.
And you're not. And so he's good now, but he's at an age where it's like it's unpredictable. He could drop next year.
We are seeing the market for the veteran corner be like this, where you can get these guys really, really cheap. But last year Gilmore had better rates of completion percentage, yards per target, and yards per reception than Slay and Humphrey and Ramsey and Gardner Johnson and Jair Alexander. So I don't think he's a bad player. I think he's a pretty decent player. I think he's got great value at this point in his career.
Jalen Carter pled no contest to misdemeanor charges of reckless driving and racing. Sentenced to 12 months of probation, $1,000 fine, 80 hours of community service, and a state-approved defensive driving course. So that's the end of that legal saga for Jalen Carter.
Until the next one. That's honestly how some people are going to feel about it. Now, does he change it? Does he turn it around? Because there was a point where we said until the next one about Ezekiel Elliott, and it reached a point where it stopped, and he grew up, and he matured. We're still waiting on that for a guy with Kelvin Joseph, for instance.
In case you went to sleep early last night, can't get it in football. Got to wait for a while. You're not going to get the Longhorns Aggie matchup in basketball either.
And the Penn State Nittany Lions, for the first time since 2001, have an NCAA tournament win. They douse Texas A&M 76-59, and the Nittany Lions will face the Longhorns on Saturday in Des Moines.
Aggies out. Longhorns win. Furman stuns Virginia. Princeton, a 15-2 upset of Arizona. Kobe Brown went crazy for Missouri, scoring 12 straight for them. I was having a lot of Missouri-Michigan State anxiety with my bracket yesterday. Brandon Miller went scoreless. 0-0 for Alabama. They still ended up winning in a blowout. Where do things sit amongst the morning show bracket?
All right. I had some poor calculations here because I can't add. You are in sole possession of first place, Sean. The College Basketball Insider.
Every year.
Every year.
For charity.
Every year. Sean's got 12. Peyton and Bobby have 11. And I have 10. Now, Bobby is the only one that has lost the Final Four team. He lost to Arizona. Dumb pick. Horrible pick. One of the worst picks ever. All three of you guys have one Elite Eight team that is down. That's all Arizona. I am also shy. Two more. I lost A&M and I lost Oral Roberts.
Terrible pick. Awful pick.
One of the worst picks I've ever. Never should have picked Oral. But I did. Had them beating Duke. Had them beating Tennessee. Had them going to the Elite Eight. Had them beating Purdue, I think, too.
Yeah, now I have I lost a Final Four team, but in terms of potential points, I've only been able to add up mine and Chop so far. The most I can still win total up on points in our bracket is 104. The most Choppy can put up is 97. So he did do more long-term damage to his bracket than I did.
I did a lot of long-term damage.
How'd you do with your, so I assume your money bets, were they bad?
Well, I won the Louisiana-Tennessee game, but Louisiana was an 11.5-point dog. That was easy money. I lost the Duke game. I won Furman, Virginia. I lost the A&M game. And I won one other game. What was it? I think it was San Diego State. They won that one.
So today, starting at 11:15, USC, Michigan State, Kennesaw State, Xavier, Santa Barbara, Baylor, VCU, St. Mary's, Vermont, Marquette, Pittsburgh, Iowa State, NC State, Creighton, Iona, UConn, Fairleigh, Purdue. Then you get the night matchups. Peyton, were you glued to all this yesterday?
Yeah, I was. I did end up still taking my nap, though, midday, around 1:30. I took a 2-hour nap, woke up, and Furman had won, so I was a little upset.
And your big win, your big loss or best pick yesterday was what?
My best pick, I mean, I guess right now it's Texas because they don't get A&M next round. Houston looked really bad last night. I mean,
how about the decision and the injury?
Oh, for Sasser? See, so Sasser for Houston, he's one of the best scorers of the country, one of the best players of the country.
Gerald Sasser, great player.
I don't think it's true. It's Marcus. And he got hurt in the conference tournament, or tournament, as they say this time of year. The only time of year people pronounce it the tournament. But he got hurt, groin. And they decided to rush him back and play him in this game, which I didn't understand. It's like, guys, you didn't need him to beat the 16 seed. What you need him to do is beat Auburn tomorrow. Which, sidebar, how is Houston getting so screwed? They're having to play Auburn in Birmingham. It's 2 hours from campus.
That injury decision, though, made me feel better about not picking the armpit to win it all. Because now their leading score is compromised.
Very compromised.
Oh.
Now, he says he'll be able to go on tomorrow, but I don't know.
But if he's limited and that costs Houston, that almost rules Choppy out, I think, of winning the bracket.
Right,
if
I've
they
got
get
them
knocked out. Because I've got them getting bounced in the Sweet 16. So if I can get them out in 32, I'd be thrilled.
You're thrilled. I'm just prepared. I'm going to be working for Spittle and Tim, getting papers, filing TPS reports.
Going to buy his
Whole Foods
lunch. $25 lunch.
I am gonna have a unique knowledge of gluten-free by the end of that day.
Yeah, if you've ever wanted RJ Choppy to sign a picture, he will be at the Whole Foods salad bar on a Tuesday 2 weeks from now.
But you're off by 4.
Where? Oh, another shot fired at the boss's hours. He's been listening for 2 hours now. And our body language feeling from Roberto and myself, it sounds like he legitimately does not like this bet. We did not clear this with them to sit in their office all day long. Spittle does not sound too thrilled with this.
No,
right?
No, he made mention in text and then on Twitter yesterday said, as I said, he gave us a per my last email. As I said in my text, how do we win here? But again, it's not about us winning. It's about us having to do extra work.
Yeah.
I would
making us your biznotches.
I would think Gavin and Tim would love that. They're getting extra work out of us for free.
Yeah.
It's great.
Sitting on the other
shows.
Exactly.
And,
Gavin's terrified I'm going to win, and I'm going to take my Adderall that day and just not stop talking his ear off while he's trying to work.
Yeah, he's dreading that Bobby loses this thing. He is rooting for anyone else.
He was more upset Arizona lost than I was.
The Stars lose to the Oilers 4-1, going up against Connor McDavid and company. And are we going to get Luke and Kyrie back tonight? Mavs in L.A. to take on the Lakers. The return of Anthony Davis, who was healthy, at 9:30. Headlines here on DFW Sports Station. We have our final Dave Matthews ticket giveaway of the week. And is Kyrie Irving actually working in our lobby? Life with TJ. Next.
Let's get you over to QC.
Brock, wall forward.
Holy shit, it's TJ, the security guard.
Go make that money and make it largely.
TJ, what is your background like ethnicity-wise?
Computers and security.
Every time.
Best intro we have.
Let's go.
Make it largely. That's so great.
Make it large.
Yeah, that should be a Sean and RJ shirt in the merch store.
Make it largely.
Make it largely.
Bigly.
I think I want to hear it again. Play the intro one more time. I think G-Bag was playing this the other day because everybody knows and loves TJ, the security guard downstairs.
Holy shit, it's TJ, the security guard.
Go make that money and make it largely.
TJ, what is your background like ethnicity-wise?
Computers and security.
And I said ethnicity, too. Make it and make it large. I heard Joe Buck in the beginning. That sounded like Dr. Evil in the middle.
Yeah.
Make it largely.
And you guys said, thank you, TJ, that's all. You know, like you made him sound like he was right.
That was it. That's exactly what we wanted.
All right, Pepe, what are we up to this week discussing life with TJ downstairs?
Well, apparently he's been, last week he heard the segment. He was in the car and heard us talk about him and play his audio and stuff. And then he got feedback from people just walking the building and said, hey, I was listening to the fan. I heard it. Great stuff. So he's getting some positive feedback, which thank goodness, because we need him to keep doing this.
He gave us some tournament picks as we were walking out. He said
Kansas, right? He said Kansas.
No, Bama was one. Oh, Kansas. Bama and Kansas.
Bama and Kansas.
So far, TJ's looking good.
So far. 1-0.
So far, so good. All right. Go ahead, Peyton.
So in this first part, it's about 2 minutes long. I had to ask him about conspiracy theories. You know, which one does he believe in? And I just left the question open. I said, conspiracy theories, which one do you think is right or what? And just go off on it. And this is what he had to say.
All right, guys, another day, another dollar. I'm here with TJ, the security guard. Now, TJ, you told me a couple days ago you actually heard your own segment driving into the station. How did that make you feel? Were you happy with the results and the feedback you got from the guys?
Yes, I loved it. It was wonderful feedback from everyone. And everybody asked me if I was the guy talking on the radio station. I said yes, and I was very pleased.
Now, TJ, I got to know. You're obviously, it seems like you're here at the station for 10, 12 hours a day sometimes. I want to know what a normal day is for you. From the moment you wake up, at what time, to when you go to sleep. What is a normal day for TJ?
A normal day for TJ is get up at 4 a.m. every day, get the newspaper, have a cup of coffee, read the paper, and turn on the TV, check out the news for the weather, and see how it's going. And then I usually get in bed by midnight.
Midnight, okay. Now, conspiracy theories are something.
Hang on. That dude's operating on 4 hours of sleep.
It's like a Jerry Jones schedule.
And he's protecting this building. This guy's falling asleep. When's his nap? What time of the shift is his nap?
He has more energy than all of us. So, I don't know. There's something in that coffee.
Yeah, it's 4 out, 12 to 4. Gets up. How many people in the world still get the paper, drink their coffee while reading the newspaper?
TJ.
He's the only guy.
Probably TJ and Jerry.
TJ and Jerry. You're right. That's it.
Midnight, okay. Now, conspiracy theories are something a lot of people like to discuss. You know, the flat Earth, the moon landing. What's one conspiracy theory that you believe in?
I believe that the moon landing would be one, for the reason being that they had a lot of the entertainment business, such as setting up the studios and everything. They could have done that back then because they didn't know nothing about what was on the moon. They had no idea. It's news. It's far. We've never been there before. It could be one scandal that could have happened. But you're going to have to bring me a piece of something to prove to me that was the actual moon.
So you don't think we were actually on the moon?
I think there's a possibility, but since it happened in that year, there's a lot of negativity toward that landing. For the reason being, it could have been in a Hollywood setup.
Did he say because we're far? He said, we're far from the moon.
We are. That's factually correct.
Did you know you could fit every planet in the solar system between us and the moon?
I did not, but I didn't care about that.
You know what I'm noticing here is that TJ is rubbing off on Peyton, though. Like, just with his intro. Hey, guys, another day, another dollar. Peyton here.
That was pretty good, wasn't it?
Are you matching his energy? Are you starting to talk in advertising slogans?
Let's TJ's a flat earther. Okay, let's cut to the chase.
I guarantee you Kyrie would rather walk in this building and talk to TJ than any of us.
What a conversation that would be.
Guaranteed.
Oh, my God.
He would love it. Kyrie would love. Maybe that's the key to get him booked for an interview. We tell him TJ's with us.
We get TJ out there. A comparison just popped in my mind, but people will say I'm being insensitive. You know who I was talking about?
No, I don't, but I want to hear it.
Yeah, now I got to hear it.
I'm just going to say the role. I'm not going to say the person. We make TJ like we get him credentialed and go out to the Mavs. And like he's in a press conference and he asks like one question at these pressers like before the game, after the game. Are you trying to think of the comparison now?
I think is it Mavericks?
No, it's late night TV.
Oh, okay.
Like they're stuck.
Oh, yeah, okay. I know who you're talking about now.
It's Guillermo. You know what I mean? Oh, I know. You don't have any idea who Guillermo is?
Yeah, I know Guillermo. I know.
He'd be great in that role.
He'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
He goes out and asks the question, like one question per day. Whose station credential could we yank and put to better use? Carter Freeman? He don't need it.
I don't think he has a credential.
Oh, okay. Who else has one? Austin York? Let's get his. Let's just
have him do some stringer work for KRLD.
Let's go ahead and get that. Get
Give him fishes. He doesn't go to the games anyway.
Get TJ,
gentlemen.
Get TJ out there for one question. Back to life with TJ.
Okay, so part 2 here, another 2-minute clip. This one I had to ask him, hey, if I broke into the building at night, who's stopping me? What are the weak points in this building? Just see if he knew his stuff.
I don't know if I want this
broadcast. He doesn't
like,
give me anything. He doesn't. I don't
shuts
want to
it
ruin
down.
Yeah,
Okay.
he says we're the best in the game.
Yeah.
And then I asked him the simple question: what the favorite part of the one body he likes the most?
Now, TJ, you know this building inside and out. I'm looking at your computer screen. You got security cameras up. TJ, if I was to break into this building at night, where is a weak spot in the building that I could find a loophole through?
There's not a weak spot. Where there's a burglary alarm that we set at night, it'll let you know if anybody comes in the doors. And it'll go off the minute you come in the door. Any door.
Okay, so I'm not breaking it at all.
No, you're not breaking in at all.
All right.
You got 2 guards to watch you, too.
All right, TJ. Now, you're obviously a really nice guy. When was the last time you were mean to someone and had to go off on someone, and what did you say to them?
It was probably 30 years ago.
No, stop.
I buy it.
Yeah, I believe it.
I believe that.
Yeah, I believe it.
I believe it.
He's never had a fight with his wife. Never. Nothing.
Years ago. Is TJ married? Do we know?
That's a good.
TJ's dead.
Have we checked out the ring?
You've spent all this time. Well, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean if you're not wearing one.
I thought you were going to say
generally
that doesn't mean anything.
No,
you hold up your wedding ring and your wife is listening.
I'm saying we clearly know I have not worn it before. I think it's stunning that Peyton, you've spent all this time with him and you don't have this answer. You haven't gotten to know him like that yet.
It's on the question list, but I got to wait for the right time to ask.
Was it just added to the question list this second?
Probably.
Okay. All right, my bad on that. So 30 years ago was the last time TJ, the security guard, was mean to someone.
It was probably 30 years ago when I worked for information technology down here at the outsourcing company right here beside my company at Haskell. It used to be the Leaning Tower Inferno. Remember the elevators that wouldn't go down and they tried to blow them up 3 or 4 times?
What?
It was a homeless man who thought that he could sleep in the elevator closet on the 4th floor. And we told him several times not to sleep in there. And somehow he got into the building. And I'm sure it was on second shift because when I came in, it was 11 o'clock. That's the only time I got on to somebody.
And you told him to just go buy a house. Just go buy a house.
Hey, stop. Wow. I did not. All right, here's the brilliance. Here's the brilliance of Peyton Russell.
Joking, obviously. But.
He is the most unintentionally funny person. So Bobby, I'll take you straight behind the curtain. Bobby tried to tell me this early on. I think it was Sandler too. He's like, "What do you think of Peyton?" And I was like, "I think the personality needs to come out." And they're like, "I think he's really hilarious. I think he's funny." And I was like, "Really?" Like, I'm not getting it. Like, I'm not hearing it. And this man, with the unintentional comedy, he is not meaning to be this offensive.
No,
Peyton's
very offensive.
He's very
offensive.
I think y'all just take offense to it. The rice and beans thing wasn't need to be blown up or anything, but we made that a headline.
He's very naive, very green.
Very naive.
Green. Doesn't know anything about. Basically, he lives in his little rock wall bubble.
Yes.
He knows nothing of the outside world.
I thought the most disturbing part of that clip was going to be that the last time TJ went off on a homeless person. That's shocking. That's more shocking than 30 years ago. He went off on a homeless person.
Man.
Well, they tried to warn him 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, what is he talking about like, yeah, you remember when the buildings were blowing up with...
was it the Leaning Tower over here? Was it not that?
No, he's talking about 30 years ago. That was a Leaning
That was like
Tower.
2 years ago.
Yeah,
So if it's 30 years ago, what age do we think he is?
Someone will text us, 877-881-1053. But then Peyton off the top rope.
How old? That's a good question. He just said, how old do you think? How old is TJ? Do we know that?
If he was working 30 years ago, that means he had to have been probably 20.
Mid-50s, early 60s,
I would
guess.
Something like that. Yeah.
So Peyton, then let's...
Anywhere between 50 and 75.
I'm setting the over-under at 59.5.
Let's start that clip again with Peyton one-upping everybody off the top rope.
And you told him to just go buy a house. Just go buy a house.
To go, or I'd call 911 and get him in trouble.
Last one here, TJ. Now, last week I asked you to play Kiss, Marry, Kill with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. You were very respectful, said, hey, you roll with the women. You know, you don't roll like that. Your favorite part of a woman is what?
Would have to be their eyes. Would have to be their eyes.
And why is that?
The reason being is that it's a truthful eyesight, and it usually shines at a certain point, depending on how nice you are. And that's the given point for me.
There we go. That's where my dating advice is coming from.
What a sweet man.
You should. Next time you talk to TJ, roll through your text messages and be like, what is your assessment of how I did here?
Don't let him read your text. Not the ones that we're all on.
No. But
So
your
Bobby
text to her, not to me.
Yeah.
Not mine that would get me canceled.
Get dating advice, where you think you've gone wrong.
Well, last week he did say wait until the 3rd date to get the phone number. So there's a star, which I don't agree with that one.
We told you. We told you. You got it unnecessarily.
And then you got to ask him about his wife if he is married.
We don't know. Can't assume. Can't assume marriage.
Can't assume. Okay, when we were talking about most attractive feature of a woman in the commercial break, you said eyes. Were you guessing TJ's answer or were you answering eyes?
No, I was guessing TJ's answer.
Oh, okay. I was like, Choppy, that's a soft answer from you.
I mean, look, I depends on. I love a girl's eyes, especially how she's looking at you. You could tell so much: seductive, dirty, naughty.
Yeah,
sad.
I like a good pair on a girl.
Yeah, absolutely. So I love a good set of eyes, but no, that wouldn't be my number one. I don't think.
Life with TJ. Do we know what TJ stands for? So many things.
Tommy John.
Tommy John. Hey, 877-881-1053.
Where would the eyes rank for you, Sean? Like, how far down the list do you get? You get it to at least 4, obviously. But where after that?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3. I guess I'd put it at 4.
That's the highest it can go is 4, clearly. But
it's top 3, I think, for me. Yeah, probably 3.
Interesting.
Anyone want to unveil their orders?
The dimples on the lower back are great. If you get some dimples there.
What? The dimples on the lower back?
Oh, yeah.
Choppy used to judge girls by...
Oh, yeah. You put your thumb together with your...
thigh gap.
No, not thigh gap. Not thigh gap. You put your thumb together and you extend your pinkies and her rear end has to fit through there.
Oh, my God.
Okay, right there.
I'm going to try that next time.
Try it.
His next day he's going to go turn around.
New bet loss if Peyton finishes in last
He's got to walk around to the bar and just go like this.
Got to walk around to the bar. We video him. Going like
small back
and
here.
if the girl's personality, like her personality, you can maneuver. This is not the scale.
Shut up.
So there is a scale. How many?
So like, if you really like her and you want to give her, no, you have to keep your thumb together. But if she's like really
you can
cool,
bend the
you
pinkies.
just keep bending the pinky out to the point where it's like infinity and it just keeps going.
But this right here, as I'm holding up, basically hook 'em horns or whatever. Like this right here, basically would be the best possible personality.
Yeah, she's the coolest girl in the world.
I gotcha. And then who is this?
That's a girl who's a stick in the mud. She's a terrible human.
That's Karen.
That's a terrible human.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Life with TJ. Well done, Peyton. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt here on this Friday. So is this going to be the end? Are people calling for the end of the World Baseball Classic after Edwin Diaz got announced he was out for the year, celebrating his WBC win? The Mets closer tore the patellar tendon in his right knee during the victory celebration, jumping up and down, and he is expected, get the Tommy Trumpet music, Peyton. He's expected
Timmy Trumpet.
Timmy Trumpet is expected to miss the season.
Yeah, this is baseball's most viral star. Because of this walk-up song, which shows you where the sport is, by the way.
I know.
But like
a guy that may or may appear in
you
a
don't
game.
even know. You don't even know who's going to be there.
Know.
You don't even know who's going to be there, but this is the most viral part. And that's a great song. It is. It's annoying because it's overplayed. And you go to every youth game, they all have walk-up songs now. Every team has a player with this song as their walk-up. Wow.
It's good.
It's a good song. It gets you going. But so he's out. He's out for the year. And there's a lot of people are like, oh, it's the World Baseball Classic. This never should have happened. Screw this tournament.
Keith Olbermann, my boy, my nemesis, he chimed in.
Of course he did.
Today. End it right now today. Keith Olbermann.
Yeah, that wasn't just what he said there. He was much more direct than that. First Freddie Freeman, now Edwin Diaz. The WBC is a meaningless exhibition series designed to get you to buy another uniform. To hell with the real season and split up teammates based on where their grandmothers got blanked.
Oh, wow.
And he got crushed for that.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, he got killed for saying that.
Yeah,
he was getting damn near canceled yesterday.
How does anyone let him on the air?
Is he even on the air
I don't
anywhere?
think they do. He did this on Twitter.
Yeah, but he still had platforms for a while, way after he totally went off the deep end.
Nostalgia. People remember watching him and Dan
Sports
Patrick.
Center?
I'm serious. Yeah, they probably remember watching him and Dan Patrick and go like, "Oh, I liked him." And then just for the group of Americans that check out on the political discourse and those types of things, you probably don't know where he's been. You're just kind of like, "Oh, Keith Olbermann, he's popping up."
He's a nut job.
Miserable. He's a miserable. But there is a lot of people saying like, hey, look, this is they shouldn't be playing in this. But the players want to play in this.
So,
but that's part of it. Like these are athletes. Athletes play.
So no, you're on my payroll. That's the way I look.
Players want to play pickup basketball too. A lot of contracts don't let you do it.
I mean, if I was the owner, you got to measure how upset they're going to be, right, and how important they are. If Jacob deGrom is like, I'm going to sign with you, but I'm just letting you know I'm going to pitch for the World Baseball Classic. You let Jacob deGrom pitch. But otherwise, man, if I was an owner, I wouldn't want them anywhere near this. I'm paying you hundreds of millions of dollars. You're not going to participate in anything that is going to remove you from our regular season.
I know, but it's funny. Like the people
as a fan, I don't want to play in it either. As a fan of that team, I don't want to.
Yeah,
play.
I mean, look, I understand, but risk is part of sports and it's part of life. We have
have the risk during the sport in which I
but
pay you to play.
But you're still playing. I mean, they're still playing spring training games. You can get hurt there too. Like athletes know every time they take the field, no matter spring training game or what, there's a risk of injury, and that's something that they just have to live with, and that's something that the athletes do live with. Players want to play, and as Mookie Betts said, it's way better than getting 4 at-bats on the backfield. In spring training, I have no problem with them playing. I get it. If you get hurt, it sucks. It sucks.
I wonder if this becomes
but you're coming at it from a different perspective. You enjoy the event. You don't care about the owner losing the money. You're not looking at it from that standpoint whatsoever. And you don't have like a diehard team. If it was your diehard team and that guy's gone, I think
you'd be upset. Of course, you'd be upset.
I'd be furious.
Absolutely.
If Luka got hurt, you're not going to tell Luka no. If Luka got hurt playing for Slovenia in these offseason tournaments, and I was Mark Cuban, I'd be, and a Mavs fan, I'd be irate. I'd be furious. Now the question is it just something that is a fluky injury? It happened. This was a fluke.
This was a fluke because this was in a celebration.
Right.
Nobody
jumping up and down, right?
He was jumping up and down, maybe 3 inches off the ground.
Yeah,
that was a compromised patella tendon already. Nobody ruptures the patella tendon jumping 3 inches off the ground.
I'm not trying to end the World Baseball Classic because I think injury in baseball is a lot less likely anyway, clearly, than football or basketball.
Your pitchers are the ones you got to worry
about. The pitchers are the ones you worry about. There's also an argument to be made, right? They scheduled this out, I'm sure, to keep them in rhythm throughout what their spring training workload would be or time it out for the regular season. I'm just saying I totally understand if owners wanted to get rid of this. I'm not trying to personally get rid of it because I think the injury risk is very low, and this was a fluke thing. And the sport does need to grow.
I wonder if it becomes contract language in certain negotiations, though, like that you put it in the language they can't play. Because you remember, Edwin Diaz also just got what a lot of people, including RJ Choppy, thought was a ridiculous contract extension where they're paying him the most money of any reliever in Major League Baseball history. 5 years, $102 million, and now he's out for the year. You don't even get to see your investment. And this is a team that's clearly already got PTSD about hurt pitchers because they didn't want to touch DeGrom, even though he was in-house.
Right.
I don't know if those clauses mean jack squat. These guys, we just had someone on, it wasn't Thielen. It was someone that we were talking about. I think they said they had something written into their clause. When's the last time we've heard it exercised on someone? Like Tatis,
Aaron Boone,
motorcycle. When's the last time we've heard? Is this really stopping these guys from jet skiing or jumping off? Tom Brady jumping off of cliffs. Like I don't think it means anything.
Oh no, there's teams have exercised salary forfeiture before
on like these clauses
on injuries and stuff.
They don't do it with Zeke.
Typically, no. What they do is, I don't think they're gonna get you for it if you go break the rule. That's not it. But it's if you break the rule, like if Tom Brady jumps off a cliff, they're not going to do anything. If Tom Brady jumps off a cliff and gets hurt, now you're giving us money back.
Like
is what it is.
Aaron Boone got his contract voided, and that's how A-Rod got to the Yankees.
Yeah, playing pickup basketball. Shredded his knee.
Holland just chimed in. The WBC is fine. It's a freak accident. This means so much to those players from other countries. That's another side topic. Hell, even the U.S. guys love this because you're representing your country. Of course, you hate that this happens because it's a freak accident. Players don't care what the owner thinks. It's a big deal. Sucks what happened. The real argument becomes, when is the right time to truly play?
I think the right time to play is right after the World Series. That's personally what I think is the right time to play. Because you're still now. They're obviously the teams that didn't make the postseason have been basically sitting at home for a month. But I think it's way better to get gassed up in October when you've been doing it, as opposed to when you've been sitting around for 4 months, and then you got to do it in March. Because if you get hurt, if he ruptures his patella tendon in October, he come back by June, or July, whatever it is.
It's different though because now you're talking about extending their workload. Like right now, these guys are basically replacing spring training with the World Baseball Classic. You are adding a month of workload to them.
Yeah, but it's a choice to play in this.
Sure. I'm just saying that I would bet teams would be concerned about the fatigue and the wear down of you just added extra time.
Yeah.
And, I mean, as a Ranger fan, if this was the Grom, what would you be feeling today? What would you be saying? Would you say, freak, fluke, he wanted to represent his country, I love the event, patriotism before MLB uniform? Or would you come at it from straight-up Ranger perspective? Now my team is screwed. That's what I care about the most. That's what I invest 162 days in, hopefully longer than that, and you'd be furious. I mean, I used to be worried about saying stuff like this. I don't anymore because I think a lot of us are like this. I care more about the Rangers uniform than them winning the WBC.
Oh, that's because the WBC doesn't have any. It has no meaning to it.
But that goes for anybody as well. I don't give a crap about Team USA basketball. Be good for the Mavericks season. That's the way I would feel about anybody. Be good for what I care about, what we're talking about every single day on this show. Some of this goes into profession as well. I don't care about that other stuff. Good for you. You want to represent. I like the World Cup. Yeah, give me the 2 weeks.
I think it's an American thing because I would guarantee you that
it is a humongous difference in patriotism.
Like I guarantee you that somebody who lives in the United Kingdom, or just say England, roots for England World Cup more than they do their club soccer team.
I would not disagree with that. And I wonder if you asked Luka, would you rather win the gold medal?
I guarantee Dirk would say Germany. He would rather win for Germany
over one NBA title.
Dirk would probably say Germany.
And then I wonder how many USA players would say, give me the championship versus the gold medal. I want to see my team win the championship.
Did you guys ever watch the Redeem Team documentary that came out a couple months ago with Kobe and everything?
No.
I think it matters because it mattered a lot to those guys that they got things back on track after that bronze finish or whatever it was in 2004. But I think, when you talk about what if this is DeGrom and this is happening today, the phones are lighting up with fans saying cancel the WBC. That's what Rangers fans are saying this morning.
What's on the text?
Why do y'all hate America? Keep WBC, but ban the Rangers from playing. Can't take injuries. No one cares about the WBC if it's up against the NFL. WBC is bigger than a World Series. If you're relying on one injury to ruin your team's chances, you're screwed already.
Yeah.
Should we cancel the World Cup as well? They make as much as MLB players do. So like soccer, right? MLB will be fine if they take off 1 July and have no All-Star game to play the WBC instead. Now that's an idea. So in hockey, right? They just stopped the NHL season in the middle of the of the Olympics. I don't know what they do in other countries for soccer for the World Cup, because the World Cup this year was in like a different month than normal because of the location. Did they just stop the EPL season? La Liga? Did they just stop it? I don't know.
I know I am the soccer expert on the show, but I'm not sure.
Now, the problem you run into is you can't take 2 weeks off in July for this, because that means you're going to have the World Series in November in some of these colder cities. I mean, if everybody if you did a neutral site World Series, then you could get away with it. Play the World Series in Phoenix or Arlington or Miami or whatever in a warm weather LA neutral site.
And you know who else is freaking out over this? Jets fans. Because those two teams are the brother and sister of each other. They have been, right? The Yankees and the Giants in that city, and RJ, you grew up there. They're the big bro. All right, they're the chosen ones. And the Mets and the Jets have always been the stepchildren. Mm-hmm. And here you go, you get Scherzer to replace DeGrom and all this Mets hype, and this happens. And Jets fans are already waiting for the implosion. Something will go wrong somehow, some way when Aaron Rodgers comes to town. So they're freaking out that the New York Mets showing that they're cursed again. 877-881-1053. No one's criticizing Diaz for the celebration, right? Because there have been celebrations that are criticized. Guys are piling on top of each other. Remember, we talked about that at the end of one baseball game.
Yeah, I haven't
seen
it.
If you backflip, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, right?
If you backflip and do that like NFL players in the end zone, I'm going to destroy you. I'm going to try to ban that if I can. And you're sitting there celebrating like that. Your country's advancing. I have a difficult time trying to police that or even criticize it, right? Stuff's going to happen. All right, speaking of baseball, on your home of the Rangers, I got some odds. This was the other day. As of the other day, the favorite to win it all was Japan. Then U.S., Venezuela, Mexico, Puerto Rico, Cuba, and Italy. I got some other baseball odds here. Chances to make the playoffs. Are the Rangers favored to make or miss?
Miss. Miss is going to be the favorite.
Miss is the favorite.
Is it slight?
It's 70% chance they won't make the playoffs.
That's not slight.
Minus 230.
That's not slight at all.
Yes is plus 190. Most win. Where would y'all put the percentages? Would you go 50-50 or over that they make the playoffs?
Oh, no.
No, I'd probably have it about the same, 70-30 they miss.
Yeah. 65-35, something like that.
All right. Most wins in the regular season. I just wanted to get on these lists to see how long it would take to get to a Ranger. Garrett Cole, favorite for most wins. Then Verlander, Rodon, Valdez.
Ooh, Framer.
Fried, Scherzer, Alcantara, Bieber, McClanahan, DeGrom, 18-1. Garrett Cole's 10-1 to lead the league in wins. DeGrom is 18-1. Strikeouts, DeGrom is 5th on this list at 12-1. And that's where we are with some of the baseball numbers. Football-wise.
I mean, he's going to have to go 11-0 in order to have any chance.
Stop it.
Oh, regular season NBA 11-0. What
Who's going to get 11 starts?
NBA regular season MVP.
NBA Joker.
Joker, yeah. Favorite.
Embiid has caught and surpassed the Joker.
Oh.
This is from Bet Online. Embiid is plus 110. Joker's plus 150.
Oh man, all those racist voters,
I know.
man.
Man, Barkley got Shaq. I think Shaq was talking about Giannis is his MVP, and Charles goes, because he's black, right? You're doing it because he's black. Charles will always put that out there. He made a bank joke yesterday talking about Vice President Harris. What else did he put out? What else did he put out there? He'll just put the current event news in his monologue. And then favorite to win. Actually, I'll save that. I'll save that for the Super Bowl. All right, there it is. Little Vegas recap and our final Dave Matthews ticket giveaway of the week right now.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band at Dos Equis Pavilion on May 20th. Get tickets and information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Just another way for us to thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. Sean, RJ, and Bobby continuing. Win the tickets right now.
But let's get you over to K Post Roofing.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. In case you did not know, the KMC Masterpiece, they're going to be on the road today. RJ Duke Sports, 400 North Central Expressway in McKinney, so you can stop by and say what's up to the guys. That's KNC RJ Duke Sports. And tonight, the Get Right, along with Chiafalo and Zach, they're going to be at my spot. It's going to be the Eagle's Nest in Fort Worth on Boat Club Road. Yesterday, it was G-Bag, and tonight it'll be the number one night show in the Metroplex, not sports, any radio. The Get Right with KG and Reggie, along with Chiafalo and Zach. And then tomorrow, I'm getting a text back as we speak from Jordan Schultz, who is reporting on Odell Beckham with the Cowboys, along with some other NFL stuff. Maybe we'll get him on Monday or maybe at 9 o'clock. We'll see. And then tomorrow, we're going to get some of the fellas together to go and enjoy some of the games, except apparently for Gavin Dawson, who Bobby Belt rudely omitted from the invite list.
I did not rudely omit. I was, as everybody knows, and I think Gavin has mentioned this on the air, Gavin is probably the least social person at the station. Yeah. Would we agree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can be difficult.
I'm trying to think who else would be second. It's not
Does
Bassett.
Broadus get out a lot?
Broadus will stop by.
Okay.
Broadus will stop by.
If we talk about percentage of road events we do, percentage of events shown up, it's probably Dawson.
And Hagelin.
Yeah, I guess it's tough for me because he didn't go to training camp with us, so I don't have as good a reference for that. At training camp,
very selfish reasons for that absence.
At training camp, it was Dawson. Then it was probably Bassett at training camp. Anyway.
Yeah, but it's clear cut. It's 1 and 2 is Dawson and Hagelin. I mean, Kevin doesn't like to go out anywhere either, or he doesn't like us, one of the two. But Dawson, there's never been any dispute.
So I had I guess earlier in the show the other day, Chiafalo made some reference to how we were going to go hang out and get drinks and watch the tournament. And Dawson was, I guess, a little offended that he hadn't gotten the invite, but I just know he doesn't go out to so I didn't even think to. I didn't want to give him the social pressure of expecting him to show, because I know he generally doesn't. So as soon as I got on the air for my hit, he went, "So any plans on Saturday?" This was on like a Tuesday.
Yeah.
I was like, "Yeah, we're going out to watch the games. Love for you to show up." He's like, "Well, I got some soccer stuff."
Yeah.
But you know, I'll probably swing by for a later game.
He's doesn't want to go to the party, but wants the invite.
And now I know. I just was trying to gauge it as I knew he probably was not going to come.
You know what? Don't feel bad. These people who get mad like this in Dawson's situation.
Which he was not mad, but he was a little like, "Oh, come on."
He was hurt? Was he hurt?
Maybe hurt was the word.
You know, when you guys got to initiate something too. That's what I tell people when they're like, "Where's my invite?" I said.
That's what I was telling my wife. You got to initiate sometimes.
I'm like, you got. When are you gonna invite me to something? I'm having the pool parties. I'm having the watch parties.
The phone works both ways.
The phone works both ways. I'm having the dinner. So you're all butthurt that eventually, because I'm gonna give you two chances, and then I'm gonna stop inviting you. You're gonna get 2 opportunities, and you don't have to come, but you got to invite back. You gotta give me some type of invitation. That's the way it works in my social circle with it.
There needs to be a give and take.
Yeah.
I too like the invite and the no-show.
Sure.
I want to feel included.
That's fair.
Do you really not go though? I feel like you pretty much go to a lot of things.
Yeah, I do.
In your neck of the woods.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I have a circle.
Yeah.
You know, I have a circle, but that's about it. Like, I would hang out with Sean more if we would move to DFW.
Well, and that was part of our we are all spread out. Everybody at the station is completely spread out around the Metroplex. And so because of that, we had to find a nice central location. So I think we're going somewhere where I don't think any of us live. Like, I think it's a 15, 20-minute drive for all of us. Because
I think we should. I mean, should we say it?
I don't care. I'm fine saying it because I think Chiafal already said it on the air. So we're going to Irving. I can say where.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we're going to Twin Peaks in Irving. Like, we're just going to go hang out there, which is a great spot. We've had fan hangs there before. G-Bags handed out flags there before. It's awesome. So, yeah, we're going to go there. We'll go hang out I'll be there at 11. I think Chop's going to be there at 11, and then everybody's going to pour in.
Let's vote on Choppy's move on the fan text. Guy code, girl code, whatever. Fan code. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Chop, explain your schedule for tomorrow.
I'm going to get there at 11 o'clock. And I'll be there until.
That's good. That's early. I mean, that's
first
early
to arrive.
That's an early drinking day.
I'll be there. I'll be 11:15, something like that. Whatever. So I plan on staying there until about 20 minutes before the Tennessee game starts at 1:40. Because I want to be home to watch the game.
Is that 1:40 Central?
Yes.
Because I thought when I saw the sheet yesterday it said 1:40, and I thought it was on Eastern times.
No, I think it's Central time.
Okay.
If it's Eastern time, then I'll be leaving at 12:20.
So the vote is fan code. You respect RJ's decision, or is he selling out by not watching it with us?
What is your thought process? Why wouldn't you want to just hang and watch it with us? Because of emotion, or because people will be trying to chat and you don't want to chat?
No, when it's your look, I
gotta focus on the game.
When it's your team,
yeah.
Like, I'm not watching a Dallas Cowboy game out in public with anybody.
I don't have a problem with that. I was just trying to understand his thought process. If it was more about the chat or more about like, hey, I'm invested in this. I don't want to do this in public.
Now, I think you gotta have a hierarchy to justify this. Like, how invested are you? Are you just gonna do this for any Tennessee game, or are you that diehard for every Tennessee program? Like, how many of the Tennessee Volunteer basketball players can you name?
Oh, quite a bit.
You can name 8?
I mean, I can't pronounce half the last names, but yes.
Shupavasheti?
Yeah.
We'll just call her Vida from now on.
I can name quite a bit.
We'll call her Vida from now on.
But you can name the starting lineup.
He changed it a lot, but yes.
All right, so give me your diehard fan hierarchy.
In all of sports?
All of sports. The game, and I want to know when you're drawing the line of the cutoff to where you can watch it with others. The ones you have to watch on your own.
Just Tennessee basketball and Tennessee football. That's
Okay.
it. And Tennessee basketball by number 1.
I will say
this is by far my favorite. This is the team that I live and die with the most.
Okay, I
team.
think that this is justified then.
Yeah,
I think you can leave.
And he's I know this is not just the emotion of the moment, because when we were at training camp, I made some reference to the Tennessee Volunteers football. I was trying to make some, say the Volunteers are playing, do this. And Chop actually stopped me down and said, well, actually, it would be basketball more than football. Tennessee basketball is what I get more passionate about. So he's consistent, because this was summer. This was dead time, and he was still saying Tennessee Volunteers were
the tournament's my favorite sporting event. College basketball was my first love before college football.
All right, let me ask you this, because you had mentioned Scooter trying to get us a private room, and I quickly voted against that because I want to be in the electricity of it. I love everyone reacting of, oh, and if we had gotten a private room,
no,
would you have stayed?
No, I need to focus on the game.
Okay.
I need to be.
So you won't watch it with your other friends in the neighborhood. They're not allowed to come over.
Here's the thing. My neighbor's a Duke fan. My next door neighbor's a Duke fan. We play Duke. There is no chance he's allowed that house.
Oh.
That is not happening.
So this is also this is about isolation, not so much need to be at the comfort of my own home. So you wouldn't just say, I can watch it, but like I can watch it at home and some people are allowed to be there. You're just straight isolation.
So it's also, there's a little superstition here, but like I have watched several Tennessee NCAA tournament games. Now, look, they lose anyway, and they break my heart all the time.
Yeah, clearly the superstition has worked.
But the most gut-wrenching...
Lost your best player due to injury.
The most gut-wrenching losses have come at a sports bar. The Elite Eight game against Michigan State, gut-wrenching. The Purdue garbage finish, gut-wrenching. Or the game here against Sister Jean, the Me First Nun, when I was sitting around Bassick, gut-wrenching. Okay, I've always been in public. If I'm in private, and I expect them to lose anyway. If I'm in private, I feel like I could deal with the loss better.
Who is allowed to watch with you in private? One person.
Sarah's allowed.
And the nephew?
And my kids are allowed. Yeah, the nephew's allowed. You know, look, at the house, it's fine.
Yeah.
I just don't want to be at a bar.
My superstition growing up, and even into young adulthood probably, was if they're losing, I'm turning the TV off, and I'm just going to kind of sit there and then check the box score every few minutes to go, can I turn it back on yet? Have they closed the gap? So, like, for instance, I missed the Texas National Championship game against USC. I missed the 4th down stop because I turned off the TV because I was certain they were not going to stop them. Lendell White was going to pick up the first down like they had been all night.
Yeah.
So I turned off the TV, waited around for 5 minutes, and I was like, all right, I'm going to turn it back on because if I'm watching, they're definitely going to get it. And sure enough, didn't get it and scored. You're welcome, Longhorns fans.
Sandler, listening in Arizona, capital letters, so jealous I cannot come. Derek Collins said, I'll be there. So that'll be us in Irving tomorrow, just hanging out with some of the fellas. The other 2 storylines I'm interested in for tomorrow, Bobby Belt maybe cutting loose a little bit, maybe having some fun.
Gang, gang.
We know what happened the last time that proclamation was made, right? So that'll be interesting. So how many hours are you in for tomorrow?
TBD. I would imagine I'm there several hours, though. I plan on getting there at 11 and then staying through as long as I can until I get hassled to go home.
Okay. And
So I would guess I'm there minimum 6 hours, probably longer.
Dang. All right, so
that bar tab's going to be 600 something?
Oh,
the tip will be 600.
I've already got it planned out how we're going to approach this. So yeah, we're good.
Now you gotta go with the.
Thank God it's payday today.
Is today payday?
Yep.
For an event like this,
your bank's so big you wouldn't even know.
I wouldn't even know. For an event like this, you gotta go with the early attack with the tip, the early tip attack.
Yes. So because this place will get Twin Peaks is always packed.
Yeah,
it's a good time there.
It is.
So you're gonna walk in at 11, and it's gonna get out of control quickly. So the key here, because I did this when Peyton and I went and the Nosebleeds and guys went to Buffalo Wild Wings to watch the Mavericks playoff game last year. You tip at the open. You give them the tip right there and you say, hey, here you go. And then they know, all right, these are good dudes. I'm going to take care of them today. So we'll make sure that we have the focus right off the bat because we're going to tip up front.
That's a trick that we do when we go to Mexico.
Should always lead with the tip.
When you when you go to those all inclusives and you go
Make
to
sure
the pool
they come
bar
right to you poolside.
Well, no, you're in the pool, right? So you go to the pool bar, you tip them beforehand. Hey, here's some cash. Do you get poolside? Is that what you do?
Well, some of these places have the pool in the bar in the pool.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's they bring you your drinks side of the pool. And then the other one is going to be, will Peyton party with us? I've never seen him at any event totally cut loose.
We are going to have.
He highbrows us. He Jim Nances us.
Well, wait, is Korean barbecue this Saturday? I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
What if he ditched us in Irving for Korean barbecue in Fort Worth?
We are going to have.
He's going to be walking around Twin Peaks tomorrow with his thumbs together.
There you go. That might be the.
You're going to practice.
You might get slapped.
You're going to practice.
Might get slapped anywhere.
You're going to practice this weekend. You're going to practice talking to women.
With the waitresses?
Yes. You're going to practice talking to women.
When is that our station event? When are the 3 of us taking him out some bar or something to oversee his game that he's dropping on a Friday night?
Tomorrow.
That's a tournament. We're all going to be. I'm talking about literally going out and
looking. We're not going to be sitting there glued to the college basketball players. None of us have watched in the regular season except for the BetQL guys. It's a perfect opportunity.
But it's not.
And we're going to record. I want you. Let's come up with 5 lines or approaches, and then we'll record him with the waitress, or we'll ask the waitress. We'll interview the waitress, preferably be Bobby, so I don't get stabbed when I get home.
There we go. We're good.
There we go. There's the recorder, and we'll record it.
We're gonna do this.
So if you're
it's happened before. I mean, it's happened before. It's not like
what has.
These girls get hit on all the time. They're used to this. They're accustomed to it.
Yeah,
you'll be fine. We'll help.
All right, so if you're in Irving tomorrow, stop by, say what's up, as we're going to go out and catch some of the games. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Did everyone survive the weather yesterday? The weather that wrecked Irving and a lot of different houses. And RJ has a great idea for my school, Texas Tech. It's time to bring in a coaching legend, an absolute coaching legend. And why are Mavs fans apparently the angriest in the NBA? Next.
Well, let's get you over to the all-new Platinum.
by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
This sellout crowd ready to absolutely explode. Draisaitl, McDavid fires and scores! 57 and a 3-1 lead.
Stars lose to the Oilers on Oilers TV. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We'll go below the belt to see if the Cowboys learned any lessons from Zeke Elliott at 8:40. That'll be below the belt. But Mavs Lakers tonight in LA, late start. Kyrie and Luka going to end up returning. Some of that may have contributed to this new research study that shows Dallas Maverick fans are the angriest in the NBA.
Wow, that's surprising.
It's surprising. This makes me very proud.
They're so angry they don't even watch the games.
Oh, they can't.
That's right.
Where are we with this? I think this is one of those things. This TV, this regional TV updates. I think it's bad.
It's
radio.
tired head. It's tired head.
What does that mean?
You get tired head. Just your head gets tired just thinking about it and having to read all of it.
I don't know how to summarize it, but it's something important that people should know.
Basically, the parent company of Bally, the controlling company, is filing for bankruptcy, and everybody's having to get contingencies in place in the event that they have insolvency. This Diamond Sports Group. In fact, the Rangers were in the news the other day because they intend to terminate the media rights deal with them in the event that there's insolvency. And so if that happens, Diamond is trying to fight this and say, we've made all our payments on time. You can't cancel this. And so, but the Rangers are already laying the groundwork to try and get out of this deal. And then hopefully, we'll eventually be able to watch Mavericks and Rangers game on a large scale.
So gambling, thank you for that recap. Gambling.com used social listening tools to analyze the negative and angry reactions to every NBA team's social media post since the start of the season to rank the angriest fan bases in the league. Here's what they found. Dallas has far and away, this article from WFAA, by the way, Dallas has far and away the highest percentage of negative reactions on Facebook. We nearly triple filthy 21% angry reactions from Mavs fans compared to only 8% from Philadelphia with the Sixers. DFW had the 5th highest percentage of negative reactions on Twitter, trailing Memphis, Detroit, Chicago, and Brooklyn. On Reddit, Bobby Belt's favorite site, Dallas was calculated to have the 9th highest percentage of negative reactions. So after averaging every team's percentage of negative reactions on the 3 social media platforms, we came out on top. We are the most upset fan base in the NBA.
My initial reaction to this, when I see they have the highest percentage of negative reactions on Facebook, is I didn't realize Bassick was that active on Facebook. I didn't know he commented on the team pages there.
All right, I want you to power rank the anger.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to give me your top 3 things of the Mavs season that have made you the most angry. We have a lot to choose from. Actually, you could make it a top. I could actually put 5 out there. Here's some of the options. I don't know whether I should give you options.
3 spring to mind for me.
All right.
Number 1 is.
Are these in order?
Yes. Number 1 is the Christian Wood usage.
All right.
That's number 1. Number 2 is the crappy play design that we keep running into in late game situations.
So that would probably be like a Jason Kidd criticism.
It is, but that's the third is Jason Kidd's handling of in terms of just his demeanor and his engagement. Those are the 3 that really spring to mind that have been frustrating this year.
You can speak to this, Choppy, because you know this media. Jason Kidd, in my opinion, is acting like this is a New York media. That's the way his thin skin has been reacting to all this. His whining, his sarcasm. There's 3.
He's being defensive for no reason.
There's 3 Mavs bloggers that are in his head. They're really good. They do really good work. Their last names escape me, so I don't want to throw it all out there. There's like 3 Mavs, not bloggers, Twitter accounts that Jason Kidd clearly listens to, and he's acting like this is the New York media ripping him apart, and I don't know how, he don't realize how good he probably has it.
Oh, this is not a tough media. It's a much tougher Cowboys media than Mavericks and Rangers. Rangers and Mavericks, when the Rangers and Mavericks are going good, they're almost untouchable from the local fans and the media. They're sensitive. The teams are sensitive. The PR department doesn't want you to talk bad about them. Cowboys PR, but they don't care. They get it. It's big business. The Mavericks, Rangers, Stars, they act like a small town. And Gallardi even mentioned this with the Stars. He was like, yeah, we get treated like a college town. It is. Mavs media, Rangers media is college media. It's college radio. It's a college town. Like, if you say something bad, you will get your credential pulled, it seems like. Not actually, but you might. Or you might get sent home from Oakland. Who knows?
Here are things I wrote down on the possible anger list. 877-881-1053. No particular order. Christian Wood, Jason Kidd coaching, Luka getting help. That was frustrating. Kyrie, that's a humongous subject and talking point. Luka with the refs. The young guys not getting any time. Josh and Jaden. And then don't forget about Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban draws an absolute ton of justified hate on social media. From his pettiness to his incompetence to his whining, his attitude, his arrogance. All these things generate a lot of negative reactions. So that's like 6 or 7 different things that I wrote down.
So if we needed to make it a top 3 and we needed to group, I think you can group these 7 things into 3 categories, though. And you can get the general upset notion. Christian Wood, Josh and Jaden, Jason Kidd's coaching, that all can go together because it's rotation and it's frustration with how guys are being played. Luka help and Mark Cuban, I think that those are tied together in a lot of ways. And then just Kyrie and the Luka refs, that's personality issues. And so I think in general, the top 3 in whatever order would be the rotations, how Jason Kidd is coaching this team, the front office's talent acquisition, and then the demeanor of the team as a whole.
Well done. You have a...
Yes, inbound play at the end of the Houston game, inbound play at the end of whatever 3 those were. Those were the 3 most frustrating ones of the year.
I bet Jason Kidd loved that attempted lob pass from Virginia that they turned over before the 3-pointer. That looked like Jason Kidd drew that up at the end.
It's such an yesterday, man. That West Virginia game and then that play just had me memories of Jason Kidd as a coach.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. I'm scared to go outside and look at my vehicle in the sunlight. I don't know what type of hail damage I could be looking at here. My house, I got peppered. That was the worst hail I've ever gotten.
You got to call K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
Yes.
That was a free estimate.
Good suggestion. But in Irving, first off, tornado for me came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it was like I knew it was going to rain. Like Bassett had talked yesterday about like, hey, it's going to rain at night. But I didn't know a tornado was going to hit.
Yeah.
And we were in the middle of watching this game, and all of a sudden Sarah's like, hey, mute that. And then you can hear the sirens like, oh, crap. So we go out in the patio and check it out and see what's up. And then we turn the news on because the game didn't flip over on CBS. And then we see, because right on the map, it's basically right over her house. I was like, uh-oh. They're like, get your shoes on and take cover. So we went the stairwell.
I've also never heard the news tell you to put your shoes on.
I hadn't either, but whoever the guy was on NBC5 said, put your shoes on. Whoever that dude is.
Is that Rick Mitchell?
I would guess that's Rick Mitchell.
No
idea.
That time of day. I don't know the name of a single news person.
Yes, you do.
Dan Brunoff.
Who?
Dan Brunoff.
Yes.
You don't know Pete Delkus?
Is he still there? Yeah, I know the name. Yeah.
Former Cincinnati Reds minor leaguer.
So then all of a sudden, my pool, I saw the splashes, and nothing like what I saw in Irving. That was insanity. A car dealership basically got wiped out. Scooter was texting me from Eagles Nest in Fort Worth. He's like, it's bad. It is bad. Then he's like, okay, all clear. And then it had come on over our way. And then Peyton was in the news in Rockwall. And then, Bobby, you said you were pretty good in Flower Mound.
Yeah, luckily, I mean, I was in Irving. I would have been right in the middle of what hit there, but I had just gotten out of there about 15 minutes before it blew through. So luckily got up to Flower Mound. We just had rain and lightning.
All right, let's get to Deion Sanders socks. By the way, you all worried about your cars? Are you worried about your car?
Oh, I'm definitely going to make an insurance claim. Absolutely.
All right, primetime socks. What happened?
Okay. Tell me what you think about this one. So, Deion Sanders apparently has a no white socks rule. A policy. Can't have white socks. Which I don't not like. I don't have a problem. I don't like white socks either. I don't like any socks showing, personally. But if they are going to show, I would wear black socks. Well, he was walking through the weight room. By the way, he's walking through the weight room in what appears to be one of those, is it Canada Goose? Canadian Goose jackets?
At it. Yeah, I don't know what the hell that is.
It's a jacket that looks like he's about to go on an Arctic journey.
He has a ferret wrapped around his neck, is what it looks like.
Those jackets with the fur top.
Yeah.
You know, the fur hood.
He's so stylish.
He is styling and profiling right there, just like the Nature Boy.
Coolest looking coach in the league.
Yeah, definitely the coolest looking coach. So he walks by this kid.
Or in college.
Or in college. He walks by this kid who's working out, and he says, "White socks, get out, go home. Get out, go home." And he also has made his coaches run wind sprints. But, you know, people are loving this. They are loving that he made this kid leave the workout because he was wearing the wrong color socks.
He says, it's not about the socks.
It's not about the socks.
I don't have a problem, like, as long as he's consistently enforcing it. If he's set rules and dress code and everything else, that's fine. What's funny is clearly the, like, hey, go get the camera crew. I'm about to kick this kid out of the weight room. And, like, the professional camera crew follows him in there with his giant, American gangster coat.
It was definitely staged. This kid he put those socks on purpose. It was definitely staged.
They're like, go put these socks on, go up there and start trying to lift.
I also don't know if Deion just said, get out of here. He didn't kick him out for good, like, go change.
Yeah, it's probably just go change.
Yeah. Which, there's nothing wrong with that.
Now, if he kicked him out for good, it's like, okay, that's counterproductive. Keep him, make him finish the workout, and then run his butt. Just run. Run.
I do like Deion.
Because if you kick him out and he doesn't come back, he missed the workout. That's not good for him.
I do like that Deion comes across with like some old school dad principles in running the program. You know, don't sit there and destroy the bathroom. Okay, other people got to use the toilet. And the way he talks and delivers these are hilarious. You're gonna treat these female staffers with respect. Any of that, you're out of here. It feels very old school, and I like that. He's been an absolute grand slam success. A surprising success on the college level. I think that some of these bigger profile programs should have hired him because he's already raised the Q rating and the following at Colorado. So there it is for time.
They're a top 25 recruiting class, and ESPN announced their spring game is going to be televised.
Did the Cowboys learn any Zeke lessons? And Adam Schefter says, we now know who the number one pick is probably going to be. Bobby has it and Below the Belt next. But the best spot in DF.
Those who do not learn history are doomed to repeat it. So what did the Cowboys learn from Ezekiel Elliott and that awful contract to make sure that they don't repeat it? Because I think, RJ Choppy, you would say they're already repeating some of the mistakes in that they're franchising Tony Pollard. They're probably paying above market value because of that. And the fact that they're even engaging on contract negotiations is, again, a sign that they are repeating a mistake that they should have learned from Ezekiel Elliott.
Big mistake. One of the biggest mistakes ever made. They can only compound this mistake by giving him A, an extension, and B, using a first-round pick on a running back.
So Dak Prescott was at a charity event with Troy Aikman yesterday and talked a little bit about the loss of Ezekiel Elliott and specifically on Zeke as a teammate and as a friend.
Zeke's a guy that, man, he played this game, did everything about this game the right way. Had fun, did that, but when it was time to lock in, when it was time to focus and to give everything that you had and to show your teammates and to show the younger guys what really mattered and how to get things done, Zeke was a guy to follow. And so of how to be a pro and how to be a pro with a smile on your face and enjoying this game and enjoying life. And as I say, I can't imagine not in the locker room.
So there's the first thing that they need to learn from, that they have not learned from with Zeke, and they have not learned from a number of other players throughout their history, which is overvaluing the intangibles, overvaluing the locker room impact, and making that a reason to devalue your football team on the actual field.
Yeah. I really we thought on this show that they learned it from DeMarco.
I thought so too.
That's what was so surprising.
Yeah, I know.
They ran DeMarco into the ground. Thank you. Bye-bye. DeMarco's career was over.
He had one good year in Philly, right? The first one?
No, he wasn't. He had a good year the year after, or 2 years after when he landed in Tennessee. He made the Pro Bowl. But Philly, it was a disaster. It was just bad. But what the Cowboys learned through the DeMarco Murray experience was they felt like you can't pay a running back once they've hit the 27 club. When you're 27,
DeMarco had 700 in Philly and then 1287 in Tennessee, then 659, never played again.
So what they looked at with DeMarco Murray was he's only been in the league for 4 years, but this is a guy who we think is a product in large part of our system, is a product in large part of the offensive line that we have. We think other guys can do well behind him. Plus, he's at that 27-year-old age, which statistically shows running backs decline severely around 27, 28 years old.
There's also a carry number, too. It's like 300 carries or something like that.
They had not learned that lesson yet. That's the lesson you hope they've learned this time, is the workload, the tread on the tires, and how dangerous that is.
Yeah.
They're looking at paying Tony Pollard right now. They're going to franchise him, and that was very Orlovsky.
They're looking at paying him what?
In terms of they franchised him, I think they'd like to come to some sort of 3-year deal and make something. Now, look, I don't think they would lock themselves in the way they did with Zeke. Zeke was a 6-year extension with void years on the back. It puts you in a lot of hurt. You restructured a number of times. This would be more about, I think, trying to set him up with something it says 3 for 30, for instance, but in reality, it's maybe 2 for 18 or something along those lines. What they're trying to figure, or what they're learning right now, is how much the workload matters. In Ezekiel Elliott's, well, we'll start with Tony Pollard. Tony Pollard has played 62 career games. He has 631 touches. A lot of those are from receptions, too. He's caught a number of passes for them here. 121. But he has 631 touches in 62 career games. Ezekiel Elliott passed that number, hit 640 touches in his first 26 games of his career. By the time he had been given an extension by the Cowboys, this is not even including the extra 100 touches or so that he got through playoffs. He had over 1,000 touches when they gave him his contract extension. 1,000. And that's after being used a ton at Ohio State. Just worked into the ground. Pollard, I think the reason why they look at it as we're not making the same mistake that we did with Ezekiel Elliott is they've essentially kept him in bubble wrap for 4 years. He does not have the workload of a typical 25-year-old, a typical 4-year running back.
Yeah.
And he came out of Memphis as initially a receiver, so he wasn't getting running back touches. And then when he was a running back, he was splitting carries. He's never had to be the primary back.
From a workload standpoint, he's definitely is younger than his age. Generally, running backs get what their offensive line gives them. Now there are exceptions like Barry Sanders, but even still, I mean, he had a lot of negative plays.
Barry Sanders did
a lot of negative plays. He would go -2, -180. You know,
Right.
you know, I mean, that was just his career. And we're talking about one of the best to ever do it, and he still was reliant on his offensive line. Perfect example: Cowboys lose DeMarco Murray, bring in Darren McFadden, who gained 18 inches less per carry than DeMarco Murray.
Yes.
And it's like, because he had a great line.
Now, a lot of that clicked in the second half of the season. Early on, he was not good.
This whole Pollard wear and tear thing, there's a lot of elements to it. Yes, it's good that he doesn't have a lot of wear and tear. The reason for that, one of the reasons for that, yes, obviously Zeke was the starter. They didn't think he could handle that wear and tear. So when you pay someone $10 million at running back, you got to be my workhorse. I still have a question personally about Tony Pollard being a workhorse. I still think of Tony Pollard. Gadget is a little insulting, but
you still think of him as a third down back almost.
A third down back who I would like to have seen get a lot more touches. If I'm paying you $10 million, I got to know that you can carry it 18 times a game almost every week. And I don't know that Tony Pollard can do that. What are you doing? In order to do this stuff, there's very few running back. You got to tell me in today's game that a running back is Barry Sanders, Marshall Faulk. I'm trying to think who else I would make an exception for. I was wrong on McCaffrey with the injury stuff. He was on my exception list in today's game.
He bounced back though. He did play well in the second half with San Francisco.
Yeah, he played well. But you got to be Barry Sanders and you got to be Marshall Faulk catching the football as well in order to do this stuff.
Zeke has been in the NFL for 7 years now. Tony Pollard's been here in the NFL for 4. If Pollard over the next 3 seasons had 500 touches a year, he would have 55 fewer touches than Zeke through the first 7 years of his career.
Yeah, they worked him. I mean, they worked Zeke an awful lot.
I think that what they've discovered is 2 factors here. One, do not pay somebody with a large workload at running back. I think they realize it's less about the age of 27, 28. It's more about what kind of workload did you get leading up to that. The other aspect that I think they've learned from here is, and Chris Hall, who's in their scouting department, talked about this with Mickey Spagnola on DallasCowboys.com like a year ago. You can hear the hints about this.
Are you there?
Is that he said Zeke is probably one of the last running backs you will ever see get paid like that, because teams recognize it's a duo. You cannot have a single workhorse like that. So they've learned from that. Even if they pay Pollard, he is not your single workhorse. Now, a couple different developments on the draft front. First off, Adam Schefter yesterday says Bryce Young is the current favorite to be the number 1 pick.
Woo!
On NFL Live, he said they made the bold move last week to trade up to get number 1, and now they'll sift through the quarterback options. And I think going into the process of evaluating the quarterbacks, I think that Bryce Young is the favorite to become the number 1 overall pick. And I am convinced, gentlemen, this is smokescreen.
Really?
Yep. This is, you got up to the top. Everybody had told, the chatter had gotten out there, it's Richardson and it's Stroud. Those are the guys that they're in love with. If they truly want to control the draft, because a lot of people think Houston might like Bryce Young. Houston might, be interested in a guy like that. That if you really want to control the draft and create confusion and create leverage, you can't have Houston and the teams behind you thinking, oh, the consensus league number 1, Bryce Young for most of the league. You're not even thinking about taking him.
Yeah. Houston doesn't have to move.
This is an example of using
getting played.
Yes.
Lose my number.
Yep. This is an example of muddying the waters, using a source in order to muddy the waters to sandbag for you, and that's exactly what they did. I don't think there's any chance they take Bryce Young.
No, I mean, well, look,
because of this Frank Reich size thing.
Reich, apparently the owner likes Bryce Young.
I think the guy they like is Stroud.
Right.
Just from talking to some people.
But there is a report.
There's a report that Tepper likes Young, and Reich likes Stroud.
Yeah.
Tepper also really likes Richardson, and that's the thing. I think whenever you immediately hear, because you remember the Rams traded up to number 1, everybody went Goff. Like immediately you heard chatter. It's for Goff, not Wentz. Eagles went up. You heard it instantly. This is Wentz. When you get the trade up and you immediately hear chatter of it's Richardson or Stroud, and 3 days later, after you've had time to clear things out, you start hearing Bryce Young from Adam Schefter. That's where I get a little side-eyed at it.
I wonder which way they go. I mean, drafting the quarterback is about, like, do you want safe or do you want upside? That's what, I want upside. I don't want safe. I'd rather have the high risk.
And last note here, an announcement actually came from the Cowboys a couple days ago. The Big 12 is partnering with the NFL and the Ford Center at the Star for a conference-wide pro day ahead of the 2024 draft. And with all of the criticism of the NFL Combine from the NFL Players Association and comparing it to a slave auction and those sorts of things, I kind of wonder if this is the future of it too. Is that, especially if the NFL Network goes, hey, instead of one large combine, we can do conference combines and we can give coverage of that and we can cash in on ratings for each one of these conference combines. Sign me up.
How is that if they're worried about it being akin to a slave auction? How is a conference combine any different than the NFL?
Because if you change it up to a conference combine, the problem with Indy is, think about how difficult it's been just for the NFL to move it out of Indy. The resistance they've been met there. If they completely change it up towards conference combines, the NFLPA will be able to get more of a say in terms of how that. It's easier to reset certain aspects of it when you go, this is a new thing altogether, rather than trying to change something that's been around for decades.
All right, final hour of Sean and RJ. That is Below the Belt here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. How does everybody's bracket look? How many perfect brackets are left? Who is in the loser seat when it comes to the morning show? And RJ wants to bring an old legend to Texas, and I am all in with agreement. Final hour Friday edition next.
Well, let's get you over to the greatest of diamonds.
house secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Beekman over midcourt, his right wing, deep three, no good! The Furman Paladins shot Virginia and secure their first NCAA tournament win in 49 years! 68-67, the madness is back!
Choppy, Edwin Diaz on the Fan Cam. Final hour. Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Big weekend plans in the room. We excited. We got tomorrow in Irving. We're all going to go out and check out the games. Anything else fun on the schedule? Peyton, is there another date that's out there?
Well.
Nothing yet. We might have gone over this weekend. But that's okay. We got March Madness on.
Oh, we're going to fix it tomorrow.
That's right.
Is there another project?
Nothing in the works.
But
Nothing in the works.
Number 2, that's 0 for 2. That's gone.
Number 2's gone. Number 1's gone. 3, if there's a 3, she's gone too. We're cleaning the house. We're cleaning the house.
Have you heard from number 1?
I have not.
Okay.
It's not been 60 days.
That's true.
45 left.
DFW golf show today from 1 o'clock.
Oh, I should be there.
You should be. You should go. You should buy some equipment. And then Sarah's got a wedding shower to go to tomorrow, so I have the house
freedom.
Well, yeah, for like 2 hours.
Freedom.
But it's at the same time as we're going to be at Twin Peaks. So
you're getting dropped off there, right?
No, I'm driving.
Okay, I was going to say, because if you're getting dropped off, how are you going back? Are you going to Uber since you're leaving early?
No, I'm going to drive. But big plans also. It's yard scalping weekend, baby. Oh gosh. We are scalping that. I think we had the last freeze last night, or getting into the 30s. It's time to scalp that yard. Whew. And I got this agave plant, this big giant like blue agave plant, sharp as hell. Well, half of it died in the last freeze we had. So I got to hacksaw these dangerous shards of leaves off so I could make this thing look purty again.
All right, the madness began yesterday. Furman, shocking Virginia. See you later. I didn't get a lot of 4 versus 13 info from you in the cheat segments. I was like, where's my 4-13? Where's my 13-4? And all I had was like 5-12, 6-11 stuff.
There's not a lot, like 5-12, 12 beats a 5 quite a bit. 4-13, for whatever reason, like it happens, 13s will beat 4s. But it doesn't happen as often as 5-12. And, it's not the stunning 14 beating a 3. That's a big gap.
Yeah.
A 4-13 is not as, it's not stunning. It's not stunning to see it happen. So it happens, but it does not happen with near the frequency of the 12-5.
Okay, I think I probably followed RJ's cheat sheet closer than anyone. Y'all tell me, how much did you follow?
I followed some of the tips. It burned me because I was based on his tip. I picked Charleston to beat San Diego State. In fact, all 3 of us, based off of his tip, picked Charleston to beat San Diego State. You know who picked San Diego State? This man who was sandbagging us, I think.
Really? Wow.
He picked San Diego State. We all picked Charleston based off of his advice.
I'll be honest with you. When I picked them, I had no idea what conference they were in.
I also apply that Mountain West stuff to like a little bit later. Like if you're in the Mountain West and you are past the second round, I'm eliminating you. Peyton, how much did you follow, or you just went off your own brilliant knowledge?
The West Coast thing, or the west of whatever the
West
middle
side?
of the U.S. is, whatever that line is.
West of Fort Worth.
Basically, that's what I went off of. But then again, I have UCLA in the championship, so I kind of used some of it, but then I kind of had my own theory and stuff. And it's March Madness, you kind of just got to throw names out there.
What are we looking like, Bobby? What is the damage? And RJ, early flag on you. Early Wolchuk flag. And my rule is don't complain about who makes the reservation if they do all the work. If someone's setting up the fantasy tournament and the league, shut your mouth. Shut your mouth unless it's a big challenging issue. RJ has decided to tabulate all of our brackets by hand.
Yeah.
And based upon the early math today, I'm a little worried about your scoring being inaccurate throughout this whole process. I've secretly coffee break room requested Bobby to mathematically double check your work.
That's fine. Here's my math was fine.
Yeah, his math was fine. He messed up who I picked, which is almost worse.
So Bobby sent these two half-ass screenshots of his bracket. And I was going down, jotting them down, and I accidentally wrote San Diego State instead of Charleston.
Okay. That's it. That was the only mistake.
That was the only mistake, I think.
That was the only one that I found.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, because you've retabulated my standing as well.
So here's what I did. When we entered the tournament, there were a possibility of 120 points. A perfect bracket gets you 120 points. So, because as Choppy has laid out, the first round selections are worth 1 point. If you get the winner in the second round, 2, so on and so forth. So there's 120 points possible here. These are the remaining possible point totals. If you go perfect the rest of the way, here's the most you can earn in our bracket. RJ is last at 97 because RJ lost 3 of his Elite 8 teams, Oral Roberts, Texas A&M, and Arizona.
Ooh.
He also lost Virginia from the Sweet 16. I am second to last at 104 possible points because I lost Virginia in the Sweet 16 and then I lost Arizona. I'm the only one who lost a Final Four team yesterday.
I love your little eye roll just did. Your batting of the eye roll there.
I had them there. That's why isn't
it awesome, though, how committed you get into these games? This is why people gamble.
And then I'm bad at them.
Yeah.
This is why people bet. The nerves. And do you have that fear of anxiety day one? I was terrified of the Alabama game. I was terrified because I have Alabama winning it, and then their best player, who I'm betting on to be the best player in the tournament, goes scoreless. And I can't think of much worse things than your champion getting wiped out this early in this. And it's okay, I survived day one. Can I survive day two? And then it just creates this excitement, this nervous excitement.
It does. It does. I love it. I love the tournament so much. I really need some help.
That Texas game for you after what happened to your Wildcats, that had to be torture. You can't even enjoy it.
I wouldn't have been,
because you have Texas winning it. That would have eliminated you after one day. You're gone.
I would have been fine with them down 9 had Arizona not given me PTSD earlier in the day.
Yeah.
The fact that they were up 9 on Colgate with 6 minutes left or whatever. The only reason I started panicking is I just saw what Arizona did, and now I'm terrified.
For me, I really need Texas to lose tomorrow because you guys all have in the Final Four.
Because you had A&M, and
I had A&M.
You rode the Aggies.
I had A&M beating them. If Texas loses tomorrow, I am back in great spot, in great position. I also need, I also need my team to beat Duke because everybody else picked Duke, and I had Oral Roberts beating Tennessee. Going to the Elite 8. So I need Purdue to get out too. I need 2 of the ones, and 2. Well, 1, 2.
Where are we at, Bobby?
To get knocked early.
So Peyton is
RJ's in 4th. You're in 3rd.
Peyton is second in potential points remaining at 108, and then because Peyton lost Arizona from the Elite 8, lost Virginia from the Sweet 16, and then Sean Sharif, who lost only 1 team from the Sweet 16
Suck it for charity.
Has all of the Elite 8 left. Suck it for charity. Sean Sharif has 114 out of a possible 120 that he can still hit. Now, the current point totals are also pretty much in the same order. Sean has 12 points through day 1. Peyton and I are tied at 11, but Peyton would be second since his potential points is higher than mine. And then RJ is pulling up the rear at 10.
And then the loser, of course, 4th place, has to be the intern. You got to assist both bosses for the entire day. Normally we leave here 10:10 a.m., getting in here at 5 a.m.
10:10's even gracious.
This would be 5 a.m. until TBD. I mean, we should make it till Tim leaves. I don't know. I think Tim stays longer than Spittle. I'm not sure. But basically, you got to assist both bosses, probably sit on the rest of these shows for hours at a time. Go get the car wash, go get the laundry done, maybe sit in some sales meetings. Maybe they make us dress up like a boss. Look at Bobby's face. You gotta come in with
Please, dear God, Longhorns.
Slacks, button-down shirt, tie. Maybe come in boss attire. I don't know. But that sounds awful. You got to stay here from 5 until 6 or 7.
6 or 7.
Well, I'm telling you, I've recorded when I record Love of the Star with Brian, and Brian sits right in there, and he's got his camera pointing behind him. When we connect at 7 o'clock, routinely I see Gavin Spittle gathering his things and walking out. So Gavin will be here till 7.
You gotta sit in. Love of the Star podcast. I'm sure it'll be one of the 9 days of the week he records that. So you got to be in here doing that.
You have to be doing open house if there's an open house that week too. On Zoom.
Listen, I'll tell you this: when I lose, and I will lose.
Happy hour, not open house.
I am.
Are you talking about Purdy's thing? I didn't know what
open house.
The GM of the state. I didn't know what you were talking about. I was like, is there a new account?
We can see how many of those Peyton sits in on.
open house.
Yeah, you for this you either have to hope they leave at 4 or 8.
Yeah, you need him to get here early.
Because I am not. If they leave at 6 and I can go, I ain't fighting traffic. I don't sit in traffic. I'd rather sit up here and wait it out.
Just pick a day that there's a day Ranger game.
Well, that's we're gonna pay off the bet before that.
No. Oh no.
Well, we have to wait till the end.
We have to wait till the end.
The national championship.
Yeah, but you're not getting out of here with a day Ranger game. That's not the spirit.
The thing to do is you got to go walk his dog, and that will probably get Spittle in here early. He don't live too far from here, so you hook up the dog to the wheelchair and everything, and that's like an hour. That'll kill an hour and a half. He takes that dog, no matter the weather, on an hour-long walk, so he can get into work early. You go to his house, you walk the dog, you kill an hour and a half, you come back here, and then he'll leave early. Bam! There you go. Those are my strategies. So that's where we stand.
Strategies you won't need, apparently.
Oh, look, there's a long way to go. I don't want to start any victory speeches. We'll see tomorrow if I can get through tomorrow. But things are looking pretty nice for yours truly right now. All right, give us the Rick Pitino idea.
So
I love it.
He is the head coach of Iona, the Gales, and they play today. They are playing. They have UConn. So he's the head coach. He's in not talks, but there's rumors that St. John's and Georgetown are interested in him. He recently stated that he wants to coach until the ripe old age of 80.
Ooh, how old is he?
He is 70.
Okay.
So he wants to coach 10 more years. Rick Pitino, like I said, 10 more years, coach of Iona, St. John's, Georgetown. He's been linked to those openings. He's 64-21 in 3 years at Iona, 2 NCAA tournament appearances. All right. He's had a national championship at Providence. I'm sorry, at Kentucky, a national title at Louisville, and a Final Four appearance at Providence. He has won everywhere he goes. There is a certain college, West, that is looking for a replacement to the disgraced Mark Adams.
Doesn't matter. West Coast teams don't win the title.
Well, they're not West Coast. No, they're not Mountain Time Zone either. So, my suggestion, they went and they got Bobby Knight, and they made themselves relevant. They got Chris Beard, who proved that you can win in Lubbock. He may not fit there. And his $3,000...
Oh, he fits in Iona?
Iona's in New York City.
Okay.
Or just, New Rochelle or whatever. It's like outside, it's like a suburb.
Okay.
And his $3,000 Armani suit will probably get stained with cow manure.
Yeah.
All right. And
put Pat Riley in San Antonio.
If it's a westerly wind, he's going to hate life. But throw the money at him. Go get yourself some Rick Pitino.
In.
He has proven he will win and cheat everywhere he goes.
Yep. I'm in. You got nothing. The only problem with this is a lot of times these programs and teams go opposite of the previous coach. So if Mark Adams left because of scandal, which he did, can you bring in Pitino? But you got nothing to lose. Pitino comes in, it doesn't work. Your Texas Tech, oops, fine, go ahead to the next one. But I've been waiting for Pitino to get back on that level. I've been waiting to see how much time would go by for him to do it, and I would do it in a heartbeat. Would you?
Hire Rick Pitino?
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I love Rick Barnes. He's made the program relevant. I'm tempted to fire Rick Barnes to get Rick Pitino. But I love Rick. In college basketball, relevance is as important as championships because you can win a title and then be irrelevant in 2 years. If you're just really, really good every year, but you never win, you are going to continue to be good. Eventually, you'll run into one.
We have breaking news when it comes to a Dallas Cowboys quarterback. Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to
to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Crosstalk. Let's see how this goes with Mike Bassick on the road today. The KMC Masterpiece will be doing their show on the road. So will the Get Right. That's tonight at the Eagles Nest, my spot, Boat Club Road in Fort Worth, with Chiafalo and Wolchuk stopping by. KNC is going to be at RJ Duke Sports today. Go by and see them. Starting in 40 minutes, 400 North Central Expressway in McKinney. 400 North Central Expressway in McKinney with KNC. Then the Get Right with the Nosebleeds this evening, all at the Eagles Nest, Boat Club Road in Fort Worth. Here's the breaking news from Ian Rappaport. Thanks to the Tolos who sent this to me. Cooper Rush is coming back. It's a 2-year deal for $6 million max.
Wow, $6 million a year?
No, 6-year max.
Oh.
First year in signing bonus, fully guaranteed. So the quarterback who ripped off 4 straight wins last year returns to the Dallas Cowboys. Say something nice first, and then I'll
It's
launch.
a great deal.
Okay.
It's a great deal for what he is and what he brings to them. So fantastic on that front.
Are you okay with that? 2 for 6. So it's 3 a year?
It's 3-year max, which sounds like with incentives he can make 3, which means the base is probably, without seeing the numbers yet, I'm sure Todd Archer will have them soon. Without seeing the numbers yet, it's probably 2 a year, unless he hits incentives.
I mean, even you have to be happy.
I'm fine with that. Yeah, I mean, I hate paying backup quarterback, but yeah, I'm totally fine.
What have some of the other backup quarterbacks gotten? Mariota just went to Philly yesterday, 1 for 5. We've got Andy Dalton. We got Jameis returning to the Saints. We got Jacoby Brissett to the Commanders. We have Heineke to the Falcons. We had Mike White to the
Dolphins. Yeah.
And Todd Archer's got a portion of it. Deal is worth $6 million max. $2.75 million is guaranteed, which is nothing.
Yeah.
That's absolutely not. The veteran minimum for somebody like Cooper Rush, I believe, would be $1.1 million this year. So that's fine. Here's the thing that really paints how good a deal this is for the Cowboys. Even if you assume he hits the max on the deal, we have contract details for 13, 14, 15, 16 quarterbacks now when you include Cooper Rush, the guys who have signed this offseason. Where do you think his average annual value, even if he hits the max, ranks among those 16?
15th.
14th. The guys who are making more money than him, I mean, obviously Carr and Garoppolo, but you go down the list from there, these are guys making more money than Cooper Rush. Jacoby Brissett, Taylor Heineke, Andy Dalton, Jarrett Stidham, Marcus Mariota, Sam Darnold, Mike White, Drew Lock, Baker Mayfield, Gardner Minshew, and Case Keenum. And assuming that, if you assume that the max is incentives that gets you up there, then that would put him in all likelihood below PJ Walker, who's making 2.5 a year.
All right, Bobby, I'll do the honors for you. Ready?
Yep.
This is my pettiness level come out.
Okay.
Father-in-law, this is for you too. What a humongous fat L for the Dak Prescott haters. Wow. The market just spoke and smacked y'all right in the face when it comes to all that dumb Cooper Rush love that y'all tried to sell during the season. How ridiculous you sounded then just got proven that this is the deal. Great for the Cowboys. Happy. Cooper Rush just makes you happy. Good for you, bro. Thank you for last year saving the season. We thought it was over after game 1. But the market just told all you Cooper Rush lovers and all you Dak Prescott haters what the reality was. 2 for 6. Some of y'all were telling me he was going to go start. He was better than Mike White.
Better.
He was going to get... There were national people speculating $20 million a year. I got to go find them, by the way, and find the receipts. I'm sure Bobby's got it on his lower back written down. But y'all look dumb. How foolish. The next time a backup scrub comes in for a quarter, Jameel Showers, preseason, the next time someone comes in for a game and has a good outing, learn the lesson and don't freak out and lose your mind, because this new Cooper Rush contract, whew, that's a smack of reality for y'all.
Yes, it is.
There you go, Bobby. You're welcome.
The Cooper, what are we calling them? The Cooper Truthers?
The Cooper Truthers?
Or
That's
the
not
Cooper
bad.
Troopers? Like
The
Super
Cooper
Trooper?
Troopers.
Yeah.
That's it.
Cooper Troopers.
The Cooper Troopers.
Yep, I like it.
I've got to look at this right now because I know Cooper Rush has more career victories than Chase Daniel. And Chase,
Does he?
Yes, he does. And Chase Daniel for his career now has made $25 million, which is wild. Shout out to South Lake Carroll, Chase Daniel, who led the South Lake Carroll.
I thought it was closer to 40.
Yeah, 25 seems low.
I thought it was closer to 40. I mean, he makes like $6 million a year.
No, because the first several years he didn't make anything. According to Spotrac, then he's made on a salary $25 million a year. The most he's ever made was he made $7 million in a season.
Chubby, you're not surprised at this whatsoever? Cooper Rush didn't get any starting love throughout the league?
Or you're right. With signing bonuses, it's 41 for him.
Because we ran a poll question before this happened right now. By the way, the breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Now, maybe influenced a little bit by the Oklahoma vote, but if we put up Baker Mayfield or Cooper Rush starting for your team next, I mean, I think Cooper Rush may have won it in DFW with the Tolo votes. Am I crazy, Bobby?
I think you're right, and I think that's wrong.
Yeah, it's wrong.
Like, you're right that's what they'd say. That's wrong that people would vote that. By the way, we did get the final poll results came back. 5,000 votes said 52% Jerry's going to put Zeke in the Ring of Honor. So 52% out of 5,000 votes. So closer than I thought.
Yeah, that's very close. I mean, Cooper, let's be real. Cooper was fine last year.
Yeah.
He threw the ball downfield. He attacked the defenses, which is, for a backup quarterback, that's not something you generally see. But he was going downfield far more than I expected him to.
Thanks to TR, LaShawn, and Jay. They sent me the news on Twitter. Shout out, y'all. There you go. Cooper Rush. Great deal for the Cowboys. We're all happy with it. But learn the lesson. Learn the lesson, Cooper Troopers.
They just told you, the league just told you what they think of his film. So for what you guys said, and it's all results based, everything, like, okay, this tells you what the league thought, which is the league thinks he's below Minshew, Keenum, Locke, White. Like, these are the guys that he's discernibly below. I mean, you're talking about if he maxes out his deal, he got, even in the guaranteed money, he's getting about $2 million less than Mike White.
And Mike White's a scrub, too. People in New York fell for this same thing.
Yeah.
The same Cooper Rush thing. Cowboy fans who hate Dak. Why did we let Mike White go? Look at him. What an indictment of our coaching. He's a scrub. And, in the nicest way possible. Cooper's just a guy as well, but it's good as a backup, especially after what he did last year. That was awesome. All right. Jordan Schultz reports Odell interest coming from Kansas City, Baltimore, and the Cowboys. The number is still sitting there at $20 million. So Kevin Gray is in love with Odell Beckham, right? And KG was saying, look at this video. How can you hesitate? I'm getting tricked by these video highlights.
Did KG say that? I hadn't seen that. I believe you. I'm just saying that's stunning that he saw that video and thought, this is awesome.
I mean, there's a lot of people on TV who are like, did you watch the video? I think Louis Riddick.
It reminded me of Jalen Smith.
So yeah, let's all give our opinion on this, because I think the differing opinion is going to be interesting here to talk about.
I love you, KG, but that was not a good-looking workout, I didn't think. I thought he looked like he was even...
But the video that KG retweeted, it's produced. It's done up by Odell's people. Watch how they fast forward through cuts. Watch how they accelerate and speed up certain parts of it. I mean, there's people that were at the workout who said that he looked good. Diana Rossini's been reporting it. I learned this with Zeke, right? Trust the eyes. My eyes told me years ago there's no burst. I remember bringing it up. I'm like, anyone else not seeing any burst? No explosion? Odell, in what I've seen, doesn't look lightning quick and crisp out of what I've seen with some of these cuts.
Yeah, I would love to see. You know me, I love to I love to look at the number, right? Like, so I don't want to judge somebody's speed from what I can see. I don't have, my eyes aren't a radar detector. is Odell, if you were looking at him in the Super Bowl 2 years ago, and what was his top speed? What did next gen have his top speed at? And what was it here?
Yeah, my issue is not the straight line speed
It's
when
the
I watch
cutting.
this. It's the lateral movement doesn't look smooth like it always has.
The video in the end zone where he cuts in and then goes back to the right. When he cuts back, goes back to the right, he looks like me running.
Yeah. Oh, right. it was Maurice Jones-Drew that was raving about that on NFL Network. He goes, "This is the cut that did it for me," and I was like,
"Do they share the same agent? Did they?" I don't know. I want to know. That's the first thing I would ask.
It's because it probably looks strikingly similar to the way Maurice Jones-Drew used to cut on the field.
And MJD is a Rams broadcaster.
Yeah.
He's got love for Odell.
Mm-hmm. So you got to look at that. They say follow the money. In the NFL, it's follow who's at the same agent.
Look, the market. I think prediction. I'll admit if I'm wrong. The market's about to smack Odell in the face too. He about to get a rude awakening.
Yeah.
So $20 million, stop. I know it's a negotiating ploy and everything, but it sounds like he's not really backing off of it. And then the Cowboys tied into Jerry Jeudy from Benjamin Albright. Is he credible? Trustworthy?
Who's he
work
has
for?
his hits and misses.
Who he work for?
He's specifically based in Denver. He has his hits and misses. It would be enough if he reported something that would make me check.
Jerry Jeudy said the Cowboys last year at the deadline were interested in Jerry Jeudy. And right now, Dallas, New England, and Cleveland are currently interested. Current price, a first or a high second.
I think that 2/3 of that is a correct report. Dallas did call at the deadline. Denver does want a first rounder. I don't believe Dallas has been in touch.
Why isn't anybody calling? Where are the reports of anyone calling about Lamar? What you talk about market reality setting in? We cannot afford for Bobby Bell to be dead right about nobody else wanting Lamar Jackson around the league.
What's the argument where it's like that's not really what happens? It's a fake kind of thing. That's not what happens. If nobody makes an offer for it, that doesn't mean nobody wants them. It means that they don't want to get played by the Ravens because they know they assume the Ravens are just going to take the offer and then match. B, you don't want to tell your current quarterback that you're going to go after this guy, sign him up, and then wind up watching him go back to Baltimore.
I don't think there's any participating teams that would or should worry about hurting their current guys' feelings.
I'm just saying they would.
I don't think the Atlanta Falcons give a crap what Desmond Ridder feels.
The Falcons don't.
I don't think the Washington Commanders give a crap, nor should they, what Sam Howell feels. It's this whole Zach Wilson stuff that was laughable that came out with Derek Carr. Who else?
I mean,
Miami definitely will not go down that road with Tua.
I agree.
I agree on Atlanta. I agree on Washington. I think
Carolina shouldn't have cared.
But Carolina knew they were going to be able to draft somebody. Even at 9, they were going to draft somebody.
Yeah.
So that there's that. And then you're going to give up 2 firsts and $50 million a year.
Yeah.
Just a lot. That's a lot to give up.
But how far down the list of quarterbacks do we get before we say, oh, yeah, they probably also don't have a single team negotiating with them when they're on the market for this price? Like, if Dak is in the same situation, people are negotiating with Dak. If you put
no one's giving up. Teams are not going to. I don't believe if Dak was in the same situation that you're going to have teams lining up.
I didn't say necessarily lining up. I think you'll have at least somebody biting and negotiating. Somebody would go, this will fix us.
Like, you would have thought that Lamar's mother, as the agent, you got to leak a team out that you got to leak some interest.
She is hurting him.
Scare the Ravens, right? That's the way this is played.
Yeah, I wonder if this has much more to do with the fact that he doesn't have an agent. He doesn't want to deal with him than anything else.
Well, he does have an agent.
Well,
his mother's the agent.
Yeah, but a real agent, like where they, you know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Feminist, RJ.
Are you saying women can't be agents? Chop.
Wow. There's an NCAA women's tournament, RJ, too.
Yeah, I filled out a bracket.
Yeah, did you?
Yeah, I did.
I'm sorry. Lamar's mom is not an agent.
Wow. Who else?
The NFLPA disagrees.
Who else you
do they?
Eli Apple's.
She's allowed to represent.
Eli Apple's mom, Kyrie's agent.
Does Eli Apple's mom represent him?
They're all women. I don't know.
Is Eli Apple's mom ruining the quarterback market currently? Because that's what Lamar's mom is not only ruining her son's career, she's ruining the quarterback market. Justin Herbert and Joe Burrow are waiting.
They would say Watson and them ruined it.
Yeah, well, he helped it. He got a fully guaranteed deal.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert are waiting for Lamar to sign so they can make more money than him.
Yeah, I don't know if Eli Apple's mom is the agent. I'm just trying to, make you feel uncomfortable.
I'm not uncomfortable. How about you hire somebody?
They're not going to allow you in Twin Peaks tomorrow. With the way this
I'm going to look.
going.
I want to know.
He's not going to be allowed in there because of the thumb test.
Yeah, all right. Well, they may be able to all pass it. Let's crosstalk. Let's see what crosstalk is like with Bassick leading the way as KMC is on the road. Let's catch up with the fellas next.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters at
No pay. No pay. Oh, we do have the return of someone. Go ahead.
I'm here. Does that mean I get to lead crosstalk?
Yes.
All right. Let me ask you guys something. And I know we talked about it on our show, but I really want your feedback about what you would have done in this scenario, right?
Okay.
So when we were going to spring training, which I know you guys didn't get to go, but you can pretend that you were there.
Yeah, thanks for bringing up that painful memory.
Man, it was glorious.
Well, you know what, Bobby? Get ready, because I'm about to bring up more painful memories. The lady behind me in the security line, I don't know if she hadn't been on a plane in like 20 years or what the story is, but you got to take off your shoes, and she couldn't wear a watch, and she was very put out by this. And then she said something that changed me as a human being, because she said it like it was a mic drop moment, and she goes, to her little group of people that she was with, she goes, you know what? I think this is because of 9/11. And I want to know, what would your reaction have been? Would you have turned around and been like, you know what? I bet you're right. Or do you think you'd have been like, yeah, we've all been dealing with it for a really long time. Have you not been on a plane? What's the story?
And this is in back of you in the airport security line?
And also, should you defiantly and loudly be saying 9/11 in the airport?
I would, well, first on that front, I almost, I had to whisper my joke to Sean and RJ when I was at the airport for Indianapolis, because they were talking about, are you worried about the flight? I was like, I'm more worried that my gate right here is C4. I think that's a bad omen.
Oh, my God.
And so then I realized I should probably not say that very loudly. But, yeah, my reaction, I tend to go super sarcastic, so I probably would have turned around and said, what's that?
Okay.
Yeah. I wouldn't have given a reaction out loud, because I don't have the right skin color to be making noise at the metal detectors at the airport.
Sorry, you know what? This is a white people problem. I appreciate it. Sean cannot experience that the same way.
Check your privilege, Aggie.
I'm sorry, you're right.
But
you're
I do have a rant that I would go on internally. It actually ties into RJ's story that he sent about the inventor of the mouse, which we didn't get to.
Oh,
what I would be thinking internally is no, not God.
Okay. Different mouse.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure.
I watched that in the Bible, so I know what you're talking about.
Hold on, they did not have a subsection about the mouse.
I saw the boat. I saw the boat. All the animals on the boat.
Oh, Noah's Ark.
I called an ark.
Right.
I saw
the
boat.
An ark, not a boat.
Watch the Bible? How do I watch the Bible?
Oh, I'll send you the link.
Thank you.
I got lots of pop-up books for Noah about it.
What I would have thought is, shut your mouth, lady. Be quiet. So what? We're all going through the same thing. It's all for the betterment. It's all for the safety.
No, we're not. I don't. Pre-check,
yeah.
baby.
That's right.
Amateurs take their shoes off.
Yeah, what I would have said is it's a scam, which it is. It's a financial scam because we watch RJ and the VIP line just walk through without having to go through any of this. So it's a financial scam to get more money out of you.
And they did a background check in 10 minutes, mind you. They did a 10-minute background check on me.
Really?
And that's how I got my pre-check.
Have you guys experienced the inconsistency, though, with the laptop rule?
That's funny, and I'm not making another racial joke. They told me like days.
Well, yeah.
Why would it take a background check for me days and you 10 minutes?
So you sign up, and then you got to make an appointment. So they may do something in the meantime while the process is going through, but then you make an appointment. The appointment takes like 10 minutes. You put your fingerprint on there. They look you up. Takes 2 seconds.
I found it's completely inconsistent which airport I'm going out of if they tell me I have to take the laptop out of the bag or not.
And the other thing about that bothers me is the person who runs security acts like you're the dumbest person ever.
Every time.
If you're like, oh, here, I'm going to put my laptop on top of the bag, and they're like, good Lord.
Yeah.
What are you doing? And I'm like, that's what it's at the airport. And they're like, no.
But don't you really appreciate the really nice security person
who details all the instructions
right this way
while you're waiting in line?
Yeah.
Take your shoes off.
Yep.
Everybody take your bag and put it in the bin, and then take your shoes and computer in a different compartment.
Yep.
They lay it all out.
And they're making a joke like, you better don't lose that wedding ring. Yep. Don't lose that ring. I love that person.
I have so much panic going through that line, though, because I'm usually carrying like a bag that they want me to take that out of a bag, and then I got to do this, and then I got to get my shoes off and my belt off and everything else. I'm just like panicking, like, I got to get up here, and I'm game planning in advance, like, how fast can I get 3 bins up on the table and quickly do everything without pissing people off behind me because I'm not
Yeah,
quickly enough going through the line.
They look at me as that you're the number one terrorist suspect of anyone. The way you get all antsy and all worked up, and the way you walk all fast.
Way to get me on the no-fly list.
Sean,
and your beard. You got a terrorist beard too.
Oh my gosh, Sean, would you be embarrassed if I made a big scene at the airport and I saw someone look at you and I was like, "Hey, what are you looking at?" He can be on a plane just the same as the rest of us. Would you be embarrassed if I just made this?
No, and
scene?
I think all the brown people in line should give you a standing ovation.
What?
You should get an applause for speaking up for all of us right there.
Okay.
Although I haven't been profiled in a while, but I never complained. I said I get it. I understand. My last name's Sharif. All right, my middle name and first name, they look weird. I got brown skin. Omar.
I will say you were the only one who got pulled aside for extra screening when we were coming back from Super Bowl.
I get it.
So
some stereotypes exist for a reason. But that was going to lead me to this mask, the mouse mask story.
We had a couple we had a couple of airport stories, right? The Tom Hoagie, the local golfer, flying coach on the way home. But this is a tech tycoon.
Okay.
This is the guy,
Bill Gates.
His name is Steve Kirsch.
Oh.
What did Steve Kirsch do? Well, he invented the mouse.
He coaches the Warriors.
He does.
Yes. That's Steve Kerr.
How much is that guy worth? Or is he out now? Does he get the?
I don't know. What's Steve Kerr's contract?
Does he get the laptop mouse carryover money?
That's a good question. I don't know. That's a good question. But so he posted to Twitter. He's only worth $5 million.
No,
they're
Steve
looking
Kerr's
up
contract.
Steve Kerr. It's a little side
He
bit.
posted to Twitter, "I'm on board a Delta flight right now. The person sitting next to me in first class refused $100,000 to remove her mask for the entire flight. No joke. This was after I explained.
Corey, $100K to take off the COVID mask.
He said this was after I explained they don't work. She works for a pharma company. He accompanied his post with a selfie showing him smiling on board a full flight. He did not disclose the destination of where he was going. He says, I started the bidding at $100, and I pointed out that when she removed the mask for eating and drinking, she could be infected with one breath. So she had full disclosure. She took off her mask as soon as the breakfast was served because everyone knows you can't get infected while you're eating. Maybe next time we'll sit next to someone who had an account at Silicon Valley Bank." This guy's so rich, he offered this woman $100,000 to take her mask off during a flight.
Okay.
Accepted.
And she said no. She said no.
I'm going to start wearing a mask on flights just in case.
No. Have you ever had a conversation? I don't care what your thoughts or scientific information is or anything like that. Have you ever had a conversation with somebody who fundamentally disagrees with you about anything, let alone COVID? They're not going to be like, you know what? You're right, even for a certain amount of money. And if that person's got all the money, then what the hell do they care?
Here's my second.
I would have taken the money.
Here's my second rant. This is what drives me crazy about, and I'll take over for Bassick here. Choppy and all your COVID clan. What drives me the craziest about you, what drives me craziest about all y'all is how upset and enraged you get when someone else is wearing a mask. Like the amount of disgust for the person walking down the street, lonesome by themselves, the person driving in their car, they got the mask on, this freaking a-hole billionaire. Why do you care? Why does it get infected in your being
I'm glad
and drive
you said.
you? It's none of your damn business. Keep your freaking nose and your mouth out of it.
Wow.
Stay out of it.
I'm glad you asked.
Let people mind their own business.
Thank you. That's all I asked for 2 years ago when I didn't want to wear a mask. Or, I just said, let me do what I want to do. And they said, no, you got to wear the mask. So if they can do it, I can do it, brother. All right? So I'm going to shame because they said it's the science. The science says wear the mask, gets the shot. And guess what now? The science says don't wear the mask and don't take the shot. So which one is it?
So are you telling me we're never going to get back to neutral ground because aren't those people then going to get back at you for this and then you're going to get back at them for that?
Absolutely. It is a petty society we live in.
Eye for eye.
I am going to be petty.
I watched that in the Bible. Eye for eye.
Eye for eye. Eye for eye.
That's the Old Testament.
I haven't gotten to that part. I didn't see that. I was just trying to.
The Old Testament's first. You haven't gotten to it?
Whatever Mike sent me.
Is eye for an eye actually in the Bible?
Eye for an eye? I think it is.
I don't know. I was just making a video reference as a joke. Obviously, it was a bad one. Where are you guys?
We are at RJ Dukes in McKinney. Now, this is very clear. We need to make this very clear. I've heard there's some confusion this week. It is not off of the tollway. It is off of 75 in McKinney, 400 North Central Expressway, Suite 109. Now, here's the thing.
Sweet.
There's sales on singles, sales on wax, plus we're going to be opening all kinds of amazing products, which will be part of a giveaway on Monday. So if you want to come down, buy some stuff, get some stuff on sale, and sign up for these giveaways, which we might be missing one box, that WWE box.
Did you steal it?
If it just disappears,
Did you
Corey,
steal
who's
that
going to
box?
know?
It's probably the
I will
Bassick
know.
thief. Probably the Bassick thief.
You know what's
at it
funny,
again.
too?
Where is Mike, by the way?
Mike is down in
A&M.
College Station for the A&M LSU.
Oh, is he there to watch the second round game?
baseball
Kevin?
series. Yeah. You know what?
Oh, wait. That's not Kevin's shot. Kevin will be against you tomorrow.
Yeah. Kevin's going to be against me. Hopefully that Duke sweatshirt is going to be. I hope you're going to wear it. You'll probably wear it here on Monday.
I mean,
you
probably.
predicting Duke's going to win?
You saw how the first round went, right, RJ?
Well, yeah. I mean, like Duke's a good team.
Yeah, partially ruined your bracket.
Duke's red hot. It did partially ruin my bracket.
And
Duke's
with
red
all
hot.
their players, they're 18-1 this season, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, and we're without our point guard, our best player. So it was going to be a short tournament anyway.
Kevin, who do you have in the Final Four, and who do you have winning
Duke.
it?
I just love Duke.
I actually have them. Golly, I didn't even say
You're
anything
not pulling
yet.
for Houston?
No, this is Brandon's bracket, and I feel bad. I won't say who he has in the finals because it might not have worked.
Are they out already?
Yep, I have.
It can't be worse than Bobby's Final Four pick.
Hey, I'm still in better position than Choppy is. So, yeah, I had Arizona in the Final Four, so that's screwed.
Yeah, that's not good. I have Alabama, Marquette, Houston, and Kansas.
I still have Purdue, UConn, and Texas alive.
My biggest concern about Purdue is they have really struggled down the stretch, but this tournament will humble us all. And can I ask you a quick question about that? I saw they were talking about on ESPN, 800 people in their bracket pick Furman and Princeton to win. Do you think those people are geniuses, or do you think they're stupid? I know it worked out for them, but
you got to pick upsets. So I don't really think Oral Roberts is better than Duke. But I needed an upset somewhere.
I'm always convinced all those people went to that school. They lived there.
No, I think it's like Peyton, how they allow you to submit 25 brackets. It's probably people just, this is my upset bracket. And so the only ones that are left are the ones of people screwing around.
How many are perfect?
658, I think it is.
Wow.
Let me pull it up.
658 perfect brackets left in the country.
Wow.
How many will be after today, do you think, Annie?
What's the deepest we've gotten into this before? I feel like it's.
There's been a guy
somebody's gotten into the second round.
Yeah, I think
somebody got into like the Elite Eight one year. I think.
Somebody did a bracket where they only got one.
I remember that.
Is this the Warren Buffett challenge?
Well, Warren Buffett's got it's $1 billion, right? He's giving away $1 billion, something like that.
Perfect bracket.
Perfect, 100 million, whatever.
He's got it.
Perfect bracket is 658 remaining out of over 20 million.
My goodness.
All right, fellas. Kevin with the 1-day work week. Sweet.
It is pretty impressive. Hey, I was supposed to be off all week, but I jumped back on today because I love this shop. These are good people. By the way, if you're like, hey, can I trust them? They donate stuff for My Possibilities and for Peace-a-thon every single year.
Go.
So they are good people. Come on down to RJ Dukes in McKinney. We'll be here doing our show. My older son is here, and he's not wearing green.
Have a great weekend. It's the KNC Masterpiece. Next on The Fan.
The more you listen. from our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from RJ Duke Sports in McKinney. Here is the situation and the setup for today. We want to see how much of Corey's bank account we can drain with all of these great deals. 20% off all singles under $500, 10% off all wax under $500, 10% off all memorabilia under $500. I might have said $5. I meant $500, excuse me. And 25% off of all supplies. Plus, my older son is here. I have his bracket if you want to shame him. Or if you want to look at him and be like, you know what, that's a heck of a lot better than my bracket, well done. You'll have to come out here and see. Plus, we're going to be watching basketball on the multi-TV setup for March Madness. It's going to be an extravaganza, Corey.
All right, Kevin, what is the most expensive thing in this place right now? Is it the NBA Jam video game, or is there a card that you know of? Oh, somebody's
Is it the Tom Brady helmet?
They're pointing it out. It is the Kobe Bryant.
Oh, autograph. And that's a Fanatics basketball, by the way, which you can only, you get like exclusively through them.
Oh, really?
And so that's a lot. They've got the full-size Erling Haaland autographed soccer ball that I think is super cool, and all kinds of other amazing stuff. I need to see if they still have that Joe Montana graded rookie card that I'm interested in.
And the Brady autographed helmets right there.
Yeah.
Wow.
So basically, if you want to get them, what will happen is you'll come in. If you know what? If somebody comes in and they're legit going to buy that Patrick Mahomes helmet, I will try to hoist them up on my shoulders to get the helmet.
Are those game-worn helmets? Are those game-worn?
I don't
think
here's my suggestion, because if that was game-worn from the Super Bowl, I am going to buy it and leave right now.
Well, here's what we should do. We'll put them on, and we'll go play a game of football, and then they can be game-worn.
Look,
what do you think about that?
Once they're purchased, if the person purchasing it wants us to do that, that's fine. I do not think that inherently raises the value. In fact, I would make a strong argument it cripples the value to a certain extent.
This is a gorgeous store, man. I love the way that it's set up. This is where my kid would probably get lost.
At the Keymaster?
The Keymaster.
Is it Master or Blaster?
Yeah, man,
Keymaster.
Carter loves those things. He went out at Texas Live.
Yeah.
He spent about $40 of his own money trying to get stuff, and then I learned, and I was like, you have to go away now. Sorry, buddy. But you can bring your kids in and spend $40.
I did bring my older kid in, but from the 972, hold on, you're telling me your baby son didn't fill out a bracket? Terrible parenting. That is a great point.
You can pull it out with him or for him and show him.
See, here's the thing. Every time you give him any sort of product, he tries to just stick it in his mouth. So if I gave him a bracket, he would just end up eating it like he did the thing that holds your hotel key. That's what he did yesterday. He just grabbed it and stuck it in his mouth and ate it.
The little paper package?
Yes! That is what he did, because with the teething and everything, he just wants to eat everything. They've also got cool sales on Pokemon and all kinds of stuff. Plus, you get to see us. So come on down and see us now. Come on, people. Is this what we're doing? And the address is 400 North Central Expressway, Suite 109 in McKinney. For the 817, Kevin keeps saying wax, and my pothead thinks of something else. All right, if that is the energy we're bringing this morning, that's okay as well. And from the 214, can I get a shout-out from a high school in Mississippi, McEvans High School, 2023 state champions in basketball. So it is also a shout-out Friday, Corey.
Yeah, man, and we gave a shout-out to Lake Highlands for getting their state championship. Congratulations to them.
Woo!
Mike,
did you say in your face to Mike?
Well, as soon as I said it,
still got a left-handed catcher.
Immediately, Mike went into a rant about how Duncanville just didn't cheat the right way and how they got caught. And
that actually is true.
He's like, everybody else is cheating too. That we got caught doing it. He was like, otherwise, we're going to be the real national champion. And I was like, oh, Mike.
It was a bold strategy for Duncanville to get busted for something and be like, you know what? I'm going to do the exact same thing. What are you going to do? And they're like, well, now you can't be in the playoffs.
Well, it doesn't make any sense though. Somebody else did it and they didn't get caught, right?
Yeah.
Or in trouble.
I mean, look, I get it.
Is that a Jake Ottinger mini helmet right there? Dude, that is awesome.
Yes, it is.
If you're a Stars fan, and I know things were a bit of a struggle last night, Kevin.
Well, don't worry about that.
Connor McDavid's good at hockey and everything.
Yes.
How did he get so good at hockey, Joey?
I know.
Do you know how?
I know.
Joey's not there.
I don't.
No.
Okay.
Sorry. I don't know how.
From the 214, shout out to Corey for being the only one coming to work every day. I wasn't at work last week, so if we get these holidays, or not holidays, we get vacation days.
It rotates.
Yeah, everybody.
I'm here
a lot of people
now.
have vacation days in agreements with their companies, and we get them. And I say use them because if you don't use them, they'll be like, you know what, you didn't use them all last year.
Man, and then sometimes they take them away. No,
Yeah.
I'm with you on that. See, I prefer to look at this from the perspective of I was going to originally be off today, and I came into work, so I hope
I'm proud
people
of
come and hang out with us at the card shop.
I'd be here anyway because
You
I
would.
wanted to be here. You know,
Okay.
I would have been here anyway because
See,
I wanted
I
to
just
be
show up when I'm contractually obligated to do so.
From the
Well, that
7
actually doesn't make any
from
sense.
the 720, I would pay more for a helmet worn by you guys. I think you're onto something. See, you're always like short selling us here, man.
That is, you know what?
We can do a lot more than you think.
That's a fair point. From the 401, do they have Legos for Kevin too? Well, don't worry. We went to Stonebriar yesterday and stopped at the Lego shop.
Did you build the AFC Richmond Stadium for Ted Lasso?
No,
Ted
I
Lasso
feel like
characters?
I feel like we need to finish season 3. I know it just started before we build that, but you know I like me a good deal, which is why you should come out today. Is they had 2 free items yesterday at the Lego shop if you spent X amount of dollars.
Like 1 gold block or something?
No, they were really cool actually. And so yes, we already went to the Lego
You
shop.
get a hairpiece for this character.
No,
That's one of your 2 free
they've
items.
upped their giveaway game.
nice.
They really, really have. All right. Now, Corey, you asked the question.
Is your bracket busted?
Okay, and we need to really talk about
Everybody's
this.
bracket
Oh, they're not. Okay, here is my PSA. I feel like we do this every year. All right? If you picked Arizona to go to the Final Four and you want to tell me your bracket's busted, that's fine. I can listen to that. But if you picked Virginia to lose in the second round and they lost in the first round, don't say your bracket's busted. You're fine. It's 1 round. You're fine, all right? But if you pick Virginia or Arizona to make really deep runs, I get it. If you pick Texas A&M to beat Penn State and then lose in the second round, you're fine. You lost a 1-point game. You're going to be okay.
But what a 1-point game? Hold on, you're on a point system?
I think a lot of people do point
system
brackets.
Okay, all right, interesting. That's the thing, though, Kevin. I want all the points.
You
How can
can't.
What do you mean
You
I can't?
can't.
I can't get all the points.
No.
You're saying there's no possible way.
Yeah,
to
that's
have a perfect
right.
bracket.
Okay, it's like 1 in a quadrillion.
That sounds like
something.
a possibility.
See, I don't even know what that number is, though. Do you? Okay, if
What's
it's
the biggest number you know that's not infinity or Google or whatever?
999 trillion.
That's what I said to Carter, and he was
Yeah.
like, nope. And I was like, that's the biggest number I know, Carter.
I know there's higher numbers, but I don't know the order. Here's the thing. If it gets to a number that you don't automatically know the sequence of, you can't do it.
Do you think the percentage is
can't,
too low
you
at that
can't.
point?
I'm sorry. I wish that you could. Warren Buffett actively dares people. He's like, you know what? You can't do it. I'll give you $1 billion. $1 billion. He's like, sure, $1 billion, no problem. Because he knows you can't do it. So, Corey, I need you to have more reasonable dreams. Can you do that?
Than perfection?
Yeah, look.
Going 100% from the free throw line?
Look.
That's not reasonable?
Always killing dreams, Kevin.
Okay, you know what? You're right, Joey. Because
Oh.
I want people to have more reasonable dreams, all right? I know that's not as inspiring, but like when you're like, oh, you can do anything you want. Yeah, a lot of times, but you get to a point where you're like, yeah.
Warren Buffett's worth $103 billion.
So
he can
like,
give somebody $1 billion.
He could, but still, that's how daring it is.
He's like, oh, I'm down to 102.
Yeah, he's
That's
like, you
it.
can't. You can do most anything, but if you get to numerical odds that you don't know the sequence, then you can't.
I do want to ask this question, Joey. Who is more of a dream killer? Kevin saying you can't get a perfect bracket, therefore your bracket isn't busted, or me saying that you can't be a dinosaur? Who's a bigger dream killer in this situation?
Oh, definitely
'Cause I've said
Kevin.
Okay,
What?
thank you. I appreciate that.
What? Because you also think somebody couldn't be a dinosaur?
Of course.
That's a fact, dude.
Is
Like,
it?
that's a fact. There's a 0% chance that we can be dinosaurs.
Gorilla,
We
maybe.
can become dinosaurs.
I think you should take a harder examination of the world over the last several years. I think you might be overstating that, my friend.
Yeah, man.
And no, I don't know this. And for the 817, this is fair. Kevin, don't tell Corey he can't be perfect just because you are. I am definitely.
Oh, wow. I like that.
I thought it was said at first just because you aren't.
Of course,
that's
Kevin
true.
would read that one.
I am not.
Kevin can't
perfect.
multitask, remember?
Oh, my gosh. Mike was he was like, here's what's going to happen. We get to enjoy you writing a paper, all right? You're going to sit down and write a paper, and Mike is going to talk to you at the same time.
Yep.
And then we're going to say, all right, you tell us everything Mike said, and we're going to read your paper at the same time.
That's the thing about when Mike says I can't multitask. He has literally been having conversations with me multiple times when I've been multitasking.
Yeah.
Like, he's been looking at me in the face while I will look at him and type. And he's like, you can't multitask. And I'm like, you have seen me do that time and time and time
I don't
again.
believe you. I don't believe it.
From the 469, my daughter was a dinosaur for Halloween. Check.
It's not a real dinosaur.
Oh my God! Are you telling that little girl on a shout out Friday
yes.
she's not a real dinosaur?
I will tell her to
Good
your face.
night.
You weren't a real dinosaur. You know what she's gonna say? She's gonna say, "You're right. I'm dressed up as a dinosaur," and I'll high five her, and then we'll go get candy.
I don't think you know how Halloween works. That is not. How many kids do you run into? They're like, I'm Iron Man. Not the real Iron Man. That's not what happens. They're like, I'm Iron Man.
They don't.
Avengers.
They don't believe they're actually the character. Okay, Carter did go everywhere wearing the Captain America outfit for years. But that being said, he didn't believe he was Captain America. He wasn't trying to jump off the house and do a barrel roll because he thought he'd die.
You know what, Corey? I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
When did your spirit of wonder die? Because that is the saddest thing that I have ever heard.
I think it was after my dad's first heart attack.
Oh my gosh, that is not an okay
Then my parents
response.
got divorced.
Oh my goodness. From the 254, 75% of people in Congress are dinosaurs. Politics.
Boom.
So see,
I didn't even think we'd get politics in the conversation today.
So my bracket is not busted, but the biggest L, I know G-Bag does biggest L, biggest up. The biggest L I took yesterday in terms of points was Texas A&M. I predicted Texas A&M. My son is smarter than me. He predicted Texas and Penn State. We'll just focus on that part of his bracket.
How's everything going there?
That's going really well. I picked Texas A&M, and it was
He
apparent.
has Houston to win it.
10-minute, yeah.
Who do they have Houston playing
Just
against?
don't worry about that. Don't worry.
I'm sure everything's going to be fine.
It's going to be fine.
If he gets all the other teams up to that point, everything will be fine.
You know what? It's a team with an ace. It was probably Alabama.
No, it was Arizona.
No, it could be Alabama. You don't know. Is Texas A&M was an L. I actually had Louisiana upsetting Tennessee, so I took the loss on that. But again, I did not have those teams making lengthy runs, so it's okay. It's okay.
From the 469, well, Corey killed my daughter's wonder today. I didn't know she was listening. I really was. I guess it is spring break. I got to watch my mouth just a little bit, huh?
Wait 1 second. Kevin, ask stupid questions, get stupid answers. The 214. This is the best start to the show ever.
Are you sure? Do you not remember the day where we had the fried pickles in the trash can? That was a pretty amazing start to a show.
From okay, Corey, were there any March Madness losses that hit you particularly hard?
My bracket is still perfect.
No,
so I'm doing
you
great
picked
right now.
Furman and Princeton.
You had to pick.
Way to go, Corey.
Yeah. What?
I said, way to go, Corey.
Thanks, Joey. That's what I'm talking about. See, he's supportive. You're like, no way that could happen. Yeah,
See,
man. You had to pick upsets. Those are the ones that I chose.
Okay.
It just happened to be. I'm not claiming to be a genius. I just got lucky on those two, so I'm doing fine right now.
Okay.
Now, do I have Arizona going to the Final Four or going to the final game? No, I don't.
Because you picked them to lose to Princeton?
I picked them to lose.
Okay.
So I got other teams.
Your Final Four is going to be like
Today could be bad. Today could be bad.
It's going to be Furman and Montana State and Drake and Iona.
Let me ask you a question
That's your
about
Final Four.
We have like 1 minute to really have a conversation.
Okay,
about
well, let's get into it.
Is NIL money affecting college basketball too?
Yeah.
And do you think it's like affects it yet? Because that's the way things panned out in the first round already is interesting, and I'm wondering if the future of the NCAA tournament could really be like altered in a huge way due to NIL money at some point. Because maybe you have some other players saying, you know what, I can go to a smaller school, get a lot more money, and it'll change the spread of wealth of athletes could be all across the board.
See, in all seriousness, I always thought the biggest impact was that some of these other teams, like Iona, for example, or, you can obviously bring up your Furmans and your Princetons, is you're going to have more team cohesion, you would think, because it's just more logical that the kids at Princeton are staying longer than the kids at Arizona. Yeah. And so maybe that team has been together for 2, 3, some of them 4 years. And
are you saying Princeton can raise more NIL money too?
I don't.
Guys to stay longer?
You know what? You would think that Princeton. You would think that Princeton would be able to raise a lot of dang money. Like, I imagine a lot of super rich people came from Princeton, right? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from RJ Dukes in McKinney. Coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers super prospect Cole Reagans right here on The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW's Top Football.
C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, where Corey, I believe, is making bold claims that he is undefeated after day one.
I'm going to be undefeated into the Final Four, I bet.
That's
my prediction at this point.
I predict that you are not undefeated now, but you told me that you are, and I have not seen your bracket. So to be fair, you might be right. Now, what I do know is, get ready for this transition. The savings are undefeated at RJ Dukes today.
Yes, they are.
That's how you do a professional transition. So if you want to come see us, 400 North Central Expressway in McKinney, we'll be here doing our show, and they got sales and deals going all day long. Now, we're going to talk with Cole Reagans in just a little bit, who, by the way, I believe he's pitching today. Fascinating that he's doing an interview. But are you excited about maybe excited is too strong a word. Are you satisfied by the Cooper Rush deal? Is Ian Rappaport saying 2-year deal that can be worth up to $6 million. I have to admit, again, maybe excited is too big of a word, but I think that's a heck of a value for somebody who can do a competent job if necessary.
Yeah, competent is, that's a dead-on word. It's not like he did anything outrageous to win games.
Yeah.
But that was probably the style of football that Mike McCarthy wanted to play with him.
I could see that.
That he probably wants to play with Dak too. Hey, let's just win.
It kind of sounds like that.
I don't need to be I don't need to go out there and just chuck it around. Were we right, by the way, Kevin? Whenever Sean and RJ were asking the question, when Dak comes back, what do you want the offense to look like? And we were like, let's look like it is right now. You're winning football games. Yeah. Were we right?
I think Mike McCarthy let us know that we were correct.
So I feel like it's more of that style, and especially what they've done with their defense so far. But when Mike White signed, Kevin, his money, do you remember what his money was for Mike White?
Would he get like $4
base salary of
$3.5
million for 2 years at a package of $8 million.
So the maximum of Mike White's even lower.
Yeah.
Than what Cooper Rush is going to get.
So and that was, but there was part of me that was like, man, does Cooper Rush say, hey, you know what? I deserve $8 million a year, or something like that? Because look at this, I was the top priority for a lot of people in the season. But Cooper Rush says, you know what? I know what the Cowboys are. I like being a Cowboy. I can do this deal, and I'm pretty good to go.
I'm telling you, I really am surprised. I'm not saying, I don't think we ever said that he was just going to go in and automatically take a starting job. But I did think that he was going to have the opportunity to go somewhere and be in some sort of like quarterback competition,
Mm-hmm.
and that he would, if you would have told me.
He's not going to win it.
No, yeah, fair enough. But I would have thought, $3 million, I thought he would have made more than that for sure. I'm stoked that he's back. And look, I don't know how everyone reacted to this, and maybe they'll yell at me now, and maybe they yelled earlier. I am totally fine with the value that they got with the signings of now Cooper Rush, Leighton Vander Esch, and Donovan Wilson. Like, I really am okay with those. The value of those signings.
This has been a very good offseason, in my opinion, for the Cowboys.
Okay, what has been I know I'm behind, so please forgive me. Tolos, our YouTubers, let me know what has been like kind of the vibe during the week, because I know, like, and I posted up some of the memes on our Facebook page because I thought they were funny. It's like, Cowboys agree to terms with nobody for $0, and like, I just think that's kind of funny.
It's traditional. That's the Cowboys tradition.
Exactly. But what's been the vibe that people have felt about the value you got on, whether it's Wilson, LVE, now Rush, or whatever else?
This is the great thing for me, I think, Kevin, is the fans aren't complacent. There's two different ways of looking at this. They're satisfied that the Cowboys have done something. Usually you lose Donovan Wilson, and then you're like, hey, we're just going to plug in random guy and go make that happen. But doesn't this sound like a Dan Quinn and Mike McCarthy said, no, we need this guy around, trying to make this work, because he's a key to
it. Does
whenever we make our defense happen. We are a team that can say, let's take that linebacker off the field and have 3 safeties on the field, and we can cover on third down.
Yeah.
So, like, it's important we have this guy. And then with Leighton Vander Esch, I'm not saying that you lose at Leighton Vander Esch typically, but this is one of those times where they're probably like, let's move on. We'll try to find something in the draft. Reasonable price, they make it happen. For an exceptional price, they get a cornerback that's been a Pro Bowler.
Yeah,
they get a cornerback
trade.
Maybe one of the most sound coverage cornerbacks in the league. When it comes to coverage, that's what matters for me the most, is the fact that on opposite digs, if he's going to take risks, you don't have a guy on the other side that's just like, man, I'm just going to take all these risks and get burned all day. You have a guy that's very sound in coverage.
Okay, so you know what that means?
Then the other side, real quick, the other side on this is it's not good enough still. Go get more and go do better.
I get that. Look, my son and I know I've been listening. I know what y'all said about Hop and everything, but my older son and I, Brandon, have been joking about, like, now trade for Hop and sign Bobby Wagner and, like, let's go do this thing.
Just rake in all the
Yeah,
Super Bowls.
and I mean, like I said, I've heard what y'all have been saying about that, but the so that would be lovely. But you know what the good news is now? This pretty much guarantees that the Mavericks are going to load up on quality bigs. Now, hear me out for a second, because I know you're like, that doesn't make any sense.
How you got
all right,
there.
just hear me out. Then.
Okay, I'll hear you.
All right, what amazing things are happening in the Metroplex right now that are subverting our usual expectations for our teams? The Rangers have all the starting pitchers.
Okay.
The Cowboys have plenty of quality cornerbacks. And these are deficient spots that we usually run into. So what's next? Like, I know it's not happening right now, but the next step is that the Mavericks will stock up on quality bigs, because that's what we're doing.
The Stars are going to trade the Ben contract somehow, right?
Man, that would be now, and like, I would have liked that a lot more maybe like 2 years ago.
Okay,
if they can get off the Sagan deal, I think I would probably be okay with that. And I'm not trying to like really infuriate people, but let's take a look at
our
the number.
history as Rangers fans is we don't have pitchers.
Exactly.
Our history as
And now
Cowboys
we do.
fans is we're trying to figure out cornerback.
Yeah.
And now you're saying that we're going to have the next Shaquille O'Neal on this basketball team because the Mavericks are going to say, you know what, this is so we probably are going to swing that Anthony Davis trade. That probably is going to actually happen.
Look, that's what I'm feeling at the moment. And again, you're right. For people that like, I know he ended up going back, but when it looked like Darius Slay was going to move on down the road for a hot minute there, and I know he came back, I'd heard the rumblings about, hey, let's go get him too. And look, I'm not going to be in a position where I'm like, we're too good at that. Like, whether it's offensive line, defensive line, or your cornerbacks.
Except for on the left side of the field in baseball.
That's right.
You're like,
and
too
hey,
much.
look what happened. We pretty much invented the shift. And so I don't think you're ever going to be in a position where you're like, that's too much talent. But then I saw he went back. But, of course, I started thinking, oh, okay, so if we bring back Jordan Lewis, or he's still making his way back from injury, and Deron Bland, and they can be our backup people. I'm like, oh, that sounds delightful.
And here's the thing. When it comes to I don't think the Cowboys are done by any means. Like,
Sure.
I think they're still kind of keeping an eye on things that could come available. They're very opportunistic. This is
Not to mention the draft.
The fifth, and that's where I was going to get to next. The fifth-round pick for Gilmore. How often does a pick like that happen? Like, you don't see those kinds of trades that often.
Yeah.
Sure, maybe you can trade away an Amari Cooper for a fifth-round pick every once in a while. But to get Gilmore to do that, like, it's very infrequent that you get these kinds of deals. That's striking gold.
You know what's really funny about that is, and I know that's not the way any of this played out, but let's say I go back 2 years or a year and a half, and I told you we're trading Amari Cooper for Stefan Gilmore.
I would be very happy.
And so, like, I know the way
especially knowing what CeeDee Lamb's become.
Exactly. I know the way we got there was maddening because you're like, nobody wants Amari Cooper. We'll just give him up for nothing. Then he had a quality season, and then you struggled at secondary receiver position, and then you made the trade for Stefan Gilmore. So it's not exactly a straight line there, but I feel better knowing you got a quality player for that same, like, genre of draft pick, and Stefan Gilmore had a good year this past year.
I guess the next part of that is, what do you want? What do you think that they're going to do? And when it comes to the draft, Kevin, if we walk away from this draft and Broadus and Wolchuk are going, man, that's what we were wanting.
Yeah.
Like, we got guys that we were sitting here, because Wolchuk's like, hey, let's double dip at corner. Let's go ahead and go back in, get one for the future, because obviously the Gilmore isn't like a multi-year deal for him. It's a one-year situation. But this is as close to all in as the Cowboys have been in a long time in that mindset.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you live from Arizona, I do believe, Texas Rangers pitcher Cole Reagans. Good morning, sir.
How's it going?
We're doing really good. Now, are you pitching today?
Yes, sir. A little
Okay.
later on in the day.
Well, I want to thank you for doing this interview then, because we have always been told when we're in the clubhouse, do not talk to a pitcher sitting on that couch if they're pitching that day. Is that accurate that you don't want to talk to a pitcher the day that they're pitching?
So, I mean, it just kind of, I feel like it depends on who the guy is. Some guys don't like it. Some guys don't mind it. It just kind of depends.
So you go out today, and let's say, Kevin, was it Ventura that we saw pitch 7 innings or 8 innings of clean baseball? You go out there and pitch today, and you get, I don't know, maybe 6 innings in, and it's perfect game. Does that mean you say, I got to go on with KNC every day before I pitch? Are you that superstitious?
I try not to be that superstitious.
What do you think is the one thing that you're like, man, I do have to consistently get this the day before I pitch?
Clean shave.
Clean, except for the mustache, or?
Except for the mustache, yeah. I shave the night before.
Does it just make you feel more confident, more powerful? What's the story?
I don't know. I just feel like it's like I'm cleaned up. I'm ready to go.
That's the rule, Kevin. Whenever I was playing, that was the rule too. Our coach was like, guys, you do not shave on game day. All right. He was like, you shave the night before, but you do not shave on game day. And I was like, Coach, I am literally in 6th grade. Why are you telling me this right now? This makes 0 sense. But I never shaved on game day.
Well, and one of the reasons we bring this up, Cole, is we had conversations in the past about what makes you feel uber confident. So, like, for my co-host, it was having a full tank of gas.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it was having a fully charged cell phone.
Yes.
And it sounds like perhaps for you, it's being clean-shaven.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally, I've done it since high school. Like, every night before I'd throw, I clean shave.
So when you say you're not superstitious, you're a little stitious.
A little stitious.
A little. I try not to be so superstitious to where it's a problem.
Makes sense. Now, like, where do you talk to Boach, you have, or Maddox, and kind of get a good idea of where you are with this club right now, or is this, hey, look, I'm proving myself every time I get on the hill, and maybe I can get into the rotation? What are you feeling from this right now?
I mean, I'm going out there and just trying to compete every time I throw. I mean, I don't know. I haven't been told anything. I don't know anything. So every time I go out there, I'm going to give it all I got and try to make the team any way I can.
Have you had a moment so far that – oh, go ahead.
No, that's it.
Have you had a moment so far that you were like, man, I really wanted to pitch against this guy, and I got him out?
Not necessarily. Like, you mean like last year and in spring this year?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, for sure.
No, I mean, obviously all the big names in baseball, you get to face them. And if you get them out, it's, pretty awesome just because you've watched them for so long. But nobody in particular.
Have you had much of an opportunity to stay in the loop on the World Baseball Classic, or is that just not viable considering all the preparations you're making for the season?
No, I mean, I watch it when I go home, like in the afternoon, and what I usually watch a little over half of the Team USA game, and then I end up going to bed. But because they've been playing at like 7 o'clock this time, so.
And then for people who don't know, out in Arizona, you're in a magical land where the time does not change.
It is a weird thing.
And the rest of the country does change. Is that odd at all in Arizona when the time stays the same, but if you're calling other people, it's now a different time that you're calling them?
You just I have to like tell myself like, oh, my mom or dad. It's like I'm calling them at like 4:30, 5 o'clock, which is like, I don't know, it's just normal afternoon here, and I got to remember it's like 8:30 there, 8 o'clock there.
You're like, what are you getting for dinner? And they're like, we already ate, Cole.
But do you think Arizona does Arizona have it right where they're like, you know what, the time is the time. Like, we're just staying with the time where it is, and we're not shifting things around twice a year.
Yeah, I heard that they're going to try to get rid of time change.
Yes.
I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I've heard.
They have been working on that for some time. So if I put you in the voting booth, are you voting for no more time change or keep the time changes?
No more time change.
I like it.
I'm in on that.
I support that idea as well. Now, I know we're talking with Cole Reagans right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know obviously a lot has been made about the velocity and everything, but I'm curious this spring, what have you thought about the movement on your pitches and location and everything like that? Because obviously that is a humongous part of your progression as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel comfortable. Like last year, curveball was kind of something I was taking into the off season that I really wanted to work on, to where I could actually use it to throw for strikes. Feel comfortable with it to throw it whenever I need to throw it, and I feel, I've gotten a lot more comfortable with it throughout the off season and into spring training. It feels great. I mean, changeup's still there. Changeup still feels good. My goal wasn't to, try to gain velo this off season. It was to try to work on my mechanics and be able to command everything. But the velo's definitely a plus. It helps. So.
A lot of people around here are very familiar with your story and the struggles that you've had going through, minor league with the injuries and everything like that. I was kind of hoping that you could give us some insight, because we don't get this opportunity too often. Is how tough was it physically recovering from the injuries versus the mental aspect of recovering from the injuries?
So the first time wasn't bad. I mean, everybody goes through it, once for the most part. There are a lot of people have had it. So it wasn't bad, but the second time was way more on the mental side than the physical side. Like just mentally draining, that I had just gone through 14 months of what I was about to have to go through another, 18 months of, because it was my second one. So it was definitely more mentally taxing than physically. Physically, it's like you get to work out and stuff. Once you get to work out, it kind of helps, because then it's like I have something to get my mind off of me just sitting here in rehab. It's like I can work out for a little bit, like do all that kind of stuff.
Is there any part of your mind that goes to a place where, like, I might not ever be able to play baseball again, or do you have to, like, immediately cut any thought of that off?
I mean, definitely have days like that. Like, there was definitely days where I was like, I'm not throwing yet, but, I mean, what if the same thing happens again? It's thoughts like that start popping into your head. But at the end of the day, it's kind of who you surround yourself with. Like, I had a great group of, rehab staff, a great group of guys in rehab that kind of, we all were essentially going through the same thing. So kind of pushed each other to get out of the funk that we would fall into sometimes.
Safe to say y'all are each other's biggest cheerleaders then?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, man, I'll tell you this. I know a lot of the pitching's been something as Rangers fans for us. We've been kind of dying for it for a long time, and we're really excited for you for this season. Everybody in Arlington, DFW area, we're all pulling for you to do something.
Absolutely.
Do something really fun, man. We'll all be out there keeping an eye on you. And if you go out there today and pitch great, don't forget that you got to come back on with us again before you pitch, all right?
Sounds good. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Have
there
a good
you go,
one.
Cole Reagans, right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 817. There is no more time change. This was the last time, just FYI. I don't think that is accurate.
You're not in charge of time, so
that is true. That's Kang, right?
I haven't seen that movie yet, so
okay.
Don't ruin that for me, Kevin.
Okay, I think they have talked about that forever, and they've passed like elements of that, but I do not believe that has been fully passed. But if I'm wrong, I will definitely hear about it. I really liked his. Sorry to be kind of bouncing all over the place. I really liked his insight about the mental aspect of the second injury, and then also Cole's insight about the first Tommy John, where he goes, it wasn't as bad because it feels like everybody goes through it. Like, think about what a crazy different world that is on the pitching side. Is pretty much everybody goes through it, is what he said.
Yeah, man. By the way, from the 214, can I come get a picture with y'all? Is that a thing you do? No.
Sure.
We do that?
What do you mean? Yeah. Okay. I'll take a picture with you twice. Corey will not, and we'll do two
Everything
different poses.
Here has a price, Kevin. So shouldn't we be charging?
Yes. My price is
famous?
free. Corey's price is more expensive. My price is free.
My price is tacos.
Okay, you know what?
You've won this round.
There we go.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, you want to go back to Arizona and talk with Jared Sandler?
Yeah, let's do that.
You better say yes. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are going to reconnect with Jared at another point because Corey has decided it's so.
I have two things I wanted to discuss here. Okay. First off, our friend Jason, who we got Mike to propose to his wife for him back in the day.
Yeah. You might want to restructure the way you say that sentence next time.
Yeah, you can figure it out.
I got it.
He brought in breakfast tacos from Tender Smokehouse, and they're epic.
You just go up to the menu and you swipe.
It's not a swipe right smokehouse like that. No, they are fantastic. And Tolo's, I'm welcoming y'all to any of them if y'all would like some as well. But the other thing I like here is we got Tolo's sitting at the table. All right, we're looking through cards together.
That's what my son's favorite thing to do at Dial's Card Show is go through the bargain box.
And they're chatting. I don't know. Have you guys ever met? Have y'all ever met before?
Oh my
Never
God.
met
We're
before.
bringing
And
these
they're
people
they're
together.
just chatting about, hey, man, I didn't know
That's
about this
beautiful.
place and that stuff, and I love this, man. This is awesome.
Now, Corey, we have a plethora of boxes in front of us.
Which one do you want me to do first?
I think my OCD would love it if we went in order from far left, but you know what? I'm going to leave it to you.
All right.
Right after you ate a taco or a breakfast burrito.
I'm going to wipe
go
my
ahead
fingers.
and open the I don't
I'm
know.
going to wipe
this,
my.
All right. This part's important. This
Okay.
part we can really help people out with, okay? Is you come up to RJ Dukes today and show the staff that you follow them on their socials. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube. I just listed that off. Like you don't. I don't know if they have a MySpace page. It sounds like that's a no. All
right.
But I give you 5 other options and listed off social media like you've never heard of it before. I should have just said, you know what social media is. If you follow them on one of their social media platforms, show up today.
Hinge, are those
yeah,
social
you know what?
medias?
What's
LinkedIn,
the good swipe right or left?
I don't know. I've never done it.
That was a test.
Yeah, I've never
done it. If you
done
knew
that.
the answer,
Adrian would know.
you'd have been busted because you were married before all the apps came along. But the point is, we've got 8 different things up here. We're going to be opening more than $2,000 of product. And I know you're thinking, well, how much does it cost to get some of this? It's free. They're going to be doing their giveaway at 11:30 a.m. on Monday. You need to get up here today and show them that you follow RJ Dukes on social media, and you can get involved in this for free. More than $2,000. We are not eligible. I don't think. Hold on, I need to look over at Ryan. He's like, you can be eligible. I'll be like, hell yeah, follow you guys on Whatnot.
So I'm opening
does Whatnot count?
I'm opening a 2022 Panini Mosaic Choice Football.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Some more sanitizers.
So, and this is the way the card game has probably changed for a lot of people. Like, let's say you're a lapsed collector. You're like, all right, a box has 36 packs. Now, it is true, you can probably still find that. But even the things like hoops and tops have kind of downgraded to 24 packs per box. But when we get to the higher end stuff, which is what we're doing today, is Panini Mosaic Choice Football. You get 1 pack in there. And there's 8 cards. There's 1 autograph per pack.
And I'm ripping packs. I'm not cracking packs. That's what Mike said yesterday.
Was he offended by it?
He was offended. Do I cut this?
I think that you can. Oh my God! You just you can open.
Do I cut in the middle?
No, my God, no. Although Prism feels like they do that sometimes. I know you guys have seen those Prism cards.
All right, so
like,
just tear it open like
that.
Yeah. All right, okay. And then I need to peel this part open,
Yes.
and then I need to show it to America.
Yes.
And the world.
Yes.
All right, we're gonna. Do I need to shuffle them?
Like
they do on with the Pokemon stuff?
No, you don't. And by the way, we're still having a hefty debate on the Twitch and the text and the YouTube about daylight savings time. I thought we were done with that.
Oh, it's not over.
We're not. All right, so we got Deontay Johnson to start, and then you have
Evan Neal.
Okay.
There we go.
Your autograph. Robert Smith.
Robert Smith autograph, baby.
Former member of The Cure.
No,
and we also got him to autograph this card.
There's your Tyreek Hill. There's I got 2 Dolphins here. Xavion Howard.
At all.
Xavion Howard card. I got a Devontae Wyatt card.
Oh, that Tyreek Hill, by the way, is numbered out of 80.
There we go. Numbered out of 80. Another Devontae Wyatt card.
These last 3. So Devontae Wyatt, Xavion Howard, Tyreek Hill, all numbered to 80.
Trayvon Walker, and I need to hold that differently. My apologies.
Do you think Mike is going to try to... Yeah, was that not your favorite? All right, you know what, Corey? That might not have been his favorite. favorite.
That wasn't his favorite one.
Do you want to do another one right
Do I
now?
just cut all these up?
Don't. That is just to open the box. Stop using the X-Acto knife with the cards.
Gotcha.
That is just for the boxes.
I want to make sure I do this right. I'm learning. So
Okay.
we're teaching people right now, Kevin.
You're off to a start.
All right.
I don't know if it's a good start.
How much time do we have? Can I open another one?
Yeah, go
Throw me
for
that
it.
Donruss, the optic.
Just hand it to him.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
Don't throw it.
Yes.
There you
no,
go,
don't.
Kevin.
Okay. All
now
right.
I open this.
So now
with
we're going to
this.
do 2021-22 Donruss Optic Choice Basketball.
Choice basketball.
All right.
Ooh, so what are we
again,
looking for here?
1 pack, 6 cards, 1 autograph. You can go ahead and pull me a Cade Cunningham autograph, Scotty Barnes autograph,
Okay.
Jalen
Here, you hold
Green.
that.
I'd be pretty stoked about all
Jalen Green?
of that.
All right.
And by
Magic
the way,
Johnson?
in the oh sure, that would be great. I don't know if he's autographed in that product, but that would be fantastic.
I do have a rookie card. I saw that just now. I got Derrick Rose.
Also, Cooper Rush has re-signed with the Cowboys. 2 years, up to $6 million. So
Andrew Wiggins autograph.
Is that your autograph? Ooh, is it numbered? Look on the back. It is not. Okay.
It is not. It's Aaron Wiggins, by the way.
Yes.
Not Andrew Wiggins.
That is.
Jalen Brunson?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. That's,
Matthias Thybulle. Alpern Segura
Yeah,
singing.
that one's not bad.
And then Usman Garuba.
Okay.
We got a bunch of rookies in there.
All right, so here's what we're gonna here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna switch it to who's opening now
All
because
right.
Corey.
What do you mean?
It's not your fault.
I've never done this before.
Because let's go ahead and mark that. It's not your fault because it's
All
predetermined.
right, so we're gonna let Dan do it.
Maybe we probably should, or maybe
right.
let Ryan, who runs the show up here. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Alabama, Virginia, and Nick Smith of Arkansas. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness
What about
Friday?
this knife?
Do you?
Do I use this one
Why
instead?
do you have so many knives? Coming up next,
This has
we'll
lots of knives.
dive further into the
think it's
multi-tool.
knives, by the way, Kevin,
okay,
not
why do you have
knives.
so many knives? And we'll dive into that. We'll get to more sports. Plus, Mike texted and said Corey's cold, so we need to switch it up. We need to switch it up. We got lots of
get a
people.
hot hand. We got
lots
hand
of
in
people
here.
up here. We need to switch it up. All right, coming up next, send in your Forgiveness Friday. Maybe we'll do some more cards and come out and see us at RJ Dukes. We have food. Apparently, some of us are taking pictures. We'll do all of that next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at RJ Duke Sports in McKinney off of Central. If you want to come and see us, 400 North Central Expressway, they have sales on wax, on singles, on supplies. Plus, we're opening all kinds of stuff that they're going to be doing as part of their giveaway on Monday. All you got to do, pop up here and show that you follow RJ Dukes on social media. And if you don't, well, you can just do it while you're here, whilst you're here if you prefer, and get you entered into these giveaways for more than $2,000 worth of products. But what we're going to have to do, Corey, and Mike agreed, is switch it up.
Okay.
Because your opening is cold to start with.
Yeah.
And
does that mean it's going to stay cold? Is that kind of
could be?
Is this a stitious thing?
I don't know. Yes. Is Mike is headed down to College Station with, I believe, both of his boys.
He's in
I don't know if
Navarro.
the whole family. Yeah, he's been like giving us county by county updates or city by city updates of where he is and commenting on the show, which I appreciate. So he will be back on Monday. We'll all be back together.
You know what else he added? All the other stations that do stuff, he can't hear them, but he can still hear us. That's because we have a huge spread.
Well, look, hey, here's the good news.
Yeah, we got a big stick.
You'll hear this show on another station on Tuesday anyway. So that's usually the way it goes.
Yeah,
So don't worry about that. All right. You ready for some Forgiveness Friday?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do it.
877-881-1053. It's time for Forgiveness Friday. Do you need to ask for forgiveness? Does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness, or, anywhere in between? Let us know. 877-881-1053. It is also a shout-out Friday, and I got to get this one in because I feel bad. From the 469, shout out to you guys on the KNC Masterpiece, even though my texts never get read.
In your face.
But y'all always bring a smile to my day and give me the best sports insight. I've been listening for 3 years now and can't turn it off. Tolo all day, baby. Sorry, we try to get to as many texts and Twitch messages, YouTube comments as we can. Sometimes they come in really fast, so it is tough to keep up with at times. But we appreciate everybody listening.
Well, here's one that I wanted to roll out there, Kevin.
As long as it's not about daylight savings.
I would like to ask for forgiveness for being cold to start.
Yeah. Look at people in here shaking their heads like,
yes, yeah.
You
that
should.
Was, we came here expecting a lot more out of you. So I wanted to throw that out there from the
Corey.
903. My son and I got a picture with Corey and Mike on Tuesday when we were in studio. Kevin, you were not there. They were great. You're forgiven for not being there, though.
That's fair.
Thanks, man.
I feel like I did help facilitate that, if it makes a difference.
He could have texted any of us.
That is true.
You're the one he got the number from.
That's right. That's right. Do you think I should open some of these boxes? I was opening a Hoops hobby box, and I pulled a hot signature Steph Curry.
Yes.
So
go ahead,
I might be on fire right now.
Let's give a shout out to Chad Ford that's here.
Yes.
Chad Ford is here, and he taught my brother-in-law how to play drums.
I don't know if we're supposed to say, did he teach anybody else maybe more important?
Yeah, he taught Dirk how to play drums.
Okay.
He sold Dirk a drum set.
Not more important, more well-known.
And then, taught him how to play. He said Dirk wanted to learn how to play Beverly Hills by Weezer. Do you know that song?
Beverly Hills.
That's it. What do they say backwards?
Where I want to be.
What's
living in Beverly? And then they go, wow, 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 no.
That's actually than I thought you would give us. That's pretty impressive. And that guy sold Dirk the drum set and taught him how to play that song. This is amazing. One of our Tolos.
That is super cool. That is
awesome.
super cool. From the 817, hold on. This is not fair. Kevin, you need forgiveness for not coming to work and the whole fake baby thing.
Fake baby thing was
my
weird.
baby is 100% real. Many people in the shop at the moment have met my child.
He can't even fill out a bracket, Kevin.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah.
He did not fill out
if you gave
a
him
bracket.
a bracket, what would he do with it?
He would eat it. 100%. I showed you the picture. When I read books to him, at night before he goes to bed, we have to have 2 books, one to read and one that he could try to stick in his mouth. That is a thing that happens.
Does Brandon ever help? Because Brandon's here right now.
Brandon's picked out books before.
Brandon says he's the one that reads all the books too.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah. Oh, he eats the books. Brandon said he eats
and
the
Brandon
books.
also filled out a bracket, so he's clearly better than Noah is from the 469. This is probably not from Mike. I want to ask for forgiveness from Dwight Powell. I'm sorry I've been bashing you all season. Thank you for the hustle. Is from the 559. This is very fair. Texas A&M needs to ask for forgiveness for wasting my Sunday and now my Thursday. But the good news is they won't waste your Saturday. It's like, oh, how are they going to do against Texas? They won't, because they didn't make it, because he lost by 1 billion points to Penn State.
Is he texting and driving? Like, this is a concern for me. He said,
here's the thing.
Just
Hold on. Wait. Before you read that, I don't know if his whole family is with him, because if it's just his boys are not old enough to drive, and then he is definitely texting and driving. But if his wife or daughter are with him, they are old enough to drive. So I don't know.
He said, just crossed into hill country in your face. And I think it's because...
Whose face is that in?
Because I know how much I love hill country.
That is true.
The in-laws live down there. And then he said 9 miles to Hillsborough. That's a lot of texts. But I do appreciate that he's paying attention to the show and keeping in touch with us.
Yeah. Also, I don't know. Like, I don't want to call out his kids, but it sounds like they might need to step up their conversation.
Yeah, what are they doing?
You are
Just sitting
boring
there
your
staring out
dad,
the
is
window?
what I'm learning
God,
right now.
Watch the sky go by.
Is from the 903. I need forgiveness for ghosting my date that I had for tonight. All right.
For tonight?
But so it hasn't happened yet.
So you can still go.
What? Can you give us more information about why you're ghosting? Are you like really in on the tournament? Maybe she's in on the tournament.
Maybe
or
she's
he.
not.
I don't know.
Do you have irritable bowel syndrome and you're concerned about what might happen?
I feel like wouldn't you just tell them? Or that's
I don't know.
That's
Remember
probably
that time
is that not a
I
first?
broke up with a girl because I had to go to the restroom and I just left her house.
You did.
I did that once because I didn't know what else to do. I just got my license and I was like, I need to drive off, I guess. From the 206, my girlfriend needs forgiveness. She cheated on me in my dream last night. This has happened a couple times lately, Kevin, where Adrian has had multiple dreams about me cheating on her or being with somebody else.
And then she mad at you?
She's not mad, she's questioning. And I'm like, listen. And that's why like the whole Kay Adams thing like really was difficult to deal with for a little bit because I had to explain to her the whole like, look, yeah, I'm not going. I could never do any better than you. You know, that's what I would tell her. Look at me, all right, and then look at you.
But I don't. Hold on. That in that scenario, it sounds like your own physical limitations are what are preventing you from doing better.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely what's going on.
What? That's not.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what.
I mess up my
she
hair all
wants
the
to
time
hear.
just so it doesn't look good
Right?
for the ladies, so my wife doesn't feel intimidated. You know.
From the. I don't know about some of. You know what? You've been married way longer than I have, so I should just take your word for it.
Yes.
From the 214. Shout out to y'all for always kicking ass. Thank you so much. Shout out to you for listening. From the 512. I would like to ask for forgiveness if I've been blocked from texting. Boom.
We don't block anybody.
We don't. Have not.
Reggie does, I believe.
Man,
Reggie will block you.
I think KG might as well. The Get Right will block some folks. And then,
but keep listening because they're on fire right now. They're number one. I love it.
Yes. No. Absolutely. Absolutely there. From the 817.
We are too, by the way.
Oh, we're the best. Kevin and Corey both need forgiveness for not allowing Brandon to be on the radio today.
Put his headset on.
I think they might have taken that box away for the moment.
Probably smart.
It will probably return.
This
but
box?
Brandon, well, that is not connected to anything. Brandon, I believe, if he chooses, will be on the air. Brandon's been on Jack FM in the past, too, so he is a man of multiple stations. Now, Corey, the one that I know that you brought up earlier, or we haven't really talked about, do Alabama and Virginia need forgiveness or deserve forgiveness if they screwed up your bracket?
I don't think they get their forgiveness for that. I think you just have. I think more Alabama, their whole situation, Kevin. For
They did
forgiveness
win,
is like,
though.
Didn't they have another player implicated in this whole situation, though?
not-
They're out there like playing basketball, and Mike's right. If they get to the finals, if they get to the final game, that's the story. That's what
you think it's going to be all about Brandon Miller?
Yeah, they're not going to talk about anything else other than and there's going to be outcry. There's no way Alabama can make this final. They just can't. The NCAA should not allow it, will not.
From a selfish perspective, if they make it to the Final Four, I wouldn't hate that. From a selfish bracket perspective.
If they make it to the Final Four, Kevin, I'll still be perfect. I'll just put it to you that way. All right?
Okay, do you want to reveal your Final Four at all?
What?
Hold on.
Don't worry about that.
All right, Arizona and Virginia. Do they deserve forgiveness? Depending on how far you sent them.
Virginia, can you believe that turnover late in that game, dude?
Okay.
That's the fact that game was that close is what's wild to me.
Is any part of that on the coaching staff for not yelling, hey, we still have another timeout? Because he just chucked the ball up like they were losing by 2 points.
Yeah.
And they were winning, and they had a timeout. Oh.
Very Maxi Kleba-ish, right?
That's what it is.
No one's dying.
Corey, Jason Kidd knows how to keep his calm. That's my question. Because of that game, do I deserve forgiveness Friday for scaring my baby twice yesterday?
You scared a baby?
It was my baby. Look,
that doesn't make it any better.
Yes, it does. Oh, 100% it does. You are going to be way better off if you scare your baby than another baby. All right, think about it. If I scare Noah today, it's not great, but it's not the end of the world. If there's a baby at the hotel and I'm just like, that's going to be problematic.
That's what I do, by the way. That is my
makes
thing.
You a bad person.
Well, here's what I like to do. I like to get babies to first fear me, then respect me. Then they're like, I love that guy. That's how I approach it.
Do babies process respect?
Mm-hmm. Eventually, it takes years. This is an approach like Noah right now, probably a little like, I don't know about this guy.
Okay.
But in a few years, he's going to go, you know what? He's kind-hearted.
So I didn't scare Noah on purpose. I scared him because of the end of that Furman game.
Oh,
because
makes sense.
The intercepted pass right on the other side of the line, pass it up for 3, and when he hit the 3, I go, oh! But it was louder than that.
And you had some cuss words in there?
No.
Oh, okay.
But then I was like playing with him on the floor, and he just looks at me. And then his little bottom lip came out, and you could see his eyes start to change. And I was like, no, crap. And I really,
you said crap in front of him?
No, that was in my head.
Yeah.
But I really.
How did you get him to stop? Did you just feed him a book or something?
Yeah.
Just like, here, take this.
Whenever they're like, oh, I just devoured that book. It's a totally different idea.
I've been telling you to read for so many years.
It's so weird, too, because you know what? No one needs forgiveness for not understanding the point of these sense and feel books, because he's supposed to look at them and touch them and stuff, and instead he's like, I want to eat it. And that's pretty much every book. Why do you have 8 million more text messages? Are those all from Mike?
All from Mike. He said I am. I don't know what that means. And then he said just the boys.
That means he is driving, or else.
I'm sure he's Siriing his text, right?
Okay.
And then he said they're sleeping with a dinosaur. I don't know what that means, but you know Mike.
That's a callback.
Mike's
from the
always a lot of fun
of the show. From the 817, thank you very much, because this has been a debate on the fan text.
Mm-hmm.
Forgive me for the bad information about daylight savings time starting the debate of the century. Now, at the risk of restarting this, daylight savings time is going to continue. I know that there are propositions out there and things that have passed certain levels, but they have not passed all the way through yet in terms of we're done with daylight savings time. Could it happen? Of course. Will it happen? I'm not entirely sure about that. But
what's that going to mean? Are we going to, because yesterday it was about 7 o'clock, sun was still out, except for the rain.
Yeah, we're going to stay on this schedule. We're going to stay on the spring schedule.
Morning?
Well, yes.
Light in the evening?
Kind of, to a certain extent, but then remember, the later in the year you get, the time will naturally shift because of the positioning. Why are you sad?
Can't we just find a new keeper of time?
That's if this passed.
Are we still have time zones, though? Are we going to keep those?
Yes. You
Why?
will. I don't know.
Why can't Britain just be on the same clock as us?
Well, what kind of sense does that make? So you're driving to work, or you're coming home, and it's 4 PM and it's pitch black? Is that what you want?
That's what I want for Britain. I mean, out here in America, everybody's just kind of work with our clock, It makes more sense.
From the 817, am I blocked? I haven't had a text read in 9 months.
If you listen,
are not blocked.
Text in and ask if you're blocked, and we will respond to every text.
Don't.
Kevin will respond to every
From the
text.
254, I don't need forgiveness. I still have my Elite Eight intact because I don't pick loser teams. All right, look. I'm not going to – it hasn't happened to me yet.
Arizona.
It hasn't happened to me yet, but I remember several years back when I really thought Michigan State was going to get it done, and they lost in the first round, and I was like, well –
yeah, I remember that because you convinced me to pick them. I was like, well, I'll pick them into the next round.
I really thought that from the 5-0-4, Corey and Mike need to ask for forgiveness because they said Kevin took off only to see the beginning of the March Madness. They do not need forgiveness.
That's a fact.
That is a fact.
He takes off for he's off every year on that Thursday.
Yes, and I took this Friday off as well until I found out we were going to be on RJ Dukes, and I really like that, and I might have my own purchases to make, and so that's why we're out here in McKinney off of Central. Basketball has begun here. There's multiple teams. USC and Michigan State are going. We have rekindled the daylight savings debate.
The 682. Yeah, that's not our problem. F you, Britain.
Trust me, there's definitely some people on the show that feel that way. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the original baseball segment. It's Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors.
Hey, what do we got left in this World Baseball Classic to pay attention to? We do it next.
Where you going? Your day gets better with the G-Bag Nation.
is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation, it's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got baseball buckets with Corey Majors coming up, but if I can have just 1 minute, Corey.
You have the Bowman Inception edition.
I do. I'm going to open that during buckets, but on a serious note, Corey is responding to, I don't know.
I'm trying.
A couple hundred people who have texted in asking if they're blocked.
Gerald in Fort Worth, you are not blocked.
Yeah, put your name on there. Corey can just respond on air. Is from the 214. This is my first time texting this in, but I'm dealing with some really bad mental health. Where is a great place to start? Thank y'all for everything, Tolo. And I know we've been having some fun today, and it's hard not to have fun in the card shop, RJ Dukes in McKinney, Office Central, if you want to come see us. We're opening up stuff. There's sales. There's basketball on the TV. It's just a fun vibe out here. But for a lot of people, you know, it's not spring break or it's not vacation, and it never is because you're going through, you know, whether it's depression, anxiety, whatever your specific mental health issues are in the moment. And what I said to that person is, NAMINorthTexas.org is a great free local resource. So we love NAMI. We've done stuff with NAMI in the past. They're super good people there. They've let me and Kavanaugh have chaired their walk multiple times because he's a big advocate. I know, guess what? I said his name. But he's a great advocate for mental health as well. So I did want to shout that out because I think that's super cool. And then also BetterHelp. So BetterHelp.com is a bigger, like, national scale, but they have a whole lot of different people who can talk to you. It is not a free resource, but it's not super pricey, and they can match you up. So I know there are people out there, and we've talked about this many times, where you can talk to us. We're just not professionals, and I like to try to get people to more trained professional folks. But NAMI, North Texas, and BetterHelp are a couple of options. And I just want to say to the person from the 214, taking that first step and saying, hey, I need some help, or I'm not okay. That's a really hard step, and it's a really big step. So congratulations. Shout out to you for taking that step today. All right. Now, baseball buckets with Corey Majors.
Your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen. Now batting with baseball buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets.
Thank you very much, Chuck Morgan. Kevin, we're still working on becoming the Dots, by the way. I've had a conversation with Chuck Morgan about it. It might be later on in the season. It might never happen. I'll put it to you this way. This is an MLB thing, all right?
Okay.
So if MLB lightens up just a little bit, there's a chance we can become the Dots.
Did you say if MLB lightens up?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I mean, basically, they're the guy who runs the whole business lightens up. He was like, this is just a piece of metal. I mean,
know. I should be like, just let us do it. You think baseball's stupid anyway?
Steve Stevenson, you are not blocked.
No.
From the John Ramsey, you are not blocked. Cam, who said, my name is Cam, never had my text read before. I must be blocked. You are not blocked. I know I'm not blocked. Y'all read my text all the time. So somebody said that too. So
all right.
Corey from Cody from Alvarado, not blocked. So I just want to let people know
this
we don't block
backfired
people.
on Corey so hard because I'm not kidding you. Hundreds of people texting him because of that. By the way, in this segment, Bowman Inception Baseball, 7 cards per pack, 2 autograph cards. This is the Marcelo Mayer, Jordan Lawler draft. So
who did we get in that draft?
Is that the Jack Leiter one?
I think it's the Jack Leiter. Dude, if we pull a Jack Leiter autograph 1 of 1, I will.
We're giving it away.
I will run out of this place with that card.
Okay.
All right? I will push everybody out of the way.
I don't think you should.
I will fold it up and put it in my pocket and take off running.
Did you say fold it up?
Is that not a good?
No.
That's not what I'm supposed to do with
goodness,
the card.
Look at Brandon's face right now. That is how sad he is.
All right, so the big deal right now is Edwin Diaz got hurt after Puerto Rico beat the Dominican Republic. Did you have you watched any World Baseball Classic?
Yeah.
Did you watch that game specifically?
I
because
did.
Mike was telling everybody to watch that game. That's what I mean.
It was a great game, and it was a winner-go-home game, essentially.
There were, for me, me, there were about 3 innings, Kevin, of baseball that I thought were the most intense 3 innings I've watched since the Rangers were in the World Series.
Okay.
Like I felt like those guys were playing for everything that meant something to them, and that was like it was awesome for me to watch that. So I just wanted to throw that out.
Who are
there.
you rooting for
in that game?
No, in the tournament.
In the tournament, well, it was originally Great Britain. But then I realized Britons aren't that great.
I know y'all talk about those sad uniforms.
Yeah, they just they
that was
ironed
the
them
saddest
on.
thing I've ever
seen. Yeah, we
seen.
did talk about that a little bit. No, I'm rooting for the U.S., man. I think this is what's awesome. I get to root for Mike Trout for the first time in my life. I've never rooted for Mike Trout.
That's a great point.
And I'm rooting for the best player in baseball for the first time, and one of my favorite baseball player, Mookie Betts. Like this is, and these are 2 guys who are essentially they're the reason
There's
that
people in here who are shaking their head at you.
They're disappointed. I saw people shaking their head yes whenever I said that earlier.
I'm just calling out the other people.
But
by the way, somebody has got a Twolo shirt on.
Nice Twolos, baby.
Now, Corey, we've started off to a big start here. This is moment inception. Jackson Churio, if you look at the key players on the list, you will see he is one of them. Now, I know it's going to come down to the autographs. Like
yes.
I understand that.
Yes.
Next up, who do you see? You see Jordan Walker.
Wow.
I
thought you said Jordan Waller.
No, the stud young player for the St. Louis Cardinals. So we are off to a good start. Ooh, all right.
One here.
Lonnie White, number to 99. But here come
is this
the
autograph cards?
I think.
How do you know? How do you know where they're supposed to be? Is it just typically?
I see the gold.
Okay.
Oh my God, that could be a big one.
That's gold.
Okay, William Bergola.
Okay,
number to 50.
That's a cool autograph
right there.
That's a cool card too.
Is a very nice. Is the next one autograph as well? You think it is? It is. Oh, Dalen Lyle, number to 399. So our autographs weren't as good. The Bergola to 50 though. Solid right there. All right.
When did the thick cards start to make their way into the world, Kevin, with 2 C's?
That is a good question. I feel like they've been going for a while, but now you see a proliferation of it with the premium products. And then we finish out with Blaze Jordan and Joshua Baez.
Nice.
So a better pack, especially those first 2 base ones in that autograph to 50. But I still think we're going to open a full-size helmet, too.
Okay. I'm all right with that. So after this, are you hot or cold right now?
I'm hotter than you.
Hotter than me.
Well, in terms of opening, in terms of opening cards.
Go ahead. Keep that, Joey. I appreciate that. That seems like one we're going to need around. We get Jerry Jones on next year. And we're like, hey, I'm hotter than you. And we're like, whoa. Jerry's like, well, Kevin, I have seen you. That could be a lot of fun.
Oh, that's super nice.
What?
I'm sorry, Corey. From the 682, Kevin, you sent me your number once when I was having a hard time. I never texted it, but somehow knowing you were there helped. And I did just follow up with somebody on Twitter who DM'd me, and it was like, I have nobody to talk to. And they gave me their phone number, and I gave them my phone number.
Did y'all talk?
Yes.
Look at you.
So, yeah.
I got a question for that.
Sorry. And I know this is baseball buckets. I keep thinking about the times that I felt like my mom was there, my sister was there. Now, obviously I have my 2 sons and my wife, but I know the feeling of you can be like in a crowded spot like this and feel utterly alone. And it doesn't matter how much money you have, what your status is. These types of mental health issues, they don't care.
Let me ask you this, because you spend some time talking on the phone to people.
Sure, that's true.
And not me. Like, you won't answer my phone calls.
That's true.
But
that's true.
you were like, just get a text plan.
Yeah.
But that being said, Jess understands that. Like, that's another part of it. That's your time with your family, and you're spending that talking to people. That's pretty impressive on your front, man. That's congratulations to you for committing to that.
I know I've said this before, but Jess is the nicest person in the world, and she will tell me how proud she is of me and stuff. And she makes the space for it too, so I can make the space for it.
Does she ever make you a special dinner for being she's proud of you, and now you get a special dinner?
I think the problem that I would run into so often is special dinner would be takeout,
and
that's not that's not what you want, right? That's probably not what you're looking for.
Well, and you know what I always say: start with this show, and then the next steps you'll continue to.
Man,
get
that's
happier.
true. We had a show a few weeks ago that I was furious about. Like, I was so mad after the show, and Corey goes, "You know what the good news is?
Nobody's
we get to do
dying.
another one tomorrow."
Oh, yeah.
Because I was so mad about how the show went.
Yeah, that would be Mike's response. Is nobody's dying, man. Like everything's gonna be fine, Kevin.
No, that's what Jason Kidd says. I know that.
No, that's what Mike says. Trust me. That is definitely.
Oh, okay.
And Jonathan messaged me and said, "Did the text line number change?" Tolo. No, it did not. It's
877-881-1053.
I'm trying to reply back to as many people as I can, so I just wanted to throw that out there. All right, Kevin. Let's, as we have a little more time here. Here are the 6 biggest things to root for the rest of the World Baseball Classic, as we are now down to how many teams?
Well, I mean, the number. Sorry, Corey. I was just immediately thinking the number one thing is no more major injuries, right?
I don't know. We could root for that. We could.
I know. Yes, I want no injuries. That is what I'm rooting for. I don't feel like that's not a.
If you were to root for an injury for somebody,
nope.
Who would it be?
Nope. I saw how this turns out.
Okay, all right.
No thank you.
Number 1, Puerto Rico. Can they recover from Edwin Diaz's injury? That's
yeah.
I know Puerto Rico's the thing. Did you see Lindor's what he said about this?
Oh no, I didn't.
He's like, look, I see that people are mad, and I see that people are upset, and they don't want us to play this. This means more to us. It means, and I don't think that it's culturally. I don't think people can understand in America how it means that much more to them whenever here. Major League Baseball championships, the World Series means the most. But for them, this thing right here, this is bragging rights at home. They wanted to do this. They're getting the money, but they want to play this game with guys that they love, that they're friends with, they've grown up with, that they can say, now we're at this level with these guys, and we're beating all the other best guys in this world. So that's why that Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico game was such a big deal, was because that was 2 groups that wanted to go back and forth with each other, and they did, and it was awesome. It was fun. And then, so that's their. Can they recover from the injury to Edwin Diaz? Mexico, Randy Arozarena. Is he on another one of those heaters right now?
It feels like it,
It does. It definitely does, dude. Everything he sees, he is swinging, Kevin, kind of like Vlad when Vlad's hot, or old Vlad, where it's like, it doesn't matter if it's in the strike zone. I can hit it. Yeah. And that's how I'm pretty sure Mike would tell kids, swing like those guys. Just swing at whatever is thrown up there, and you're probably going to hit it. That's how Mike is. Venezuela, is Miggy going to go out a champion? That's a really good. Can he get that on his board?
That's tough because I wanted to say that would be cool, but obviously I'm still rooting for America to defend their championship.
Well, is Trout going to carry the U.S. all the way?
It would be nice if he got a championship because that ain't happening in Major League
It's
Baseball.
never going to happen for the Angels. No. They won't ever win with him, no matter what.
And then Ohtani wants to leave next year.
Yeah, and become a Ranger. Yeah. Cuba, is this team the first one with MLB players, the one that finally breaks through? So they do have a bunch of notable. They have Yuli Gurriel, Alexi Ramirez, and a few other guys. This is the first time Cuba's actually had their Major League Baseball players play this. So can they actually do it? And then Japan. Can this team be stopped? Because Japan is a good baseball team right now.
But the interesting thing about that is, like, you've seen all these teams playing, like, wildly different locations, obviously closer to where a lot of them are located, before they bring them all together. And so I don't know if you travel, like, across the world, if that changes up the dynamic of the heater that you're on.
Yeah.
Like, I know Reggie does not believe in momentum as a concept anyway, but I bet he especially doesn't believe in it if you have to, like, travel a whole long way and you're like, this is a new deal. This is a new, like, mini part of the tournament. So I don't know if that momentum will carry over. We're the KNC.
Did you say Memento?
Momentum.
What
not
a movie.
Memento.
What
That's
a movie.
Great movie.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Or do we just, like, romanticize it now? 877-881-1053 if you think Memento was a great movie.
I do think it was a great movie.
I've
not thought about that movie in a minute. So, I don't know. Maybe.
It just because it was like it was something we'd never seen before.
I think,
and I don't know if we could ever see it again.
I think there's something.
How many
to be
times
said
have you
for
watched
that.
it?
Probably 5.
That's too many.
Oh, okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from RJ Dukes in McKinney. If you want to come see us, sales on singles, wax, supplies. Plus, we're busting stuff open that you can get an opportunity to win for free on Monday. So come on out and see us. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. All the latest wheelins and dealins across the NFL. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming out tonight on the Get
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts, more than just Silverados, Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, and all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at RJ Duke Sports Cards, or just sports, in McKinney off of Central. If you want to come see us, we just did a picture in the break. You look upset. You had to do the picture because that lady was super nice.
Well, she was awesome. That's a fact. So that was really cool. But no, actually, I'm mad at you for something.
Oh crap!
You've made me go against the grain on something I would typically do.
Oh.
When I come to McKinney, I always stop at the Whataburger. All
Okay.
right? And this morning when I was driving in, I went, time to get breakfast at Whataburger, not knowing that we were going to have amazing breakfast tacos.
Yes.
I didn't stop at Whataburger because it was 9 o'clock in the morning, and I said, I have 40 minutes until we have to be on with Sean and RJ. And so I was like, in my mind, I was like, how Kevin would just smile and laugh the whole time of me walking in late because I have Whataburger. And I was 40 minutes. I'm literally 2 minutes away.
I know.
It's right up the street. And I didn't stop and get amazing Whataburger because of you. Because you have me convinced that it's going to take 4.5 hours for me to get my Whataburger every time I order.
See, I think what you're really doing is this is a well-constructed ploy to get someone to bring you Whataburger.
I have breakfast tacos.
Okay,
I'm good.
okay.
If I do any more right now,
Look,
I'm going to be in trouble.
I know that I get brandished a hater, and I understand. But if you can peel through your hatred of me, you'll see sometimes there's some legitimacy behind all of these
things. And then
things.
eventually, maybe after you get done peeling through that, you can peel open a Whataburger. It'll be a while, though.
Yeah, see? Exactly. Exactly.
But it's so good.
All right.
It's so good.
Are you about ready to go?
Sometimes it's too much burger, though. You know?
What?
Wrap it back up and
I don't know
eat it later.
what you're saying. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Deep.
Breakfast tacos.
Do we need to talk about the melancholy and infinite sadness that is Dak Prescott right now? He's so sad, Corey.
He did sound like a sad friend.
Did you guys already talk about how sad he was?
Well, no, because he didn't talk until yesterday. He was at North Park Mall.
Yeah.
And he was he was working with Troy Aikman, I do believe, maybe even Babe Laufenberg, a little bit on children's cancer research.
Oh, wow.
Is what he was doing out there. And isn't that the wildest thing? Here I am trying to speak on children's cancer research, and now I have to answer questions about Zeke. Like, can you give me a break, guys?
Man, you know what? But I think I was guilty of that with Cole Reagan.
Yes.
Because we just hadn't
100%.
talked to him before, and I know he's got a pitch today, and I'm like, hey, what did you think about all those times when he had to come back from injury? I thought his answer, but didn't you think his answer was really great?
I did.
All right, do you want
he's
to?
great. But that being said, when I heard Dak talk,
which we have,
we have audio.
Yeah.
Yes, please play the audio.
Cut number 6.
All of it.
Okay, cut number 6. This is Dak talking about the Cowboys releasing Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah, it really is. It's tough. A brother, playing the game with a brother, being able to start this NFL career and share so many memories and grow up as men with this organization. I really can't imagine taking the field without him. Something I don't know if it's completely hit me yet. Obviously, I've talked to him. I'm hurt. I'm sure he is, but it's more important for me just to be able to support him. I know he's got more opportunities coming his way, and love that guy. Proud of him. Number one supporter in here for him, no matter what.
All right, first thing. The moment where he said, but it's more important for me to, and I was like, oh my gosh, I thought he was going to say move on and get on with my life and go win the Super Bowl.
Did you see people trying to float yesterday when he was retiring? And I was like, what? That is not what he said.
There's too much money at stake for him to go ahead and retire at this point. But that was like, it was a lot of canned answers. You know, you could hear all the little cans being opened up one at a time.
Yeah.
But that's his friend that he really cares for, and not being next to him and not having that guy around, now he needs to take a bigger role in the locker room, or somebody's got to fill that void. And I'm very interested to know who's going to be the one that takes over, what Zeke added to that locker room, how the dynamic starts to work a little differently, because you kind of understood the hierarchy. And it was Dak, and then Zeke was probably one of those guys that everybody kind of looked to. Is CeeDee Lamb going to take that role on? Is Micah going to take a bigger role in that room now? So I think there's a lot of that. I don't think it's going to change anything about Dak's play. I don't think he's going to go out there and be like, I don't have my best friend next to me and I just can't play the same. I don't think that's going to exist, though.
Yeah, no, I would be inclined to agree with that. And I'm with you. I understand what he's saying, but I think he knows it's a business as well. And you had to have seen the writing on the wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I also imagine it's really tough, not thinking your friend gives you the best chance to win, right? Like, if you're looking at this objectively, Ezekiel Elliott, especially on the deal that he was on, did not give you the best chance to win. Mm-hmm. So moving on from him makes this team better.
Yeah.
In the long run, it makes this team better. But I imagine it's tough to sit there and be like, and not think my friend could have helped turn it around, and not been like, well, if he wasn't hurt, he worked so hard to get back from injury. And I don't think anyone ever disputed the toughness or the want to from Zeke, but it's just the bottom line but he's just going to get hurt again. Unfortunately, that would appear to be the trend, and so you can want it all you want, and it's not going to make a difference.
And it is in this business of football.
Yeah,
it is it's going to happen to you at some point.
Oh, sure.
Get yours while you can. Zeke definitely got his while he could.
He did. He held up the franchise, and they made a mistake by doing the deal. That's on the franchise.
Yeah, and for his point, I talk about this with you all the time. Just like every person that's an employee out there, do everything you can to try and get it, and he did.
Yeah.
And then the unfortunate part was he didn't perform up to it afterwards, and that's what stinks. But I think that their focus now is, how do we make this position a position that can help us, but not necessarily hinder us to affect the rest of the team and adding good players.
And I don't know how much you guys talked about this, but this is one of the things that comes along with it that I think sometimes people lose sight of, is the salary implications beyond this year, right? So, this move frees up, I think, $10.9 million of salary cap space, right? And that's what everyone focuses on. But also remember, you're going to carry over $5.9 million of dead money into 2024.
Okay.
So not just this year, that'll hit 5.9 will hit this year, and then you'll get another 5.9 hit on 2024. So whenever people wonder, how are the Cowboys having to cut players, but they still don't have any money, it's because of stuff like this, because everyone focuses on you save 10.9 million, but then also remember you still have to pay the rest of that bill in 2024.
And, ultimately you can just blame the quarterback at the end of the day, right?
And that's what
we had to pay the quarterback, so that's what we
did. We did pay the quarterback today. Did you hear about the 2-year extension?
No.
It was for Cooper Rush. So I just didn't want
nice,
I was like, I know that you did hear about this.
Yes.
So 2-year extension for Cooper Rush, in case you missed it, up to $6 million. Kind of falls in line with the LVE Donovan Wilson of solid, and I would argue savvy re-signings, but not necessarily breaking the bank or anything like that. Do you care about the whereabouts of Gardner Minshew? Or the amount of money that he got?
I think with Gardner Minshew, it's just what locker room is he going to be doing naked chin-ups in? That's the biggest.
Indianapolis.
And is it going to be a locker room I walk into? That's my biggest concern.
It won't.
It won't be. It's Indianapolis.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to allow that.
His deal is expected to be worth $3.5 million, with more available through incentives. I remain steadfast that Gardner Minshew is a bargain.
Mm-hmm.
At $3.5 million, again, I'm not saying that you go into your season thinking he's your starter, but I think he is a solid backup.
Yes. No, he is definitely a solid backup. Cowboys made him look like less of a solid backup. Obviously, they had their better squad rolling.
Yeah.
But listen, man, when it comes to backups, they roll in, they roll out. You need to have one just in case. The fact that the Cowboys keep Cooper Rush is nice. Gardner Minshew, best of luck to him. as he does his naked chin-ups or whatever it is that he
Why
likes
is
to do.
that what you keep focusing in on?
That's
though?
the one thing that I know about him, other than he rocks, bro.
Okay.
Like, this guy is a
Okay.
rock star.
Did you know that years ago I gave my brother-in-law 50-1 odds, maybe it was 150 to 1 odds, that Gardner Minshew would win the MVP, and he took it because he loves Gardner Minshew. Also, good news, we're still a little bit away, but the Bills general manager said again yesterday that things continue to trend the right direction for Damar Hamlin.
That's great.
To come back to the field. So I think that would just be a neat story. Like, I don't know about the impact, and I don't know how much people care about that story, but I think it would be pretty cool to see him be able to get back out onto the field and do some things.
And, I mean, like, what we've learned is that what happened is not like some degenerative disease for him.
Yeah.
It's not something that, like, he didn't know about. It's just something that was very fluky, like a very fluky situation. If it was to happen again, though, Kevin, like, how terrified does the league feel? And for a lot of different reasons of, man, this is not in the best interest of us. Do you want him not to play for that simple reason of, I don't want it to happen to you again?
I think about that with the Tua situation. I know the injuries are totally different, right? But the first time it happened, you're like, oh, my God, that's so sad. And then when it happens again, my thought was, ooh, do we need to keep playing football?
Right, yeah.
You know, so I know there are different kinds of injuries, but that crossed my mind. By the way, for the Bengals, Orlando Brown, obviously, I'm sure y'all mentioned that. He signed with the Bengals, and so now Jonah Williams, who has started 47 games over the last 3 years, has reportedly asked for a trade, which makes sense because he probably sees where he sits in the pecking order and with playing time and everything like that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, from the mind of Corey Majors.
What did I do?
You say you're not paying a one for Jerry Jeudy.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And here's why. 877-881-1053. Plus, we got a shocking amount of feedback about the movie Memento. Maybe we'll dive into that and open some more cards live from RJ Dukes in McKinney right here on 105.3 The Fan.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. In just a second, we're going to get to Corey's assertion as we're live from RJ Dukes in McKinney. We're going to get to Corey's assertion that Jerry Jeudy is not worth a number one, and here's why. But you brought up something earlier. And just like with the daylight savings time, I did not anticipate this response. That was a mistake. I should have. We got a shocking amount of response about the movie Memento. From the 434, I don't know where that is. Memento is an excellent movie. It is brilliant. From the 214, the first time I saw Memento, it was great. But now we romanticize it for sure. From the 559, Memento, not worth the hype. Just writes notes everywhere. Movie means nothing and just a whole bunch of blurry visuals. And then from the 210, Memento equals overrated. And I really liked Memento. Oh, look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Rotten Tomatoes told me to like it, so I do.
This is
93% on Rotten Tomatoes from the critics, 94%. But it's 94% from the people.
Yeah, I think that they were all
People
kind of in the
also
same
thought
spot
that Black
back then.
Adam was really good.
What even happened in
I
this
did
movie,
not.
dude? Like he woke up and then he had to go to the restroom, take a shower.
Yeah.
And then he
That
found
was
out his
just the
girlfriend
beginning.
died.
Well, and then at the end, he found out that the whole thing the movie was about was the friends he made along the way
That's
that he
awesome.
didn't have to kill
That's
because they betrayed him or he stole some money.
So basically, Finding Nemo, right? Like and Finding
Huh.
Dory, the
I
friends she
don't-
made along the way, and
I
she
don't
didn't have to kill
totally
anybody.
know
Yeah.
if that would be
Kinda
my
same
movie
thing.
comp. But
Dory didn't know where, like she couldn't remember anything. Same movie. Bam. Finding Dory and Memento are the same
look,
movie.
Corey, I don't want to dismiss that claim immediately. I'm going to give some thought to this. My inclination is to say that Finding Nemo and Memento are not essentially the same movie, but I'm going to take a step back. I'm going to think about this a little bit more.
All right, so the current thing is, Kevin, that everybody's trying
Did you
to
hear what he just said?
Oh, I'm sorry. What's
The
going on?
proprietor of this fine business just, I don't know if he wanted me to say that or not. I believe he just said that Avatar and the Smurfs are the same thing.
Facts. Yeah. No,
What?
he's right about that too. Yeah, I'm in with him on that.
Okay.
Have you seen the movies?
877-881-1053. By the way, from the 817. Guess I don't have to watch it now since I know how it ends.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was like the most astute
Isn't the
reliving
ending at the beginning anyway or
of
something?
That's a great point, but you don't know what the beginning means, so therefore you have to watch it to the end. Give us your other weird movie mashups or pop culture mashups that you wouldn't think go together. So far, Corey has linked Memento and Finding Nemo, and Ryan has linked Avatar and the Smurfs.
Yeah, pretty much.
I always thought the Avatar comp was Fern Gully.
I don't think anybody's ever seen
Didn't they-
Fern Gully.
People
bro.
have seen
Come on.
Fern Gully.
Name a
You
person.
shut your mouth.
Name a
I
person.
can't tell you who's in the movie. I
All
just
I
know
said
it's
was
called
name a
Fern.
person. That's all I said was to name a person. You could have named anybody in the world.
Corey Majors.
There you go. See, that's all you had to do.
Okay.
You ready for the Jeudy conversation?
I am.
All right. Everybody's trying to figure out how to add the next piece to this Cowboys team.
Okay.
DeAndre Hopkins is the hot name because DeAndre Hopkins. Here's why DeAndre
But
Hopkins.
you
is
told
the
me
hot
it's
name.
not going to happen.
Okay, here's why he's the hot name. A, the Arizona Cardinals have put it out into the world that they are willing to take a number 2 or a second round draft pick for him. B,
Mark that.
yeah, the Cardinals are willing to take a number 2. B, DeAndre Hopkins does a video with Des Bryant in DFW. And those are the two pieces of evidence that connect the Cowboys and DeAndre Hopkins. And now everybody's like, we got to get DeAndre Hopkins. I would love to have him. And my understanding is he would be willing to restructure his contract. I don't know how willing the Cowboys are to say that they want to restructure whatever it is or go through the process of negotiating restructuring that contract with him. I just don't know what their desire is for that. Other than, do we want to add a really good receiver to our team?
Yeah.
And so yesterday, and evidently this goes back to last year too, the Cowboys were saying, hey, let's talk with Brandon Cooks. Let's talk with the Denver Broncos about Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah.
The asking price we saw yesterday is a first-round draft pick. And at 26, I'm like, you know what? I'm kind of okay with that because 26 is a really low draft pick, but it's still the first round. You can get a premium player there. However, I went to, Kevin, I know you love
Did you go to Walter football?
I didn't go to Walter football.
I really like Walter football.
I like Walter football too, but that's not the place I went to.
Okay.
I wanted to know how these players have performed over like the last 3 years or so.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And so what I did was I went and I found the combined seasons from 2017 to 2022 on 538.
Okay.
And just to say, hold on, 538 stupid. These are the top three receivers.
Really helpful for something.
Let's actually, hold on, 2019. Let's go 2019 to 2022. These are the top three receivers from 2019 to 2022. Michael Thomas. That doesn't make any sense. A.J. Brown, Stefan Diggs, Justin Jefferson, and Devontae Adams. Would you agree that those guys?
That's a pretty good representation.
Pretty good at the top of this.
Yeah.
As you scroll down, CeeDee Lamb is in the top 30 as a pass catcher. So they're like Dallas Goedert, George Kittle, Travis Kelce are involved in this too. CeeDee Lamb's top 30. Would you give up right now? Would you give up a first-round pick for CeeDee Lamb?
Yes.
He's a top 30 receiver or pass catcher in the NFL over the last 3 years. I'm scrolling. I'm still scrolling. And I get to 68, where Jerry Jeudy is.
That's not good.
Around the areas of Rashard Higgins, Christian Kirk, who had a really good year last year.
I like Christian.
Isaiah McKenzie, Elijah Moore, Dalton Schultz.
Oh, hey.
Are you giving up a 1 for Dalton Schultz?
By the way, some clever person out there, I didn't think this was really clever, said, hey, this is Dalton Schultz. Did you block me?
Well, he probably didn't block anything.
No, I would not give up a 1.
But he'll try and catch a ball. Austin Hooper, T.Y. Hilton. Well, you got T.Y. Hilton for like a 3-day contract last year.
Yeah.
I'm not giving up a number 1 for Jerry Jeudy. Now, this is where then the conversation turned to maybe he's in the 68, 69 region. Nice. Because of his quarterback, which I get it. Drew Lock, not a good quarterback. I've been saying that for years.
Sure.
Last year, Russell Wilson was not a good quarterback. We kind of were on that front of, wow, this is not going to go well.
Can I tell you something just real quick that's oddly related to cards since we're at a card shop? Is I was looking through some of my cards that I have at Russell Wilson downtown, and I've got everything like ordered in terms of value, and I was like, I do not want to look up the value of that.
Russell Wilson from
yeah, because I know I'm going to have to shift it way up in the box, and I'm like, nope. We're just going to leave that be.
So people are like, maybe it's the quarterback is the reason that Jerry Jeudy hasn't been good. And you know what? I can agree with that because I don't think that Drew Lock is good at football. But for everybody out there that's like, Dak stinks, you think Dak's going to be the factor that changes Jerry Jeudy? Is that if that's the case, and you think Dak can fix it, then let's go ahead and spend a 3. I'll spend a 3rd-round pick on him. I cannot make a case, though, to go spend a first-round pick on Jerry Jeudy, and even more, and at some point that contract's going to be up. And are you really willing to do that? So I'm not in this game of Jerry Judy's the one that I need to go pursue at this point.
Yeah,
it might be something that Cowboys are interested in though, because he was high on their board before. You know that he wasn't. They only got him at the time at CeeDee Lamb that year because CeeDee Lamb fell in their lap. They kind of thought a receiver would fall in their lap. They just didn't know which one. And then all of a sudden there it was, they got CeeDee Lamb. I do want you to go back to the page you were just on.
Oh, yeah.
Because I also want to ask you this. Go to the section where it shows their comps. Do you have that area? Market value. Go to the market value section. Okay. And it should show.
I'm on Spotrac.
It should scroll down just a little bit, and it'll show comparable receivers. A.J. Brown, DK Metcalf, Terry McLaurin, and Deebo Samuel.
Is he comparable?
You can scroll down a little more and look at their statistical comparisons, and I don't think they're very close in a lot of different areas. And that's where
they're not.
And so for market value, this is what's interesting to me. Spotrac has their market value as he should be paid like those wide receivers.
Despite the fact that he's more than a catch lower than pretty much all of them, he's got about 15 to 20 yards less per game, more than a catch lower per game. About 15 to 20 yards per game lower. And yeah, that is very odd to me because that was going to be my question is, does 2 for 15.5 do anything for you? Like that would essentially be the contract that you're inheriting. This is always the thing that makes me nervous, by the way, is somebody texted in and said, "Okay, I'm a Broncos fan. You can have Jerry Jeudy for free." I don't know if they're just using hyperbole or not, but the point is, like, that is not what you. Yeah, that's not what you want to hear, right?
Expectations for him.
Yeah,
a lot of expectations for him to come save the franchise. And again, I get it. You're not going to be that great whenever you have Drew Lock throwing you the football. I totally understand that side of it. But at this point, you also have to understand the value for your player is low. If you're Denver, and you're the Cowboys are trading, the Cowboys, aren't going to be trying to trade away something great anyway. They're in the mode of, hey, how do we get this 5th-round pick for a 5-time Pro Bowler? That's what they just accomplished. They're going to continue to try and do that. Now, my question to the Tolos out there is, what if they don't find that diamond in the rough kind of trade or that kind of move, and they have to wait for the draft, and then they never get a receiver in the draft, and you're stuck with CeeDee Lamb, and you're stuck with Tolbert, and you got Dennis Houston and that group with Michael Gallup. That doesn't seem like it's going to satisfy Cowboys fans, but you're also not willing to give up the one for Jeudy at the moment.
See, and the thing is, I actually think there is a potential compromise in there because right when the draft rolls up, that's when draft picks are the most valuable. I think you could – it doesn't have to be Jerry Jeudy. I'm just using him as the example, right? Mm-hmm. I think you could downgrade to a second for Jerry Jeudy because they have their high ideals now still a bit more than a month outside of the draft. But once you get to the draft, those picks are uber valuable comparatively to like at other points in the year. And I think you could get that value down. So personally, I would be okay with making a move closer to the draft when draft picks are valued so much because that's the thing, it's right in front of you, right? It's not like an abstract idea anymore. You can look at that second round pick you're getting and going, we're going to get one of these two or three players, and you're like, okay, I would trade Jerry Jeudy for that if you're the other organization. And so I think there is still an opportunity there, but that works both ways, right? Because what happens by the time you get to the draft? The Cowboys have done the same thing. They're like, oh, man, if I'm giving up a 4th, I'm giving up one of these 3 or 4 guys. And then that stings a little bit more than the abstract concept of I'm giving up a 4th round. You know what I'm
you're sitting there in the first round and you're looking and Kevin Bijan Robinson continues to fall.
Sure.
And then Denver calls you and says, hey, guys, we understand the Bijan's right there.
Yeah.
Do y'all want Jeudy right now for that first round
and
pick?
See, and like that is a harder sell for them because then I'm like, no.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because and like I get caught up in it just like everybody else because we were looking at some meme yesterday and it had like the Cowboys starting skill position offensive players and DeAndre Hopkins and Bijan Robinson were both on the list. And in my brain I'm like, you could do that without dealing with like the other implications for the rest of your team. But I was really excited about that. All right, Corey.
Yeah, there's potential for this though, Kevin.
Okay.
The Cowboys did just use a comp pick to get Stefan Gilmore.
Yes, they did. That was an excellent deal.
Jerry Jeudy's contract, I believe, Kevin, would be done next year.
Yep. I think you still have until May for the 5th-year option.
Uh-huh.
So it would be 2 years, 15 and a half.
If you don't pick up the 5th-year option,
then I don't know.
You get the 3rd-round comp pick for him if you put a first tender on him.
I don't. I mean, if he's going to get that kind of money that Spotrac is projecting, then you would.
So there you go.
So
you know how the Cowboys love to get those comp picks.
You would trade a first out for a 1 year or a second. 1 year, $2.5 million to take the 3rd-round comp pick. That's not my favorite strategy.
And a go-for-it season.
But, yeah, I could see the Cowboys doing that.
I'm not doing it, but I think there's some options there.
I have become amazed by the things that people want to talk about today.
Creed 3. Avery just asked if he should watch the Creed movies.
We were talking about going to see that after the show is over. Is from the 469. People hating on Memento because there's so many movies like that since then, and they all use the same thing as Memento. And then a lot of weird comparisons. Avatar is not the Smurfs. It's Fern Gully. I see that a lot. Then other people are like, it's not Fern Gully. Avatar from the 972 is Pocahontas. The movies are identical. And from the 817, Star Wars and Harry Potter are the same thing. And I have heard that before.
Harry Potter has lightsabers? Or
yeah, it has crappy lightsabers. Okay. And then this is one I did not expect. I have to say I'm not familiar with Castle, but from the 214, Castle and Murder, She Wrote is the exact same show. And then Avatar is the same as Dancing with Wolves. And so
oh, man, that makes more sense than I've ever thought before.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay, what about this one then from the 214? Now I think people are just saying words.
All right.
Jurassic Park and E.T. are the same.
Did you see those things?
I have. That one I don't connect as much.
How? All the dinosaurs just want to go home.
Go
like
go home where? To the grave?
They want you to leave, humans,
Okay.
and be home. That's what they want.
Okay.
That's kind of what E.T. wanted. He was like, I got to go check everything out, clear the humans out.
But it feels like E.T. made friends with some of the people, and the dinosaurs were like, pass.
Yeah.
Well,
except for the
Jurassic
Velociraptor,
World.
yeah.
Okay, but that's Jurassic World. That's a different thing. All right, Jurassic World and E.T. are the same. I'm more on board. Not on board, but more on board with that.
E.T. was just kind of, I think it was a ploy to kind of get your trust. And then once you get your trust, aliens stab you in the back with lasers.
That is what you took from the movie E.T. Mm-hmm. That was your main takeaway.
And if you build a ramp, you can fly over the moon. Do we need? You can't be quiet on radio this long.
Yes, I can. I needed you to understand. And also, I can hear people laughing in the background. I want you to know I'm disappointed with all of you as well. And as long as we're talking about it, the Wizard of Oz is dumb because none of that stuff happened.
NCIS is just Walker, Texas Ranger.
Well, okay, great. I get it. And Blue Bloods is grown-up Paw Patrol. All right? Like, if that's what we're doing, let's just push all the way in on this. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will jump into the lunch rush. If the Lakers truly aren't going to pursue Kyrie, what are the Mavs' best options? Plus, a segment Corey has invented called Kevin's Killing It.
Yes.
I guess that's my segment.
Good luck to you, buddy.
I'm looking forward to it. Uninterrupted content coming up next right here on The Fan, live from RJ Duke.
The Expressway on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Rockwall Ford.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from RJ Dukes in McKinney off of 75, and we need to help Mike out with some things. He said, what are the scores? Michigan State and USC are tied 38-38. And then Kennesaw, this being huge upset, is up on Xavier 36-34 with 3 minutes left in the first half. The USC-Michigan State game has moved into the second half. He also said open some more boxes, so we need to do that as we ask questions about Mavs options if the Lakers really aren't going to pursue Kyrie Irving. Now, my question for you, Corey, is as we have a guest to help us open some of this stuff, do you want to go with the Leaf Metal Soccer 1-of-1 box or the full-sized helmet, which, by the way, if you're like, how can I get this stuff? Why should I be invested? Come up to RJ Dukes in McKinney, show them that you follow them on any social media platform, and if you don't, I'm sure they can help facilitate that for you, and get entered into the giveaway, which is free on Monday at 11:30 a.m.
Man, what I really like is right in front of him, you're just saying, hey, I bet he'll do this. And
Yeah.
you don't even know if he'll do it or not.
He will.
You're just
He's very nice.
You're really gambling on things, but that
The
is
other
awesome.
people in his shop questionable.
Okay, gotcha.
But
Yeah,
Ryan
makes a lot of
is
sense.
very, very nice.
All right, I think, look, dude, as my kids would say, let's open the biggest box first. Let's go with
Okay.
the big one first and see what's inside of that.
So we bring on Brandon Hagelin. What's
going on, boys?
To
What in the
help
world
us
has
out.
happened?
Is it because he has a deeper voice
He
than I
has
do?
a deeper
That's very
voice than
fair.
you.
Most humans do.
Holy jeez.
Is okay, Brandon. What are we opening to start?
All right. To start, we are opening the 2022 Fanatics Mystery Full-Size Authentic Autographed Football Helmet Box.
Oh, who are we hoping for here? You're hoping for Zeke. By the way, Brandon wants a Zeke jersey now that we're getting rid of him.
Oh,
Is that
really?
messed up?
You want a Zeke jersey now? What now? You didn't want one before.
Or cheap.
It'd be cheap.
But-
Yeah.
Okay. So you're like your
See?
dad.
Him and Joey.
Gotcha.
Yeah. No, he definitely gets some things from me.
Makes sense.
Ooh, Joe Montana. Oh, let's get Joe Montana. I guess.
Oh, what are the
for the
names
s-
on there?
For the
Tom
sake-
Brady, Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers, Trevor Lawrence, and probably some less exciting ones. But those are some of the marquee
You
people.
said Tom Brady?
For the person winning it, I hope it's Tom Brady. But for our sake, I hope it's not Tom Brady.
Yeah, me too.
What do you mean?
He
Our
hates
sake?
Tom Brady just like
Why?
I do.
What did he ever do to you?
He won a couple of Super Bowls that
Oh,
we did.
that makes
Yeah.
sense. That's fine. See, hate
All
him
right.
for his football.
What
not
do
his
we?
offensive presence.
All right, do you want to bring it over here so we can get this on the Zoom and the YouTube?
Oh, you want me to? I'll turn my camera. I think that should work.
Okay. All right, here we go.
All right.
You ready, Brandon? Who's your prediction?
Any guesses? Yeah.
I predict it's Trevor Lawrence, and Mike turns the car around
And drives
from
all the
where
way
he
back
is.
from Hill
He's
County.
almost, yeah. He's still updating us, and he also told us he likes pimento cheese.
Yeah, he does.
So he's still updating us.
I'm gonna go with. You said Ezekiel Elliott's in there.
Yes, I guess. I think. I want to say Trevor.
Is that
Lawrence.
Earl Campbell, Houston Oilers helmet?
Oh my gosh. Well, that's on the.
It's
box.
on the side of the box. I was just kind of going with that.
He's
Is it
blocking
Joe
it,
Montana?
so I can't see it.
NFC team.
It's an NFC. Is it
Joe Montana's in the NFC.
He is.
He also played for that team.
Oh, is it Debo? I'm gonna say
San
Debo
Francisco
Samuel.
49ers.
What is
Is
it,
it
Brock
Debo?
Purdy?
Is it Roger Craig? Oh my gosh. He's opening the whole thing up.
Oh,
Oh, my
How are we
gosh.
supposed to tell?
It is a Niners helmet.
Okay, can I just?
Oh my gosh. Is it Joe Montana?
What?
Joe
Why did
Montana.
you say it
Joe
like
Montana.
that?
I was
Why
just
did you say it
excited.
like
The
that?
excitement's going through me right now.
Oh, he's a Hall of Famer.
Joe Montana's a Hall of Famer.
Okay, he plays quarterback.
Oh my gosh. It's Brock Purdy.
It's Steve Young.
Oh.
Steve Young autographed 49ers helmet.
That is
Is he
awesome.
inferior to Joe Montana? Yes.
But that is
that is
awesome.
we got a Hall. Okay, think about this. That's a Hall of Fame. No, I heard that. Should have been Jimmy Garoppolo. It's a Hall of Fame autographed, full-size,
that real quick, just for the camera
official,
again.
authentic Fanatics helmet. RJ Dukes is giving it away. Giving it away at 11:30 on Monday. If you are subscribed to one of the social media platforms and you come up here and sign up today, why would you not? Plus, you get to see us. I think Brandon's on a heater now.
Dude, that's hot. Brandon
let
is on a heater. That's what I'm going to say.
The soccer product too.
I think that's the only option at this point. I think that's the only thing we can do.
All right.
The guy that's on the heater needs to open all the packages from now on.
I agree. All right. So Brandon, this is Leaf Metal Soccer.
It is.
You love soccer, and if I say Premier League, he goes, "It's Premier League."
It is Premier League, and I'm not going to call it football.
Okay, good.
That's fine.
Because of that one high school coach who got on to me one time, and he goes, "Well, the thing about football," and he goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, or as you Yanks call it, soccer."
He called you a Yank?
Yes, he did call me a Yank.
In Texas?
Yeah, well, it's because he was from Britain.
We're not Yanks in
and
Texas.
we're all Yanks to him.
All right. In the Leaf Metal Soccer box, we have a slabbed autograph and just a regular slab.
You don't have to whisper. You can say it loud.
Yeah, you can talk like a
really loud.
person.
Like really loud?
There you go. That's
like
perfect.
really loud.
Look at you, man.
Okay.
Growing
All
into
right.
this.
Look, come on, Erling Haaland.
All right. Oh, let's hope.
He told me that his Michigan yellow and blue shirt, he said it makes green. That's why I don't
It
have
counts.
any green
That
on
is what
for
he told me this
technicality.
morning too. Yeah, because Jess wanted to pinch him.
All right.
All right, that sounds weird the way I said it. All right. I'm sorry.
My gosh.
Okay.
This is kind of dope.
So this is a regular slab.
Okay. Who do we got here?
Stephen Gerrard.
Gerrard.
Yes.
It's not related to
Derek Gerrard.
David Gerrard.
David Gerrard.
No. Okay. And so this is a gold 1 of 1, a
That's right.
prismatic gold champions Leaf Metal right there. Again, how much does it cost? Well, it's free if you win it in the
Prismatic
giveaway.
by Nas.
Okay. Is this the autograph one?
This is an autograph, and it's a rookie.
Stillmatic.
Ooh.
This is Evan Ferguson.
Evan Ferguson.
That's a dope looking.
Clear.
He's wearing green.
1 of 1.
Oh.
I don't know
For
if
St.
this
Patty's
is
Day.
for
Yeah.
St. Patrick's Day or
Pretty
not.
sure.
But yeah, both of these are slabbed. So Evan Ferguson, Stephen Gerrard, or Gerrard if you're fancy.
This one-
the 1 of 1.
This one does not have the autograph.
He didn't have the time.
But there's a spot for the autograph.
Yeah.
So what's the deal here? What do we do with this?
I think
do we
you
ever
should
get
just
it? Do we get it
leave
stickered?
I would not crack it back.
But do we get a
open.
sticker and put it like over the top of this?
We could open it, and then y'all could sign it.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
That
And then
sounds
whoever
good.
gets it.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Don't think.
Dude, this card is
That's
see-through
a great
too.
idea.
That is
Oh
awesome.
no, some of this is hurtful.
Oh.
From the 214, I think I like Brandon better than Kevin.
All right.
And
Yeah, that makes sense.
from the 214,
I've known both of y'all since about the same time.
Some
of
job
time,
security.
and I'm kind of with them.
From the 214, TF, whatever that means. Brandon sounds like a good 23. And from the 469, judging by how deep his voice is, I can tell Brandon is the man of the house. That is. All of those
Very
are
kind tweets or
super,
texts. Really
super
appreciate
hurtful. And
Somebody
Kev-
said he sounds like Dutch. He sounds like Derek Holland. a little
Okay,
bit.
interesting, interesting.
Does that mean I can also play in the MLB?
And from the 817, that's a whole grown ass man right there. I mean, he is 18 years old. Like, so the helmet, this person, oh my God, please help me. I had to step out of the car to get gas. What was the helmet? The helmet was Hall of Famer Steve Young.
Yeah.
So it's an autographed, authentic Hall of Fame Steve Young autograph helmet. So RJ Dukes. And somebody sarcastically said, will you explain social media to me again? I already made that mistake earlier today. We will not go back through that again.
Though somebody did reply what TF means. by
I
the
know
way,
what
Kevin,
it
if
means.
you wanted
I
to
was
read that
kidding.
one. And somebody's up in Broken Bow listening right now. So hold on, we have somebody down in Hill, like Mike's almost in at A&M,
Right.
At College Station,
Right.
And somebody up in Broken Bow,
Right.
How far east and west can we go? That's
Right.
what I want to know now. Is what other directions can we get to?
I mean, that's a great question. Let us know where you are if you're in a, I guess, different direction. Okay. And then
You wanna read that one?
From the 806, at least Brandon has hair on his head. All right. Look, all of that is very hurtful.
He snapped on himself.
And this is one more opportunity for me to tell one of my favorite stories at the station is Spittle was asking me about a hair restoration endorsement. He sent me an email and he goes, okay. It was a really kind email. He goes, this could be a delicate situation, but would you be interested in this endorsement? And I responded. I said, why is it a delicate situation? Do you think I'm not aware that I don't have any hair? And he goes, I just didn't want to offend. And I was like, I'm not rocking a comb over or anything. I'm aware that I don't have hair.
I talked about this with Mike a little bit this week, Kevin, and I wanted to get your thoughts on this. When did you go bald? When did that start?
It was like mid-20s. It
Really?
was so
And Brandon's
young.
not in his 20s yet, right?
He is not. And look at that mop top.
So
and
when it started, were you freaking out about it? Were you like, oh my gosh, I'm losing my hair? Or were you just like, well, I guess we just got to clean this thing up?
No, because I kept the hair too long for a while. I didn't ever comb over, but I was like, you just look stupid. And then eventually I was like, let's just shave it. But yeah, I was just more like, oh man, that sucks.
Have you ever thought about having like was it Jeffrey Tambor in Arrested Development where he kind of had the ponytail?
No, I never wanted to do the skullet.
Okay.
No. Plus my hair, if it does grow long in the back, it gets curly. All right. From this 267,
Like
Noah.
a perm?
Yeah, kind of.
I want to see that.
Yo, you won't.
I want to see. We should have that as a show
if you
payoff.
get little-
Kevin has to grow his hair out and perm it.
All right, now this is the next hurtful thing.
Yammer.
Because, yeah, because everyone's like, because Brandon's great, now the next baby will be, from the 972, I bet baby Hagelin will be the greatest in the family. And from the 267, Noah speaks next on the fan or he's not real. Well, here's what he's going to do. Like he
And then
can't
try to eat the microphone.
Yeah, and then he'll
I'm still
try
not
to
too
eat the
sure if
mic.
he's real. Yeah.
You
Thank you,
are
Brandon.
staying in
I
the
appreciate
same
that.
hotel as him right now.
Have you ever held him before?
Nope.
Yes, you have. I have pictures.
See?
Yes, he has. I have
I
pictures
believe
of
him
that.
more than I believe your picture.
I have pictures. And from the 817, I'm in West right now. From the 760, I'm listening from San Diego. From the 214, I'm in Greenville. And I'm listening on the app from the Bahamas.
Nice. Nice. Somebody said they've listened all the way up in Colgate, Oklahoma. And somebody said that what was the one I just saw? Athens. So Athens is another place, too.
And then somebody has made the request that Brandon says that he's better than me. I don't know if he can do it right, though.
If I can do it right.
Yeah. I don't think you can.
You mean to say I'm better?
Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, man. That is pretty good. Somebody also texted in and said, don't like any of y'all, but I like listening. So
okay,
that's
right.
It's
I like that approach.
That is confusing.
I'm totally in on it. That's my new favorite texter.
Will take it. I'm in Oxford, Mississippi, up in Chicago.
From the 321, where those pictures AI generated. They're concerned that AI generated Noah.
You know what you need to be concerned
I've
about?
never held him.
You need to be concerned about the person who runs Chat AI or whatever, who said, I think it's worth it, but then he acknowledged the risks that came along with it. And I feel like that's the news article that we flash back to when it's a barren hellscape because the AI has destroyed us all.
Here's my thing, Kevin. I didn't invest in NFTs, right?
Yes.
But I think AI is the way. Like, it's the future. And there's no avoiding it, all right? It's the one stock that I do think you go ahead and you throw your money in there, you're going to be okay. AI. But I'm also terrified of it. So because that computer said, I don't want to hurt you, but I will do these things if you force me to. And that's where I'm like, you are a computer.
Right.
You don't have wants or desires. You do what I tell you to do, or I spray you with a water hose and you die.
I think it'll get to the point where if you have a hose, you won't kill all of the AI because the cloud and stuff.
You don't know what I can do with a hose?
From the 662, his voice is mark that. His voice is too deep to be your son. That's cause for concern. If you listen more to the way he talks,
Does he talk more maybe like mom?
No,
is that a possibility?
He does not. He talks like I do. From the 512, Noah's a deep fake. That is so hurtful. We only brought one car, or else I would ask Jess to come up right now.
That makes a lot of sense because he is a super cute baby. Like in all the pictures, like that is the cutest baby I've ever seen. Yeah, and so maybe that's true that it could be a deep fake. They made the super cutest baby.
See, but
Remember we saw him on a billboard in Arizona when we were driving back.
But Brandon's also thinking of all the times he wakes up in the middle of the night crying or chews on things where he's less delightful.
Brandon's just like, just give him a book and tell him to go back to sleep.
Exactly. All right, now you asked a question. We also have the imminent debut of Kevin's Killing It. Is if the Lakers aren't going to pursue Kyrie, what are the Mavs' best options? By the way, thank you very much, Brandon. I think we might need to bring you back because we have two more breaks to do, so we will circle back with you. Thank you very much. All right. Are you more bought into, because I know Mike through the grapevine has, heard through a couple of different spots that that Kyrie was going to be hitting back to the Lakers, or at best it was 50-50 they would come back to the Mavs.
Mm-hmm.
Now with the word out there, then again, sources, that the Lakers are not going to pursue Kyrie.
Mm-hmm.
Are you?
And what Mike's dealing with is sources too, right?
Yeah, sure.
We know Mike's sources pretty well a lot of times, and I trust a lot of them.
A lot of them are very good sources.
And,
you're right.
And Mike, whenever I brought this up to him yesterday, by the way, Kevin, I was like, "Hey, this just popped up. What are your thoughts about that?" And Mike was like, "That's interesting to know." It's like that's The Athletic's a reliable source. So Mike didn't instantly discredit it or anything like that either. He was just like, "Look, I know what I've heard, and they have what they've heard so far." My problem is, Kevin, your best options, if Kyrie does not get pursued by the Lakers, is to keep him, right?
Of course.
But this team's not good right now. So
yeah.
So what? I guess then you have to keep him. But then, do you have money to add to this team?
No.
So it's not a good situation again for the Mavericks.
But the other thing about that, well, I guess because the thought is that you wouldn't bring back Christian Wood. At least that has been the assumption I've kind of been going off of.
Okay.
Is you're not going to have as much money as you think. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can create a max out slot. And if you have somebody else that wants to be here and you can make it happen, that's a different deal. But if both Kyrie and Christian Wood left, you don't get all of that money because you were already over the cap. So you'll have money to spend because some of the moves that you made, but it's not like you're going to have free reign to go spend $70 million.
Yeah.
And so that's the problem. I'm on board with keeping Kyrie Irving because I still think you can make an argument. You have two of the top, 15 players in the league, and I think you can find a way to make that work. I know people have been disappointed by the start, but how many games did they play together? 10?
Mm-hmm.
And also part of this losing streak, you've been missing people, and Luke is out again tonight.
And Maxi's been missing. And
even if I
you're
know.
going to have to – here's the thing, though. You still have to cobble together a big man group.
For sure.
And you don't and JaVale McGee, I know Mike wants to be to say Magoo, but he's got how many years left on his contract? 2 more?
2 more.
So, you have to deal with that. And so that's where I'm just kind of I don't know how you make it work.
So,
and if Jason Kidd wants to coach 2 guys that have that skill set without having a big, and then say, you know what, I'm going to figure out how we win small ball here.
So, then I guess here's what I would put forth to you then to consider, okay? If you let Kyrie move on, how confident are you that the Mavericks make the right moves to address defensive and rebounding and big deficiencies? I have to admit, I don't think I'm super confident in that.
Yeah, because I think that they're kind of still looking at it going, what you just said, don't have as much money as I think to work with, so I got to go find pieces.
You still,
And do people love playing with my superstars? Do they yet? If I can,
I don't think they do.
Sometimes you can try and convince that, but I don't know that they do yet. To be honest, Kevin, you've been talking about, man, if Luka's winning, guys are going to want to be around that.
Man.
Well, but they're not winning, and they're not playing a winning brand of basketball right now either, nor a brand of basketball where they want to be associated with it because, hey, I'm never seeing the ball. I'm being asked to go, be a great defender on these guys, but I'm not getting anything else in return for this.
Yeah, and I think the idea is, let's say, and you still can, I would not predict it, but the Mavericks can still get back to the Western Conference Finals, right? That is a thing that could still theoretically happen. I'm not predicting that. Then I think you look at it from a different perspective. You're like, hold on, Luka's 24, might have 4 first-team All-NBAs, and they just made it Western Conference Finals back-to-back. I know he can be a pain to play with in terms of ball control, but that's somewhere I want to be. But if you bounce back from that to, hey, we got bounced in the play-in tournament, that is not encouraging to make you think I need to be there and be with that person. And so a couple of different options that people are throwing out from the 817, I'll take Ayton. I've thought all along that
I'll take him.
And I think a premium big man makes a lot of sense because they're not as ball dependent. Kyrie is more ball dependent, obviously, than DeAndre Ayton by a lot. And so that would make the offense flow better. And then the other one is, and I know this exists in the world from the 972, trade Luka for a bunch of picks. I know we brought up the wild OKC idea. I just cannot imagine a scenario in which the Mavericks do that. I'm not telling you that that's the dumbest idea ever or anything like that. I just cannot envision a scenario in which the Mavericks go down that path. I
Remember
can't.
when the Mavericks told us if we get, I think it was Donnie told us, well, if we get a big, then we're going to clog up the lane too much for Luka to do his work.
Right.
And I guess the idea was Luka drives and kicks. Drive and kick basketball was what they wanted him to do, and he was really good at it. But now if you can say we can also do drive and kick, we can also do pick and roll in an elite level. If you have DeAndre Ayton, I think you can play that at a very high level.
Well, and that's one of the reasons I think people become so enamored with like Jokic and the Luka pairing, which I do not believe is ever going to happen.
Because it could be the best two-man game you've ever seen.
Exactly.
Him and Jamal Murray are already really good at what they do together.
And plus, Jokic moves outside. If you're worried about clogging up the lane, you wouldn't run into that problem anywhere near as much with Jokic. Not to mention, of course, the fact that then you would have two of the best 5 players in the league. Like, I get that that's the main part that's appealing, but I also think you would eliminate any concerns about clogging up the lane.
Yeah.
All right. It's time for, although we're still glad to get your Mavericks thoughts and opinions. And there's a lot of really nice people that have been texting in all throughout the day from the 469. Kevin, I still have the picture from the day we met at a Stars game. I will tell you this. One thing I love about our station, except for Corey sometimes. No, I'm just kidding. One thing I love about our station is our fans are not a burden or inconvenience to us. There are other stations that is absolutely the case. They don't want to hang out with you or spend time with you. When we do these things, we take pictures, we'll shake hands, hang out, talk, whatever, because y'all are the reason we got a job, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. When I talk about the Tom Thumbs thing, man.
Yeah.
I'm not joking. I do know people there now, and it did start because they were like, I was wearing a fan T-shirt, and they're like, I'm a Tolo, and I was like, well, that's interesting. Now I have questions for you. Who's your favorite show? And they'd say the KNC Masterpiece, and I was like, you're smart. And then I'd say, who's your favorite host? And they'd say, man, both of you guys are my favorite. And I'll be like, that's awesome.
Mike.
That was before we had Mike with us. This was the nights. We were grinding along there. And then as things have gone on, man, this is what I'm getting more than anything. I think that this is the best lineup the fans ever had. From the beginning to the end, and then y'all are the best show. Y'all are the ones that keep it all together.
Yeah.
Y'all,
that's true.
You bring Sean and RJ with you. You pull right into G-Bag. Y'all are the reason that this station even exists.
I didn't get a chance to tell you this then. Over the weekend, I was at the Dallas Card Show, saw a whole bunch of people out in Allen. You could stop left and right. And then Kyle, who runs the show, was like, oh, hey, you need to meet Bump Wills. And I was like, oh, wow, great. And I was like, hey, I work for the Fan. And he goes, do you really? And he goes, I am a fan. And then this kid, probably about 12, he stopped, turned around, and he goes, Tolo.
That's what
and he wanted
about.
to shake hands and stuff, and that was super cool.
I think I told you, I don't remember if I did, but my buddy runs an electronics store. I'm not going to say which one it is.
Is it the best?
It is very good.
Can you buy things there?
You buy things there. And old Marcus Ware walks in.
Oh, yeah.
And he's buying something that might be really good. And my buddy starts chatting him up, and he's like, by the way, my friend has a show at the Fan. And he was like, oh, the KNC Masterpiece, I love that. DeMarcus Ware loves our show, dude. That is awesome to know.
Yeah.
Because when we see DeMarcus Ware, he always says hi to us. He's always treating us like we're best friends. I'm like, how does DeMarcus? Is it because that one time we did that Zoom interview with him, dude?
I did. I did.
Darren Woodson just pops in and says hello to us all the time.
That was so awesome at the Super Bowl. It's like, I'm not doing an interview. Oh, yeah, for you guys?
For those guys? Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm right there.
Now, Corey, you put out the idea of Kevin's Killing It as our new segment.
Yeah, good luck, man. I'm listening.
All right.
Let's open some packs.
Oh,
Rip
yeah.
Some packs,
do we
man.
want to do another one of those?
Yeah,
all right.
We only have a little bit of time left.
If Kevin's cool with it, we're doing that immaculate for WWE. Kevin's Killing It, not Kevin's cool with it. Let me ask you this. Is there a group of people that you've seen at a hotel that you think that's really neat? Because we're staying at a hotel for these next couple days, just kind of hanging out, doing the family vacation. And there's a whole bunch of people there for some sort of power lifting competition. And, yeah, like,
Did you
Okay.
Do you have heavy things you want to see them lift?
I want to see them lift each other. All right. I know that is not the point of powerlifting, but I really, really want to see one of them pick up or bench press another person.
Okay. Do you want to see that, or do you want to see one of them pick up a bar and then two of them are hanging from either side of the bar? Like they're holding on to it, so they have to lift two different power lifters, but they're both holding onto the bar on the edge.
I think I've met a couple people there that could do it, but I'm not sure. I can't tell. I think it might be a high school competition, but I also can't tell if it's like an all ages competition because there are younger people wearing their powerlifting shirts and there are older people, but they might just be parents and everything. But our hotel is like overrun with powerlifting people.
Here's what I want you to do.
Okay.
And there's cards in here. There's memorabilia. I don't see a Thor hammer. All right. But I want you to go find a Thor hammer.
Okay.
Bolt it to the ground. All right. And then have each one of these guys come over and try and pick up the Thor hammer.
Okay.
And when they can't, just laugh. And you have a little lever connected to it
that lets it go.
That lets it go, and then you pick it up, and you're like, "Ha! Powerlifting competition."
Okay.
My butt.
Okay.
You know.
And then from the
you got to say the my butt part though.
I mean, if we've gone that far, might as well. From the 806, KNC is my all-time favorite sports show. Thank you very, very much. From the 682, Kevin, will you sign my baby? I mean, probably. I guess.
Somebody said, I'll tell you this. I gave you guys some grief whenever y'all took over for the show that was here before. And I'm sure other people did too. But you guys are my favorite. And y'all been growing on me these last couple of years. I cannot wait to hear you every day. I'm upset when Kevin is out. I'm upset when Mike is out.
Well, the whole team.
And then they also said, I'm sorry, I forgot about Corey. But I'm also upset when he's out as well. So I did appreciate that. Thank you.
The whole team will be back together on Monday. So I'm excited about that.
I got to go block that person.
No.
What?
Then somebody said they wholeheartedly believe what you said about the best lineup. And then KNC is the best, followed by the Get Right. You should absolutely.
We're the reason this station exists.
Oh my gosh, is that true?
That's what somebody told me.
Okay, well.
Now what do you think? Dude, you said not to use the knife, and here you are using the knife.
On the pack. This is
I don't know
still
what that
a box. The pack. All right, so we're doing Panini Immaculate. Check this out, Corey. You get 6 cards, 3 autograph cards. Stop using your multi-tool for whatever you're doing. 2 memorabilia. He's just like doing the ply. He's just like clamping the pliers.
Pull the card out.
Okay,
of the thing.
don't do that. You get 3 autograph cards, 2 memorabilia cards, so essentially 1 chump base card.
All right.
But even the chump base card is amazing. It's probably numbered to 99.
And you're not letting Brandon open this one.
No, he can open the other stuff.
He got the
wrestling.
Steve Young helmet, dude. Okay.
We're going to hit it big,
all
right? And don't forget, we're at RJ Dukes in McKinney. Come by, sign up for their giveaway, which will be Monday on their social media platforms at 11:30. So it's all free. If you see these cards and you're like, KNC's going to take the best ones, we get none of them. I've asked in the past.
No,
they said no.
Yeah, I would have to fold it up and shove it in my pocket if I wanted it.
Yes, that's
what you told me. You were like, Corey, take this one, shove it in your pocket.
No to all of that.
So it did happen. I'm not. Right. Yeah, you know this guy.
No to all of that.
All right. What is this?
So this is our Immaculate. So our very first card is Karrion Cross. This is your one non-auto or memorabilia. By the way, is that Carter who texted in, replaced Kevin's killing it with Brandon's busting out? This is Karrion Cross. So this is our base card, and even our base card is numbered to 40. So this might be the worst card that we get.
Okay.
And it's numbered to 40. Might.
All right.
Next up, memorabilia.
Oh, my gosh.
Ooh, look at that giant matte relic numbered to 99 of Damian Priest, part of the Judgment Day. I like that one right there.
Man of God right there.
That's maybe. Ooh, Drew McIntyre.
What?
Woo!
No way. No
This is a
way.
Drew McIntyre premium patch number to 26.
Dude, that is
right
awesome.
Here. Going to challenge Gunther for the Intercontinental Championship.
You said premium right there?
Yes.
So is that off of like a...
That's probably off of one of his shirts. It's from a hoodie. It's off of a hoodie. It says on there hoodie.
Oh, okay.
And so that is part of his hoodie.
I was wondering if it was like part of his, like what he wears around his...
What?
Like his shorts, his pants.
His trunks?
Yeah, his trunks.
I do not believe...
Yeah.
I don't know that to be...
What part of that do you want? Do you want the butt or do you want the front?
I want the front.
Yeah,
yeah,
that makes sense.
That's the power part. All right, so now we're moving Don't bail out on me now. You took me to this place. Now we get to the autograph cards. Our first autograph, Noam Dar. That is not my favorite autograph. I'm going to be honest with you. It is numbered to 99. So, by the way, so
He's
far.
a magician, isn't he?
No. I mean, I can see by what he's wearing
He looks
how
like
you
a magician.
might think he does some, like, close-up sleight of hand magic. If that one is numbered to 99, that's an on-card autograph. Ooh, we know this guy. The $1 Million Man,
Dude,
Ted
awesome.
DiBiase.
We have a great story with him.
Don't Google him right now.
Oh, why? What happened?
I said don't Google him. There's some things that are not the best that he's in the midst of. But the story he told us, I told you not to Google it. It's not going to be good.
You know what to do.
Is the $1 Million Man told us about how him and Virgil were traveling together, and they left the briefcase with the $1 Million title at a rental car agency at the airport. I would have taken that briefcase and quit my job and moved on down the road. I would be like, I got the $1 Million title. So there you go.
There's nothing out there about. Oh, is this the John Oliver thing?
Yeah, because that's a.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Okay.
Everything's gonna be fine. I'm sure everything will be all right.
And that one's numbered to 99. Okay, here we go.
Is this another one?
Here we go.
Is it the Hulkster?
It's a good one. I want to remind you.
Is it the Nacho Man?
If you want, that's so offensive. And it's not Rock Hot Steve Boston or whatever you say just to agitate me. You can get this card for free. RJ Dukes, come sign up. The drawing will be, or the giveaway will be 11:30 a.m. on Monday.
This it says here: Roman Reigns, John Cena, The Rock, Hulk Hogan, or the Undermaker.
It's none of those, but they left off a very key person. If I do believe, she is the EST of the WWE, Bianca Belair.
Dude, she's been on our show.
She has been on
That's
our
awesome.
show. That is an autograph relic on-card signature numbered to 99. This woman is awesome. She's been main eventing WrestleManias. This is my wife's absolute favorite wrestler.
Husband's an Eagles fan, though, isn't he? Or
He's a
something?
Bears fan.
Bears fan.
He's
Okay,
a Bears
that's gonna be-
fan.
everything's
so
gonna be fine.
I feel like
beat
that
them.
is more acceptable
Yeah. That's
than
awesome.
if he was an Eagles fan. If he was an Eagles fan, we might have to root against him. I hear
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right, we're the KNC Masterpiece, and that was Kevin's Killing It. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Let's talk with Jared Sandler now that
Oh.
USC. Let's see. We'll see that you scored a USC game, and then we'll talk
is
with
he
him
available now?
Next on the Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Sonic. It is Jared Sandler as part of a special edition of the C Block. Jared, do we have 100% of your attention? And if not, what percent of your attention do we have right now?
Well, first of all, I appreciate you guys being flexible. Second of all, yes, you do. I had to step outside because where I am, I can't get reliable cell signal while inside watching the Trojans end their season on my iPad. But they were down 15 when I stepped outsed, so I feel
now
pretty
they're only
good.
down 12. So,
well, that's cool. You know what? Hey, I didn't expect them to make the tournament this year, so I was happy they made it. They're really not that talented. They got a great recruiting class coming in. I'm excited about the future. One down, you have to step back to take a few forward for Andy Enfield. I'm more curious about Xavier ruining some more people's brackets.
Dude, they're getting whipped. They're now down 13 with 15 minutes to go. By the way, USC just hit another three-pointer. It's down to 9 since you got on the phone with us.
Well, do me a favor. Let me know if we get like within 2 possessions, and then I'll split my attention.
Will you just hang up and go inside and watch the rest of the game?
No, I'll just split. I'll make sure to like have my attention split 50-50. Right now, I'm giving you guys all 100% of what I have.
Okay.
But I will gladly split it if it's 2 possessions.
I think we might just tell you it's a blowout, and at the end be like, just kidding, Jared. They made a comeback.
They ended up winning this one.
Not a bad idea.
Okay, so Jared, and I want to know, we talked with Cole Reagans this morning. Do you think I violated any protocol by asking him tough physical and mental questions about his injury recovery on the day that he's pitching?
No, I don't. I mean, well, if he agreed to talk to you on the day he's pitching, is he pitching today?
Yeah, he's pitching today.
Well, then, I mean, if he's willing to talk, I guess that's fair game. That's a big part of his story. And I would also say on the mental side, you know, while I'm sure revisiting what he went through is not always the most fun, in talking to people, you know, I don't remember if it was with you guys or with G-Bag, but, you know, I mentioned how when a guy is going to take a big step forward, you know, I always ask myself why. You know, it doesn't just happen for no reason. Like maybe, you know, he's now healthier than he ever has been, or he added a pitch, or, you know, whatever it might be in whatever sport. And one of the things when I've asked people, you know, why should I believe in what we've seen from Cole Reagans, they just talk about the mental side and everything he went through and how he came out of that, you know, more mentally prepared to take on the ups and downs of, you know, being a major leaguer. So I think that's a big part of his story. I don't think you violated anything at all. Did he? I mean, was he great? Did he answer the question?
No. His answer was fantastic.
He sounded like he was still asleep.
I just got some. I got some slack for some people,
but dude, I thought it was great, and he opened up. That was the time that he opened up the most, for one, and for two, he agreed to come back if he pitches an elite today. He said he'll come back every time he pitches with us.
So two of the things that he said is especially he said another interesting thing that I hadn't really considered, and I know we've talked about this before. He said the first Tommy John, it didn't really, or the first major injury didn't really bother him because he was like, pretty much everybody goes through that. And it was just fascinating to hear that level of like kind of acceptance of everyone's going to have to go through this at some point or another. But the second one he said was really hard because even when he started to feel better, he said he thought in his mind, he goes, but you haven't even picked up a baseball yet. So who knows what's going to happen. And I just thought that was a mentally tough answer to hear, but I thought it was really interesting.
I mean, there are not many guys. He's right. There are a ton of guys now who have Tommy John. And there are guys who have Tommy John twice. There are not a lot of guys who have Tommy John basically consecutively the way that he did and live to tell about it. And you know, I think that, and then you throw in the pandemic year. I mean, they're just, all of the odds were stacked against him. And, you know, I'm sure Mike can tell you too, Derek as well, that, you know, the years he lost, it's not like he had already established himself as a big leaguer and, you know, grown and developed. He lost like crucial developmental years. And, that's why it's just, to me, so impressive that, we're even having the conversations we're having about Cole Reagans.
What do you envision? Like, we get to the end of the year. You have to tell me right now, like, what and how did Cole Reagans contribute to this team? I know that takes some projection, but I am really curious.
Well, I think if you were to play the odds based on the success he's had in spring, and I'm saying that in not that the success in spring always translates, as we know, but just where he is now, you'd think he's next man up. You play the odds. I mean, someone in the rotation is likely not going to make 20 starts. I mean, it's just that happens way more often than it doesn't, where, one of your guys just that something happens. And so I think, I think that the Vegas favorite would be Cole Reagans in the rotation, helps plug a hole. Kevin, while you were out, I was talking to Derek about this on Wednesday. The thing I wonder about him is, because of the injuries, are you more sensitive in how you use him? And what I really mean in asking that is, whereas with some guys you wouldn't mind, let's take Dane Dunning. And I know he's coming off a hip surgery, but hey, Dane, you're going to start the year in the bullpen as a long reliever, multi-inning guy. And hey, we get an opening in the rotation, we'll slide you over. But then when that guy gets, comes back, then we'll move you back to the bullpen. With a guy like Cole Reagans, 2 Tommy Johns, do you medically feel like it is more responsible to just say, hey, this is your role, and we're going to leave you in this role all year? So that might mean, hey, you're going to AAA, you're going to start, and no matter what, it's like Kevin Costner on draft day. I'm going to write this down on a sheet of paper. No matter what, I know who I'm going to take. No matter what with Cole Reagans, we're not going to allow ourselves to deviate from that because we feel like it's in his best interest health-wise. I just don't know. I don't know the answer to that question because if that is not a problem or is not seen as a challenge, then to me, I don't know how you can leave him off the opening day roster in the bullpen as a multi-inning guy. The only way would be is if the Rangers feel like, no, we're just going to keep him on one path, and that's as a starter. And when we need a starter, he'll come up and help us.
Jared, I'm going to swing it around to the outfield here just a little bit because, Kevin, you agree the biggest question mark on this team at the moment is probably left field. I know there's some bullpen stuff, but the left field spot, and I know we were talking about all these different options while we were out there with you in spring training. By the way, hope everything's going well and you're doing well out there, buddy. But Robbie Grossman, based on the boxes, it looks like he's doing pretty well. Oh, he's got one of those jet planes flying over. It looks like he's doing pretty well. What are your thoughts on Grossman's approach and how he'll fit into this thing?
Love it. It's been, and I don't know, again, all of this with the caveat of, how will this translate when the games, really start to count. But his plate discipline's been outstanding. I mean, that's been a highlight, for me this spring with the Rangers lineup is, they've had some tough at-bats. Clayton Kershaw wasn't able to go 5 innings last night because the Rangers hitters made him work. And Robbie Grossman's a part of that. More walks than strikeouts. 2 years ago, he had 98 walks in a season, so this isn't like out of nowhere. And I'll be honest, when the Rangers signed him, I think the thought was, hey, he'll platoon in likely left field. And even though he's a switch hitter, he's had more success against lefties than righties. And last year really struggled against righties. I get the sense the Rangers want to give him a shot to be an everyday guy. Now, how long will that last? I don't know. Maybe the whole year, maybe not. But I think they love the plate discipline and the approach so much, and they feel like they've made some tweaks with his swing from the left side, against righties, that he might be the everyday guy in left field. It might not necessarily be a platoon. And if he can bring that plate discipline, I mean, that's a really good bat to help balance out the bottom half of the lineup. I feel like he'll probably hit 6, if everyone's healthy. And one of the concerns about this lineup was, is it just going to be top heavy with some easy outs, at the bottom? Well, if Robbie Grossman's able to get on base at a high level, that changes that discussion.
Now, Jared, I'm going to give you an update because I don't want you to go back and ever watch the end of this game.
Everything's going great.
It's not. Michigan State is up by 10 with 55 seconds left. But here's the part that's going to agitate you: is at one point, Michigan State missed 7 free throws in a row, including at least 2 front ends of a 1-and-1, but USC could not get the corresponding 3-pointer to fall.
Yeah, they haven't shot well all game. It's one of those days, you know. It is what it is.
Yeah. Who do you got? Who are you picking to win this thing? How's your bracket looking so far?
So yesterday snapped a streak of 3 straight years in which I lost the Final Four team on day one.
Which is surprising because a lot of people had Arizona. So yeah.
Yeah, I didn't. I thought Arizona. I basically don't like anyone in the Pac-12, and Arizona obviously a part of that. So guys, I have Houston. I'm sorry, this plane. It's like they had all the planes blow over right when we were on. I have Houston. I just think they're really tough defensively, but Marcus Sasser re-injuring his groin not really making me feel good because they got screwed. They have to play Auburn in the state of Alabama as a 1 seed. That seems kind of.
Were you nervous yesterday at all during that game? Not only with the injury, but that game was competitive.
Yeah, no, I mean, I won't say I ever got to the point of being nervous, but it definitely was notable to me that they did not take control of that game.
Jared, we really appreciate your time, buddy. You have a great week out
Mike
there.
Is Mike off or
Mike's gone.
Not?
He just texted, and I wanted to get to that. We can text. We can talk about it right now.
Yeah, remember maybe not remember. He might not have told you. Him and his boys are down in College Station for the A&M LSU series, which
that's right. Yeah,
which is chock full of top of the draft talent.
Yeah, he texted. He said, "I made it in your face." So he was letting us know that. And then he asked, "Is Kevin having marriage issues? Jess is at a hotel with the kids. Is there?
I am at that hotel as well.
Oh,
you're
here. She's at a hotel.
We're all at the same hotel. It's just I'm working right now.
Everything's going
well. I will go back to the same hotel. We're in the same room and everything like that.
Gotcha. Just wanted
Kevin,
to make
denial
sure.
is usually the first step you've got to overcome. So just when you're ready, we're here for you.
Okay, I appreciate that very much,
Thanks,
Jared.
Jared.
I really
Have a good one, man.
For better or worse, you've always been a good friend.
Well,
Thank
he
you
had
very
to
much.
go. I don't know.
Okay,
if you heard or not.
yeah.
He had to take off.
There's another plane was.
Yeah,
flying
he was
over.
like, "There's another one." By the way, I wanted to give a shout out to OG, otherwise known as Olivia. That is Big Lou's daughter.
Yeah, we met
He
Big
just
Lou.
showed us. This is a different Big Lou than the one we knew from back in the day.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that we now know this Big Lou because he's awesome. And he showed us a video of his daughter hitting her first home run, and it was a bomb.
It was a shot.
Dude.
We asked why we didn't hear him screaming, and he goes, "Yeah, because I had taken off to go run and get the ball." So, like, as soon as she hit it, he goes, "Oh, that's gone."
Yeah, man.
And so he ran to go get it. And then one more shout out. I didn't get a chance to hit this earlier from the 817. Can I get a shout out? Having my first baby at any moment today. Pray for my wife and I, fellas.
Absolutely.
Prayers
Sure.
are with you guys.
I'm sure that baby will be real.
Okay. Man, I wish we had another car to get Noah up here. Or, like, up here. Obviously, you guys know because of Platinum Chevrolet, I buy cars all the time. But that other car is back at our house. All right, we're the KNC Masterpiece. Coming up next, we're going to open some more cards. We're going to talk about the NCAA tournament, give some updates, including this massive upset in the making, plus Masterpiece of the Week. It is the fastest segment in all of radio. Good news for you. It's coming up next as we're live from RJ Duke Sports in McKinney on 105 through the Fan.
Blasting.
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens if they hurt you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation, it is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at RJ Duke's in McKinney, and let me just tell you something. I just heard some shocking information. Is that in the free, they've got bags and they're giving away some free stuff in addition to the stuff they're going to give away on their channels on Monday. The amazing breaks that we've done is holy crap. Somebody pulled a Jey Uso 1 of 1 from their free stuff here at RJ Duke's, and I have brought back on Brandon Hageland I have brought Brandon back on to open some stuff and also update some stuff at the tournament where Xavier is making a run, but they still trail Kennesaw 61-53 with 8:22 left. Michigan State beat USC 72-62, and this is a Michigan State team that has really struggled with getting out of the first round outside of that year that they made the run to the Final Four, which obviously they were just fine that year. But the other years, I believe they've lost like 3 straight or 3 of 4 in the first round, so big win for them, tough break for USC. Brandon, as we go through the tournament, what are you going to be opening? And if people come up to RJ Duke's off of Central in McKinney, you can sign up. Just show that you're following them on one of their social media platforms. They'll be doing this giveaway on Monday. But show up before then.
That's right. We're going to be breaking some Panini Breaker promo packs, some dual card silver packs. We got 3 here.
Okay. What comes in these packs?
2 cards and either number or autograph.
Did he say baseball?
Baseball, basketball, and football.
Ooh,
multi-mixture.
That's right.
And on the down low, I might open some stuff too. By the way, UCSB, and this would be very upsetting, I bet, for a lot of local brackets, up by 1 over Baylor at halftime.
Yeah, that doesn't affect me yet. All right, we'll see.
People shouting out the Gauchos. All right, what do we got?
All right, we got our first pack.
Okay.
First card of the pack.
Okay.
Case breaker Justin Herbert.
Ooh,
that seems significant.
That
seems
one's
important.
nice.
180 out of 199. Now I got some bad news about this next card.
Oh no.
He said bad news.
Okay.
It's Tom Brady.
No.
It's John Morant.
Oh dear. He did
Look, man,
some stuff.
he's going to rehab. All right, anger management rehab.
He's taking some
so he
time.
can be more angry, I guess.
I don't think that is what anger management
he wants to
is
get
for.
rid of the anger. Is what he's saying. And the other day he said, "Look, my daughter told me the other day that she was mad." And I feel like if she can tell me about her anger, then I can talk to somebody else about mine. And I thought that was a pretty grown-up approach to that.
Okay, that's fair. I can listen to that. All right.
All right, we got our second pack.
Okay.
Fernando Tatis
Ooh,
Jr.
Future Ranger.
I'm hoping so.
No,
yeah.
come on.
For a discount.
Okay.
Hometown
for a
discount.
discount.
Played for us.
Yeah, by the way, all of these are numbered to 199 so far.
That's right.
Which is pretty amazing.
Out of Auburn, we got Jabari Smith.
Ooh, one of the top picks in last year's NBA draft. All right, we got one more pack left. Oh, yeah, and we got a picture with him. And by the way, I'm also going to open some Bowman's Best Baseball. So we've done wrestling, basketball, baseball. We got all kinds of stuff today. And in my box, you get 2 autographs. So we're going to pull that Julio Rodriguez autograph. I could feel it.
806. Still crazy to hear Brandon all grown up on the mic. Time sure does fly.
Yeah, he's going to be going to college. So he's graduating in a couple of months.
Your
so
mom
people
goes to college.
That is true. It was a long time ago. So people who have grown up on this show or heard Brandon grow up during this show is pretty amazing.
I got some more bad news.
Oh, no.
Another John Morant?
Hold on. Who else is having bad news?
Who is having
right
some
now?
bad things go
Is
on?
it Ted
for him?
DiBiase again?
I heard. I looked that up. Everything seemed fine there. Don't worry about it. It wasn't a big story.
Okay.
Let's just say Corey's a really smart guy.
Oh, it's another
John
Morant.
no!
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. I've always been smart, they say.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
You gave it
That's
a
what
shot.
they say. It's not me that's saying
Who's
it.
they?
Don't worry.
Me?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's a royal day.
Okay.
Yeah, Joey.
Well, Corey had his moment, so now it's your turn.
I say Patrick Mahomes.
Paolo
Banchero.
Oh, nice. He gave you that moment because of your Dookies.
All right.
That was nice
He
of him.
will be the Rookie of the Year, numbered to 199. All right. Very nice. Very nice. By the way, first pack right out the gate in my Bowman's Best. I got my Yasier Mercedes autograph. There are 2 autographs in this box. So I'm waiting for the Julio Rodriguez autograph. And I got a Texas Rangers Anthony Gutierrez numbered to 250 and a Nolan Arenado refractor.
Dude, he's playing great for America.
He is. He is.
Our country's going to do well in this thing. I
mean, we're the defending
We made
champions.
it to the Final 6.
Okay. Now, have you announced your Final 4 yet, or will that still
No, we'll announce
be in
that.
flux?
We'll announce that on the week of the Final 4.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. To make sure that you're...
So it just stays in line. It's a big surprise for everybody.
It's a base card, but Bobby
Oh, my
Witt
gosh,
Jr.,
Bobby Witt Jr.
Rookie. There's no question that Mike is going to try to steal this and ask Bobby Witt to
Autograph
sign
it.
it, as we have some Bobby Witt Jr. autograph cards for the next piece-a-thon.
Every week, it seems like Mike has 10 to 15 more new rookie cards for Bobby Witt Jr. And he goes to Bobby Witt Jr. and says, "Will you sign these?" And Bobby Witt Jr. is like, "How many more of these do you have?"
He's so nice about it, though. He has signed an inordinate amount of his cards for us. All right, Corey, what's got your attention in the tournament right now before we get to Masterpiece of the Week? By the way, another Bowman's Best Wander Franco rookie right there as I'm looking for a sweet. We still got one more autograph. I'm looking for a good one.
Kennesaw State's up 61-57 with 6 minutes left over Xavier.
Man,
right
so
now.
Xavier has really closed the gap.
And
on
UC
that game.
Santa Barbara is destroying Baylor.
It's 1 point. I said that. It's a 1 point game.
But seriously, they shouldn't even be that close. Like these two, is this the third 14 versus 3 seed that this is happening like this? This is wild.
What do you see? You see more and more parity in college basketball. That's why
Because
before
the NIL deals.
I don't know if that's why.
It
The
might
last
be.
2 years, I'm pretty sure a 15 seed has won.
VCU is destroying St. Mary's right now, the 12 seed over the 5 seed.
That is a 1 point game.
17-16. That is, they shouldn't be that close either.
And by the
We're
way,
just
go
beginning
back and look that up. I think the score like 5 minutes in was 3-0. Like it took a really long time for offense to get going in that game.
Sometimes it can be like that during this tournament, man. Anything rocking
My
out for you
other
right now?
autograph that I pulled is Luis Meza. That is the gold version, number 275 for my other autograph. Now, while I finish up this box, now that we've pulled both of the autographs, how about we fire off a little Masterpiece of the Week?
She said, list this.
Howdy, fellas.
Hey, Joey. How's it going?
It's going pretty well. It's a beautiful Friday, isn't it?
Is it going better than it's going for the Stars?
Yeah, to say the least.
Dude, they're terrible.
Hey, big finale of the road trip coming up on Saturday.
Yeah,
so.
against another Canadian
Those
team, and that
stupid
hasn't worked out.
Flames.
Yeah.
It is time for Masterpiece of the Week, Kevin, where we play all the funny clips that happen on this show. And we do have a nice variety today, so hopefully everybody will enjoy. All the Tolos out there. We are going to start with this one because Carter wanted me to pull this. Not Corey's Carter, our Carter.
Yeah.
And this was from Kevin as well. So some pretty good stuff here to start you off with.
That pizza is going to kill you.
So?
Don't.
Yeah.
Hold on, was that Corey saying so? Hold on, play it one more time. I'm pretty sure at the very end, Corey goes, so?
That pizza is going to kill you.
So?
Don't.
Yeah,
he did.
It's pizza.
What if it's good?
But it would kill you. If you knew it was the greatest thing you've ever tasted, but then you will die, you're not going to eat it. What is this, the menu?
But then you're never going to eat anything better.
Yeah.
Because you'll be dead.
But you will have eaten the best thing that you've ever had in your life.
Which
no matter
ends
what.
At the end of that.
And that's fine. I'm not living forever anyway, right? Like, it's not like that. Like, just enjoy pizza while you can.
By the way, Xavier has now tied it up with Kennesaw. And also in other updates, got an O'Neal Cruz rookie card for Bowman's Best, and I pulled a Marcelo Meyer insert rookie. Back to you, Joey.
Let's go to Jared here. And, we always had the idea, does Mickey know what he's doing, Mickey Spagnola, during the year? Does Jared know what he's doing now?
Upset alert. Everyone seems to be, riding them hard, which, it's a perfect formula to get upset.
There was some upsets.
Jared's always said he wanted to be on Masterpiece of the Week. Remember that? And
Yes.
we got him on it. I think whenever we had the prank that got played on him while we were in Oxnard.
That was the funniest thing.
You were allegedly having a baby.
You know, you have met the baby. Brandon just did the
did air
quotation
quotes.
marks. You're staying in the same hotel as him. And
I don't know. Mike said that you had to stay at that they had to stay at the hotel for a certain reason.
We're all at the same.
But everything's
hotel.
going well. You said
yes,
all right.
it is very well.
That is good to know.
The programming's going well.
Yeah.
It would not be Masterpiece of the Week without some Mike. Hopefully he's listening on his way down to College Station.
He definitely is. He keeps texting us.
He loves pickleball now. He loves it. He loves it a lot.
And then I got 6 balls.
And
6 pickleballs.
I'm
And
so
then I got 6
immature
balls.
because I think that's hilarious. I really do. I think that's why me and Brandon get along so well. We might have similar sensibilities. That's good.
Let's keep the Mike train going. He had some good stuff. Okay, we all love Mike's his nicknames. We got Frankie Smokes. We have a new one added to the list.
And you're like, dude, last year in the playoffs, you didn't even have JaVale McGee. You didn't even have Christian I Hate Wood. And you got those 2 guys, and they're like, yeah, he's good.
Christian I Hate Wood.
I hate wood.
Man.
I think you can come up with a better one, right?
Yeah. I think that one's pretty good, though.
Mm-hmm.
Xavier is now taking the lead on Kennesaw.
Would
the whole
you,
thing's falling apart.
Christian, would you?
You'll need to workshop that one.
Would you?
Stop it.
Just look at it.
From the 972, it's like cocaine. It's the best thing you'll ever have, but then you'll die. I don't. Is it? Man, I watched a documentary the last few days.
Cocaine Bear is not a documentary, Kevin.
That
is not a documentary.
Got cocaine and ate
That is a
it
parody.
and had to murder a bunch of people. Although a shocking amount of humans murder other humans in that movie as well. Back to you, Joey.
Let's go to Corey. I believe it was this week. He was talking about sleepovers, and this happened.
I'm in here trying to make sweet love to your mom right now, and you kids are being loud.
What?
Dude, all right.
Man, I need Brandon to take his headset. I'll go ahead and turn this microphone off. And
here's the frustrating thing about having kids. And having them stay the night. And this was a conversation, Kevin. Are you the spend the night house, or do you send your kids other way?
We frequently end up, being the
Based on what we learned today, you send them to a hotel, and you're just like, y'all stay there.
Fancy as all get up.
I've become the house where kids stay at, and
let's go and mark that. I don't know if you want that on record. That is not. You don't
No one's
want
dying.
to say that.
Yeah, no one is dying. And the thing that I've learned about this, Kevin, is that I don't think I like the responsibility of having extra kids in the house.
Sure.
Because what if I want to do something else and ignore the kids? Then now I have to pay attention to them. And B,
just keep digging.
You can't. Yeah, she's like she doesn't want to make sweet love when the kids are around, when other people's kids are around.
Right.
And I'm like, but why? It's Saturday, and this is you're my Saturday night girl, and so. I'm trying to figure out why, and she's like, because there's other people's children in our house. And I'm like, but we still do those things whenever our kids are in the house. And she's like, it's just different. And I don't get that. So I don't want to be the house anymore. I want to be able to have my Saturday night girl back and my Friday night girl.
You know what, Corey?
My Sunday afternoon girl.
When you started talking, I didn't think it was going to go well. But I'll be damned if you didn't just convince me. You make a good point. When you're like, when she says it just is different, that's not an argument.
No!
That's just a thing you say because you're like, I got nothing.
Yeah.
So
why can't I do that? Because I said so, and I'm your parent.
You convinced me.
Yeah.
We're going to finish up with a few more Mike clips, of course. This one was interesting, to say the least.
And rub you the right way. Huh? I know, it's like a 90s song.
That's Johnny Gill.
Yeah, Johnny Gill. See, I was right.
You should have been more confident when you said it.
Because I was like,
I just wanted to hear you sing more of it.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to hear.
Yeah. So, anyways, he's not rubbing me the right way.
Okay, I got you.
Huh.
You know, here's the other thing, too. This week was more tame. There was a lot of tameness.
Was it?
Yeah, for sure, man, because you weren't here.
Him singing like that definitely made it creepy.
Let's hear that just a little bit more.
Okay. So
Yeah, just play that part again. Just that one part.
I got you.
And rub you the right way.
Was it the
Yeah,
You think you did a little hip thrust with that one at the end, too?
will haunt me in my dreams.
Like that.
It was pretty tamed, like Corey said, but of course, Mike got really irritated once again because Kevin thinks he can multitask.
It's much easier to do that than do that stupid thing Kevin thinks he can do, and that is what he can do 2 things at one time. Yeah, right. That's been proven
pat
by
your
science.
head and rub your belly at the same time?
That's kind of doing the same thing, though. But can you, watch television and write a paper at the same time? Yes. No, you're going to keep switching your concentration from one to the other. You can't do both. Even though he thinks he can, he's so proud of himself that he thinks he can do those things, but he can't. Yeah. But in his brain, he thinks he can. And then I got 6 balls.
Hold on.
Sorry, I added that one in.
I don't know.
and then throw the kid thing in on the end, the Jason Kidd part, and then it's glorious.
I didn't realize that bothered Mike so much. I don't think I can vote. Is that the last one? I'm sorry.
I got one more. I just want to put one more out there. It's another Mike one. This is a quick one.
So even better. So now you guys saw that on the Twitch. You saw he just put it in his mouth and ate it.
Whoa, yeah.
What was that? Corey going at the end?
So.
Now he goes, whoa, yeah.
They were good. It was good food from Jake's.
You know what? Even though Carter forced this one into Masterpiece of the Week, I think he's a smart man. I'm going to vote for Corey saying "so what" to the murder pizza.
What? Okay. Corey, I'm going to go with I like the multitask rant.
That's so hurtful.
Man, I'm going to vote for me and your sweet mom.
Hold on.
Do we need Brandon to break the tiebreaker?
Brandon, do you have a
can
vote
decide
that
it
was
all.
your favorite?
I think I got to go with the death pizza.
Yeah! Here we go. The pizza will kill you is your new masterpiece of the week.
That pizza is going to kill you.
So?
Don't. I just feel like I gave up talking.
So?
Because once somebody says "so" to "it's going to kill you," I don't really know where you go from there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
When you're dead, you don't know that you're dead. When you're alive.
How do you know that?
Man, that's a good question. Eat that pizza and we'll figure it out.
See, that is the trick. If you ever try to argue with Corey, he says things that you can't possibly anticipate.
Mm-hmm.
Like the one time we were at spring training, this was not this past spring training, years ago, is we were talking about something on the back of a car, and he
It was
goes,
a license plate.
Yeah, and he goes, "How do you know? Have you been to all the cities?" Like, what am I supposed to say to that? The answer is obviously no.
Unless you have. And
I have not.
I don't know anybody that has.
VCU and St. Mary's are tied, but so are Xavier and Kennesaw, both with 3 minutes left. However, VCU and St. Mary's is still in the first half. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation as we wrap our show up live at RJ Duke's in McKinney on 105.3 The Fan.
No one's dying.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts, more than just Silverados. Got Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live out at RJ Dukes in McKinney. There's the dunes of transpiring on the basketball front. Xavier and Kennesaw State still tied. Both teams missed a layup, and then just on a reverse, Kennesaw stuffed Xavier before a foul. So Xavier has a player who is going to be headed to the line. But I want to remind everyone, out here at RJ Dukes, there's St. Patty's Day Savings Spectacular where we're watching all of these games. 20% off singles under $500, 10% off wax under $500, 10% off memorabilia under $500, and 25% off all supplies, plus free bags full of free wax packs, which somebody already pulled a Jey Uso 1-of-1 select card out of. So it's been a blast out here today. And remember,
yeah, they're getting lucked up out here, you know?
I know, they are. And we opened more than $2,000 worth of stuff, which will they give away at 11:30 a.m. Monday on their social media channels. So come in here, register to be part of the giveaway, and follow them on social media. But you got to come up here to get part of the giveaway. Now, courtesy of Dean Emily, singing, it's time for a chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
We are wonderful, Hagee. How are you doing?
I am doing excellent. I have always been of the opinion, though I know a lot of people like to shout it down, as yesterday and today are the best 2 days on the sports calendar. They are my favorite 2 days on the sports calendar, and now Xavier's back up by 1 with about 15 seconds or so to go, so it feels like we're going to get another nail-biter right there.
I'm looking up right now Kennesaw State. I'm looking at how to go online classes for this place.
Yeah.
I like the way they play basketball because I have way too much faith in Xavier and their sweaty coach.
I did too.
And, you know, he doesn't sweat as much in the black three-quarter zip.
You can't see it.
The black covers it up.
I liked it better when he used to have to wear a tie, and it would just be an absolute mess. But yeah, this Hagee, I looked it up though in the bracket thing. Reggie leading the station bracket, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You say this is your favorite day. Are you like in the 20s somewhere? Picking this stuff.
I'm going to take your.
I know. Yeah, I have an excuse because I follow it like you do. But what's your excuse?
I'm going to take your word for it. We got the email blast right before we were leaving, so I hastily threw together my pick bracket.
With Duke as number one, kind of a thing?
No. I have Duke losing to Marquette in the Elite Eight. Right? I do not have A&M.
You had A&M and Arizona in the final.
I'm not going to lie. I definitely had A&M beating Penn State, and they got the break speed off of them last night.
A&M actually had a pretty good season.
They did.
Considering what was going to I think they were picked to be in the bottom of the
13th.
Yeah, them and LSU. Like LSU was picked to do a lot better, and I think they were last.
A&M got unlucky with the seeding, but it is a big bummer that we don't get the Texas A&M matchup in round 2.
I would have been very excited. Whether it's potentially now Xavier or it was Arizona or Virginia, did any of those games like really hit your bracket hard?
Oh yeah. I mean, if I was talking to the guys about doing a bracket where you pick everybody that was not favored. Just go ahead and try and pick the most losses. I think I would have had a bracket that was actually better than the one I have. I think it's the South region that everybody's destroyed in, right?
Yeah.
Is that the one? I could say it looks like my old English paper when I was like in 4th, 5th grade when the teacher used to mark it all up in red.
The red pen just makes it feel worse, doesn't it?
Oh, far worse. And then when
jumps off the page.
Yeah, and then when you get the like D- in red or F in red, it makes you feel even worse. Red pen makes me feel I can't write in red.
No, you just go ahead and throw that one out.
Yeah, because it reminds me of all my bad times.
Yeah, me too. Arizona crushed me. I had them in the Final Four. I was just happy Houston was able to pull it out because that would have really I'd have been doing bet payoffs
their
galore.
Guy, right?
Sasser, yes.
Yeah. But Sasser barely played. I'm worried about the Sasser situation.
I'm so worried about it. I had Houston winning the title.
Yeah.
Anybody worried about Alabama? Then they're like 7 or 8 more players might be called into question here.
I definitely am worried about Alabama. By the way, if you heard some of our reaction, that was Kennesaw State made what looked like a brilliant move to the basket. And
Is that goaltending?
Yeah, it got. I don't know if they're reviewing it or not.
They are.
Okay, I think they might, or I wasn't sure if they were reviewing the amount of time left on the clock when Kennesaw got a foul.
Clean block.
Yeah,
I don't think it's goaltending.
Okay.
So I think they were just trying to figure out how much time was left on the clock. No, that's a good block. He just blocked it off the glass, which might have made them wonder. But yeah, 1.6 seconds left unless they adjust the time. Xavier up by 1. Looks like they're going to go to the free throw line. So not definite, but.
Are Xavier? Are we the Musketeers?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, I haven't seen their mascot yet.
It's just a big
do we have a big
Just a candy bar.
Yeah, it's just a big chocolate
That's
bar.
what I'm saying. It's a big candy bar floating around out there. What are we doing there?
Do you guys have positive feelings about the Three Musketeers candy bar?
It's fine.
Yeah, I'm not.
Not as good as the Snickers.
Definitely
Big Chris O'Donnell fan growing up.
Who else was in that movie? I get that
That's
reference,
good.
Zach.
That's
Who
good.
else was in that movie?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Brendan Fraser, that guy just won an Oscar.
I don't
He's been in a
think
lot
he
of bad
was.
movies.
Fraser, Tim
Hasn't he?
Curry.
Wasn't there a song? Was it Rod Stewart and Brian Adams that did the All for One and One for All song for the?
I
Curry
think
was.
actually
Yeah. He was the bad guy.
One other singer.
Kiefer
too.
Sutherland.
Shouldn't we go to Zach Wolchuk for the answer to this since
Yeah.
he's our Three Musketeers expert? All right, what do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thank you so much for asking. We will have Todd Archer joining us at 4 o'clock and a fun Friday staple at 3:40. We got Biggest Dell. Always look forward to that.
All right, I am absolutely looking forward to the G-Bag Nation, so roll home with them. We have been the KNC Masterpiece, and don't forget, even though our show is wrapping up, you still got time to get these great deals out at RJ Duke Sports in McKinney off of Central. We'll be back on Monday with the whole crew. KNC, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say Ben Simmons and Clutch Sports have mutually decided to part ways, Kevin.
Yeah, I bet one of them decided more than the other.
The latest from the Star. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. We got Cowboys news. How are your brackets looking? Because ours are bleeped as we're in day number 2 of March Madness, as we have a 5-hour pregame party to get you ready for the Eagles' Nest tonight. We're going back out there, boys. Woo! Myself, Zach Wolchuk, alongside Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, the greatness that is Lucius Alexander. We got Carter Freeman running your video. Appreciate you rocking with us on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, wherever you might be listening. We love you for it. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. Happy Friday. Happy St. Patrick's Day. That's right. The Get Right will be at Eagles Nest again tonight in Fort Worth from 7 to 11, and me and Eric will be heading out right around Crosstalk to meet them out there at about 8 o'clock or so. So that's going to be the place to be tonight. Make your plans now for all your March Madness watching. We can't wait to get out there. But, fellas, we were talking about it with KNC there during Cross. I think all of our brackets are pretty effed.
Yeah, just as you said that, I was like, you know what? Why don't I take a peek at it? I know my bracket is just gone to hell for sure. I'm trying to see how I can decide. Round of 64, I got 140 of 320 in the round of 64.
Okay, we're batting. No. We're batting 140. We're killing it, boys.
We're not doing so
Mine might
hot.
be worse. I don't want to look. I'm scared.
That was painful for me. That was painful, but borderline therapeutic at the same time. I needed that. I need to put it behind me. I had to address it. I had to put it behind me, and then today we're going to go out and get a bunch of Friday dubs.
Hell yeah, we are. Baylor right now still winning against UC Santa Barbara. They're playing with about 9 minutes left. It's 59-52. We got Marquette and Vermont just tipped off. Some of the finals from earlier today, Michigan State, Sparty, ending up knocking off the Fightin' Trojans, a.k.a. the Fightin' Jared Sandlers, 72-62, as Tom Izzo gets another tournament dub for the Spartans. And, Brian, you were just sweating it out there with Xavier. They finally were able to get the dub. It was a battle against Kennesaw State and our buddy Sean Miller.
Sean Miller, I'll tell you what, my man, he is, like I say, if you want to talk about all-time sweaters of a coach,
all-time coach sweaters.
All-time coach sweaters. Gary Patterson, who I was with at TCU, all-time sweater on the sidelines there at TCU.
Up there with John Thompson. John Thompson made the towel famous because he was sweating so damn much up there.
And then I never understood this, Lucius. John Thompson would wear a sweater underneath his suit jacket. And I'm thinking, my man has got the tie loose.
That's counterproductive, John.
John, I mean, you might as well be wearing one of those rubber tops, those rubber Mizuno baseball coaching tops.
Be like one of these, like wearing a trash bag for the wrestlers that are like trying to cut weight.
The rest, like you're a wrestler, a high school wrestler.
Yeah.
My man John would throw on a sweater, and you're kind of like going, John. You're sweating them up bad, and you got the sweater on too while you're doing this.
Listen, I got a lot of respect for the sweaters that have been named here, but I'd like to up the ante with a little bit of Bruce Pearl.
Yeah.
Can I get some Bruce Pearl love here?
How is Bruce looking? Because Auburn was able to win. They had a battle yesterday against Iowa, and it looked a little bit sketchy for a while.
I think Bruce has lost some weight. I think he looks a little slimmer. And again, these coaches have gone away from wearing coats and ties. Bruce Pearl was a sweat through the suit.
Yeah, orange suit at Tennessee.
Yeah,
sweating like you've never seen before.
They would turn around for a timeout, and the back of it would be like somebody just dumped a bucket of
the pits and everything.
The pits.
And in the final 2 minutes of the game, you can literally see it coming off of his face and dripping down.
I totally forgot about
Bruce Pearl. If you didn't know any better, you would have thought he just went jumping in a local pool and then ran to the sideline.
Like he was a swim coach?
Yeah, exactly.
Just jumped in, had a little swim, jumped out.
Jerry Tarkanian getting texted in. I like this bit.
He chewed on a towel, and Tarkanian was a short sleeve shirt guy. So he would be no jacket, short sleeves, loosened tie, chewing on towel. Guy Lewis, way back in the day, Five Slam a Jam.
Well, if his name's Guy, you know it was way back in the day.
Okay, Guy Lewis was a.
We're not making guys anymore, are we?
There's not any guys out here.
If you're called, okay, that's another thing. If you're called Guy, that's Lucius's way of saying like, "Hey, pal, hey, friend." Hey, guy.
You're not my buddy,
Is that
guy.
right, Lucius?
You're
Did I
not
get
my
that
guy,
right?
friend.
Hey, listen here, boss.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't know somebody's name. You're gonna call him guy.
Top 10.
Hey, guy.
We should do the top 10 disrespectful ways to say like hello to somebody. I don't know.
It's called sunning him. He got sunned.
Yeah,
there you go.
Listen here, Chief. He just got sunned.
Chief is another one.
Yeah,
All right,
Chief. Respectfully over there. Chief, follow us. Say that respectfully.
Yeah, if somebody calls you Chief, they're kind of like thinking
Right.
really good things.
Yours makes
about
sense because of the last name.
Yeah.
So it's become a nickname, but I think kids the worst.
But it's one of those like double entendre ones. Where, like it's saying chief and there's respect, but then
Okay.
it's also like I'm also degrading.
Somebody's being disrespectful to
All
you.
right, rank this one. I'll use this one on Twitter every once in a while. Sport.
Oh, yeah, that's disrespectful. That's a fight, really.
Yeah.
That's
That's confrontational.
That's something Guy would say.
That's
Sounds
like
like you're trying
that's
to get
like Great Gatsby kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, like hey,
It's
sports.
highfalutin. Go f yourself.
Listen here, sport.
Hey, sport.
Squirt.
Yeah.
Squirt is all in. Oh, my God.
Squirt.
I heard a guy call his son that in the grocery store one time, and I froze. I was like, oh, he is a squirt.
Squirt is bad. 877-881-1053. The most degrading things you can say to somebody else and your favorite all-time sweaters in sports history. Man, Texas got the win yesterday over Colgate, so they did their part, 81-61, to move on to the next round. We were hoping for the Texas A&M round 2 game. We didn't get it because the Aggies ended up getting pretty handedly beaten by the Penn State Nittany Lions 76-59. So I guess we're just going to have to keep waiting till 2024 when they end up being paired up together in the SEC. But it would have been fun. Even like Kenny the Jet Smith. Hey, I played in Houston.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for the Texas A&M matchup because he knows how big that is for the state of Texas. And unfortunately, Aggie fans, what happened?
No, they had a heck of a
Booty
run,
ball
man.
happened, bro.
Yeah.
Penn State's reinventing things over there.
We talked about that on BetQL, which you can catch 3 to 7 Sunday afternoons
You
with Eric
guys,
and me.
well, you guys were falling in that though. Penn State was a 10 seed in the Big Ten tournament. You know, kind of made their way through. They
did.
played well to
Gave
get
Purdue a hell of a game in the championship.
Yeah, exactly.
A&M probably got bleeped because they got poorly seeded. You know, the runner-up in the SEC tournament and in the regular season, they should have been seeded higher than a 7.
Yeah, dude, that's what
That
all
will
of
never get
Aggies
old.
Nation sounded like last night for sure.
No, absolutely. The other one was Houston giving me a heart attack because I picked the Houston Cougars to cut down the nets. Did anybody else rock with Houston?
They have final
Okay.
2, yeah.
Who'd you guys pick?
Sounds intriguing, by the way, though. Houston Cougars.
Yeah.
Sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
Sounds very intriguing.
I'll tell you what,
Love Cougars.
Carter on Instagram posted like the show, everybody's who's picking these games. The intriguing one was Lucius. Lucius with the Kansas UCLA.
Yeah.
And then he got hit with the bolt of lightning and just threw the Bruins at it.
probably gonna be
That's what he
right.
did. Yeah.
We'll see, man.
Yeah. That was off that was different than everyone else's.
It was.
I do have
Will Chambers wanted to do a bracket, and I've been telling Carter I've been wanting to do that Will Chambers bracket the whole time, all week. Never did it.
Never did it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I never
never
got
did.
anything from it.
Oh, sorry.
It's kind of like when we invite Dawson or don't invite Dawson to Final Four parties and stuff.
Oh, no,
like
I
that.
got the email, but then he never followed up by actually sending out the bracket.
Oh,
You might have
okay.
needed to like send yeah, I'm in. Like,
Yeah, you got to
I'm
send
in.
him like,
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
I'm
So
down
you're
with
in it. So he did do it.
Well,
What do you think?
So I blinked up.
I didn't respond, but I wanted to the whole time. Like one of those things I do on my phone where I respond to
Right.
you, but I
Right.
don't. It was that. It was
Well,
that
you
situation
apologize though. You say, "Hey, folks, I don't always look at my phone."
again. Yeah,
I'm
I
not-
do.
I don't
I'm
always-
awful.
Yeah,
God is still working with me.
But I do have UCLA in the Final Four, so I hope Lucius is right about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Houston, Marcus Sasser, that groin injury might end up bleeping me here because he came out and played yesterday, but he only played 14 minutes. He was 2 of 5, hit an early 3. He looked good. And then I think the injury, he re-aggravated it. So now he's going to be questionable for their second round matchup, which I'm a little bit worried about here for Houston. So I'm hoping the Cougs can find a way to get this together. And Marcus Sasser, please get healthy.
Yeah, dude. Kelvin Sampson after the game, like he explains everything. Sasser said it felt funny, shut him down, right thing to do. And then they start asking him about, hey, well, you're about to play the 9th seed Auburn team that's basically playing at home in the first 2 rounds because the Tigers campus is only about a 2-hour drive from Legacy Arena in downtown Birmingham where they're playing these matchups, and he says, I got a lot more pressing matters to worry about than that. I need to see how many healthy bodies we have right now.
Oof.
That is not what you want to hear when you're trying to go on a championship run. Dang
Nope.
it.
I probably should get my bet payoff ready to go because I think I'm going to be really screwed.
Do me a favor and pull yours up. I got 140 out of possible 320. I don't know that you can do worse than that unless you're trying to.
I'm
might serious. Be trying to. I tried to get you guys to do the pick the wrong bracket. Like
I would have been.
I think I'd have been much better off.
Yeah, I'm doing worse,
especially in the South.
You're doing worse than me,
Yeah,
Walchuk?
well, the problem is Gavin didn't even join.
Oh, so he's automatic payoff then. That's what that means for Dawson.
Perfect.
If you didn't join, you're out, right?
It's just the three of us in here. You've got 140 points, Eric. You're actually in the lead. I've got 130. Brian's got 120. And Lucius, we didn't think you'd want to do a payoff, so that's why we didn't put you in here.
That is dang fantastic.
I got 120.
Appreciate it, bro.
With all due respect.
No, yeah, I realize. I get it.
Otherwise, you would be in that. 100%.
Nah, I get it, man.
I'd love to slam an egg on your head.
Now, the
Dawson's
Cowboys.
automatic payoff, though. That's a guarantee.
Yeah, it is. Okay, perfect. So we're all in agreement there.
Yes.
As he's off with the kiddos for spring break. All right, Cooper Rush.
Run, but you can't hide, Dawson.
We talked about Cooper Rush yesterday.
We did.
What was going to happen? Where's his market? Well, turns out market heated up. Cowboys bringing him back.
Oh, that market heated up, man. He had like 4 or 5 different opportunities.
Let's go. 2 years, $6 million. I love the breaking news and the conversation that Sean, RJ, and Bobby were having this morning. And Sean just says, hey, you Dak haters, the Cooper troopers out there. Did this not show you exactly what the NFL thought about Cooper Rush? You got guys like Mike White, Drew Lock, Marcus Mariota. They're all making more money than Cooper Rush. He got the least amount of money among any backup quarterback that's signed thus far.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody had their chance at him.
That's right. Yeah, we thought it was going to be just a feeding frenzy on Cooper Rush. Everybody was going to be at when the clock struck midnight.
Some thought he was going to have a starting opportunity.
Yeah, that was foolish to think that. I mean, you can look at the record and say, yeah, he went 4-1, but when you dissect
he's actually 5-1 as a starter in his career, right?
5-1 as a starter.
Yeah,
5-1 as a starter.
Yeah, that's the thing that's I got it at 2:40. I got the sports mix, and I got a question for you about the Cowboys offseason that I'm going to get into with that. But is the Cooper Rush one? Did you figure like Cooper Rush would go sign with just because of the record? The one that's kind of interesting to me is nobody likes your tight end. Nobody,
yeah, I know. I like that.
Nobody. That's the one that I'm kind of. And I wonder, and we're working on the draft.
Yeah.
That's something that we're all trying to get a handle on off season and draft and all that, and studying these players. And there's been plenty of time where we've said tight end class is really, really deep. You were talking about a Penn State kid last night.
Brenton Strange,
fifth round player. But he's like,
he's still upside.
We're trying to get some upside. Strange in the 5th round.
Yeah,
I like getting a little strange.
A lot of Strange in the 5th round there for Penn State. I mean, I maybe Zach likes him a little bit better, but
I had him in the 4th.
So
we're in the same area.
But that's what I'm saying.
Patriots got a 1st round Strange last year, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They took the guard, and I think he had a good year. And we were all thinking, what the hell are the Patriots doing?
Yeah. 1st rounder on some Strange.
Well, the Patriots will have a Strange draft every once in a while.
They will. But speaking of the Patriots, like today, they signed Mike Gesicki, the former Dolphins tight end. I thought they might be interested in Dalton Schultz. Remember when the Cowboys played the Patriots and Bill Belichick was raving about Dalton Schultz? He's like, that's the dude you got to take away from their offense. And this is when they still had Amari and CD and Gallup. So, I mean, he was raving about Schultz. I figured if New England wanted a tight end, maybe they'd sign Dalton Schultz. Well, they didn't.
That was his way of just disrespecting Dak Prescott. That's all that was.
I'll throw it out again. Is there a point in time where you would bring Dalton Schultz back on a 1-year deal? Or has he got so much of an ego and so much of a chip on his shoulder that he wouldn't come back for $3 million?
I think he rubbed a lot of us the wrong way with that end.
I think we rubbed him the wrong way, too.
Well, yeah, I've heard he doesn't like the media guys. I'm not on his blocked list yet.
Oh, I am.
Who knows? Maybe I'll get there. But no, because of how good this tight end draft is, and I think I'm ready to see what Ferguson and Hendershot can do. I'm ready to just move on.
But see, that's the thing about it is I'm also ready to see Tyler Smith do something, but they bring back Tyron Smith.
Yeah, but they feel they got genuine love, Ring of Honor love, Hall of Fame love for Tyron Smith. They don't have that for Dalton Schultz. So I mean, I understand if you get him on the super cheap, but I don't know if he'd be willing to. I don't know if they're ready to just say, forget this. But I feel like this market has probably been extremely humbling for a guy like Dalton Schultz, and even like Gesicki. There's some things to like about him, and he got 1 year, max $9 million, but I think it was like $4 or $5 million guaranteed. If you're not getting much right now,
let me ask you this question as well: if you're the Cowboys, do you feel bad that you franchise tag Dalton Schultz?
Yeah. I mean, he'll never make that much money in one single year again.
I agree.
See, that's and now I'm having this worry, the same worry about
Pollard.
With Pollard.
But I think you guys hit the nail on the head yesterday when you're like, man, if you rescind the tag, and maybe we can ask Todd Archer about that at 4:00.
Sure.
I think it just sends a bad message. I don't know if you can do it. I mean, are you worried about that relationship with the agent, with the player, with other players down the road?
You're asking a question that we know the answer is they're not going to rescind that tag.
Right. Okay.
They're not going to do that.
Yeah. Edmonton, the Oilers ended up knocking off our Dallas Stars 4-1 last night. It's the Stars' second straight road loss. Connor McDavid, absolute savage that he is, scored his NHL leading 56th goal, picked up an assist last night, so we need the Stars to get back in their winning ways. And then we got Mavs taking on the Lakers. Luka will be out. Kyrie is questionable. That will be a late tip tonight. And, of course, come on out and party with us at the Eagles Nest with the Get Right, who will be live from 7 to 11. And then myself and Eric will be making our way over there right after the show, try to get there around 8 o'clock as well. All right, coming up next, did the Rangers crack this list of non-playoff teams that can make a leap this year? And who do you think is their most crucial player for 2023? We'll do that next on The Fan.
The more you listen, the harder we grind. The headlines are created here on DFW.
Let's get to the G-Bag of the Day coming up in 7 minutes. 7 minutes, G-Bag of the Day. Welcome into the G-Bag Nation. It looks like Brian Broaddus got himself a brand new scouting bag over there. Congratulations to you, sir. That thing's pristine and not falling apart like the old one.
Yeah, that's
Pretty
when.
exciting.
That's sexy.
I need this. Actually, the folks at the Cotton Bowl. Goes back when I was like working. That bag's pretty recent. I was like DallasCowboys.com, and they gave all the media members backpacks with the stitched Goodyear logo, the Cotton Bowl logo on them. That thing right there can carry a lot of things. And you're right, it's
a lot
not
of 40-yard dash times.
A lot of 40-yard dash time, combine numbers.
Oh yeah,
whatever you need. It's got. Hopefully, it'll carry some. I didn't get in time to carry any really good teams to pick for the bracket.
Mhm.
It wasn't carrying any.
Definitely not carrying any good teams.
No. God, it's embarrassing how bad. 120 is my number.
Yeah, 120 is your number right now. But you got the chance to make some more. I mean, you probably just
Why
added
are you
some
being
points with
nice
Baylor.
about it? Why are you being,
He's
why are
got
you being
Friday
nice?
vibes right now. That's all.
I'm just trying to be positive. I
Because
feel
you're going back to the Eagles Nest, right?
I'm going back to the Eagles Nest.
That's your home.
It's a Friday. This shirt that I'm wearing is huge on me, and that's made me feel good about it. I'm just,
Is that the old college shirt?
It's the old college try.
It's looking like a dress now.
It's actually a tarp they use for the baseball team. With the mean green.
We would
on
cover
it.
the diamond that we don't have.
It used to fit snug on him. Now that thing is a little bit
There
loosey-goosey.
was not a bigger shirt than the one he wore in the clubhouse.
That was
day.
bad.
That is true.
My man looked
That's
like the slim version of the Brawny paper towel man.
It's not good.
With that shirt. Like the Brawny paper towel man fills that shirt out.
Yeah.
Wolchuk looked like it was like a pup tent.
Yeah.
Okay, here, I'm just going to put this.
That shirt was wearing him.
It was.
See, the sleeves were down on his knuckles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the Aunt Dewey fingers were like outside. I'm like, hey, where's your hands, man?
It was a really good look. And I was the one that was getting in trouble by the clubhouse fashion police, believe it or not. All right, segment's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Consultation always free. Truckwreck.com. Chuck, got a little Ranger action for us?
Yeah, Rangers in action coming up here in a couple of hours. They're taking on the Brew Crew, the Milwaukee Brewers. They're out in surprise. Last night you heard on 105.3 The Fan the matchup with the LA Dodgers, in which
I'll tell you what, Jose Leclerc had like a 35-pitch inning to get him out of that bases loaded jam.
Yeah.
I was listening to the fine call of Hicksey and Jared on the way home.
They did great. They absolutely did.
It really was more Hicksey than it was Jared. Yeah, I would agree to that.
Well, Hicksey's a big fan of Camelback Ranch where the Dodgers play. It's his favorite spring training site.
Is that a top 5 ranch for Hicksey? We should get Hicksey's top 5 ranches.
We should. I think that'd be fun. Rangers ended up winning 3-1. John Gray looking good. It was his second victory in spring training as he fanned 4 over 4 scoreless innings, allowing just 2 hits and 1 walk. He retired 25 to 30 batters he's faced across 9 shutout frames this spring. So really good to see that from John Gray, who I know Jared believes might be actually the second best player or second best pitcher in the rotation if he can be healthy. And it's hard to argue with him because when John Gray pitched, I mean, he did look like the ace, even better than Martine at times, who had an all-star career year last year. But John Gray's nasty when he's on, and we just got to hope, God willing, health with all of these guys. And hopefully we see Evaldi pitching today, but this entire rotation can just stay healthy, and the Rangers, good things can happen.
That's what it comes back to for all these guys, man. Every single one of these starters in the rotation, like, man, this guy's pretty dang nasty with the stuff that he's got. And then, but can he stay healthy? That's the big question.
Right, and in terms of like the most crucial player on the Rangers this year, CBS Sports put out an article of like the most crucial player for each team.
Got to be DeGrom, right?
Yeah, and they go with DeGrom, and I think that's fair, because obviously DeGrom was their big offseason splash signing, and he's the best pitcher in baseball, and he can totally transcend this rotation from like average to arguably in the top 5 discussion.
Okay, that to me is like the low-hanging fruit.
Right.
I agree.
Give me the second thing.
I think it's Josh Young.
Okay. There you go.
I think it's Josh Young.
Now we're talking some baseball stuff here.
Because I don't like you can go with the pitchers, but I think all these guys, like, health is going to be the question mark.
That's the one thing that we if you don't know anything about the Rangers, the one thing you could say is,
DeGrom.
Man, that's DeGrom,
Oh,
health.
that DeGrom guy plays
Yeah,
well.
exactly. You're standing around in a bar and people, the Eagles Nest, ask you, what do you think about the Rangers? DeGrom.
Yeah.
God, the health's got to be good.
I think a successful Josh Young can fill a lot of needs.
There you go.
I mean, they needed a middle of the order bat, and he's probably going to start off the season batting towards the bottom of the order. But if you can start to see him click offensively and he starts moving up, we were talking about the Rangers maybe making a trade for Brian Reynolds with the Pirates, try and get another good offensive player. And
They
he's
wanted
a solid
a lot
outfielder.
for him.
Yeah, it's too much. And I think that's why the Rangers haven't done it. But all of a sudden, geez. If Josh Young can go ahead and ease your worry and concern about that, not to mention I thought he was looking really good defensively playing third, and I think coming into the draft we thought of Josh Young as, man, he's one of the better hitters that we've seen as a prospect. But defensively, I think he's playing well. And the Rangers struggled at times in the infield with their defense, churning some double plays. Maybe that's an area he can help improve. And I think Josh Young is somebody they desperately need to arrive and be as good as they've hoped.
Yeah, I agree with you. And it's always fun to get the young guy that shows out, because now you're not even talking about just this year, though that's obviously the most pertinent. But then you can start thinking more big picture with the young guy of, like, yes, this dude's developing. Praise the Lord. And it kind of goes back to the health stuff with Josh Young as well, though.
Yeah, it's true.
Which is a little bit of a bummer. But you're right. It felt like when we were there, and his bats come alive, but when we were there, it was the defensive stuff that was a little bit more impressive from Young. So that would be a fun one. I'm trying to think the other one, like
center fielders.
Ian Kennedy.
Yeah,
that's your guy.
Yeah, Ian Kennedy, man.
You love Ian.
That's my pick to click. But I think that Seager and Simeon, being the studs that they're supposed to be, can be just monumental, and we're all expecting it from both of them this time around, where Simeon came out of the gates a little bit slow, but those two guys being the key starters when it comes to getting this offense going, everything else can just fall in line a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't have a slow start.
No.
Just can't. I mean, and the one thing that I remember last week I asked Jared about this. I go, hey, which gets going first, pitching or the run production, the hitting? He said the pitching.
Mm-hmm.
He said he felt like that the pitchers were going to be ahead of the hitters. And I know that we were out there for the 5 days that we were sampling food, ballpark food and other things. I kind of felt like the Rangers were putting up runs. Like they were pretty deep. They were able to, like, the lineup was deep. It looked like to me that the scoring the runs part was not going to be the problem.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more. All right, we head into the Pim Cup now for a little Friday edition of G-Bag of the Day with Lucius Alexander. Here we go.
Yeah! Happy Friday. We made it. We made it.
We made it.
We made it. We made it. We made it.
Hey, this week went pretty quick.
Never seen.
I kind of feel like this week went pretty quick. I don't know if that's because I'm old and things happen a lot faster.
We're in here,
They do.
lit.
They do. Yeah, I don't know, man.
It felt like this week, it's like we were just doing this last Friday.
Maybe the remotes.
Yeah, that might be it. In and out the studio.
There you go.
Because it felt like a regular ass week to me. I was gassed yesterday. I had to drag my ass out of the bed today. You hear me? Ladies say, ow. Y'all, I said ladies.
I didn't say anything.
Jeez.
It's to follow the hair.
Sexuality slurs.
What's going on here?
It's hard.
All right.
Thanks, Mick.
Let's see.
You're going to hell, Shonda, because you're a hoe.
Oh, Shonda.
Shonda.
Oh, Shondo.
Breakfast.
Praise be to Shondo. Let's see here. Our champion is a horse rancher. Has a word for his trolls. He jumped on the TikTok and tried to show off his rancher life, which, would get a lot of likes and would probably go viral a few times because, it's a different life out here than the average everyday 9 to 5. But he also has trolls. He wasn't aware of that, so he let the trolls know about him.
All of those who think it's cool to sit back in the safety of their mother's basement, make clips of my videos, and talk shit about me out there on the internet.
Bruh.
You little f***ers have no idea the life I've lived. 41 years working professionally with horses, 30 of those spent as a remote wilderness guide. I did shit on a daily basis that would make you bitches piss yourself. I stood down 9 grizzly bear charges in my life, 5 black bear charges. And I once stepped up and stuffed an 8-foot Tom Cougar square in a fucking mug with my walking stick to save one of my dogs. I watched 17 horses lose their lives out there. I lost 3 good friends. and I've held the lifeless body of my best friend in my arms. I've heard my own bones snap. I've stitched my f***ing body twice myself, and I've felt the searing f***ing heat of a hot brand. You f***ers have no idea what tough is sitting back in your f***ing mom's basement, going to work in your cubicle, stopping by 7-Eleven on the way home, and then talking trash about fellas like me. You know what? I feel sorry for you f***ers, I really do.
I don't know why 7-Eleven caught a stray right there. No reason for 7-Eleven to catch a stray. Shout out to 7-Eleven. Aren't you a DFW-based company, by the way?
Yeah,
Yes.
man.
7-Eleven, stand up.
Hometown kids.
And get some damn bus balls in your 7-Eleven. You know, bus balls is a DFW company as well. Let's merge. Let's get together, bro.
Thanks to Lucius, I'll be introducing myself to a buzzball at 5:20 tonight.
Yeah, man.
I can't wait to see that.
Be careful with that thing.
I brought protection.
I mean, that's what helped me get through a Spirit flight, the buzz balls.
there
you
you
know what I'm
go.
saying? That's how heavy they hit you, bro. You're like, you know what? This is not that bad.
When turbulence hits, is that when you start calling for more? Get a little bit turbulence.
Yeah, get one more.
Fly Spirit from here on out.
We doing good back here. Let's see. This fella right here has a warrant, and it must be a small town because the police know that he has a warrant.
Okay.
So he ran to the bathroom to duck this warrant. And then there's a whole like SWAT situation outside of the bathroom, which is really scary. It's really like trying to pinch a loaf. There's cops outside like knocking on the door telling you you're about to be under arrest.
Yeah.
Because then you got to rush it and just get weird at it there.
Might just fall right out of you when that happens.
I hope so.
Scare the
That might be a tactic.
actual poo out of
It might help, man. Might have to get somebody to spook me one day. Yeah, here we go. This guy's trying to duck his warrant in the bathroom.
Come on, man. Whoa, what the man? I'm taking this.
Stand up off the toilet now.
What the
Stand up off the toilet now.
Stand up. What the man? I'm just
Stand up. I'm going to give you an opportunity to pull your pants up. And let's get this taken care of. We're done having this discussion, bud. I told you I needed you to come out and chat with me. Now I told you yes, we're going to escalate it, and we're to that point.
Okay, can I wipe my ass, please?
Put your phone down. Put the phone down.
Wow.
Yeah. Can I wipe my ass?
Whoa. Whoa. You know exactly why. Listen to this.
Stand up.
Okay.
You are under arrest. Comply.
I've got one more.
Orders.
Ah.
Stand up. He's going to do this.
Hold on, please. I got one more pinch. I'm almost there. Hold on, please.
Explain this to you.
I've got irritable bowel syndrome, man. Please.
You keep making this stuff up, man. It's not.
I'm not making it up. Do you not smell my ass?
Only thing worse than getting arrested is getting arrested with involuntary mud butt.
That sounds awful.
It's great for us to play back on the radio, but this will be used in court as evidence.
Yeah.
So then you have a whole lot of strangers that don't know you, your family that's supporting you, and everything else. They're going to watch you go through this situation.
The sounds he was making is like, yeah.
He's like, you got one more pinch.
Let's go to WPVI TV, Action News in Philadelphia, for a weather report here and a proper pause.
Wednesday, mild, some sunshine, 60. Thursday, partly sunny skies, and 57. And to another woman who likes to be double-fisted in a different way, I think, Jess.
She means beer. She means beer. Guys,
Wow.
she means beer. Don't put me on YouTube. My God.
Right.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Yeah, we're going to take a pause. We're going to keep going. We're on and running right now, guys. We're watching Route 202.
Wow.
Unbelievable, man. That's phenomenal.
Unaware.
Just a
Thursday, partly sunny skies, and 57. And to another woman who likes to be double-fisted.
Oh! Oopsies.
Besties. We have so much in common.
Yeah. And that you're going to tell people that.
Let's see. Hey, don't hurt the people that love you, the ones that care for you, the ones that ride with you, because they know a whole lot about you. And if you hurt them, they'll spill your business in public.
Go call your PO, and I'm gonna let her put you in rehab. I'm sick of your fucking drug addict. I'm tired of your drinking. I'm tired of your cheating. I'm tired of your lying. What the you want me to do?
Suck from
what?
the back.
You don't-
Jeez. A lot going on there.
Jeez. It's Friday. Ladies say ow. One more before I get out of here. Kirby Smart on what he learned from Nick Saban and Bill Belichick.
Yes.
Some little recruiting styles right here.
Y'all seen the combine on TV, right? Ain't a whole lot of evaluating going on. They ain't got pads on. They ain't got nothing. They got shorts on. And he said, "Come over here with me. I want you to come over and sit by Bill." I'm like, "Bill who?" And he's like, "Bill Belichick. I want you to sit by him and listen to him during the combine as they talk about players." Well, they get where the 40-yard dash is. Y'all have all seen those guys with the tights on, stretching, and the guy doing. They got behind them where the thing starts at, where they start them at. I was like, "Why are we here? You can't time the finish. You can't do it. You can't." He said, "No. Bill likes to look to see how big their ass is when they get in down the 40-yard stance, because he wants to sign the biggest ass defensive lineman that he can sign." He said, because those backers want to line up behind those guys, and they want to be protected by them, and they want to have anchor behind them.
You want that anchor?
He is not lying.
Yeah, he's
man.
right.
He is not lying.
I love me some anchor, man.
Rocking everywhere.
I've always been an anchor man myself.
Rocking everywhere.
All right, here we go. Thank you, Lucius. We have the anchorman, Hall of Fame anchorman, floating around a sideline near you. Family affairs gone wrong. St. Patty's double fisters, mudbutt warrants, or the champ himself 3 times now, right? I believe for the Canadian Wilderness Man.
Yeah, if you say so, man.
Holy smokes. This is it's a good bunch, boys.
Might be 4 times. Who the hell knows?
I don't know what day of the week it is.
I don't know either.
3, 4.
Oh, it's Friday, lady. Say, ow.
Where my double fist is at?
Okay.
Hey, honestly, seriously, I'm going to
Jeez.
go with the St. Patty's double fist. That's my vote.
Okay.
Lucius?
Hey, man, shout out to that. I'm a Spirit flight attendant. I love flight attendants. Y'all as wild as nurses and school teachers. Y'all are wild. Y'all are some wild people. I love
Put
you,
up some
man.
good TikToks, those flight attendants.
You make the world go round. You really
Sure
do.
do.
I love the outfits.
So I say that with respect, because I'll jump on a Spirit flight. I don't care. I have no shame. Let's see where I'm going to go with. Crap. Horse Rancher.
Okay.
He said it with confidence. He said it with his chest.
It's like I was forced to do it.
Yeah. Like that guy that got arrested.
Yeah, or like the last,
I think I got it wrong.
like the last presidential run. I was forced.
Yeah, I was forced.
forced. Damn, that's what we got to do.
Yeah.
Damn.
No, I know the feeling there.
Are you telling me these are the only options? Can't come up with one more.
You know what? I'm going green. Shout out to the main green. I think I'm going to go with the guy who's pitching one off.
Right. Okay,
Whoa.
Mudbutt warrant.
Wow.
Mudbutt warrant. Very good.
Where are we now?
We're tied at 1 right now.
I should have probably not said that.
Man, you don't know about creating the Insta poll or anything like that. You know that stuff.
Don't question my
We
abilities.
can
with
do one.
technology,
I just
old
won't
man.
be on the G bag.
Do you know what you're doing? I'm just going to ask before I vote.
We'll find out. Yes, I think I could figure it out. If I can't, Walchuk can.
Vote for Kirby Smart.
Okay, very good.
So we got a
Hall of Fame
4-way tie?
anchorman. Broadus has always been an anchorman. We do have 4. We're tied at 1. It's a 4-way tie.
Right,
We'll
so
get it
who-
figured
go
out.
on the Am I doing this or are you doing
Let's
this?
go to the Zach Walchuk Twitter account, and we'll get you a poll, and we'll get that thing done in the next 5 minutes. Go vote for your G-Bag of the Day champion. My apologies. Freudian slip. My apologies. Gentlemen, Krusty's Corner brought us. Get me out of here.
Yeah, for all the flight attendants, we're going to do the sports mix next.
Coming up Monday morning.
Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts, more than just Silverados. There's Equinox, Tahoes, Traverse, Malibus, and all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you very much, Lucius. I have tweeted out who is today's G-Bag of the Day. Right now, looks like the Horse Rancher is in the lead, as he is just edging out the St. Patty's double fist right now.
That's right, Pilgrim.
You've got another minute to go and vote, and then we'll announce our G-Bag of the Day champion. But right now, it's time for Krusty's Corner, and here he is, King of the Krusties, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much there, Wooly Bully. First off, too, we said happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody.
Happy St. Patty's.
And I think my mom, she might be listening today. Sometimes she does, sometimes she doesn't. She's off on spring break right now here. But I want to wish her a happy 80th birthday. Got a dad that's 84 and a mom that's 80.
That's a blessing, by the way.
Wow.
That is a blessing.
My dad asked me.
Take it from me, Phil.
Yeah, my dad asked me a million questions. Millions of questions now. Everything is like, well, what about this? What about this? What about, I'm just going to there's going to be a day I was like, why does he ask so many questions? And I have a feeling I'm going to do the same thing to Bennett.
Yeah.
Well, he wants to know what everything's going on. Everything that's going on. My mom's kind of like, man, your dad asks a million questions.
And it wasn't always that way.
No, and she's kind of like, she doesn't like when they have spring break and stuff. My mom is a teacher's aide over at Green Hill. And so she likes going to school in those 5-6 hours where she could escape the questioning.
Oh yeah, because he's basically just interrogating her at every turn.
I was trying to explain to Dad that Texas A&M, they got beat by Penn State, not Penn. Not Penn, not Pennsylvania.
What?
I was
What?
Exactly, Lucius.
I can't hear you. What?
Was it Penn?
He goes, oh, Penn? I'm like, no, Penn State.
That's what I said. What are you talking about?
It was just.
That's what I said. Yeah,
exactly.
It was
your fault. You didn't hear it.
It was. Who they get beat by? For the last 7 minutes. No, it's Penn State. The Nittany Lions, the team that wears the practice uniform.
Joe Pa.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Oh, why didn't you say so? I love Joe Pa.
Come on, you moron.
I mean, literally, it got to the point where you ever just quit? You just,
yeah.
Just stop.
It's a bad habit of mine, in fact.
You just gotta nod your head and walk away. Yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah, we're good. But happy birthday, Mom.
Happy birthday, Mama
With
Broaddus.
all that being said, wow, so she's a St. Patty's baby.
She is.
That's
cool. Calvin Watkins' birthday today, too.
Oh, happy birthday, Calvin.
Calvin's probably listening, but you might be enjoying a cigar somewhere right now. But happy birthday to both those two. All right. Every Friday we do the sports mix.
Yeah.
I'm digging this.
It's 20 seconds behind, but we're still in the groove.
Exactly.
Yes, we're good.
Is this the Dropkick Murphys?
Yeah.
Lucius? This, if you've ever seen this performed on YouTube, and that's how I saw it the first time, it is crazy when they get on stage and they do this in Boston.
Oh, I
mean, it goes berserk. Those fans, everybody. So shout out to the Dropkick Murphys there.
Do they dropkick each other on stage?
It's pretty wild.
On stage dropkick?
It's pretty wild. It's kind of the mosh pit things. Did you ever live through that era?
Well, I mean, I
they
never
still happen.
Once.
Do they?
I actively avoid them.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get hit in the face at a concert.
Yeah, the Dropkick
For
Murphys
fun.
kind of bounce around on the stage. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they're kind of cool. All right. Speaking of Boston guys, too, we have Todd Archer today. He's a Boston guy.
I didn't actually know that he was a Boston guy.
Oh, he's got a shamrock tattooed on his ankle. True story.
You think he's going to be double fisting?
Yeah. I hate to tell this story, but I will real quick.
Okay.
This is Chrissy's Corner.
Yeah.
Should you say it a little bit
Should we whisper?
Well, I don't know. It's not one of the best things in the world, but Archer's got the tattoo of the shamrock on his ankle.
That's cute.
And when the facility went over at the Star, not the Star, at Valley Ranch.
Yeah.
Todd got trapped underneath the
did he?
and they were able to find him because of the tattoo on his ankle. On that
No
the
way.
shamrock.
No
There was
kidding.
Archer. And they went over and picked up the stuff, but he got pinned.
Is that an ankle bracelet too?
No,
little toe ring action.
No, just the shamrock.
Okay,
just the shamrock.
OnlyFans dedicated to
Yeah,
his
what you
feet?
got? You got OnlyFans coming? Cowboys feet.
Gosh, that side hustle.
Shamrock, yeah.
Cowboys feet.
These are the feet covering the Cowboys.
I didn't even
Cowboys feet.
They were
Gosh,
trying to
that's
find
good.
people. I was like, that kind of thing. But anyway, all right, here we go. Sports mix.
So a literal good luck charm.
He's
had
a
on
good
his
luck
ankle.
charm. He sure did. All right. Woolchuck.
Mhm.
Are you surprised the Cowboys have had as good as offseason as they've had?
I am surprised. I knew that they would probably be trying to retain their own. I didn't think they'd be able to get Donovan Wilson back. I thought the market would be too high for him. So to get him back is a massive plus. Van Der Esch, I thought that might be a guy you can get back, and they were able to work that out, even though he had other suitors. You had Houston and Pittsburgh that were trying to prime away, but the Stefan Gilmore trade came out of nowhere. I did not see that happening. I think the Cowboys have had a fantastic week.
Yeah, I would say I'm overall surprised as well. And it mostly comes down to that Stefan Gilmore thing. If you told me Van Der Esch and Wilson were back, I'd be like, okay, it makes sense. It wasn't completely out of the question. But the Stefan Gilmore trade and just how you basically stole him, I mean, my dear God, for a 5th-round pick.
And you're not having to pay him anymore? Like, it wasn't like, hey, we got to redo the deal.
Like, even Jalen Ramsey's going to Miami. He's already making what anybody would say, like, is a buttload of money, and they're giving him more money on top of it. You're giving away practically nothing to Indy, and then you're getting Gilmore back, and he's not begging for a restructure or some more money on top because he's ridiculously
He wants
underpaid.
to play here too.
Yeah, he wants to play here. I mean, that's just a home run. So everything else made sense to me.
Cooper Rush coming back. I think that's a good get for them, for the Cowboys coming back. I didn't expect Cooper Rush to be back here as well. And he won you games.
He did.
He won you games. Yeah. he
Solid
absolutely did.
backup to have.
I see what you just did. You just bailed out on that one.
No, I think there's a part of me that's like I don't know if I want my backup quarterback winning games. Like if you're gonna go miss 6 or 7 games, then let's.
Well, this year you definitely did. I guess if it happens late in the year and you're kind of out of it.
There's a timing. But
early in the
situation
season, I mean,
involved.
heck, we were thinking, oh crap, the season's over. Thank goodness Cooper Rush kept you afloat.
Chief,
yeah,
you more worried about the stars of the Mavs?
I'm way more worried about the Mavs right now. The Mavs have not really been good all year. At least for the stars, you could say, hey, I mean, this is maybe a little bump in the road on what has otherwise been a good year. The larger sample size tell you you'll get this thing figured out.
Yeah.
The Mavericks, they've been bad all year. They trade for a superstar. They've been out, injured.
They'll
They
get
being
better.
Luka and Kyrie. Yeah, like you're not seeing anything in progress, and there's not really anything you can point to say, hey, let's get back to that. Getting back to that would be getting back to last year's team. So the Mavericks are 100% my biggest concern.
Chuck.
Yeah, it's absolutely the Mavs. Luka, I don't think's going anywhere. He certainly isn't for the foreseeable future. But what happens with Kyrie? The coaching staff, now you got issues. The role players have regressed. They're not performing to the capability that they did a year ago. They're making mistakes left and right. This team might miss the playoffs, and ultimately that might be what we're hoping for so they can get into the draft lottery. It's definitely the Mavs over the Stars. I think the Stars still have a great chance to make a Cup Finals run.
Zach, in my last minute or so here, have you ever got to the point where you don't want to fill out a bracket?
Yeah, right now. I'm questioning, am I going to do this again next year? And I will, inevitably, but good Lord, this has been a terrible 24 hours.
Is this a terrible way to watch? Should we all enjoy, do we enjoy the basketball? Would we enjoy it more without the bracket?
No, I need the bracket to enjoy it. That's part of that's what's fun about this time. I don't go into it expecting my bracket to be any good, but it's just one of those things. It's part of the bells and whistles that are involved with March Madness. So I never do a bunch of them. It's usually just one. I know it's going to go to hell, but 'tis the season, man.
Yeah.
That's what this is about. And
We're in
then
it together.
Randomly, you get lucky one year out of like 7 or 8, and you feel like you're the biggest college basketball know-it-all in the world. And that is one of the best feelings I could have this time of year.
I tell you what, I don't know why I fill one out. I think it's all luck. I think
is,
it's absolute
yeah.
luck.
And I'm getting my ass hammered.
That's exactly right, Mike. Gentlemen, thank you for playing the Sports Mix with me. Appreciate that.
Hey, you're welcome, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you. You are the best. There it is. Krusty's Corner every day at 2:40. All right, our G-Bag of the Day winner in come from behind fashion. just edging out the Horse Rancher.
Oh, no.
By literally a percentage, is the St. Patty's Day double fist. So that is our new G-Bag.
Talk about edging.
Of the day champion. Yes, Lucius, you are right. All right, coming up next, let's do a little big board report, shall we? Draft prospects that have similar traits to free agents that have signed with new teams. In 877-881-1053, why don't you get into the conversation? Text in. What do you think about the Cowboys so far in free agency? Do you call them winners? Next on The Fan.
The latest from the Star. studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. Do you consider the Cowboys winners thus far in free agency? What grades you giving them? We got grades to hand out and who were the winners and losers. And then let's slide into a big board report, shall we?
It's funny. I'm watching this North Carolina State Creighton game.
Yeah.
My guy Avery Johnson is doing the commentary. I cooked crawfish for him and his wife. They're New Orleans folk. And she had on, I've never cooked crawfish for a lady that was more immaculately dressed. She was, Gucci'd up completely.
Really?
She had on,
Nice.
but she pulled up a chair, and by the end of it, she had a pile of crawfish in front of her. She can eat some crawfish. And at the end of it, it's funny, I went up, afterwards, Coach came up to me, and he goes, I stuck out my hand, to shake his hand. He goes, no, come here. He gave me this huge hug. He goes, I have never had crawfish this good. And I go, Coach, that means a lot. But him and his wife, it was funny, came to a little party, a crawfish bowl we had. One of the nicest human beings ever.
Well
him
done.
And his wife.
Would you say she was Gucci down to the socks?
To the socks.
There we go.
She rolled up her sleeves and did not get a drop of any crawfish stuff on her.
It's impressive, man.
That is really impressive.
The whole thing, the peel, all that stuff, she was a champ with that. But it was so nice to get to hang out. That's the fun thing about cooking for people. It's like when you meet somebody and then they're like, they were so appreciative of it.
Right.
She was trying to hire me. Like, listen, we're going to throw a party and you're going to come.
You're going to come cook the crawfish
and I
for
said,
us.
ma'am, I'd love to do
Anytime.
that. I'd love to do that. Yeah, absolutely.
I love it. We got some texts coming in. What are you grading the Cowboys so far in free agency? Are they a winner? We got a B+ from the 469. We got another text that said, hey, if they get OBJ, then they're winners. They're going for the wide receiver there.
Did anybody check? I don't follow Odell, but there was Jane and I were talking late last night, Jane Slater. Was there kind of a weird tweet about Cowboys being cheap?
Yeah.
I never understand Odell and how he tweets.
Yeah, me either. And
I'm sorry. I thought maybe somebody would understand it better than me.
Yeah, it was something about I got it right here, and let's get the actual tweet. Now, it's not specifically calling out the Cowboys.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong.
Okay,
it's
but
a
the Cowboys
subtweet of all these teams, and what he says they want. This was at about 11 o'clock last night.
Yeah.
OBJ tweeted out they want to try Mouton, but pay box wine price for it with crying emojis.
Okay.
And laughing emojis.
Okay, but was it?
So it's like he's calling himself, a very, very fine wine, and you want him obviously, but you don't want to pay him what it's worth. Is apparently what's happening. Like the market teams are interested in him for sure, but teams I guess are not jumping at the idea of paying him whatever it is that he wants.
I thought for some reason it was tied to the Cowboys.
Well, I'm sure to an extent it is tied to the Cowboys. If they're one of these teams that's interested in him, he's kind of just subtweeting, I would imagine, all the teams in the NFL, or at least all the teams that are somewhat interested in him, but not yet meeting his contract desires.
That would make sense. And the ones that I've read that have shown interest are the Cowboys, the Chiefs, the Ravens, and then today the Jets as well.
Okay, that's because the Aaron Rodgers deal, right?
They're getting into the mix there. Cowboys getting a B from CBS Sports with their addition of Stefan Gilmore via trade. And, Prisco and Donovan Wilson, LVE, and then they're bringing back Tyron Smith and then also releasing Ezekiel Elliott. So they're not just spending a ridiculous amount on 2 running backs, having also tagged Tony Pollard. And it seems like the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053. A B is fair. I mean, they were quiet on day one. It's really all about the Stefan Gilmore acquisition.
Right. They were there in day 2, though. We give them a lot of grief.
We were expecting, hey, week 1, nothing happens.
No, we were expecting next week we might be talking about some guys.
Right.
I honestly, I didn't think they were going to get Leighton Vander Esch done. I didn't. I didn't feel like they were going to get that one done. I felt like that was a 50-50 that he was probably going to go on and do something else, So, that give him some credit for doing stuff like that.
Absolutely. Big winners and losers so far. Winner, the Jets. Can we call them a winner until the Rodgers deal is official?
Well, they're making that up. They're making all,
They're assuming it is.
Allen Lazard. What else we got working at the Jets? I'm sorry, I'm not I'm totally on board with everything that they've absolutely done.
It's pretty much. I mean, it's really
it's
Allen Lazard who they signed, and it's all about the adding Aaron Rodgers via trade, assuming it happens.
Okay, if that's the case, then yeah. But just adding Allen Lazard to me is not. Will they give him an A?
Yeah, they're a winner.
Okay, yeah, whatever. A winner, whatever you want to call it. No. Allen Lazard's a good player, but yeah, you add Aaron Rodgers now, I'll dance with you on that one.
I'm with you. I think you kind of need to hold off until that one's actually done, which we expect it to be. I saw Andrew Brandt tweet out. Some people are saying, man, maybe Aaron Rodgers forces his hand. He shows up to Packers OTAs because there's not a deal getting done, and it's the compensation the Packers want. Brandt said, guys, please, just pause. This deal is going to get done within the next couple of weeks, and the offer from the Jets is not going to be as bad as it was last week.
Can the Packers,
I should say this week.
Can the Packers, by doing a post-June 1 trade, though, save like $16 to $18 million?
I think you're right. I think they could.
I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask a question that.
But could you designate that to where it's similar to what the Cowboys did with cutting Zeke?
But you wouldn't get the first round pick until next year. Because if you wait
is that how that would work?
Yeah, if you wait post June 1 to trade him, you're trading him after the draft.
Okay.
Is what you're doing.
Okay, I didn't even know the post June 1 thing involved trades. I thought that was just
absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
There's a way that the Packers can save $18 million on a potential post June 1 trade, and not even take the first this year. Take the first in 2024.
Interesting.
I wonder if they'd be patient enough to do that.
And yes, Zeke from the 206, Zeke can sign anywhere. The Cowboys did designate him a post June 1 cut, but that doesn't prohibit him from
Dallas,
signing.
the only thing that you will not get is the funds of the savings for Zeke until post June 1. And that's why I think that maybe if Odell Beckham is still on the street, that's kind of where I think the Cowboys might step in with. But they will tell you, and rightfully so, money is earmarked for other things.
Mm-hmm.
And so if maybe with the Zeke savings that they would do a deal with Odell Beckham.
A 7th round pick for Chuck Clark from the Ravens, the defensive back, is the other move the Jets made. If you were wondering, I think the Jets had to have done something else. Other big winner, Jordan Love, if indeed Rodgers is gone. He's getting a starting job. Daniel Jones with the addition of Darren Waller, Paris Campbell. He's got some new weapons out there. But then the loser, you've got the Patriots. They're not loving their moves. You lose Jacoby Myers, but you bring in Juju Smith-Schuster. They brought in James Robinson. I don't think that they're looking like terrible moves there from New England. I think they are what they are. They're about a 500 football team.
I would have rather had Jacoby Myers than Juju Smith-Schuster, I think. And I think they got about the same money.
Yeah.
So
still a lot to play out. Let's do a little big board report, shall we? Eric, we've got some fun here with this article that you can go ahead and ask Brian and I about some prospects with similar traits to free agents that have already signed on with new teams.
Yeah, so a guy like Arden Key is an interesting player who is an edge player and got some position flex across the D-line, good pass rusher. The Niners had him for some years, and he was really, really good. And I believe he last played, he was with the Jaguars, wasn't he? He was with the Jaguars this past season, and then now he remains in the division. He signs with the Titans, and they say Kansas State's Felix Uzoma is the guy that most resembles him. And Walchuk, I think he's one of these edge rushers that you like quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Felix, King Felix from K-State. We've talked about him on the draft show on DallasCowboys.com. I mean, this is a guy, Brian, you brought up, I think it was on last Thursday's show, about guys that you would fight for.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't mind standing on the table and fighting for this kid even as high as 26 for the Cowboys. Like, I love him.
Why don't you give us a little rendition of what that would look like? Pull your microphone up into the air, step up onto this table, and give us your sales pitch for King Felix.
Look, you want a kid with a motor that's never going to quit. Mm-hmm. Felix is that kind of guy. He's quick off the ball, does give up a little bit of size, but he's big enough to hold up along the edge. He kind of reminds me of a Robert Mathis type of player. And he just never quits. He's got a dominant swim move, but I think he's NFL ready because he's got multiple ways to beat you. He's one of those guys that he incorporates a spin. He's got a bull rush. He switches sides. He can play both the right and the left side, plays the run well at times. I do think he can get caught up the field a little bit. But overall, I think he's NFL ready, and I'm a big fan of this guy. I think he can come in immediately and help you out quite a bit as a pass rusher.
Yeah, I think that Zach has got him absolutely right. I love the bend, and I love the effort he plays with. This guy's a really tough kid. 255, 6'3", he doesn't get knocked around a lot. So that's, if you're looking for one of those guys, you're thinking, oh, this is just a pass rusher only. This guy can actually play the run pretty well too.
Okay, and then there's a linebacker that his name's David Long. This linebacker out of Tennessee signed with the Dolphins. Everybody was raving about this contract that the Dolphins apparently got this linebacker on the cheap. He's one of the most underrated, best linebackers in the league. Coming out of Tennessee, he's now a Dolphin, and they're saying that a guy at Tulane, Dorian Williams, who's about to be a rookie in the NFL, is a guy that is comparable.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite players in the draft, and Dorian Williams, he's 6'1", he's 228 pounds, and he is one of the best tacklers that I saw in college football this year. He plays a lot bigger than his size. The bigger the play, the better the stop with this guy. Super active. He can really cover some ground. I mean, the Cowboys linebacker situation is not great. I mean, they're kind of Vander's coming back, I think, helps. But we'll see what happens with Clark and with Cox and stuff like that. And this guy, when you watch Dorian Williams play, you put him around the line of scrimmage, and he's got this 80-inch wingspan that he's got super length to him. And so run or pass, this guy never comes off the field.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to make every single tackle. He had 17 tackles in the Cotton Bowl game against USC here this past January.
Sounds like he's a sideline to sideline general.
No, he is. He's a hell of a player. And Tulane's got Tulane had a really, really good year, 11-2 kind of a year.
Yeah.
The year before they weren't great. But you could tell, they got a runner, they got linebackers, they've got some guys that play. This Dorian Williams, I am, whoever drafts him, and I hope it's the Dallas Cowboys, they're going to get a hell of a player from him.
And I think the Cowboys are interested. He had his pro day yesterday. Cowboys had their linebacker coach there watching him.
There you go.
Well, that makes sense, dude, because linebacker, you bring, all those guys you just named, Broadus, are guys that you have big health questions about.
Yeah.
And ability questions when it comes to Jabril Cox and even with Damone Clark a little bit. Hopefully he can really take another step moving forward. But I think linebacker is still a sneaky spot. You always have the ability to say, hey, Micah Parsons can be an off-ball linebacker for a game or for a stretch, but you don't really want to do that. It doesn't seem like that's the most opportune way to use Micah. So going for a linebacker, that would be pretty fun. And you guys have sold me on this Dorian Williams fella. Now everybody is chiming in on the text right now about OBJ and the wine.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we had some winos, apparently. The 469 says OBJ is Franzia boxed wine at best.
Oh, Franzia.
Franzia, excuse me. 469 boxed wine gets the job done all the same, OBJ.
Yeah, all you got to do is put it in a decanter. Nobody knows the difference. They're like, oh, look how beautiful that is.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's
opened up beautifully.
Yeah.
I like to slap the bag.
Just
get it in.
214, man. OBJ is Boone's Farm at best. Says the 214. My gosh.
Has anybody? It sounds like to me that when we were doing radio during football season, that people were on board with bringing Odell Beckham in, and now it's
not so much.
And now it's just. I like to see if anybody texts in, and you guys tell me if they do, that anybody would like for him to be here.
We got a couple that said, hey, they should go get OBJ. And then OBJ scares me from the 502. Could be really good, but too much risk with the injuries. Can't afford to miss on this one at a high price tag. So I think some people are pretty nervous when it comes to OBJ. 817, go get Hopkins. I think that's the thing, is because you have the DeAndre Hopkins rumors out there.
Yeah.
And he wants to be a Cowboy.
I think the Hopkins rumors were generated by us.
Well, it
and
started
him
with
a little bit.
him and Dez.
Well,
and
I think he's the one that's kind of pushing out there. He wants to be a Cowboy.
I think the
they
team
got a need.
Yeah, I think the team would say, "Where did this come from?" And I would pull the Homer Simpson blend into the bushes emoji, not emoji, but the GIF, back up kind of a thing. But I just feel
Cowboys would love to have DeAndre Hopkins.
They would.
If they could give up the same
They could
fifth round
give up a fifth-round
compensatory
pick.
pick
Yeah.
that they got for Stefan Gilmore.
I would like to see that Hopkins meet with the Cowboys and he say, "Listen, if you trade for me, I'll give you a break on this contract I got."
And maybe he would.
Yeah.
Maybe he would if he wants to be here.
Or maybe Dak, who wants him very badly, would give them a break on his contract to get a guy like this. How about that?
Oh gosh, how dare anybody
2 for 1
decide to leave
deal?
a couple of bucks on the table?
That's
man.
fun. All right, let's go around the
Hey,
rim.
hold on.
Oh,
Somebody
yeah.
said OBJ is for loco, no cap. That's Antonio Brown.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
it's
AB for
definitely
sure.
AB. My gosh. All right, let's go around the rim. The Grizz are taking drastic measures to keep Ja away from the clubs. And is this the best time of year for a Vegas bro trip? Tell us, 877-881-1053, next on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053.
Hello, DFW.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by 5 Hour Energy.
Remember college? 5 Hour Energy got you through. The energized feeling you relied on back then still works today. Rediscover 5 Hour Energy. It'll get you through again. Visit 5hourenergy.com. 5hourenergy.com.
About to hit you with a rim sesh here. It's a Friday in the G-Bag Nation. Let's have a day, boys and girls. Happy St. Patty's Day, by the way. I'm sure everybody's out having themselves a dandy old time. Happy birthday, Mama Broadus. 405's ready for Biggest L, Biggest Dub. They already got a big dub ready to rock and roll. That's coming up in 15 minutes. Segment's brought to you by Soda, state-of-the-art weight loss, and the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com. 877-881-1053 is the opening weekend of March Madness, the single best time to go on a sports bro trip to Vegas? Or is there another sports trip that would be better on the calendar year? Because I'm all in here. If you had an annual 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 buddies that got together, Vegased it up, and hit a Thursday, Friday, Saturday March Madness opener, I think that would be number one for me.
I'm going to try and convince you to go out to Love Field, and we're going to get on a private plane, and we're going to go to the Kentucky Derby.
Ooh.
We're going to go to the Oaks on Friday.
I don't have the attire for that, bro.
No,
We're
no,
going to go on a shopping spree first.
But that's what's so fun about it. You could just wear basically like this mix match, any kind of crazy combination.
Yeah, we got to get colorful suits.
Yeah, bow ties, jackets, shirts.
I'll be Lloyd Christmas. Wolchuk can be Harry. We'll rock
we'd be perfect.
That'd be sweet, man.
But yeah, I think the tournament the first week. I know Rob Phillips, who I used to work with at DallasCowboys.com. I think he did that a couple of times. I think John Machota's done it too. John Machota's kind of a traveling guy.
Yeah.
Machota being a single guy,
He's
no
doing it
family.
right.
Yeah, he shows up at sporting events. You're like, oh man, that looks cool. I wish I would have thought of that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, the basketball tournament at a sports book I think would be awesome. But if the Kentucky Derby, that Friday and Saturday of being in Louisville for that thing on Millionaires Row would be tremendous.
That would be a blast. The other time that I think, and I got to experience this past year for a buddy's bachelor party, my buddy Jared, we did the Labor Day opening a college football weekend in Vegas. That was a great time as well.
Yeah, that's got to be a good time. All right, 877-881-1053. What is that sports trip for you? But right now, we cut the lights out. We put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. And on a St. Patty's Day, Friday afternoon in the G-Bag Nation, we're going all 18 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance! Let's go!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when CBS Sports tweets out 60 minutes ago that we're down to 0.001% perfect brackets.
Gosh, you're so believed.
0.001%. You can thank teams like, Princeton yesterday.
Yeah.
Or
Jason Garrett's just hate smiling his way.
Thanks a lot.
Does he still have that ventriloquist smile on his face?
Oh my gosh, he's got that look. He is so if I went up to him right now and said, "Hey, coach, congratulations on Princeton," he would hate smile me so bad.
Thanks, Brian.
Yeah.
We trusted that process more than we ever have. Yeah. I hope Matt Barnes is trusting the process right now. Allegedly, TMZ Sports, a judge is ordering him to pay just under $134,000 in past due child support payments.
Matt Barnes?
Matt Barnes.
Gosh dang.
Yeah, that's a hefty chunk of change.
Man's got good gigs.
Yeah,
he's got a gig. I think I saw him on Sacramento. He's on their telecast. He's
all the smoke. Yeah, he's a media stud now.
All the smoke's fantastic.
Got the bag. I mean, who knows? There's a bit of a snafu. Maybe you forgot. I don't know.
Now, it's very possible that I have my NBA people wrong here, but it was Matt Barnes that got into it with Derek Fisher, and he was dating Derek Fisher's wife or ex-wife.
Drove 85,000 miles up there.
Yeah.
Drive 5,000 miles like Matt Barnes.
Yeah.
Just to maybe whoop some rear end.
Like, he was focused, too, because there's been so many exits around that way. If you drove that many miles, I need to chill out. My man did not chill out. I still need to know that playlist.
Man on a mission.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point, bro. Is that one you already have, on deck?
You got to have it.
Okay, that's just at any moment you shoot from the hip, it's time, it's plug time, let's go, we're going for the drive. You don't have time to build that playlist in that moment.
Hey, now, so Matt Barnes, his ex-wife is that Gloria lady that is with Fisher, right? Is she married to Fisher, or is this another woman?
This is his, let's see, the lady, she was on Real Housewives. It's the Real Housewives.
It's the Gloria girl, right?
So, yeah, it is.
So I still have to pay child support, even though you have a whole new marriage now and everything else. Well, that's crazy.
Like, Derek Fisher's got money, too.
Come on, Fish.
He probably has more.
Come on, Fish.
Yeah, that is a big-time bummer,
That's
dude.
simping, bro.
Does suck. Poor Matt Barnes.
Did he pay? Did he drop off that check yet?
Yeah.
Come on.
Can we go
We
to
need to
dinner
get them
or
to
what?
box one of these fights that they set up. That'd be fun. I think Matt Barnes could kick his butt.
Oh, well, he's definitely got
He's got the length, the reach for sure.
100%. And
Kind of
he's
a wiry guy, right?
He is.
Well, I think the story goes like Derek Fisher is like running for the fences when
it
Matt
didn't
Barnes
go
is
well
pulling
for
up to the
Fish.
house. I don't know that Derek Fisher was ready to bow up. I think he was there.
He's like, whoa.
He was ready to get gone real quick. Let's see. Yeah, you heard this right at the end of KNC earlier, but the Nets and or the Nets forward Ben Simmons and Clutch Sports have mutually decided to part ways, and that is the LeBron James Rich Paul agency, and so they are no longer together. Things are just falling apart left and right for our guy Ben Simmons. LeBron James. Where is he going to return? When is he going to return? Windhorse saying LeBron is not close to returning from what I'm told. Everybody said 3 weeks, but I think it's very clear 3 weeks is when we will get an official reevaluation. So it's not necessarily 3 weeks and he's coming back. It's 3 weeks and then we'll see what's going on. And obviously the Lakers are going to need him desperately for this final stretch run, avoiding the play-in and then getting into the playoffs. And if you have LeBron James, then the Lakers are a team you absolutely don't want to see with the way some of their role players are playing and stuff like that.
And
but
Anthony Davis has been playing out of his mind.
yeah, he's had some really good games. Paul George is known for saying some weird stuff, like when he deemed himself playoff P.
Yeah.
And then like he shows up to the playoffs with bad
And as
things.
soon as he said that, he was anything but playoff P.
Well, him and the Clippers just took on the Pacers recently, and he got booed. That's his initial team. That's the first team he played on. That's where Paul George made a name for himself. They had a couple of good bouts with that big three Miami Heat team in the playoffs, and but they never won. They never went to the finals. I believe that they went to the Eastern Conference Finals maybe one of those years. But in regards to the Pacers fans booing him, he says they boo me because at the end of the day, it's love. I still got love there. I hung banners there. I'll always be grateful for the time that I was there.
I hung division championship banners?
That's kind of was going to be my question. I don't know what banners
I'll tell you
were
what,
hanging these
Indianapolis is a city that's kind of known for that, by the way.
Wait, you're right. The Colts are.
Yeah, the Colts will put up
We won double-digit games one year, and we're going to let you know about it forever.
The Colts will put up that, hey, we were second in the AFC South, you know.
Anytime they show that old RCA dome.
They will, right next to the Jim Harbaugh banner. You know, it's like, hey,
we were runner-up to the Patriots again.
We moved from Baltimore. Hey, you know, Indianapolis is known as a put up a banner city.
We were second in the AFC South banner is one of the single greatest banners any team could ever hoist. No, that's legendary.
I've sat in that old RCA dome.
Do they have a great ceremony for the first game of the following season where they raise it,
unveil the banner?
Moment of silence, and everybody gets
I hate to admit this. If you ever go into AAC, the Dallas Stars used to do that. Back in reunion, they had some banners that were kind of a
Pacific
little bit
Division champions.
Almost won some important games last year, banners.
Survive the COVID. You know what I mean?
On the doorstep of second round of the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
Make sure people know
forever. Kind of strange, but hey, gets it done.
Adam in the 956 is curious if it was actually 31 inches and not 32.
See, that's what
I think it was 31.
It was 31? Yeah. Wait, we're going odd number on the inches there? I said
you've been nailing it all week.
No, it wasn't. No, it's 18 inches. It's 18 inches. It's not 30. Oh, maybe he's trolling Broadus.
Oh, he's absolutely trolling me.
That's what he's doing.
Broadus's answer was
awful.
It
was awful. Hey, I'm sorry. You know, I'm act like I knew a little bit about something.
That was your answer, right?
Yeah, it was. It was wrong.
Yeah,
it was way wrong.
But that,
if
it was off
I'm
by
serious.
13
I am serious
inches.
about this. Okay,
Let's go into
Okay.
detail about this. If I'd have had Gavin's questions, I swear I'd have gotten 3 of the 4 right.
Yeah, I know. You'll
I
take
know.
that to your grave.
You'd have
You'll take
crushed
that to
it.
your
We
grave.
know.
Oh,
We
you
know
guys
you
were
would've.
0 and damn 8.
Yeah, we
Don't act
remember.
like
Walchuk, you got any rim content for
Were you
us right
there?
now,
Yeah,
please?
we lived it too, Brian. We remember missing every
you guys
damn
were
question.
0 and 8, and you guys were like last in school earlier than me and Dawson.
We're gonna hang a banner in the studio that says "Almost got a question right." that
Yeah,
one
we
time.
did. We were
In
really
honor of
close
the
to
Pacers.
nailing the
I've
capital
never
of
seen
Las
so,
Vegas.
I've never seen two guys happy for like, oh yes, we don't have to do a bet payoff, and I'm like, you two were 0 and 8. Shut the hell up.
Hey,
Oh,
sometimes
come
it's
on.
not about how good you played; it's about how poorly the opponent played.
Yeah.
and you guys played like ass.
Yeah, you guys had a silver platter there to just go ahead and dunk on us.
Silver platter.
You didn't.
Yeah.
So we were thrilled about it. All right, so, Ja, we know the story with Ja. He was investigated by the NBA for flashing a gun at a strip club on his Instagram story.
Mm-hmm.
NBA,
Were you there?
Were you there? NBA has since suspended him for 8 games. Now, the team, the Grizzlies, are also going to try and start doing something here to help Ja out. According to a report from The Athletic,
Water guns only from here on out.
not only water guns, they've also implemented
Super soakers.
I love a super soaker.
several team rules to prevent issues while on the road. Apparently, the Grizzlies will not stay in road cities overnight and will leave immediately after their games, especially in party cities like Miami,
Atlanta,
Oklahoma
Houston.
City.
and I'm sure Atlanta is on there.
New York.
Yeah, you name it. Where the
Oklahoma
strip
City?
clubs
LA.
are.
Oklahoma City's not on there?
Probably Dallas.
Salt Lake City.
Do they have them there?
Well, Lucius swears Utah is one of the states you need to step up.
Oh, that's
in.
true. Lucius is
Sleeping heavy on Utah, bruh.
Yeah.
And shout out to the super soaker that you mentioned earlier. Around this time in high school, I
Yeah.
used to leave you soaking.
Yeah.
I used to leave you moist, bro. Who's used to wear you out.
That final one.
Go find the girls with the white tops
I'll
on.
leave you spongy, bro. Have you wanted to change? Like, I gotta go change.
Oh, that's some good stuff though by the Grizzlies. They're really taking it to the next
Yeah,
level.
they're like,
right
you know what?
there.
We're just going to go ahead and eliminate all temptation for you. We're going to get the hell out of here right after the game.
I mean, couldn't you make the argument that all these cities are party cities? I mean, what city do you say, oh, it's going to be real calm here? Like, there's always a party to be found.
Yeah, even Oklahoma City, you can find something to get into.
Yeah, you know that personally.
I do. I had some great times at OKC.
All right, there's your good old rim sesh, ladies and gentlemen. About to get you some biggest L, biggest dub. I do want to actually throw this in regards to the Grizzlies and just how dirty they are. Dylan Brooks got fined $35,000 for shoving a cameraman at the Heat Grizzlies game on Wednesday, which is the same game that his teammate Desmond Bain, shout out TCU, gun show. My guy's got biceps like you've never seen before. He was also ejected in that game for striking Kevin Love in the groin.
Oh.
These guys are dirty, man. They're dirty players. And it's been proven. And $35,000 for Dylan Brooks. Congratulations.
Very nasty.
And that's the first L of the week. Biggest L, biggest dub. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? That's next.
Before we get to that, if you know me, I love me some fishing. And this weekend's a big fishing weekend.
right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts, more than just Silverados. There's Equinox, Tahoes, Traverse, Malibus, and all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, LA. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's? Where have you taken some personal victories along the way? We got Biggest L, Biggest Dub. We got Todd Archer of ESPN Cowboys reporter coming up at the top of the hour. And then, of course, I got the Wooly Bully Top 10 at 420. But right now, Biggest L, Biggest Dub. Take it away, Cheech.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Here we go. Biggest L, Biggest Dub. Let's party.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Big shout out to the 405. Landed an interview at the Heart Hospital in the ICU/CCU department for an RN externship. Heart Hospital is the #1 cardiac hospital in the state of Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Hello, congratulations, 405. That interview, you're gonna absolutely crush it.
I wonder if that's the same 405 that was when they always bring up me and Mike Fisher.
I bet it is.
Yeah,
it's a good bit.
I appreciate you lilistening all the time.
That 405 is a legendary Tolo and G-Bag National.
We love you.
You are a moron.
Man, this is a big one from the 214. Biggest Dub. The mass on my wife's kidney is not cancer.
There you go. Yeah.
Thank goodness. And shout out to you. That is a massive dub for you and the fam, and we love you very much. Thank you for supporting us.
My mom and my brother in the last 2 years have had some of those scares, and that is a long 4 to 6 weeks while you're waiting for the results and getting more tests and talking to more. It's dude, it's enough to you can't breathe at times because you're just so concerned about that. So congratulations, man. That's a weight of the world off of your shoulders right there. I can only imagine.
Absolutely.
I took a huge L on the pickleball courts this week. I had never played, and it was tough sled. It was tough sled. That game is not easy. Okay, first and foremost, I hadn't really moved in an athletic way in probably over 5 years. And so the knees, the ankles, the back, sometimes you got to get low to scoop some of them balls.
Yeah, you got to claw with your fingernails.
Yeah, you got to claw with your fingernails for those inches. And I was getting made fun of left and right. We played 1 million games, and if I was on your team, you lost every one of them. At no point did I catch a dub.
So you're with Dutch, right? You're with Derek Hall and those guys?
Him and his buddies. And
athletes.
They just scorched me.
Bunch of athletes.
He does have some athlete friends.
Do they kind of
shout out to Bernie.
Look down at you bro,
That's weed.
If he's on our team, we're gonna lose.
For sure.
Did they start getting on you about that?
It only took.
How long did it take them to notice that you were really the anchor?
I would say
in a bad way.
5 minutes.
Really?
5 minutes. Yeah. And I was vocal about, hey, I was lowering the expectation bar immediately. Guys,
but your play showed that.
I've never played.
Why did you have to explain if your play showed how bad you were?
I wanted to set the table. Before that I started playing terribly, I wanted to let them know, hey, I've never played before, okay? And then I got out there so that there was at least some level of understanding of why does this guy suck so bad? Why does he look so unathletic? And why does he look like he's never played a single sport a day in his life?
Did they ever pair you with the best player?
Yes.
To see, and
they
did everything they could. Credit to
them.
And
it didn't work?
Everything they could to get me a victory.
Okay.
They even spotted us 10 points. We were going to 11.
No way.
You had to win by 2, well, Chuck. I mean,
it
what
was
do you want
that
from
bad.
me?
So basically, if you and I were on the team together, we would have no chance.
I think the owners of the courts would come out and say, this is a disgrace to the sport, and we're going to have to kindly ask you to leave.
Okay, shout out to the 214. And Lucius has actually given this place mad love, and I've wanted to go to it ever since we've talked about it.
Chicken and pickle.
Yes, chicken and pickle. And I drove by it yesterday.
CMP, baby. There's one coming up in the Bedford world.
And I want to go so bad, and
where
we can play there.
Where is it?
There's one in Grand. I know there's one in Grand Prairie.
Okay, I think
right over there by the Epic.
Okay.
Shout out to Grand Prairie. I'm inside you, baby. I love you.
Okay, when are we getting one over by us? Because that's one of those places. Because of the Friday lunches, I'm always thinking, all right, Lucius talks about this place.
Yeah,
but is the only one in Grand Prairie? Is that the only one?
At this point, I believe that's the only
right.
one. But
sounds good.
In the 121 area, there's one that's coming up. I don't know exactly how long it's going to take. Looks like it's a giant I mean, it's a big spot, so
It's
I don't know how
huge.
long it's going to
It
take
looks
for
like
it to
a
actually
great
open.
play.
Sounds like good food.
That will be a ton of fun.
I
look
took
forward to that.
took a big L just like moments ago. I went into the men's room and my shoelace came undone.
Oh wait, so you got dirty bathroom floor?
You got RJ
It was just soaking up all that juice on the floor.
I literally walked into the men's room and the shoelace came undone as I'm walking in.
Oh man!
Well, you got to burn the shoes now, bro.
And
you still wearing those things?
Yeah, like sage.
No, I was like thinking.
Did you tie them? What do your fingers smell like?
No,
right
that's
now?
what I'm saying. I had to go back.
Ammonia?
I had to go. Like I've been taking tests in a cup.
Yeah.
At least half the STDs it smells like right now.
But that's what I
That's
just.
great.
I mean, I've never experienced that where the shoelace just explodes
that
on the
is-
ground, and you're like, and you can't. I mean, I didn't stop.
Right.
I just went, and then I'm like, and then I had to come out, tie the shoes, go back in, and then wash my hands.
Honestly, I thought, when you said he just took an L, I thought he was going to say it was that live spot.
Come on, dog.
He was doing the.
I thought it was the bunion or the
yeah,
whatever
that's
the
why you can't take
whatever
it.
the
live
hell he's talking
spot.
about.
Hey man, go fish.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
I will go fish. I
Go
will
fish.
go fish. After tonight, we got to go to the Eagle's Nest first. But then,
I've heard some live reads here. No.
Hey,
You
if anybody knows their way around a bad live read, it's me.
No,
okay?
you listen to station long enough, you will hear some bad live reads.
Who's got bad libraries? Go ahead and stand in the broadest.
Bobby Bell.
Bobby Bell. He's a rookie live reader. Okay.
I also love Bobby's segments. He's like, all right, it's time for my segment. That's how he
He's
is.
a little prissy.
This is what we doing.
Pipe down, boys. It's the belt line.
The belt. What's
Or
it
the
under the
belt
belt?
line.
What's he call
Stop,
it?
it's
Under
my
the-
time.
under
My
the-
belt.
Under the belt. What does he call it?
He
Below
calls
the
it
belt.
Below. Yeah, it's below the belt. Below the belt. It's below the belt time, guys.
Bobby had nothing to do with this, by the way.
Bobby, we love you.
Choppy's
love
not
you,
exactly pristine with these reads either. Now
For sure.
he's yelling
Doesn't
at me.
keep him from getting a
Yeah,
bunch,
but
though.
he doesn't know.
Hey,
He has.
you
him
have a
and-
shoulder problem like me.
got the most.
You know?
No, I would put one of my early Miller Lite reads up against anybody as the worst all time.
That thing was meandering. What you did.
No, that's
Well,
that's
instead
fair.
of a
Oh,
1 minute
hey,
spot, it's a 2 minute spot.
It would go from one holiday to the other. Hey, it's St. Patrick's Day. By the way, for New Year's Eve, get ready for
There was a point where I was promoting Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's all in the same live
all in the
spot.
same live spot.
I thought you crushed him.
I was just trying to eat up a couple of segments for you guys.
I thought he did a great job.
That's an L.
Oh, that's a lie.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
that's
thank
an
you
L
for
for
thank
lying
you for the
his balls
folks.
off.
No,
Hey.
thank you for the folks that sponsor us. We love.
No,
you
we
guys.
love all of
We're
them,
doing
for
our
sure.
best.
I thought we had a
Some
great
of us
time.
are just challenged.
Yeah.
Damn, bro. I admit it. I'm a challenged guy.
Reading is fundamental.
I went to school at LSU. What do you expect?
I expect
color outside the lines.
214 Biggest L missed out on these Drizzy Drake tickets. Biggest dub.
Wait a minute about those tickets.
Yeah, he says he was about to drop 2 racks to
That's
sit
what
like
I'm
in the nosebleed
saying.
seats.
What are we doing?
Yeah, it's apparently extremely expensive. I can't tell you how fortunate I still feel. Me and my wife, when the Nothing Was the Same album came out, this is like 2013, we were at the AAC and we got pit tickets. You're like right there.
Mosh pit tickets.
When he's jumping around, like you might get one of his sweat beads on you.
That's
okay?
amazing.
For
That's
$200.
No way.
$200.
That's legendary.
That's like, and now I'm going $200 doesn't even get you a spot in line for potentially maybe being able to buy a ticket.
You're at the party pass area with $200, right?
And in $200, you get to stand a mile away from the arena and hope to hear some of the
like when the
acoustics.
doors open up, you can hear him. You can hear him.
What's more expensive, Drake or T Swift tickets now?
I think it's Drake.
That's
I
a
think
good
it's
point.
Drake.
Because
And
I
we
remember
keep
the
saying
Taylor
it's Drake.
Swift thing went wild.
Well, that was
That shut down a whole.
That was the computers and whatnot running
Yeah,
around, right?
okay.
Clip
It was-
farms and whatnot.
Right. Yeah.
The bots.
You know what? I think we might need to, because people are texting in like, "Hey, Baskey knows his way around a pretty poor live read. We should
Get a collage together.
We should get some level of bracket or top 10 or whatever it is to highlight some of our worst live reading moments.
Bassett, he'll give up at the very end after he's messed up. You know what it is. Men's tea.
Hold on. Let me start over.
Yeah. I love it, bro.
Let me start over.
That's authentic.
That is authentic. He's a man of the people, that Mike Bassick. 214 Biggest Dub, my cousin Charles Amenu. got signed by the Chiefs.
He's a good
Charles
player.
Omenihu, right?
Omenihu, yep.
Omenihu, yeah.
Good player, man.
I'm sure one of us got it right.
I think we did. I think you were the one that sent it down the wrong path.
Well, you and Wolchuk each said different things.
It's Omenihu.
Omenihu.
Okay, very good. But
Very confident.
The biggest L here, though, is that now
Working with you is an L right now.
Hey, bro, you signed up for this, dog. You hitched your tail to my wagon or whatever the thing is
We
called.
had tryouts for this thing, right?
I'm never unhitching it, just so you know. That's my boo.
You know I'm a poor evaluator.
Well, yeah, that's true.
You know I'm a poor evaluator.
Let's end on that now. That's a dub right
man, there it is. Biggest L, biggest dub. All right, let's catch up with our buddy Todd Archer on what should be his favorite holiday. We'll ask him about that and all the Cowboys news next on The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from
the app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation, and about to be joined by ESPN's Todd Archer, one of the best in the business. We got the Wooly Bully Top 10 coming up in about 15 minutes or so. We'll catch up with our buddy Bobby Belt an hour from now, but right now let's head out to the Diamond Factory hotline and welcome in Todd Archer. Todd, how you doing today, sir?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic, and I do have to ask you, as a Boston man, that it is St. Patrick's Day. Is this your favorite holiday?
I've yet to have a Guinness, so no, Christmas is still number one. This is probably number 2, maybe.
What is it that folks that like the biggest misconception about St. Patrick's Day for somebody that's actually from Boston?
Oh gosh, I didn't know I was getting history questions.
But like there's something that you always see, like people would think, they ask you like, okay, they're from Boston. What would they say? We always come up with stuff. Oh, you have to do this or have to do that. Have to eat corned beef and cabbage and stuff like that. Is there something you go, no, you don't have to do that? You said Guinness. You said the whole Guinness thing, right?
Yeah. I mean,
that's kind of like Foster's to an
Australian.
That's Foster's to an Australian, yeah.
But a black and tan, that's a good one too. Or you go half and half with a Guinness and a Harp. It's another solid option for you. Now, as soon as I hang up with you guys, I might have to run to the local bar and go get a half and half and maybe a shot of Jameson.
Go get some Jameson.
The way this has started, I might need a couple shots.
Sorry, guy, Todd. Let's get some car bombs down, my friend.
Okay, let me. All right, since you're going to do this on us, then did you expect this week though to be hanging out at bars all week because the Cowboys weren't going to do anything? You're just going to maybe do your job next week. It surprised you a little bit?
They've done more, yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. You were kind of thinking about, hey, I'm going to take a week off and get these guys going in week 2, right?
I thought they would keep some of their own guys, and maybe it took a little bit longer on Van Der Esch and maybe Cooper Rush or something. But and I was a little surprised that they got Donovan Wilson done. I thought, when you're at the combine and hear things like, ooh, that's going to take a lot of work to come together. But that was actually the first one. So, I guess the fact that they made the first week move of trading for Stefan Gilmore, we had no idea that one was coming. That's been a welcome change of what we normally do the first week of free agency. But, next week, I think it's, everybody will get excited when they re-sign Jake McQuaid and Carlos Watkins. And who else am I missing here that they could possibly re-sign next week?
Hankins?
Yeah, Hankins, he could be. I think he's on their list. Here's who I don't think is on the list, and you guys are probably going to want to hang up on me. Sorry, I don't think DeAndre Hopkins is coming here. Sorry, I don't think Odell Beckham Jr. is coming here. I just don't see either one of those receivers, based on stuff I'm hearing, to be Cowboys. Things can change. We always know that, so I'm covering myself a little bit, but it would surprise me if either one of those two guys is a Cowboy. You're welcome.
So, Todd, hey, that's good information because obviously people text in about that constantly, asking about Hopkins, asking about OBJ. So, do you think they are still wide receiver hunting, or are they just going to wait for the draft maybe?
I think they're look for wide receiver help. Now, there's really, in free agency, right, who do you go get and say, there you go, they clinched it. So I do think it will be – yeah, there you go, he's available. They were in on Brandon Cooks on the trade deadline. Is that something that could be revisited here as the draft approaches, provided they can work with his money and get that down, and provided the Texans aren't asking for more than what the Cowboys want to give? Broadus, this was Jerry always says around the draft, a player's value is always at his lowest.
Right.
So, maybe the Cowboys can work out something with a guy like that. He would give him the speed, the over-the-top guy that I think that they're looking for. And again, none of this, if they got DeAndre Hopkins, I think that would be a really good move. I just don't think that they will. So enjoy your weekend without having to worry about them making a play for him.
All right, Todd, let me ask you a question. Do you think that this is probably way unfair, but you know this team better than anybody.
Boy.
But okay, if Dak Prescott, if you start to hear the whispers that Hopkins is here working out in the backyard with the guys and stuff like that, he's here in Dallas hanging out. We've seen him with Dez Bryant, stuff like that. Does Dak have sway to maybe try and not force, but ask them to do something like that?
Yeah, he's the quarterback of the Cowboys, right? I mean,
sure.
I'm not saying they picked Jalen Tolbert because of Dak. I don't think that's fair to say, but Dak was well aware of Jalen Tolbert before they selected him, so
sure.
He was okay with that one. And I know everybody's going to say, "Oh, good, that means you don't want Dak anywhere near the draft process." I'll give Jalen Tolbert another season before we think that the kid can't do anything. I think the fact that he's already in the Dak yard, as you called it, is a good thing, and working out. But yeah, I think if he went and said, "What do we have to do to get this guy?" and this is the guy I really want, I'm not saying it would happen, but I bet you maybe some more work would be done on it to see if they could make it work. But we can look at this is where we look at salary cap room, right? We say the Cowboys got whatever you want to call it. What do we want to say they have left now? Like 14, 15 million bucks or whatever it is.
It's accounted for, right, Todd? Isn't it already accounted for?
It's all accounted for with draft picks, injury settlements, the guys who go up and down on the practice squad into the regular season roster. All this stuff, incentives and escalators and deals that need to be accounted for at the end of the season. So the number might look bigger than what it really is, and we all just have to remember the Cowboys don't look at cap space the way that we look at cap space. Now, I'm not making the excuse for them because they can do whatever they want with the cap. We've seen Brian's favorite team in New Orleans manipulates the cap more than anybody and always finds himself $80 million over, and they're somehow able to get under because they restructure everybody. There are things the Cowboys can still do to get cap room if they want. It's a little bit more difficult, and it might not be what they would want to do effectively right now. But the cap is never really the only reason why they've not signed or gone after guys. So, but I always caution people when they say, "Well, they got $25 million, they can go do what they want to do." Not really, because you do have to account for all the other stuff that comes up as the year goes on.
Todd Archer with us here in the G-Bag Nation talking all things Cowboys. Dalton Schultz, any chance he returns now that the market seems like not all that robust?
Yeah, I've reached out to his guy and haven't heard back. I'm surprised that it's been as quiet as it's been, and I think a lot of the tight ends. What was Gesicki's deal today with the Patriots? That's a one-year deal as well, right?
Yeah.
I think the tight end market has probably been impacted by how great or how the perception that this tight end class is so good that people are like, well, why would I pay $12 million for this guy when I can draft a guy in the second, third round? Might not be that much different than what I'm getting. So I think that's impacted. Should he be back? I mean, I guess I would say you never say never on it, but again, that would surprise me. But if you're looking at a repeat of what he got a one-year deal that is less than what he got last year on the tag, a little bit more than what he got on the tag, maybe it's possible. And maybe that's a guy that Dak says, hey, I really would like to have this guy around because of the relationship they have and the success they've had on the field. And if you can buy another year out of that position with Dalton Schultz and Ferguson and Hendershot, you're in a pretty good spot with your tight ends too.
Yeah, piggybacking off that, do you think this is a permanent goodbye to Ezekiel Elliott? I think it was Mike Florio that had the report of maybe he could come back to the Cowboys on a smaller deal, or is this, all right, both parties are moving on?
I think both parties are moving on. What's Zeke's counting against the cap now, like $6 million?
Yeah, dead money.
So let's say he comes back, so now he's going to count. Well, let's say they signed him to a $2 million deal.
Right.
Well, now he's counting $8 million against the cap. So you really didn't function. The process of moving on from him, you didn't really gain anything, in some respects. And if you're going to offer him $2 million, why didn't you just do it now? So they did not make an offer on a pay cut to him the way it was explained to me. I'm sure Bobby has probably told you that, you guys had as well. And it's the same thing they did with D Ware. It's the same thing they did with Dez. They didn't want to have to make these guys an offer that would insult them. to then be pissed off at the organization and ruin what was a solid relationship in Zeke's case for 7 years. So, but it would surprise me if Zeke's back. The team that I think everybody is pointed to is Tampa Bay because Skip Pete's down there. They just got rid of Fournette. I know they have the other running back that was a rookie last year, but we all know you need 2 running backs. I do wonder if you're the Cowboys, is a veteran running back someone that you would look at now, or do you just draft the guy and pair that with Pollard and Malik Davis? My sense right now is the Cowboys would lean towards just drafting a running back and not adding a veteran runner. But I wouldn't rule out that possibility as the prices and numbers are coming way down in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 days.
Todd, this is one of my crazy questions. I want to ask you about Tyron Smith to unlock that riddle, but then something popped in my head too. Are you looking forward to do you miss the fact that Bill Polian doesn't do TV anymore so you can shut him up about your mock draft picks? And was it personal between you and Bill Polian when that happened?
No, it wasn't personal. I don't think it was. It was actually kind of fun.
You took him down 2 years in a row with your picks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although my picks the last 3 years haven't worked out, so
I don't remember those, Todd. Don't worry about those. Just worry about the ones that took down a Hall of Fame GM.
Right. The secret of these mock drafts, though, when you do these things, is to have the guy that you pick for the Cowboys to be gone before you select. So then you can't be wrong, right?
Right.
Right. You would have nailed their pick. And
it's a pin throw. Darn, yeah.
Right. If one other guy would have got right was Byron Jones in 2015.
Yeah.
Because they would have but in the mock draft, our Steeler guy took him somehow when there's no way he was going to go to the Steelers, and I had to take, it might have been Michael Kendricks or something like that.
That'd been a good pick,
I don't know
Todd.
if those guys are the same. That would have been a good pick, but man, when did he go in like middle second round? So I was a little ahead of my time.
Man, you're good. You're good. See, that's the thing. I love when you took Polian down all the time. He'd bust on you. Oh, there's no way they would do that. And then sure enough,
He's got a gold jacket. I don't even have gold pins on my jacket.
Yeah. Okay. I'll now ask you the Tyron Smith question. Unlock the mystery of Tyron Smith for our Cowboy listeners out there.
What's the mystery?
The mystery is, what are they going to do with him? Is he going to start at left tackle?
Shoot.
What is he going to do?
Yeah, I wrote about this the other day. I think the answer is all of the above, right? I think it's how his return gives them options that they wouldn't have had otherwise. He could reclaim the left tackle spot and move Tyler Smith to left guard because let's look at it. They don't have a left guard right now, right? I mean, obviously they could draft one and things could change there, but that's now a possibility. He could play right tackle if Terrence Steele is slow to come back from the ACL, as much as Stephen Jones told us at the Combine that he's ahead of schedule. I realize they're different positions, but we saw how long it took Michael Gallup to come back from an ACL injury and to feel comfortable, if he ever felt comfortable. So he could be the right tackle. You give him an off season of work. Hey, that's a right tackle. That's a good thing for Tyron Smith. I don't know if he ever looked completely comfortable on that right side, playing it for the first time since 2011. And then the other option is he's the swing tackle. Hey, that's pretty good as well because you got Tyron Smith there. If something were to happen to Tyler Smith or something were to happen to Terrence Steele, and you got it the contract in such a way that that is a favorable thing for the Cowboys. So I think all of the options are on the table. My feeling right now is Mike Solari's in a good spot. Play your best five. I know, when I mentioned that to McCarthy his first year about, hey, why wouldn't you move Zach Martin to right tackle? And he told me I'm playing fantasy football.
Exactly.
I don't know. I try to think if you're playing your best five guys, figure it out. It wasn't like it was such a groundbreaking statement from me because everybody always tries to say, hey, get your best players on the field. If Tyron Smith is one of the best five offensive linemen, figure it out and get him out there.
Well, and to your point, Todd, they certainly shuffled quite a bit last year. So they might have been doing some fantasy football a year ago. It's Todd Archer, ESPN, with us here on 105.3 The Fan. How surprised were you with the Gilmore trade? It didn't seem like anybody saw that coming.
Yeah. Brian's buddy, Mike Lombardi, tweeted it. Hey, it sounds like the Cowboys are making a trade. I'm like, oh, okay, well, if Lombardi says it, I'm sure Broad has fed in that info, so let me go see if I can.
No, I would tell you first.
And I asked around, it's like, as far as I know, nothing. And then literally 2 minutes later, boom, the deal gets pulled off. So that was kind of a surprise and to even some people at the Star that thing went down as quickly as it did. But, as much as everybody killed the Cowboys for only getting a 5th-round pick back for Amari Cooper, you giving up pick 176 for Stefan Gilmore?
Yeah.
That's a heck of a trade right there, too.
That's a good
So
trade.
I'm not absolving them of the Amari thing by saying that, but this is a good makeup if you want to look at it that way, because as he said yesterday on the conference call with us, they got to throw it somewhere. And if you have Diggs and him out there, those are – I mentioned this in the story I wrote. When's the last time they had 2 corners like this?
Yeah.
And my initial reaction was going back to Anthony Henry and Terrence Newman when Bradashista might have been working with the franchise.
Yep. Sure was.
Botching drafts.
Messing up
Nick
drafts,
even,
of course, yeah.
Nick even mentioned the year Newman and Mike Jenkins made the Pro Bowl. So I think that was 2009. Had to give him that season was probably the best, but Jenkins wasn't heard of before then or after then. So that's why I stuck with Anthony Henry and Tinu, because this again, am I missing another pairing that was as good, that should be as good as these two guys? And then Donovan Wilson back with those safeties. We know what Dan Quinn wants to do. They could be the first team since the 72 through 74 Steelers to lead the league in takeaways 3 straight years. So the Cowboys are a defensive team now in a lot of respects.
Okay, in the last couple minutes we got with you, Todd, tell me about your crystal ball look at Mike McCarthy, play caller.
That's a good one. Why'd you? Man, thanks, brother.
Take your time. Take your time.
Save space.
We could go into Wolchuk's segment next time. Don't worry about it, man. Just do what
he's got. His history tells you that it's good, right? Because you look at it. Don't look at the end of his time in Green Bay. Look at the whole bulk of work that he did, starting with Favre and through Rodgers for the bulk of that time, with the receivers that he had and the offensive line. He knows what he's doing, clearly. It didn't end well for him up in Green Bay, but this is a little different dynamic because it's still not his offense and his language to a lot of ways when you're looking at it. So, I'm curious to see how he handles everything and how much Schottenheimer is going to be involved during the week and during the games and the process here. I'll go. The one optimism, the optimistic thing that I have about it is when he took over, Favre led the league in picks, and he cut Favre's interceptions in half the next year. Aaron Rodgers, we know, never really threw interceptions. So he has a background of quarterbacks that don't make mistakes. That has to be something related to his scheme and his system and how he calls plays and how the field is read by the quarterback. So I think that'll be a benefit to Dak. But again, Dak hasn't, before last year, interceptions weren't an issue for Dak. But I do think having McCarthy in his ear will help him, I think, with his decision-making and maybe shutting off half the field and saying, this is my right foot's down, the ball comes out, and here's where it goes on this coverage, as opposed to reading the whole field and then going to certain spots.
Todd, it's always awesome. I just
talked my way out of that circle.
No, you did it. You nailed it. You nailed it.
Dear God, you nailed that.
Always great getting to catch up with you. Enjoy the weekend. Happy St. Patty's Day. Go get yourself a cold one. We'll catch up with you again soon.
Will do. Thanks, fellas. Talk to you later.
Talk to him later. There he goes. Todd Archer, ESPN reporter, been covering the Cowboys since 97. You can follow him at Todd Archer on Twitter.
Not Todd Archer. Todd.
Just Todd. Thanks, buddy. All right, coming up on the other side, I got the Wooly Willy Top 10. In honor of St. Patty's Day, what are the top 10 drinking holidays, and have you tried this fast food hack? Next on The Fan.
The latest from
upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project from the evaluation and traffic control planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. They're service-driven and safety-inspired. The Texas Authority of Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Apparently, Houston's Marcus Sasser is saying that he's playing tomorrow night, and he's claiming to be 100%. So that's good news for the Cougs and for guys like Walchuk that picked them to hoist the March Madness trophy, whatever that is. Whatever trophy, I don't know. Do you know what they call that trophy? I don't know. Maybe Marcus Sasser is going to go get that Jim Nance tie. He can't help himself. He's like, I know my groin hurts, but I need that tie.
Go, Marcus, we need you.
Got to get that tie. Here we go. Wooly Bully segment of the day is Top 10 List brought to you by Soda. Take it away, Walchuk.
Thank you very much, Eric. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric.
So I got the top 10 best drinking holidays.
St. Patty's Day.
By total drinks consumed. And this is alcohol.org.
Wow, this is drinking analytics you're bringing to the table.
I am. 877.
Watch out, Broadus. About to throw some numbers at you, boy.
877. No, there's not really any numbers. It's just, hey, these are the holidays. I quit the numbers. 877-881-1053.
You just said a bunch of numbers.
Text in your favorite drinking holiday. Now, before we get to that, I've got this TikToker hack that I think people might love. Trying to save you some money in your pockets here. Five Guys apparently offers free extra bacon at no charge. And a TikToker...
What?
That's why they hiked the prices up on everything else.
Maybe.
It's going to cost you $30 for the burger, but the bacon's free.
But we have a TikToker who has gone viral for really telling us a bunch of different fast food hacks, and he tells you the story here. Let me know if any of you have tried this. 877-881-1053. Wolos, Tubers. Any of you had success with this, but here's the hack.
Different fast food establishments are now contacting me because of my knowledge of fast food secrets that I keep telling everybody. Come here. The most recent one was Five Guys. They were trying to figure out if I knew any fast food secrets or secret menu items about Five Guys. And I was like, no, I mean, I'm fine. I don't know anything much except for the bacon trick. And they're like, what do you mean by the bacon trick? I said, Five Guys as an establishment does not charge for extra cheese or extra bacon. Literally, you can order as many pieces of bacon you want on your burger and it's free of charge. So what I do is I order so much bacon that I can save it for the next day and eat it with my breakfast. So now I don't have to buy bacon at the store. I'll just go to Five Guys for lunch and then have the bacon for breakfast the next day.
Amazing. I love this. I think this is great.
He's a diabolical hero.
This speaks to my heart. We had another TikToker, Alan Farrell, attempt this, and they did it. The workers gave him 30 pieces of extra bacon at no charge. Another TikToker did it and got 8 pieces of free bacon on his order. So,
okay, when's the memo going to get around? You worked in the food service business. You know, when does the
if
memo?
It's their policy, I don't know.
When does the memo get around? When does all of a sudden corporate says we're from Atlanta, when that company you used to work with?
Look at our margins. Look at our bacon margins.
Well, that's actually true because, you know, we've had different Chick-fil-A hacks that have gone around where, like, you get the salad bowls and then you put in there fries and mac and cheese and your nuggets and whatever dressing and you shake it all up. And then we started to we needed to start charging for the salad bowl if you wanted it. Like, we had to go to miscellaneous items, ring it up, charge people an extra 50 cents for the salad bowl.
Oh,
because it became so popular.
You were running out of bowls.
Yes, and there is, you know, a charge that goes into that. So, yeah, I could see them making some adjustments here, and eventually you will get an extra charge for bacon.
Well, that'll be disappointing. But
let me ask you this, though.
That is pretty dang incredible. They hook it up with the French fries too.
They do.
Is this kind of a thing though that you want to put that hack out there, or is it like?
Do you want to just be selfish and keep it? You know.
Yeah, I mean, but do you want to like? I understand that's how you get followers and stuff like that. I mean, getting information out there. But if you're doing a hack and all of a sudden, like at Chick-fil-A, the memo comes down from Atlanta. Hey, no more bowls. Okay, that's it. But they found out about it because of a social media hack.
Yeah,
you know,
that's TikTok for you.
Huh, okay.
Yeah, Jordan the Stallion. That's our guy from the 972. All right, let's slide into the top 10. The top 10 drinking holidays by total drinks consumed. Gentlemen, let's go around the room. Your number one drinking holiday. Let's start in the Pim Cup with Lucius.
I like Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Thanksgiving is my favorite, yeah. Family's usually around. You have a lot of food to balance out all that liquor you put into your system. You might disappear with the cousins.
That's weed.
Got to get that walk around the neighborhood.
Yeah,
Definitely.
got to come back with them red eyes, no Visine.
Super windy, Mom.
Yeah.
What do you guys do out there?
Yeah. And my second one is Christmas. Because I like
Christmas-
eggnog and I like coquitos.
Yeah, Christmas is kind of a drunk holiday.
It surely is.
It really is.
Look at
So much
Santa Claus,
very
his rosy
underrated.
little old cheeks. What do you
Yeah.
think he been doing? He's talking to reindeer.
Yeah, I like I do like the Thanksgiving. The older I've gotten, the more the Thanksgiving boozing has been, pretty special. The college days would be St. Patty's Day for sure. Like St. Patty's Day was always so fun. It's
Sit
beautiful
outside. Yeah, sit outside.
The weather's great.
Springtime is here. It was just such a fun time. So St. Patty's Day was always that, but maybe July 4th, man.
Yeah, July 4th is a good one.
4th.
How about
Get all
this
drunk
one?
and dangerous with fireworks and
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh,
Yes. I'll light it. Don't worry about it.
God, I blew a finger off.
Don't worry about that.
That sparkle out of that kid's hand.
Very underrated holiday is Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely.
Dang, bro.
Very
Good call.
underrated when you can, like I say, you sit outside, you're pounding the chips, the salt, and you're just drinking margs or, Coronas or whatever beer, Dos Equis, Tecate. You just go through them all.
Yeah. Yep. That's outstanding. That really is.
New
The
Year's Eve?
margarita.
How about New
New
Year's Eve?
got texted in. Halloween. I mean,
I
New
never
Year's Eve,
drank
yeah,
on
I go ham
Halloween.
New Year's Eve.
You don't go to Halloween parties?
No. Oh,
They're some of the best.
Yeah. I've seen those videos.
Best
man.
views.
The gals do a great
okay.
job.
Sexy nurse, all right.
Yeah. Oh, that's what you are.
Oh, okay.
I thought that's you always
See
said.
over there, Playboy Bunny.
Yeah.
Sexy vampire, all right. Everything is sexy, whatever it is.
It is exactly. It's just sexy. Whatever you got.
It just looks
Sexy
good.
air traffic controller.
Yeah,
All right.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, look at you.
Yeah, the sexy flight
Slay,
attendant.
girl.
Cinco de Drinko from the 575. Absolutely.
That is a good one.
All right, so here are the top 10 drinking holidays by total drinks consumed. Number 10 is indeed Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Number 10, huh?
Number 10.
There's 9 better boozing days
There
on
are.
the holiday calendar.
Number 9, and this is to be inclusive, it's not just Christmas, but it's all the winter holidays. So whether you celebrate Hanukkah,
Okay.
Ramadan, whatever you might partake in. Kwanzaa.
Is Hanukkah? I mean,
Kwanzaa
do we
needs
get
some
boozy?
liquor.
Oh,
Sorry.
no, it's cool.
Is that one where you're not allowed?
I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're
Okay, I didn't want to speak out of turn,
Nah.
so I just didn't know.
But Juneteenth and Kwanzaa need some type of liquor to go with it so everybody
Yeah.
can celebrate it. Like, all right, Hennessy today then. It is.
Let's celebrate them.
Let's celebrate.
Number 8 is Labor Day.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
People drinking on Labor Day.
People are drinking on the Labor Day. I guess
All right.
That's
they're
like
off.
goodbye, like farewell to summer. Isn't that what Labor
Yeah,
Day is?
maybe the unofficial goodbye.
Yeah.
Number 7 is Memorial Day.
Memorial Day, yeah. That's a big auto racing day.
Barbecue
Isn't it?
day, too. Yeah.
Booze it up,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Number 6, we got Cinco de Drinko, Cinco de Mayo.
Number 6?
Number 6.
I mean,
I was a little surprised it didn't crack the top 5, but
should have been number 5.
Lately,
It should have been.
my kinfolk.
Number 5 is Halloween.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Sexy
sir.
nerd. Lucius
yeah.
got that right.
No, it's,
Yeah, right.
it's so true,
I
man.
fell in love with vampires. Please. I love a girl with elf ears and vampires.
Oh, yeah.
Don't bite my neck, girl.
The goth. What is
Or
it?
do.
Is it the goth thing that you're at?
Oh, yes. Suicide Girls?
Yeah.
Oh.
What?
Sexy suicide chick.
Brian,
whoa.
Brian, you go down that rabbit hole and you're gonna like what you find.
Yes.
Suicide girl.
Yes, sir.
Good luck climbing back out.
214, I love you. I did not purposefully do this after you chose sobriety, but we support you regardless. And NA, right? Gavin also does it.
Yeah.
And you can just drink the NA beers.
Yeah,
So you're good. Number 4, we have
Quality beer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quality brew right here.
Quality beer.
Senior Beer Man.
You can get them at the store.
Bro, you need to relax. You got disrespectful with that one.
I'm trying to eat a burp in the mic right now, but I
What are you
can't.
talking? Lucius, what are you talking about?
Brian, help me. Number 4
You ever hear him
is
just let one of those out?
So what do you think, Chef Hollow?
well, let me tell you.
You just can't wait to pass the ball to somebody in that moment.
There are times
Is
when
anybody
we
open?
go a little
Take the
too
ball.
far with the things we're talking about. You know,
Man, he's going to come get you, bro.
Yeah,
he ain't listening.
no, he's not. He's not. He had no idea what we talked about on Wednesday when he was with us yesterday.
He was shooting baskets.
Like, oh, you guys have a good show?
now.
Oh, you were passive? Oh, I mean, I have no idea what the hell happened.
He's totally.
Number 4 is
Came
4th of
outside
July.
to find his gold leaning. He's been fixing on that all day.
Broadus was right.
He built a basketball goal in a tornado. Incredible.
Yep. Number 3, we got St. Patty's Day.
At least he's got the tornado to blame it on when it falls over.
It was a tornado. It's a bad day to put it up.
Yeah. What can I say? Number 2, New Year's Eve.
Ooh.
Yeah, New Year's Eve is a good one.
Yep.
It is a good one.
Are you still doing the New Year's Eve thing?
No, I not as much as I used to.
Yeah, that's for suckers.
That's the one that was called amateur night. And all.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what, my 20s, put on a tux and go out and just get blasted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe even drink a little bit.
A little brownout action. Good Lord.
You know what? Doing radio with you just really sucks.
Well, my
Literally.
double fist is out. All right, we good here, Walchuk?
No, we're not.
We're not good. No, we're not good.
Okay.
No.
Jerk.
Number 1.
What am I saying all these words that have to do with?
You're fine. The most popular drinking
bad run.
holiday by total drinks consumed. Brian, you're going to like this one.
Valentine's Day.
Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
It is Mardi Gras.
Honestly, that's your
Fat
wheelhouse.
Tuesday.
That's your number 1.
Yeah, there you go. Fat Tuesday.
And
Enjoy
there it is. There's today's top 10 at 420.
What is it? The grenade, the big giant green
Yes.
drink? Are those the grenades?
The hand grenades?
Hand grenades.
I've never
Yeah.
had that one. I've never had that one.
Really?
No,
Honestly, I haven't either.
You can
but
get a skinny grenade
I
now.
thought it was-
I consume
You can get a
so many
skinny
grenades. Well, the skinny grenade will help
You
the
were talking
hangover a
about
little
car
bit.
bombs yesterday.
I love car bombs.
Oh,
That's a drink that have you bumping into people saying excuse me all the time. Oh, excuse me, excuse me.
Oopsie.
Damn, why is everybody bumping into me?
You haven't had a car bomb, Brian. You're not living.
Oh, let's car bomb together, Broadus.
why not? Tomorrow.
They're
Tomorrow,
delicious.
today, at the
Tomorrow.
Fishing Expo.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Bobby's built at the top of the hour.
Or drink a Miller Lite while you're at it. Bah, 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 bah.
Tournament update. Would you go see your college? Gosh dang it!
Here we go.
July 4th was 4th, by the way, 469. If you didn't hear it.
I got
What read you got right now?
got drunk on that list, man. Would you go see your favorite college team play here? That's next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, let's recap what the Mavs and Stars did. The Expressway at 7:20. It's a Monday morning.
Energy.com.
The Fan is proud to support the 2023 Tex Gala presented by Choctaw Casinos and Resort. Walk the red carpet, have dinner on the field at Globe Life Field, followed by an intimate performance by Kenny Chesney. For tickets, TexasRangers.com/Tex Gala.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you, LA. Oh, the brackets are looking interesting. You got Pitt, the 11-seed Pitt Panthers are just destroying the 6-seed Iowa State right now by 20.
That hurts me.
Not good for the Big 12.
I was just kind of picking all the Big 12s. I'm like, man, they're in a great conference. They're all pretty dang good,
Same.
aren't they? Not so fast.
Creighton's in a dogfight with NC State, 62-57. How about Rick Pitino and Iona leading UConn at half, 39-37?
Oof. Are they really?
Yeah. They're up.
I think I actually might have picked.
Did you pick Iona for the upset? Ooh, okay.
I picked Iona there.
There you go. The winners
Not for
earlier.
any, like, educated reason.
Not good for me. I had a VCU over St. Mary's, 12 over a 5. St. Mary's killed them by 12.
Has a 5-12 won?
Not yet. We got one left.
Yeah.
And so it's Drake and Miami. Maybe Drake's the team to do it. Every year one happens.
He's too busy trying to get ready for a concert.
That's true. Baylor and Xavier.
In the mirror talking about, tell me, tell me.
If you're counting on Drake to do anything, your team's taking an L.
Oh, that was good. So there's your NCAA tournament update. The other thing I wanted to get to real quick.
By the way, they just showed Marquette.
Yeah.
Marquette looks good.
Marquette is good. I had Marquette making a run.
And that Shaka Smart.
That is Shaka.
It's a shame it didn't work for him at Texas.
God,
my man will go full on, like, he's jumping around and, like, I mean, he celebrates some of these baskets now.
Yeah.
Every trip down the court, he was jumping up and down. And
he's got a good team, man.
He has got a good team.
They're a little bit young. I think they got a bunch of sophomores doing some work for him. So people were like, oh, maybe they
had to get
go
his
on
recruits
a big
in.
run.
Milwaukee is a very underrated city in the United States. If you ever want to go, like, they have a thing like
Beer and Cheese
Summerfest, like with concerts, like it's outdoor, it's really a lot of fun. A lot of good bands come through. But yeah, Milwaukee up in the summertime is kind of a cool city to walk around and hang out and do things with.
This ties well since it's St. Patty's Day. Happy St. Patty's Day out there. But Florida State and Georgia Tech in college football, they're going to open the 2024 college football season with the international game in Ireland.
That was Nebraska and Northwestern.
Last year.
I watched some tape.
Yeah. How cool would that be to go check out your favorite team play in Ireland? I would love it.
I think it would. Anytime that you get in one of those opportunities, especially that part of the world, is really, really cool.
You should go hit a bunch of pubs, right? Isn't that like the thing to do?
Hey.
Maybe hit some. Maybe hit the links as well.
Yeah,
they got beautiful courses.
They do. They have there in Scotland, and I'll tell you what. When we went to that trip, the Cowboys went for a week in London. If you let me do that, there was this. My dream job would have been before, like when I was thinking of DallasCowboys.com. I was thinking about applying to like Sky Sports or the BBC and live over there for like 6-7 months and do the NFL, do studio stuff.
Oh, that'd
like
be
you'd be
amazing.
a studio host.
Yeah.
But you're and then come back.
Yeah.
And so you're kind of going back and forth, but you're living in London for like 6-7 months, then coming back and then, but going back, but being studio. Hanging out in London and those places are an absolute blast.
That's definitely a bucket list trip.
They
Just
are.
Overall, hit
so
up
your
the UK.
Ireland trip would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think that would be a blast.
You could catch some Gaelic football or hurling games.
Hurling. That is a tough. You ever seen the game played?
Get some haggis.
That's a bad idea.
I don't know. Not good. If I've actually watched
hurling?
the game of hurling.
Hurling is where they have a ball on this like this curved stick, and they carry it. They bounce it along, and then they like smash it, like, between like goalposts and stuff like that. And,
entertaining?
Oh man. And these dudes, no padding, just, you get hit with the sticks and, it's a violent game.
Well, hey, they sound almost as tough as the Spring Breakers doing padless Oklahoma drills on the
gracious,
shoreline.
those videos are
We determined
raunchy.
that Jane Slater was not
Was she involved in that?
No,
Or
she was
not
she was involved.
But she was involved in other
banging
things.
on Vanilla Ice's door room.
Correct.
And being able to say hello and take a picture.
But that's because the spring break Oklahoma beach drunk drills have really started to come into their own
It's
over
not
the last
Oklahoma.
maybe 5 or 6 years.
It's not an Oklahoma drill. It's straight on tackling. It's straight
It's
on.
just like 1v1s?
It's 1v1 on.
Everybody's on their back. They get up and run at each
low
other.
man, low lady win.
Yeah.
Kind of a thing. I can see
or
a lot
thick
of
man, thick lady win.
Some of them are unfair matchups.
Yeah, for
I could
sure.
see a lot of separations of shoulders involved in this thing.
Yeah,
you
agreed.
even have some boxing gloves on a few of these gals, and they're throwing hands and going at it.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Yeah, no, there's some fun stuff out there. You go down that
Spring
rabbit
break's
hole.
kind of a creative thing.
Spring break forever. Now, I did have a food question because they keep showing this Domino's tater tot commercial where like they're doing something with tater tots. They're putting pizza toppings. Yeah, pizza tot. They're putting like the cheese and the toppings you want on top of the tots.
Wait, so the tots become the bread of the pizza,
Right.
and then they make it. Okay. I mean,
To me,
so far so good for me.
I don't see how this can work from a delivery concept. Like, there's no way by the time they make that, unless you live like right next to the Domino's, that by the time that goes from the Domino's to your door, that those tater tots haven't just sogged up.
Am I insane, or did I think every Domino's driver, specifically Domino's, had the technology of like the hot box in the back of their car?
Oh,
I thought that was a thing.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, I thought. Listen, I don't know.
If
I don't
they've
know.
got like an air fryer in there to keep these things toasted, but I don't know. To me, I feel like this is just going to be a soggy fest of hash browns.
all we have to do is try it one time.
I think what you
I
have to
can't
do,
do that.
I think there has to be a memo again. We're talking about food memos. I think there has to be a memo about cook time on those tots. You can't let those things, you can't undercook them because that's when they become too soggy.
You like a good crunch on that.
You got to
tot.
have some crunch and some crisp.
Yeah, like I love the concept. I think this is a fun idea. I just don't know the delivery
Just in-house
aspect of
only,
it.
In-house only.
Yeah, like
if you're
how
ordering
I don't
that,
think they're going to be good.
You're already blasted. You don't care.
Let me know if somebody's gotten these things. 817 said the Domino's tots are exclamation points. But how
good or
long?
bad?
How long
Let's
did you have to
say.
wait 817 for the delivery?
What does he mean by that?
Yeah, really. Good, bad?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean?
What does it mean?
Inquiring
Well,
minds want to
I'm
know.
watching you.
I did. If you're going to do the food thing right now, I'm going to give a big fat RIP to the Dunkachino, apparently at Dunkin' Donuts. I'm not a Dunkin' man myself. I don't know how many of us are here locally. I know
like
it's a big
Dunkin's.
Boston thing.
It's a big Boston thing.
But
yeah.
apparently, the number one, like most popular, it's like a hot chocolate coffee known as a Dunkachino, and it's being retired for now. So I won't go full on rest in peace, but rest in retirement, Dunkachino.
There you go.
People
Okay.
are not happy about that.
By the way, what is haggis, Brian? Somebody asked, what is haggis? Is that
it's
like hash?
It's like it's like stuffed sheep gut. Is
okay,
what it
so
is.
we're gonna pass
Yeah.
on that.
Yeah, you're gonna pass. On
Actually, that sounds like a nice little payoff situation.
haggis, it would be awful. To
Can we
eat.
get some local haggis around here?
I bet you we could find some haggis.
Does it smell as bad as it sounds?
It's not good. It's just not good.
See, I think a
I
little
wonder if we
haggis
could go to
payoff.
like the
Haggis
Skellig.
would make you get sick.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, well then never mind.
All
I
right.
guess.
Oh, I
that
wonder
is,
if I wonder if old Monk down the street would have some haggis.
Okay, let me ask you this: knowing what you know about the little nitro gummy bear.
I would do the nitro gummy. Oh no, I said that. I might eat the haggis.
Okay.
I might eat the haggis. Yes.
As a man who's had the little nitro, I don't know much about the haggis other than apparently it's just revolting.
Yeah, I'm gonna do some.
I would probably
sheep
do
gut.
the haggis.
It
yeah.
sounds gross. Okay, we got some text coming in about the tots. 817 followed up, said, I do not live close and they come extra crispy.
There you
They're
go.
me and my wife's fave
There
thing
you
there
go.
right now.
Okay,
job.
see, because there's no sauce on them, Walchuk.
There's
It's
no
just
sauce.
The cheese.
Just the cheese. Okay, so that might help it.
It would help if you read the story before you talk about
Fair
it. a little
enough.
bit, you know, I mean, you didn't give us. You left out the details.
I'm just
about-
looking at the commercial. There wasn't a story. It just was a thought that came into my head. I'm like, yeah, can this work? There wasn't a story about it.
No, it was
Brian.
definitely something we needed to tease out
So
a
you
little
get
bit.
sauce on
and-
the side,
and
a little
workshop.
SOS.
Is this
You
possible?
get a little SOS on the side. I like that. 214 had the tots this week and they are trash. But
Oh.
overall, everyone else texting in is saying that the tots are good.
Yeah. Overwhelmingly, it feels like something we need to order.
Yeah, Eric, we might need to do this, except I'll watch you eat the tots and you can give me your review since I
You've
can't
always
technically
loved
have the tots.
Watching me eat.
I do, especially yesterday with those wings, dude. Watching you eat wings is always a treat.
Yeah. No, I take pride in that, and I appreciate it.
All right, coming up next, let's catch up with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. He's got a new article up on 1053thefan.com. We're going to go over it with him, the latest Cowboys rumor-rooskies with Bobby, next on The Fan.
Hey, thanks to Rockwell Ford, it's 35 minutes of commercial-free Fan and the Expressway. Sean and RJ mornings at 7:20. KNC middays at 12.
Available in the U.S. because it's made from offal.
But what they have is it's haggis is, and I looked it up just to make sure I was right. It's heart, liver, and lungs mixed with garlic, oatmeal, and spices, salt, with some stock. It's like a pudding.
Sounds delicious.
And it's
like a meat pudding.
It's encased. It's traditionally encased in the animal's stomach.
Oh yeah.
But now artificial casing is used often instead. So, but original haggis, like I say, it's all those things, everything to do, heart, liver, lungs, and then you mix it up with spices, onion, and oatmeal.
That
and then boom,
sounds
cook it in.
delicious, right?
Absolutely divine.
Savory pudding containing
That's where all the
lamb.
flavor is right there in that belly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, right there.
Yeah, maybe we should. That can be a bet payoff. We'll do some mock haggis or something. I mean, it sounds like something I don't think any of us want to enjoy.
Fake haggis. Kill a sheep and just do it ourselves.
Yeah, we're gonna do it ourselves. Have you ever read the book on do it yourself?
I'm a DIY
There's
guy.
YouTube.
Absolutely.
There's
We've got a great
some
section on it.
There's some YouTube. We can just check it out.
I brought us
how
a
to
fun
make
way to do it.
haggis.
How to kill a sheep.
My guy Matt Pittman down at Meat Church. Hey Matt, how do you get haggis?
Matt'll know.
Matt'll absolutely.
Gosh, Meat Church, shout out to you. You guys are the absolute best. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman riding with you here on the G-Bag Nation. All right, let's talk with our guy, Bobby Belt, from the morning show and the Love of the Star podcast, the best Cowboys podcast around. If you're not listening, what the hell are you doing? Bobby, what's going on, homie?
Oh, chilling. How are y'all?
Hey, Bobby, real quick, do we have a podcast tonight?
I've got a 8 p.m. hit with the Get Right at the Eagles Nest.
Oh,
so
are you going to go out in person
not.
to the Eagles Nest?
Yeah,
Probably
I'm
not.
going to go out there.
Yes,
probably not tonight, but let's do it Sunday, Brian, because
Okay.
I'll probably be too hammered tomorrow.
Okay. Cool. I just want to make sure.
No, it's we're gonna do it, Brian. Twice a week. That counts. That's the second this week.
I just want to make sure.
Well, Brian's trying to get his numbers up.
You see how passive aggressive he's being to me, you guys.
Yeah,
he didn't.
I said you're the worst when it comes to reads. By the way,
I called. That is mean. I called all three of you before the show to kind of share what I was hearing in this article that I wrote.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Guess who's the only one who didn't hit me back?
Broaddus.
Brian's
probably thinking I know everything already.
Have you guys ever known Brian, A, not to answer the phone, and B, if he didn't, not to call you back within 15 seconds?
I thought you were asking me if we were going to do. I was in the elevator. Seriously, this is the truth. I was coming out of the elevator. I tried to call you back. If you check, I think I tried to call you back.
I'm looking at my phone.
Look at your phone.
No, I see calls back from Wolchuk and calls back from Chiafalo because none of the three you answered the first time.
Oh.
You know who would have answered and called me back? Lucius.
Well, okay, what
Lucius
about-
would have even
Bobby,
had to call
I
me
did
back. He
answer.
just answered.
I did answer. I said I had to call you back.
12:10. Look at your phone. 12:10, maybe 12:15. Call from Brian Broaddus.
Nope, not on here.
Oh, this sounds like an off-air conversation.
I do have a 12:15 from Eric Chiafalo though.
Oh,
Hey, yeah, baby. Did you get the pics I sent too?
Oh yeah, they were wonderful.
What the hell, Eric?
They
I didn't
always
get
are.
those.
Yes, you did. Check your
They're just
Snapchat.
pictures of his mom's spaghetti. Don't worry.
Okay, Bobby, you know that triggers me.
Yeah, it does.
You know how to get me, just like I know how to get you, but I'm not going to do that. All right, you've got an awesome article that's up right now on our 1053thefan.com website. What is going on with this Cowboys rumor mill right now?
Yeah, I didn't mean to trigger the masses. By the way,
You
I
did.
was
Sure,
just,
you did.
No, I did not.
No, you
I was
absolutely did, Bobby.
I
Don't-
did. I 100%
pick.
did not. I got a call
Okay.
earlier today. Just a friend of mine
Jerry?
around the league. No,
Oh.
friend of mine around the league who was just catching up, shooting the breeze, and we ended out talking a little bit.
Shooting the breeze with the
And-
beeve.
Yeah, that's it. And after that conversation, just some of the stuff that he was talking about that was, being chattered about around league circles in terms of the wide receiver trade market, it just spurred me to make a couple other phone calls and check in and see what kind of the thought process was, and I took some of that and coupled it with some things I'd already been hearing for the last couple days, and I think we got a pretty clear picture of how the Cowboys are approaching the receiver market right now, which is they know they need to get a receiver in here. They know they need to add to the group. I think that, as is the norm, they will probably add a veteran free agent, and they will probably address it through the draft. And it may not even be a receiver through the draft. It could be a tight end. But in general, add a veteran and then add a pass-catching weapon of some sort. And I think that this hope for a DeAndre Hopkins trade or this new hope for a Jerry Jeudy trade, or even some of the under-discussed aspects of some things I was hearing earlier today, the hope for a Cortland Sutton trade or something like that. I just think that the Cowboys are in a position right now where they are willing to spend picks on a receiver. They are willing to spend money on a receiver. I don't think they're necessarily willing to spend picks and money on a receiver right now. That's not what they want to do, especially because I think whoever they add, they think they're adding a number 2 receiver. If this was Amari Cooper as your number 1, or when they go out and make the move thinking, Joey Galloway was going to be a number 1 or whatever else, those are the moves that they're willing to give up capital and money for. When they're talking about, hey, we've got our guy here, CeeDee Lamb, we plan on paying him, we're just looking to add another weapon to the offense. I don't think they believe that's worth sacrificing serious capital for. So unless somebody comes along and gives them a Stefan Gilmore type deal, or just the deal they gave the Browns last year for Amari Cooper, I don't think they want to play in the trade waters for a receiver. They will only go for a receiver through the trade, I feel like, if they feel like they're getting an absolute steal. But otherwise, they're content to just sit back, address it through some veteran additions, potentially through free agency, and then play the draft game.
So that means we can probably eliminate the Broncos wide receivers with Jeudy and Sutton, since they're asking price from the Cowboys. They want either a high 2 in a player or a 1. They'd probably want pick 26.
Yeah, what I had heard just kind of talking around is that if the Cowboys were to go get Sutton or Jeudy, they probably have to give them 26. Just give them pick 26 straight up, which makes sense. Look, if you're Sean Payton and you're walking into that building with the Broncos, you need draft capital because the previous administration gave up so much of it. So if you're going to give up somebody like that, I totally understand. Hey, we like Jeudy, we like Sutton, we will keep them here, we'll keep them involved. But yeah, if somebody comes in and blows us away with a first-round pick, if you want him, give us a first-round pick and we'll do it, then that'd be too much for them to pass up. They are trying to collect that trade capital that Dallas is refusing, I think, to give up for just a number 2 receiver. Because again, we're talking about the second option. Dak and CD, that's the primary connection. Anything else is secondary, and I don't think they view it as, I'm willing to give up a first-round pick and pay a veteran in exchange for somebody who's going to be second on the reads or potentially third on the reads.
Robert, what if they get word that Hopkins is willing to renegotiate his deal, the last 2 years of his deal, in order to help them facilitate a trade?
I think DeAndre Hopkins, so when you talk to people who know DeAndre Hopkins and know kind of his thinking, he's not happy in Arizona. He's not. And I think that Dallas is one of a few teams that DeAndre Hopkins would really like to play for.
Spending a lot of time here.
He is spending a lot of time here. He is, this is no secret. You can just go look on Melvin Sanders' Instagram page, the awesome athletic trainer here in Dallas. He trains a lot of guys. Derrick Henry goes to his gym during the offseason. DeAndre Hopkins is there, and Dak goes there. So, yeah, DeAndre Hopkins and Dak, like they're at the same gym, essentially, I would guess, around the same time because they work out with the same offseason trainer. So there's that naturally. I think he'd like to be here. I think he'd be willing to make financial concessions to be here. I don't think Dallas is the only team he'd do that for. There's a couple of them I think that he'd probably say, yeah, I'd be willing to do it for these teams right here, Dallas being one of them.
Yeah, I think Dallas is his team, if they were able to do that.
And that's the thing, is that I think that the Cowboys are much less interested in that potential marriage than DeAndre Hopkins and the fans are. And I think it's because they view it as, is the money out of control for what he is? Probably not. I mean, he's due $35 million over the next 2 years. That's $2.5 million less than what you were paying Amari Cooper. And that's a pretty good value, I think, at this point. And if he was willing to just play on that or potentially reduce it a little, then yeah, that'd be really enticing. I just think that unless that's coupled with, oh, you'll take a 5th rounder for him, okay. I don't think that they'd be willing to give up a 1, a 2, maybe not even a 3. I think they really want to protect their top 100 picks and make sure that those are used on players that are young and cheap and going to be here for 4 to 5 years.
It's Bobby Butt with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Was OBJ subtweeting the Cowboys when he says they want to try Mouton but pay box wine price for it?
I think that's just one of Odell Beckham's standard tweet everybody stuff like that all the time. He always tweets the subliminal stuff and the vague things and gets people going. I'm sure that may just be about the league in general, because if he really wants $20 million, I can't imagine any team is gung-ho about paying that. Mm-hmm. So I don't know that would be directed at the Cowboys as much as it would probably be directed at the league in general and what they think he's worth. But, if he's asking for $20 million, that's going to be something I don't think the Cowboys would ever pay. Now, if he sits out there on the market for a couple weeks and he decides, all right, this isn't my market's maybe 10 to 12. And if, he's healthy and can be had for that price, then it's just up to the unpredictability of how much does Jerry love him? How much does Jerry want him here? Because if Jerry really wants him here and goes, we can make that money work, then you do it. I mean, look, let's say he's hanging out there till June, and he comes down and says, all right, I'll take $10 million a year. $10 million a year sitting there in June, and the Cowboys are looking at a fresh $10 million that just came off the cap on June 1st for Ezekiel Elliott. You don't think they maybe look at that and go, you know what? That just freed up. Might as well spend it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that if he gets into the right range, they would consider it, and anything is possible given Jerry's affinity for Odell Beckham Jr.
Yeah, this is where you and I really, really do agree, because I don't think this. I think there's people in the organization that are like, listen, let's just move on,
Mm-hmm.
But you've got the owner and general manager, and they'll also remind you, they'll go, hey, this is his team. He could do whatever he damn wants as the owner. And so that's what they're working on right now. It's like you have people that might not want to do it in that building, but when the owner walks down the hall and stands in your doorway and says, hey, let's go get this done, you're going to get it done for him, because he'll come back around and MF you for not getting it done.
And it's interesting that he was not physically ready, obviously, last December to play. And there was never any real chance of him. We found out later. I think we were wondering during the process if he could play. We find out later there was no chance of him playing in December. Pretty much no chance of him even playing in the playoffs. But if he had been healthy, regardless of how he looked in the workout or anything else, I'm convinced that if they would have given a medical thumbs up of, yes, he can play, but how much does he have left? I think Jerry goes ahead and signs Odell Beckham Jr. last winter. And gets it done. And the only thing that stopped him was if he can't play, then there's no point. But if they would have told him medically he can go, it would have happened. So if this offseason medically he can go, and the market comes to a point where Dallas it gets down to their financial territory that they would feel comfortable taking that risk, then I would absolutely not count against them making that deal. I would think that's absolutely possible. I'll say this: if you listed me Odell Beckham Jr., DeAndre Hopkins, Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, I would take Odell Beckham Jr. as the likeliest one to be a Cowboy by far out of those 4.
Now, before we let you boogie out of here, Bobby, I mean, if they go free agent market for wide receivers, are there any veterans that you think that they'd be interested in that are currently available, whether it's Chosen Anderson, otherwise known as Robbie, or a DJ Chark, for instance? I mean, is there anybody that you think maybe they'd sniff around with?
That what was funny was the day before the report came out about Aaron Rodgers' wish list, when I was trying to look at the market and figure out who are some guys that could make some sense, I really did think that it'd make a lot of sense to go ahead and just call Randall Cobb. But now that it sounds like he's just going to follow Aaron Rodgers wherever he goes, then, that seems unlikely. But I thought that Randall Cobb would have made sense. I think that I mean, they haven't been connected to him yet, but I really do think, and not just because he was nice to me at Super Bowl, like David Hellman keeps accusing me of, I really think Adam Thielen would be solid in this offense, this West Coast offense that they're trying to put. And I think that if you're talking about a red zone target, he is one of the most efficient red zone receivers over the last 3 years in the NFL still.
Slant runner, inside break routes.
Perfect.
Like
Perfect at it. And so when we're talking about somebody who can be effective in this system and contribute as a number 2 or potentially as a number 3, depending on how Michael Gallup's playing, I would call Adam Thielen yesterday.
What you drinking?
I just finished coffee, actually. And it's really late for that, but I finished coffee with some soda cocoa in there. Mixed it up. It was delicious.
And you're thinking you're going to kick it with your boys at the Eagles Nest tonight?
I am. You guys are going to be out there the whole time, or how long are you out there?
Yeah,
we'll be out there 8
till forever. Till we go to Twin Peaks
whenever.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Wait, you're going to be out there at 8?
8 p.m., yeah.
Okay.
We got to drive after the show.
At first I was supposed to be on at 7:20. Now I'm going to be on at 8. So 8. I'll see y'all there.
All right,
and then I'll see you guys tomorrow at Twin Peaks in Irving. We'll party it up.
Let's party.
It.
All right, Bobby. Anything else before we let you go?
Just that I love you all.
Love you more. There he goes. Bobby Belt, your Cowboys insider. And go check out that article at 1053thefan.com. Make
great
sure
info right there,
you
too.
head out to the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth tonight. They Get Right live from 7 to 11, and Eric and I will be out there at 8 o'clock. Heading over there after the show. March Madness is going to be alive and popping. Great food specials, drink specials. It's going to be great to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. What you drinking and what you thinking? Coming up on the other side, 877-881-1053. Plus, in the Expressway, well, then we'll roll right into LA Live next on The Fan.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial-free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
What's up, G-Bag Nationals? It's Bobby Belt here, and Ford Truck Month is going on now at Rockwall Ford. Shop the Rock for Rock Bottom deals on one of the largest selections of new Ford trucks in the state of Texas, with over 90 in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Like the F-150, Maverick, Ranger, and more. You name it, they have it. And right now, get 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash.